Chapter 1. Early summer evenings often brought sudden, torrential downpours. Dark storm clouds loomed over the magnificent palace, pressing down upon its towering walls. The once splendid halls lay shrouded in shadow beneath the heavy sky, resembling a vast cage that imprisoned everyone within. The spacious bedchamber seemed neglected, its curtains coated with thick layers of dust. Despite the sweltering heat of the season, an unnatural chill lingered in the air. Clothes and jewelry were scattered across the floor as though some terrible disaster had swept through. A woman knelt on the ground, slowly raising her eyes toward the figure standing before her. Though she was only a little over 30 years old, her face was as worn as that of an old woman. Bitterness was etched into every feature. Her eyes, dry as a long-abandoned well, held no tears, only endless hatred. "Your Majesty, please," the eunuch beside her urged impatiently as he held out a length of pristine white silk. "This servant still needs to report back to His Majesty." Shen Miao looked at him for a long moment before speaking in a hoarse, broken voice. "Xiao Lizi, when I first promoted you, you were nothing more than Gao Gonggong's dog." The eunuch lifted his chin arrogantly. "Your Majesty, times have changed. Times have changed." Shen Miao murmured before suddenly throwing back her head and laughing. "What wonderful words. Times have changed." Because of those words, the ministers and servants who had once bowed before her now ordered her about without fear. Because of those words, she was about to die beneath a strip of white silk. What had been the past? When had the present begun? Was it when Mei Foreign entered the palace? When the crown prince was deposed? When the eldest princess was sent away in a political marriage, only to die on the journey? Or was it when she finally returned after 5 years as a hostage in Qin state? From the past to the present. From empress to a deposed consort. All because of a single sentence from Fu Xiu Yi. The entire court had changed sides. Even the foundations of Mingqi had been overturned. What an extraordinary phrase indeed. Times have changed. The bedchamber doors creaked open. A pair of dragon-embroidered boots stopped before Shen Miao. Above them hung the hem of an imperial yellow robe. "In consideration of the 20 years you spent by my side," the emperor said calmly, "I will allow you to die with your body intact. Accept my grace." Shen Miao slowly lifted her head. The man standing before her looked almost untouched by time. He remained as handsome and noble as ever. The son of heaven. The wise ruler of the realm. The man she had loved for 20 years. Her husband through hardship and triumph alike. And now, he had come to tell her, "I will allow you to die with your body intact." "Why?" Shen Miao asked in a rasping voice. He remained silent. "Why did you wipe out the entire Shen family?" Prince Fu Xiu Yi. The late emperor had fathered 9 remarkable sons. Yet, because the crown prince had always been frail and sickly, the late emperor hesitated to appoint an heir, allowing a brutal struggle for succession to unfold. Captivated by Prince Ding's brilliance, Shen Miao had ignored her family's objections and insisted on marrying him, tying the Shen family's fate to his ambitions. For his sake, she devoted everything she had. She transformed from a sheltered noble daughter into a capable royal consort who navigated court politics with skill. Together, they secured the throne. On the day Fu Xiu Yi ascended it, he made her empress, the mother of the nation. At the time, she believed herself to be the most fortunate empress in the world. When rebellions had only just been suppressed, Mingqi remained unstable, the Xiongnu invaded from the north, and neighboring kingdoms watched like hungry wolves. To obtain military aid from Qin state, Shen Miao volunteered to become a political hostage. When she departed, her children were barely a month old. Fu Xiu Yi had held her hands and promised, "I will personally bring you home." 5 years later, she finally returned. But another woman already occupied his heart. Mei Foreign. She was the daughter of an official Fu Xiu Yi had encountered during his eastern campaign. Enchanted by her beauty and intelligence, he had brought her back to the palace. She bore him a son, Fu Xing. The emperor adored him. Meanwhile, Shen Miao's own son, Crown Prince Fu Ming, gradually fell from favor. Before the entire court, Fu Xiu Yi had once declared, "Fu Ming is too gentle. Fu Xing is more like my son." His intentions had been unmistakable. He wished to replace the crown prince. For 10 years, Shen Miao and Mei Furen fought one another within the palace. More often than not, Mei Furen emerged victorious. She even persuaded Fu Xiu Yi to send Princess Wanyu to marry into the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu were savage. Princess Wanyu supposedly fell ill on the journey and died before reaching her destination. Her body was hastily cremated. Everyone knew something was wrong. Yet Shen Miao, her own mother, could do nothing. And now, everything had reached its conclusion. With a single imperial decree, Fu Xiu Yi accused the Shen family of treason. The crown prince was deposed and ultimately took his own life. Shen Miao was stripped of her position as empress. The only mercy she received was a strip of white silk. She wanted only one answer. Why? Shen Miao stared at him. Fu Xiu Yi, do you have no conscience? We were husband and wife for over 20 years. I never wronged you. When you fought for the throne, my family supported you. When you marched to war while the Xiongnu invaded, I wrote the surrender letter for you. When you sought the loyalty of the ministers, I knelt before them and begged for their support. I endured 5 years as a hostage in a foreign land. And how did you repay me? Mei Furen wanted Wanyu sent to the Xiongnu, and you issued the decree. Wanyu was only 16 when she died. You cherished Fu Sheng while neglecting Fu Ming. The entire court knew it. And now you've slaughtered my entire family. Before I die, I'll ask you one last time. Why? Fu Xiu Yi frowned. His face remained as cold and expressionless as carved stone. Shen Miao. Even during my father's reign, the imperial family discussed eliminating the great aristocratic clans. The Shen family's military achievements had grown too great. They threatened the throne. They could not be allowed to remain. It was I who persuaded my father to delay. I gave the Shen family 20 additional years. That was mercy enough. Mercy. Shen Miao staggered. She had cried so much over the past several days that no tears remained. Looking straight at Fu Xiu Yi, she said each word slowly. You spared the Shen family not out of mercy, but because you needed our military power to secure the throne. Once the cunning hare is dead, the hunting dog is cooked. Now that the empire is stable, you've cast us aside. Fu Xiu Yi, your heart is truly vicious. Shen Miao. Fu Xiu Yi roared, as though she had struck a hidden wound. With a cold snort, he turned and walked away. Shen Miao collapsed onto the floor, her fists clenched tightly. This was the man she had loved for her entire life. She had spent years fighting Mei Furen for his affection. Only now did she realize. His heart had never belonged to her. Every sweet promise, every tender word, every loving glance, all of it had been an act. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Sister, whatever is the matter? You look absolutely miserable. A melodious voice drifted through the room. A woman dressed in pale yellow walked in gracefully. Her beauty rivaled a blooming lotus. Her waist was slender as a willow. Every movement she made radiated elegance. It was Mei Furen, the woman who had battled Shen Miao for half a lifetime, and won. Behind her stood 2 young women. Shen Miao froze. Shen Qing. Shen Yu. They were her cousins, daughters of the Shen family's 2nd and 3rd branches. Why were they here? His Majesty summoned us, Shen Yu said with a giggle behind her sleeve. 5th sister, don't be so surprised. You used to enjoy arranging marriages for us. Now there's no need. His Majesty treats us very well. You. Shen Miao's mind reeled. In an instant, countless mysteries finally became clear. Her voice trembled. You refused to marry all these years. Because you were waiting for today? Of course. Xie Jing stepped forward. Long ago, His Majesty reached an agreement with our fathers. If they persuaded you to marry him, one day we would all share the same fortune. Back then, Shen Miao had married Fu Xiu Yi largely because the second and third branches constantly praised Prince Ding before her. She had believed it was simple admiration. Only now did she realize. Everything had been carefully planned. Her infatuation had been deliberately cultivated. The second and third branches had waited patiently all these years for this very moment. Seeing that Shen Miao still seemed stunned, Xie Jing continued. His Majesty is unmatched beneath the heavens. We admired him long ago, but only your father possessed real military authority. So naturally, you had to marry him first. You've enjoyed enough blessings, fifth sister. Now your good fortune has come to an end. Xie Jing. Shen Miao suddenly straightened. His Majesty exterminated the Shen family. Yet you two entered the palace. How are the second and third branches completely unharmed? Naturally, we're unharmed, Shen Yu replied with another delicate laugh. Because we rendered great service. The evidence proving your father's treason? Our families provided it. His Majesty is even rewarding our fathers with high positions. Shen Miao stared at them in horror. Have you gone mad? When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. The Shen family is one family. If Fu Xiu Yi can destroy us today, how could you betray your own blood? Our own blood. Xie Jing sneered. Fifth sister. We never considered your branch part of our family. Besides, you've enjoyed enough glory. Now the crown prince is dead. The princess is dead. The Shen family is finished. You should hurry to the underworld and reunite with them. Mei Foren stepped forward with a gentle smile. Sister, the realm is finally at peace. It's time for you to step aside. After 10 years of struggle, Shen Miao had lost completely. She had lost her children. She had lost her family. She had lost everything. Her entire life had become nothing more than a cruel joke. Grinding her teeth, she hissed. As long as I live, you will never be anything more than concubines. Chengonggong, Mei Foren said with a slight gesture, do it. A burly eunuch stepped forward. One hand seized Shen Miao's throat. The other wrapped the white silk tightly around her neck. With one violent pull, the silk dug deep into her flesh. Bones cracked. As the woman writhed on the floor, her eyes remained wide open. Within her heart, she made a silent vow. Her son, her daughter, her parents, her brothers, her servants, the entire Shen family, had all been slaughtered. Fu Xiu Yi, Mei Foren, Xie Jing, Shen Yu, everyone who had harmed her, everyone who had harmed the people she loved. If there were another life, she would make every one of them repay this debt in blood. When will this son perish? Let me die with you. Chapter 2. The grand mansion stood in striking black and white, with blue stone floors and vermilion pillars. The railings were carved with intricate begonia patterns. The rain had only just stopped after pouring through the night, droplets sliding from the broad banana leaves into the damp earth below. On the table sat a purple gold incense burner shaped like an exquisite mythical beast, releasing the refreshing fragrance of waterwood incense that felt especially invigorating in the crisp early autumn air. Colorful sachets trimmed with tassels hung from the four corners of the bed. Beside the soft bedding, two tall maids gently fanned the person lying there. If she caught a chill after falling into the water and now has a fever, it won't be a minor illness. The young lady has been asleep for an entire day and night. The physician said she should wake soon, so why is there still no sign of her stirring? The maid in green could not hide the anxiety in her voice. Guyu, it's been over an hour. Why hasn't the physician arrived yet? The maid in purple asked. Second madam has the place under tight watch. They're treating this as a disgrace and are trying to keep it quiet. Gu glanced toward the bed. Madam and the master aren't in the capital. The young master is away as well, and the old madam favors the east courtyard. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang went to fetch the physician, but they still haven't returned. They were probably stopped. They're driving the young lady into a corner. I have to go and see. The moment she finished speaking, a faint sound came from the bed. The young lady is awake, the purple-robed maid cried with delight as she hurried to the bedside. The girl lying there rubbed her forehead and slowly sat up. Jingzhe, Shen Miao murmured. This servant is here, Jingzhe replied with a smile as she took Shen Miao's hand. Are you feeling better now? You slept for a whole day and night. Your fever broke, but you still wouldn't wake. I was just about to fetch the physician again. Young lady, would you like some water? Gu asked as she handed over a cup of tea. Shen Miao stared at the two of them in confusion. She had once had 4 first-rank maids, Jingzhe, Gu Yu, Bai Lu, and Shuangjiang. Every one of them had been clever and capable. Yet in the end, not a single one survived. Gu Yu had died protecting her from being humiliated by the crown prince of Qin while she was held hostage in Qin state. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang had also met tragic ends. One died while escorting Wan Yu to her political marriage, while the other perished amid the vicious harem struggles against Mei Foreign. As for Jingzhe, the most beautiful among them, she had willingly become a concubine to help Fu Xiu Yi consolidate his power, using her beauty to influence powerful officials. In the end, she was falsely accused and beaten to death by an official's wife. When Shen Miao learned of Jingzhe's death, she had wept until she nearly miscarried. And now, Jingzhe stood before her as lovely as ever, while Gu Yu smiled warmly at her side. Both girls were in the bloom of youth, only 14 or 15 years old. For a long moment, Shen Miao sat there in a daze. Then she closed her eyes and smiled bitterly. Even the hallucinations before death feel so real. What is the young lady saying? Gu set the teacup aside and reached out to touch Shen Miao's forehead. Has the fever muddled your mind? The hand resting against her forehead was cool and comforting. It was undeniably real. Shen Miao's eyes flew open, sharp and alert. Slowly, she lowered her gaze to her own hands. They were fair, slender, and delicate, with neatly trimmed, rounded nails. Hands that had never known hardship. These were not her hands. Her real hands had become rough from helping Fu Xiu Yi with court affairs, poring over account books, being ordered about like a servant in Qin state, fighting for Fu Ming and Wan Yu within the imperial harem, and washing clothes in the cold palace. They had been calloused, swollen, and darkened by toil. Nothing like these soft, pampered fingers. Bring me a mirror, Shen Miao said weakly, though her voice remained firm. Gu Yu and Jingzhe exchanged puzzled glances before Jingzhe fetched a bronze mirror and handed it to her. Reflected within it was the face of a young girl. Her cheeks were still round, her forehead smooth and full. Her large almond-shaped eyes were slightly red, above a delicate nose and a small mouth. She was not breathtakingly beautiful, but her youthful features were fresh and sweet, carrying an innocent, timid charm. It was the very face the imperial family had once praised as auspicious for a husband. The mirror slipped from Shen Miao's hands. Crash! It shattered against the floor. The sound echoed through the room, each fragment seeming to pierce her heart. She pinched herself hard. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Heaven had not abandoned her. Heaven had sent her back. Gu Yu and Jingzhe were both startled. Gu Yu hurried over to gather the broken shards. Young lady, be careful. Don't step on the pieces. Why are you crying? Jingzhe gently dabbed Shen Miao's face with a handkerchief, only to find her expression strangely caught between laughter and tears. I've returned, Shen Miao whispered. She suddenly grabbed Jingzhe's arm. What year is it now? Though frightened, Jingzhe answered honestly. It is the 68th year of Mingqi. What's wrong, young lady? Are you feeling unwell? The 68th year of Mingqi. Shen Miao's eyes widened. That year. She had been 14 years old. The year she first met Fu Xiu Yi. The year she fell hopelessly in love with him and even pressured her father into arranging a marriage. Just then, Guyu's worried voice reached her ears. Young lady, don't frighten us like this. You've only just recovered from your fever. Could your mind still be muddled? Eldest young lady was truly heartless. She nearly cost you your life. In her previous life, Shen Miao had spent most of her days running errands for Fu Xiu Yi. Her time in the Shen mansion had long since faded into obscurity. Yet this incident remained vivid in her memory. Anything connected to Fu Xiu Yi was impossible to forget. Shen Qing had told her that Fu Xiu Yi was visiting the mansion to meet second uncle and third uncle, then persuaded her to secretly catch a glimpse of him. But after they reached the garden, Shen Qing pushed her from the rockery. She had been dragged from the pond before a crowd of officials and noble youths, utterly soaked and thoroughly humiliated. Her infatuation with Prince Ding had already been the capital's favorite gossip for half a year. This incident only added fuel to the flames. After she awoke, she accused Shen Qing of pushing her. No one believed her. Heartbroken, Shen Miao was punished by the old madam and confined to the ancestral shrine, causing her to miss the Mid-Autumn Festival. Later, Shen Yu secretly released her and brought her to the chrysanthemum banquet at Yanbei Hall. There, she made a complete fool of herself. Shen Miao slowly closed her eyes. The Shen family had 3 branches. The eldest branch belonged to Shen Xian, Shen Miao's father, the son of the original wife. After the first wife passed away in middle age, the old general remarried. His second wife gave birth to Shen Gui of the second branch and Shen Wan of the third. When the old general died, the stepmother became the current old madam. Outwardly, the 3 brothers lived in harmony, supporting one another. Their unity was praised throughout the capital. The Shen family had always been a military household. But by Shen Xian's generation, only the eldest branch retained military authority, while the second and third branches pursued careers as civil officials. Shen Xian spent most of the year away on military campaigns, accompanied by his wife. As a result, Shen Miao remained in the mansion, raised under the care of the old madam and her 2 aunts. Under their careful guidance, she became ignorant and undisciplined, lacking both education and manners. She shamelessly chased after men and grew into an utterly useless young woman. In her previous life, she had genuinely believed the old madam and her aunts cherished her. Unlike Shen Yu and Shen Qing, she had never been forced to study strict etiquette or proper conduct. Only now did she realize the truth. It had been a crude but effective scheme. They had praised her into ruin. While her parents were away, they carefully cultivated her foolishness. Then, whenever Shen Xian and his wife returned, they found their daughter more unruly, more ignorant, and more disappointing than before. This time, she wanted to see just how shamelessly they would repeat the same tricks. As she pondered this, a maid who had been sweeping the courtyard hurried inside. Young lady, second young lady has come to see you. Chapter 3. Miss, second miss is here to see you. Jingzhe looked displeased. Of all times to come, when Miss hasn't even fully recovered yet. Isn't she worried Miss might catch a chill? Guyu nudged Jingzhe's arm, though her own face was filled with concern. Watching the 2 of them, Shen Miao felt a wave of relief. Her 4 maids had all been personally chosen and trained by Shen Xian and his wife. They were loyal and intelligent. Although they were still young and couldn't see through the complicated situation within the Shen family or the schemes of the second and third branches, they could at least sense that something was wrong. Before Shen Miao could speak, a young girl entered. She looked about 15 or 16 years old. She wore a pale pink jacket embroidered with chrysanthemums and a moon-white pleated Rui skirt. Her hair was styled in an elegant tousled bun. With her fair complexion and delicate features, she carried herself with the refined grace of a well-educated young lady. The moment she saw Shen Miao, she hurried to the bedside and said anxiously, "Fifth sister, are you feeling better? I've been so worried ever since I heard you fell into the water. The servants at Yujiu Garden said you needed complete rest, so I didn't dare disturb you. I only came today after hearing that you'd finally woken up." Shen Miao quietly studied the girl before her. This was Shen Yu, the legitimate daughter of the Shen family's third branch. Among the Shen family's 3 legitimate daughters, Shen Qing was known for her bold and lively personality, while Shen Yu was praised for her literary talent. Only Shen Miao was considered dull, timid, and lacking in accomplishments. Outsiders described her as chaste and virtuous, but everyone knew those words were merely polite praise. She possessed no outstanding qualities and was regarded as the least presentable daughter of the Shen family. Before her marriage in her previous life, Shen Miao had been closest to Shen Yu. Gentle and considerate, Shen Yu often offered her advice. At the time, Shen Miao had been too naive to tell whether that advice was good or bad. She had only been grateful that her cousin cared enough to guide her. This visit was most likely to plead on Shen Qing's behalf. "Sure enough," Shen Yu said, "Fifth sister, eldest sister only acted impulsively in the heat of the moment. What's done is done. Could you find it in your heart to forgive her this once? She's been filled with regret ever since she heard about your fever. Once you've recovered, could you let this matter go? She never intended to embarrass you in front of Prince Ding." Bringing up Prince Ding was the worst thing she could have said. Everyone knew he was Shen Miao's greatest weakness. Shen Miao could endure any slight against herself, but when it came to Prince Ding, she would never back down. Had Shen Yu not mentioned him, Shen Miao might have let the matter pass. By deliberately bringing him up, Shen Yu was clearly trying to provoke conflict between Shen Miao and Shen Qing. The exact same thing had happened in her previous life. Not long after she woke up, Shen Yu had rushed over to plead for Shen Qing. Enraged, the usually meek Shen Miao insisted that Shen Qing had deliberately pushed her into the water because of Prince Ding. Shen Qing denied everything, and with no witnesses to support Shen Miao's claim, the matriarch, already partial to the second and third branches, rebuked Shen Miao for lacking proper conduct at such a young age and falsely accusing her elder sister. As punishment, she was confined to her quarters. Later, news of the incident spread throughout the Imperial Academy, turning Shen Miao into a laughingstock among her classmates. Humiliated, she stopped attending altogether. From then on, she gradually disappeared from the social circles of the noble young ladies in the capital. Looking back now, she realized how narrow her world had been. Everything she knew had been shaped by the people within the general's residence. She believed herself gentle and virtuous, never realizing that others saw her as weak and ignorant. She thought openly admiring Prince Ding was brave and sincere, unaware that outsiders viewed her behavior as shameless. Those carefully planted ideas had ruined her reputation from an early age. Even after successfully marrying Fu Xiu Yi, society still considered her unworthy of her position. Whenever she was compared with Mei Foreign, people would only call her foolish and ignorant. How absurdly foolish she had been. Shen Yu gently patted Shen Miao's shoulder, the corners of her lips lifting into an almost imperceptible smile. She knew Shen Miao's temperament well. Merely mentioning Fu Xiu Yi should have provoked an immediate outburst. Yet after waiting for quite some time, there was still no reaction. Puzzled, Shen Yu looked up. She saw Shen Miao smiling at her. The girl's face was still pale, and her lips remained dry from illness, but her dark eyes shone like black grapes. Shen Miao's eyes had always been her finest feature. They were large, almond-shaped, and innocent, as timid as a newborn puppy's. Yet her usual dull expression had hidden their beauty. Now those same almond-shaped eyes remained just as round, but the gaze within them had completely changed. Cold. Calm. Not vacant at all. Instead, it was the gaze of someone looking down from above. Shen Yu shivered. For no reason she could explain, an overwhelming sense of fear washed over her. It felt as though she were no longer facing a foolish, naive girl, but someone who stood far above her in status. Why would she feel that way? Of course, she had no way of knowing that the Shen Miao before her was no longer the same person. This Shen Miao had endured struggles for the throne, wars, battles within the imperial harem, the loss of her children, and the destruction of her entire clan. She had once been Empress Shen of Mingqi, the supreme ruler of the imperial harem. Shen Yu remained frozen in place until Shen Miao rubbed her forehead and said softly, "Second sister, you're making too much of it. This matter has nothing to do with eldest sister. I fell into the water myself." Fifth sister. Shen Yu had never expected such an answer. She stared blankly for a moment before shaking her head. Fifth sister, you don't have to force yourself to endure this. Why would I force myself? Shen Miao interrupted with a smile. It's only a trivial matter. I'm still feeling dizzy and would like to rest a little longer. If there's anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow at grandmother's place. With Shen Miao putting it so plainly, Shen Yu had nothing more to say. Although she found Shen Miao's unusual indifference puzzling, she assumed Shen Miao was simply too embarrassed after what had happened in front of Fu Xiu Yi. After exchanging a few more polite words, Shen Yu finally left. As soon as she was gone, Gu muttered, "Our young lady was pushed into the water and nearly lost her life, yet she came here just to plead for eldest sister." That's one thing, but she didn't sound sincere at all. Her words subtly implied that Shen Yu had ulterior motives. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. Shen Miao smiled faintly. She probably wants to be that fisherman. Gu was delighted that Shen Miao had finally begun to see through Shen Yu, though she didn't fully understand what her mistress meant. Looking up, she saw Shen Miao's usually sweet face covered in an icy calm. It carried an indescribable dignity that naturally inspired respect. Shen Miao lowered her gaze to her fingertips. Why had Shen Qing pushed her into the water? Because she had once innocently said, "When father returns victorious at the end of the year, I'll ask him to arrange my marriage to Prince Ding." She had spoken without reservation, believing it was only family gathered together. Shen Xian was one of the empire's highest-ranking generals. If he wished to arrange his daughter's marriage, it was by no means impossible. And why had Shen Yu tried so hard to drive a wedge between her and Shen Qing? The answer was simple. Shen Yu also admired Prince Ding. Only at the moment of her death in her previous life had Shen Yu and Shen Qing admitted that they had both loved Fu Xiu Yi for years. Looking back now, the signs had already been there. Since both sisters were hopelessly devoted to Fu Xiu Yi, wouldn't it be a shame not to help them fulfill their wish in this lifetime? She would certainly grant them exactly what they desired. As for the blood debt owed by the second and third branches of the Shen family, the repayment would begin now. Author's note. The difference between Empress Shen and Erwin is their approach. Erwin is more restrained, patiently waiting until the perfect moment before striking her enemies. Empress Shen, on the other hand, is far more ruthless. She prefers to crush her enemies before they ever have a chance to grow. The Empress is, quite literally, a baby-faced sadist. Chapter 4. In early autumn, wild geese from the northern lands flew in a long line across the distant sky, making their way toward the warmer southern regions. In the courtyard, the lush greenery of summer had begun to fade, and even the colorful fish in the pond seemed lonelier than usual. A young girl's jet-black hair was arranged in a strand deer bun, adorned with an exquisite coral hairpin. She wore a deep red embroidered dress decorated with double clouds and flying geese, its elegant cut accentuating her delicate figure. Bailu gently draped a brocade cloak over Shen Miao's shoulders and said, "Young miss, your illness hasn't fully healed yet. Be careful not to catch a chill." Shen Miao shook her head. She was still petite, shorter than Shen Yu and Shen Qing, with a round face and a timid expression that made her seem even younger than her 11 or 12 years. But today was different. Watching from the side, Shuangjiang felt an inexplicable sense that something had changed. The girl's fair complexion and slender frame still made her look small and fragile, yet there wasn't the slightest trace of a smile on her face today. It wasn't coldness, nor was it the vacant foolishness she had shown before. Instead, there was only quiet indifference as she gazed into the sky with an almost nostalgic look. She stood exactly as she always had, yet somehow carried an air of dignity and grace, as though she had awakened overnight with the bearing of true nobility. Shuangjiang shook her head, trying to dismiss the absurd thought, then smiled at Shen Miao. "Young miss, what are you looking at?" Since breakfast, Shen Miao had stood silently in the courtyard, lost in thought as she watched the sky. "I was wondering whether these geese, flying from north to south, also pass over the deserts of the northwest," Shen Miao murmured. The northwestern deserts. That was where Shen Xian was stationed, together with Lady Shen and her eldest brother. In the letter they had sent the previous month, they mentioned that while the capital had only begun to feel the chill of autumn, snow had already started falling across the barren northwest. "Young miss must be missing the master and madam," Shuangjiang said with a smile. "When master returns at the end of the year and sees how much you've grown, he'll be overjoyed." Shen Miao smiled faintly, though bitterness lingered at the corners of her lips. The great general, who could only return to the capital once each year, would first be greeted by the scandal of his shameless daughter throwing herself at a man and even threatening suicide to force a marriage. How could he possibly be overjoyed? And the man she had once been so desperate to marry had merely wanted to exploit the Shen family's military power in the struggle for the throne. The battle for succession had always been a murky affair, and the Shen family had never wished to become involved. Yet, because of her blind devotion, they had been dragged into it anyway, leading to their tragic destruction. Shen Miao slowly closed her eyes. In only half a year, everything had changed. Ever since her coming-of-age ceremony, her marriage had become a weapon for the East Courtyard to use against her. It was as though they had shed their disguises, revealing themselves like beasts as they steadily drove her into a dead end with no escape. "Young miss? Young miss?" Bailu called softly, noticing the strange expression on her mistress's face and the white-knuckled grip she had on her cloak. Shen Miao returned to her senses just as Guyu hurried over. "Young miss, someone from the Hall of Glory and Scenery has come to hurry us along." The Hall of Glory and Scenery was old Madame Shen's residence. Early that morning, the old madam had already sent a maid to inquire after Shen Miao's health, saying that once she recovered, she should come and pay her respects. But whether it was truly a visit of respect or simply an interrogation, everyone knew the answer. Shen Miao smiled faintly, adjusted her cloak, and said, "Let's go." Within the Shen mansion, the East Courtyard and the West Courtyard were as different as black and white. When old General Shen was still alive, he had often practiced swordsmanship and martial arts in an open courtyard in the West Courtyard. After his death, while Shen Gui and Shen Wan pursued careers as civil officials, only Shen Xian inherited the old general's military legacy. The West Courtyard, together with that practice yard, was therefore given to him. The East Courtyard was much larger, housing the families of the eldest and second branches, as well as old Madame Shen. Compared to the East Courtyard, however, the West Courtyard was remote. Even sunlight barely reached it, receiving less than half as much as the East Courtyard. By all appearances, there was little worth admiring. Yet Shen Xian had always been delighted with it, treating the empty practice yard as though he had gained a priceless treasure. Both he and his wife came from military families, and their tastes were equally straightforward. White walls, black roof tiles, and plain furnishings suited them perfectly. It was nothing like the refined elegance displayed throughout the East Courtyard. Shen Miao had once disliked living in the West Courtyard. She envied the polished sophistication of those in the East Courtyard and secretly resented Shen Xian because of it. Looking back now, she could only mock her own ignorance. In her previous life, Shen Miao had once believed old Madame Shen embodied true nobility. Even in old age, she had seemed graceful and dignified. Now, Shen Miao found the thought almost laughable. Old General Shen's first wife, Shen Xian's mother, had been born into an eminent noble family, a genuine aristocratic lady. Sadly, she died of illness while still in middle age. Later, during a military campaign, old General Shen rescued a songstress from a group of ruffians. With nowhere else to go, the woman begged to become his concubine. She later gave birth to Shen Gui and Shen Wan before eventually being elevated to the position of his official wife. The former songstress had risen from obscurity to become Madame Shen and, eventually, old Madame Shen. Her status had changed. Her reputation had changed. But the petty vulgarity born from her humble origins had never disappeared. Shen Miao clearly remembered how, in her previous life, old Madame Shen had forced her to marry the crippled Prince of Yuzhou, all to pave the way for Shen Qing. She studied the old woman before her. Old Madame Shen had indeed been beautiful in her youth, with a delicate pointed face and large, bright eyes. But age had withered her features into a gaunt triangular face, while her eyes bulged unnaturally from their sockets. Even so, she stubbornly refused to accept the passage of time, painting her lips with glaringly bright rouge. How utterly lacking in dignity! With the discerning eyes she had gained as Empress in her previous life, Shen Miao silently judged the woman before respectfully lowering her head. "I've taken my medicine and am feeling much better now. Thank you for your concern, grandmother." The very next moment, old Madame Shen's shrill voice rang through the hall. "Ungrateful girl! Kneel at once." Chapter 5. Unfilial girl! Kneel at once. At old Madame Shen's command, Shen Miao didn't move. Everyone present stared at her in astonishment. Shen Xian was often away on military campaigns, and Shen Miao had grown up under old Madame Shen's strict discipline. She had always been timid and submissive, never daring to disobey the matriarch. Yet today, she refused to kneel? Could it really be that anything involving Prince Ding gave her such courage? "Grandmother," Shen Miao said calmly, "fifth daughter doesn't know what wrong she has committed." "Has fifth sister become delirious from her fever?" Shen Yu spoke first, her face full of anxious concern. "Grandmother is only angry for the moment. She doesn't truly intend to punish you. If you simply admit your mistake, everything can be resolved. Why insist on being so stubborn?" With just a few words, she neatly labeled Shen Miao as someone who refused to admit her faults and disrespected her elders. Outrageous! This is sheer rebellion. Old Madame Shen sat bolt upright in fury, her voice rising sharply. Shen Yuanbai, who had been happily eating steamed milk custard, was so frightened that he dropped his pastry and burst into tears. "Seventh young master, don't cry." Renwan hurried over to comfort her youngest son before turning a reproachful look toward Shen Miao. "Fifth daughter, have you lost your mind? Who taught you to answer back to your elders?" Shen Miao looked at Renwan. The second madam was plump and rosy-cheeked, dressed in a pine blue Nanjing brocade gown embroidered with coiled thread patterns. With her ever-present smile and fair, pleasant appearance, she looked every bit the kind and benevolent mistress of the household. As the person who managed the family's affairs, She was respected throughout Shen Mansion for her fairness and impartiality, the perfect daughter-in-law in everyone's eyes. Shen Miao had believed the same once, until after her marriage. Although Shen Xian had prepared nearly half the family's fortune as her dowry, by the time she arrived at Prince Ding's residence, almost all of it had disappeared. Why? Because Renwanen had kept it. She had quietly taken every valuable item, transferred ownership of the shops, and pocketed the wealth. Shen Xian had been away from the capital, while Shen Miao, foolishly infatuated with Prince Ding, had married into his household with an embarrassingly meager dowry. She suffered endless ridicule there because of it. All thanks to this fair and impartial second aunt. Second aunt, Shen Miao asked softly, do you also believe fifth daughter has done something wrong? Yet I truly don't know what I did. Fool. Old Madame Shen could no longer restrain herself and burst into curses. At your age, you have no sense of shame. Sneaking around to peep at Prince Ding and disgracing the entire Shen family. And now you dare talk back to me? Who taught you such manners? You're utterly unfit to associate with respectable people. Shen Miao sighed inwardly. Old Madame Shen usually carried herself with the dignity expected of a noble matriarch, but the moment she opened her mouth, her humble origins as a singing girl became painfully obvious. What proper lady of a distinguished household would curse so crudely? It was language more suited to the women of the pleasure houses. In her previous life, Shen Miao had never noticed. But after serving as Empress, merely listening to old Madame Shen now felt beneath her dignity. Peeping at Prince Ding? Shen Miao tilted her head in apparent confusion. Shen, you couldn't help speaking again. Fifth sister, although we all know you admire Prince Ding, falling into the water while secretly watching him has brought shame upon our family. Prince Ding must surely be displeased. You should find an opportunity to apologize to him. Admire Prince Ding. Apologize to him. What young woman would willingly embarrass herself before the man she loved? In her previous life, Shen Yu had said those exact same words. Old Madame Shen had immediately agreed, and Shen Miao, humiliated, had stubbornly refused. As a result, she had been confined to her courtyard. In the end, everything became her fault. Her shameless infatuation with Prince Ding had disgraced the Shen family. Shen Yu appeared gentle and refined, yet her schemes ran deep. Shen Miao couldn't help looking at her. The moment Shen Yu finished speaking, she noticed Shen Miao's gaze. Those dark, grape-like eyes were unusually clear, as though they carried some hidden meaning. For an instant, Shen Yu froze. Then Shen Miao spoke calmly. Second sister, what nonsense about admiring Prince Ding. Such words must never be spoken carelessly. I am already of marriageable age. Rumors like that would damage my reputation. Shen Yu was stunned. Everyone in the capital's noble circles knew Shen Miao was infatuated with Prince Ding. Although she had never openly confessed it, her actions had made her feelings obvious. Why was she denying it now? With a smile, Shen Yu said, Fifth sister, we're all family. There's nothing wrong with. Second sister. Shen Miao suddenly raised her voice, cutting her off. Please be careful with your words. Disaster comes from the mouth. Prince Ding is a member of the imperial family. As daughters of a noble household, we must be cautious in both speech and conduct. I was young and foolish before, and perhaps I behaved in ways that invited misunderstanding. But what happened the other day has taught me a lesson. From now on, I will be more mindful of my words and actions. Please don't say such things again. Her words left everyone speechless. Not only Shen Yu, but even old Madame Shen and the others stared at her in disbelief. Shen Miao had always been timid and obedient, never even speaking loudly. When had she ever become so forceful? Chen Ruachio's eyes flickered. Shen Yu was still young and lacked her mother's experience. Although Chen Ruachio came from a scholarly family, she was by no means foolish. Proud by nature and unwilling to see her daughter lose face, she smiled gently and interjected. Whether you admire Prince Ding or not, fifth niece, only you truly know. No one can completely understand a young girl's heart. But as your aunt, I must advise you that your second sister is right. Prince Ding holds an exalted status. No matter what happened, you should personally apologize to him. Exactly, old Madame Shen said after recovering herself. Tomorrow, send a calling card to Prince Ding's residence and go apologize in person. Shen Miao almost laughed. Perhaps such words could deceive the foolish girl she had once been. But now, she was the legitimate daughter of a military family. Why should someone of her status personally visit a prince's residence to apologize? Doing so would only humiliate Shen Xian. By tomorrow, the entire capital would have another scandal to gossip about. She finally understood. Old Madame Shen simply hated the main branch descended from Shen Xian's first wife. She wanted nothing more than to see them make fools of themselves every day, hoping they would collapse completely as soon as possible. With Shen Xian and his wife absent from the capital, Shen Miao had become the perfect target. But did they really think things would always go their way? Shen Miao smiled faintly and looked toward Shen Qing, who had remained silent all this time. Eldest sister, when I fell into the water that day, you were the only one beside me. Shen Qing raised her head and nodded calmly. She had already made up her mind. Surely Shen Miao intended to accuse her of pushing her into the pond. But Shen Qing wasn't afraid. The Shen family was now controlled by old Madame Shen and Ren Wanan. Although Shen Miao carried the title of a young lady, in reality she was nothing more than a neglected daughter of the main branch. As long as Shen Qing firmly denied everything, old Madame Shen and Ren Wanan would naturally support her. Then Shen Miao would be exposed as a liar, earn old Madame Shen's disgust, and perhaps even be severely punished. Served her right. How dare such a vulgar, ignorant girl compete with her for Prince Ding? If only she had drowned that day. Eldest sister, Shen Miao asked instead, did you also see Prince Ding that day? I did, Shen Qing answered. Then that explains everything. Shen Miao shook her head. That day, eldest sister and I were simply playing beside the pond when I accidentally fell into the water. It just so happened that Prince Ding was passing by Shen Mansion to collect a painting from second uncle after losing a wager over chess. If I had truly gone there to secretly watch Prince Ding, how could I possibly have known he would come? The servants of second uncle's and third uncle's courtyards have no reason to report such matters to the inner residents. How could I have known Prince Ding would suddenly visit Shen Mansion for a painting? Unless I could predict the future. Or perhaps, she paused meaningfully. Prince Ding had sent word ahead that he would be coming. Shen Qing frowned, unable to understand what Shen Miao meant. She was about to refute her when Ren Wanan suddenly interrupted. Eldest miss. There was unmistakable panic in her voice. Shen Miao glanced at Ren Wanyan's pale face, then at Chen Ruochio's suddenly tense expression, and smiled faintly. Just as she thought. There were plenty of clever people in this mansion. How could they fail to understand her implication? Fu Xiu Yi had come to Shen Mansion that day simply because he happened to remember a wager he had made with Shen Gui over a game of chess, and had stopped by to collect the promised painting. But if Shen Miao implied that Prince Ding had sent advance notice of his visit, the emperor already despised officials who became too close to the imperial princes. If such an invitation really existed, what could it possibly have been for? Discussing the future crown prince? The capital was full of hidden eyes and ears. Who knew whether there were imperial spies inside Shen Mansion? Some things could never be spoken aloud. With a single sentence, Shen Miao had transformed a matter of a young lady's reputation into a question of a minister's loyalty. Shen Xian was stationed in the northwest and would remain unaffected. But Shen Gui and Shen Wan still served in the capital. This was something Shen Yu and Shen Qing couldn't understand. Ren Wanyun and Chen Ruochio, however, certainly could. Shen Miao sneered inwardly. If they wanted to trample on her reputation, then she would wager the heads of Shen Gui and Shen Wan in return. Did her second aunt and third aunt understand? Were they willing? Did they dare? Chapter 6. Shen Qing looked at her mother in confusion. Though reluctant, she obediently kept her mouth shut. Shen Yu also didn't understand what was wrong with Shen Miao's words, but seeing Chen Ruoqiu's anxious expression, she sensed that something was amiss. She stood quietly in place and said nothing more. Old Madame Shen frowned. Although she had spent many years with old General Shen, she knew little of the intricacies of officialdom. Her world had always been limited to the inner household, so how could she understand the implications hidden within Shen Miao's words? All she felt was that Shen Miao had taken leave of her senses today, repeatedly contradicting her and challenging her authority as the head of the household. She was just about to lose her temper. Xiao Wu's words make perfect sense. Renwan interrupted with a smile before old Madame Shen could scold her. It was all just a misunderstanding. How could something that happened in the front hall have been deliberately spread to the inner courtyard? It was simply an unfortunate coincidence. Prince Ding is broad-minded and certainly wouldn't hold a child's thoughtless actions against her. It was all a misunderstanding. Poor Xiao Wu fell into the pond and suffered such a fright. She must have felt terribly wronged. Old Madame Shen opened her mouth, displeased that her second daughter-in-law had interrupted her. However, Renwanin came from one of Mingqi's most prominent merchant families, and much of the Shen family's daily expenses were supplemented by her dowry. Though irritated, old Madame Shen didn't wish to offend her. She merely snorted and held back her anger. Chen Ruoqiu also realized the significance of the situation and quickly followed Renwanin's lead. Exactly. Wujia, Qingjia, don't mention what was said earlier ever again. Xiao Wu simply fell into the pond by accident, and Prince Ding happened to witness it. Coincidences happen all the time. She turned to Shen Miao with a gentle smile. Xiao Wu, old madam only scolded you because she cares about you. She isn't truly angry. Shen Miao looked at the woman before her. Shen Yu resembled Chen Ruoqiu in both appearance and temperament. Born into a distinguished scholarly family, Chen Ruoqiu possessed delicate, graceful features. Every movement and every word carried an air of elegance, beautiful without ever seeming frivolous. She appeared gentle and easy to get along with. But who could have imagined what would happen later? Years later, when the Xiongnu envoys requested a marriage alliance, the only princess of suitable age in the imperial palace was Wan Yu. Chen Ruoqiu had said that Shen Yu was older, that such a marriage was her destiny, and she volunteered for Shen Yu to marry into the Xiongnu. Since Shen Yu wasn't a princess, Fu Xiu Yi granted her the title of Princess Yueru to legitimize the alliance. Yet in the end, it was Wan Yu who was sent away. Wan Yu died before she even reached the Xiongnu lands. Princess Yueru then moved into Wan Yu's princess hall, smoothly inheriting everything that had once belonged to Wan Yu. For Wan Yu, she hadn't even reached 16. Shen Miao slowly closed her eyes. If Chen Ruoqiu claimed she had played no part in it, even she herself probably wouldn't believe such a lie. Most likely, Chen Ruoqiu and Mei Foren had long ago reached an agreement. They had deliberately allowed Shen Miao to believe there was still hope, only to crush that hope at the very end. Chen Ruoqiu's smile froze. The young girl standing opposite her had a round face, round eyes, and a small round nose. Coupled with her timid manner, she had always given people the impression of being simple-minded. But now, that timidness had vanished without anyone noticing. In its place was a composed dignity, as though nobility had always been part of her nature. There was even a faint sense of aloofness about her. For a fleeting moment, Chen Ruoqiu suddenly felt that the girl before her was no longer the foolish, timid eldest daughter of the first branch, but someone of truly exalted status. The restrained sharpness in Shen Miao's bearing sent an involuntary chill down her spine. The very next moment, Shen Miao smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. I understand. Third Aunt also believes now that little fifth wasn't at fault, doesn't she? Chen Ruoqiu was startled. She glanced at old Madame Shen, whose expression had grown noticeably darker, before forcing a smile. Even so, little fifth was still far too careless to fall into the pond. Just how are the maids serving you looking after their mistress? Since eldest brother and sister-in-law aren't at home, have the servants become so bold that they dare neglect their master? In my opinion, those maids should all be replaced. Ren Wanyan let out a soft chuckle. Chen Ruoqiu shot her an irritated glance, only to receive a knowing smile in return. Her sister-in-law always appeared refined and reasonable, but she was calculating to the core. Such words might deceive someone as naive as Shen Miao. She clearly wanted to replace everyone around Shen Miao. Now that Shen Yu had reached marriageable age, Shen Miao's reputation for being foolish and timid had spread throughout the capital. Yet regardless of her reputation, Shen Miao's status still surpassed Shen Yu's. After all, Shen Xian still commanded military power. The third branch was obviously beginning to grow impatient. Shen Miao lowered her head. Why does Third Aunt want to replace Yu and the others? Father and mother personally left them with little fifth. So many people in the West Courtyard have already been replaced recently. Little fifth doesn't even recognize the new second-rank maids who arrived the other day. If Yu and the others are replaced as well, little fifth won't even know who to talk to in the West Courtyard anymore. Ren Wanyan's smile immediately stiffened. With Shen Xian and his wife absent from the capital for long periods, nearly every maid and servant in the West Courtyard had been replaced. Some had been sent by old Madame Shen. Some belonged to the second branch. Others belonged to the third branch. However, since the second branch managed the household, naturally most of them answered to Ren Wanyan. Such matters were acceptable so long as no one spoke of them. But if word spread outside that the eldest branch's legitimate daughter didn't even recognize the servants in her own courtyard, how would the second and third branches explain themselves? No matter what excuse they gave, sisters-in-law had no business interfering in the affairs of the eldest branch. Thinking quickly, Ren Wanyan shot Chen Ruoqiu a meaningful glance before smiling warmly at Shen Miao. Your third aunt was only joking with you. Yu and the others were merely a little careless. Our Shen family has always been kind-hearted. We would never do something so heartless. Don't worry, little fifth. Even as she reassured Shen Miao, the last part of her words subtly mocked Chen Ruoqiu. Shen Yuanbai looked first at his mother, then at Chen Ruoqiu, before letting out a loud yawn. Already tired of the verbal sparring between her second and third daughters-in-law, old Madame Shen impatiently waved her hand. Enough. They're only trivial matters. Second daughter-in-law, bring seventh young master over here. The rest of you may leave. All this noise is giving me a headache. Ren Wanyan immediately carried Shen Yuanbai over to old Madame Shen's couch. Mother, we'll take our leave now. Seventh young master, be good and keep old Madame company. Chen Ruoqiu glanced at Shen Yuanbai, then rested a hand lightly on her abdomen as she slowly walked out of the Hall of Glory and Scenery. The second branch had a son, and, because of him, they enjoyed old Madame Shen's favor. What did her own talents matter? Shen Yu was, after all, only a daughter. If only she had borne a son. Sooner or later, the first branch's assets would become the object of contention. If she had a son, she could at least compete on equal footing instead of watching the second branch reap all the benefits. And besides, the first branch still had a legitimate son. Although he was currently at the border with Shen Xian, who could say whether he would one day return to claim his share? Lost in thought, Chen Ruoqiu looked up. Her gaze settled on the group walking toward the West Courtyard. The young girl wore a deep crimson brocade dress. She had always preferred bright, youthful colors. Without her parents nearby to guide her, her clothing often appeared somewhat gaudy. Yet today, the rich crimson only emphasized her fair complexion. Her features were unchanged, but there was now a quiet solemnity about her. Even a trace of authority. Guy whispered, "Miss, you haven't fully recovered yet. Why are you in such a hurry to go to the Hall of Extensive Learning? We've already explained your condition. Your lessons can wait." "Perhaps." "No." Shen Miao cut her off. "Prepare the carriage immediately." Her voice wasn't loud, nor was it harsh. Yet Guyu inexplicably shivered and didn't dare ask another question. Chapter 7. The Hall of Extensive Learning was the academy of the fixed capital. The nobles and officials of Mingqi often sent their sons and daughters to study at the Hall of Extensive Learning. Its instructors were renowned scholars and celebrated talents from across the land. For the young heirs of distinguished families, gaining admission to the hall was a mark of honor. Shen Miao studied there as well. Unfortunately, both Shen Xian and his wife came from military aristocratic families, and Shen Qiu, her eldest brother, got a headache at the mere thought of studying. Shen Miao had been raised by old Madame Shen since childhood, but old Madame Shen had once been a songstress who could not even recognize a single written character. Shen Miao's early education was entrusted to Qin Ruoqiu, the Shen family's third madam. Although Qin Ruoqiu came from a scholarly aristocratic family, the books she used to teach Shen Miao were obscure and difficult. Children naturally preferred playing to studying, and after enduring those lessons time and again, Shen Miao gradually developed a deep dislike for reading and writing. Seeing that Shen Miao disliked studying, Qin Ruoqiu never forced her. Instead, she encouraged her to focus on beautiful clothes, fine food, and luxurious living, raising her as a pampered young lady. Later, when Shen Miao came of age and entered the Hall of Extensive Learning, she could not keep up with her lessons at all. She performed worse than even the first-year students and eventually ranked at the very bottom of the class. Over time, she grew to hate studying even more and became infamous throughout the fixed capital for her ignorance and foolishness. Among the Shen family's 3 legitimate daughters, Shen Yu was the most renowned for her talents, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Although Shen Qing was not quite as exceptional, she was still highly accomplished, especially in embroidery and bookkeeping. Since a future mistress of a household was expected to manage accounts well, her bookkeeping skills earned her considerable praise. The more outstanding Shen Yu and Shen Qing became, the more Shen Miao appeared utterly talentless, even inferior to Shen Dongling, the eldest branch's illegitimate daughter. Inside the carriage, Jingzhe asked, "Miss, why aren't you riding with eldest miss and second miss anymore?" Normally, Shen Miao always shared a carriage with Shen Yu and Shen Qing. With her sisters beside her, she felt less timid, while Shen Yu and Shen Qing likely enjoyed having such a foolish younger sister to make themselves appear even more accomplished. But now, Shen Miao no longer wanted to keep up the pretense. "We've never truly lived under the same roof, and our paths have always been different. Why should we travel together?" Jingzhe stuck out her tongue, unable to understand. Her young mistress's words were becoming harder and harder to follow, but she felt it was a good change. Shen Miao had always been too timid, allowing the second and third branches to dictate everything. Yet after nearly drowning once, she seemed to have found a will of her own. That was how it should be. As the legitimate daughter of the eldest branch, her status was no lower than anyone else's. Why should she behave like a servant? In another carriage, Shen Yu lifted the curtains slightly and glanced behind them. "Eldest sister, fifth sister is following behind us. She's deliberately throwing a tantrum," Shen Qing sneered. She never bothered hiding her contempt for Shen Miao in front of Shen Yu. "Let her. The one who'll end up embarrassing herself isn't me," Shen Yu said worriedly, "but she's only just recovered from catching a chill and with everything that happened involving Prince Ding." Shen Qing interrupted. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Stop pretending to be the kind one. If you really cared about her, why don't you ride in her carriage instead of talking to me about it? Shen Yu bit her lip, lowered her head, and said nothing more. After traveling for nearly half an hour, the carriages finally arrived at the Hall of Extensive Learning. It was still early, and the instructor had not yet begun the lesson. Most of the second-year students had already arrived and were chatting inside the classroom. As soon as Shen Yu and Shen Qing entered, the other young ladies warmly gathered around them. Within the Hall of Extensive Learning, Shen Yu was recognized as the most talented among the noble daughters. Beautiful, modest, and gentle, she naturally enjoyed widespread admiration. Shen Qing, though not as gifted academically, was capable and tactful, making her equally popular among the aristocratic families. A girl dressed in pink asked, Yunyang, why isn't Shen Miao here today? Normally, Shen Miao followed Shen Yu and Shen Qing everywhere like a little attendant, so her absence was unusual. She's probably too ashamed to show her face, another girl said. Though she had delicate features, her voice was loud and her expression full of mockery. I heard she fell into the water while trying to sneak a look at Prince Ding. Has she still not recovered from her illness, or is she simply too embarrassed to come? Palon, it wasn't like that, Shen Yu said, shaking her head. You're always defending your sister, Palon replied. Someone as foolish as her hardly seems like she belongs to the Shen family, yet you still protect her at every turn. But she certainly surprised everyone. Usually she's so timid and meek, yet when it comes to Prince Ding, she's unexpectedly bold. Anyone would think she was raised in some lowly household with no sense of propriety. Her words were harsh, and Shen Qing merely smiled. Our fifth sister was only being childish for a moment. I think it's because General Shen and his wife weren't around to raise her properly, another girl said. She wore her hair in a fallen horse bun. Without proper discipline, it's only natural that she lacks the manners expected of a young lady. Kai Xian, that's not fair, Shen Yu said gently. Although my uncle and aunt are away from the fixed capital, fifth sister was raised by grandmother. My mother and second aunt have also taught her diligently. She has never been neglected. The meaning behind her words was unmistakable. Shen Miao's shamelessness was simply part of her nature. As expected, Palon immediately seized upon Shen Yu's remark. How strange. You, Qingniang, and Shen Miao all grew up in the same household, yet the difference between you is like heaven and earth. Just as the saying goes, you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. She burst into laughter, and the noble young ladies around her laughed along. Even several of the young men nearby could not help glancing over. Then someone suddenly exclaimed, Look, Shen Miao is here. Everyone turned toward the entrance, eager to watch the spectacle. A young girl slowly walked into the classroom. She wore a deep crimson silk gown embroidered with twin clouds and wild geese, with a dark blue satin cloak draped over her shoulders. The colors were far too mature for someone her age. Combined with Shen Miao's soft, youthful features, she looked almost like a child wearing an elder's clothing. Her pace was steady and unhurried, the hem of her skirt barely moving. Every step was light, yet somehow carried an invisible weight. She exuded quiet dignity. Her chin was slightly raised, her expression calm and unreadable. Those eyes, once as innocent as a puppy's, now resembled deep, unfathomable pools that concealed a restrained power, like a fierce beast that had hidden away its claws. Her features were still gentle and pleasing, their soft roundness lending her a certain charm. Yet there was no trace of foolishness left upon her face. Although she had not yet fully grown into adulthood, her composed bearing suited her with surprising perfection. She no longer looked like a young maiden. Instead, she resembled one of those noble women who held great authority, or even the commanding head of a powerful household. The classroom gradually fell silent. Chapter 8. What was Shen Miao like? Ask any student at the Hall of Extensive Learning, whether from Class 1, Class 2, or Class 3, and they would all know the answer. She was stupid, timid, and forever pretending to be a virtuous, chaste young lady. Her appearance was ordinary, her temperament unremarkable, and she possessed no notable talents. Throughout the fixed capital, she was also infamous as a lovesick fool hopelessly infatuated with Prince Sting. So, if someone asked who the most outstanding young lady at the Hall of Extensive Learning was, everyone would answer Shen Yu without hesitation. But if they asked who the most pathetic one was, the answer would naturally be Shen Miao. Both were daughters of the Shen family, yet their reputations could not have been more different. Over time, everyone had grown accustomed to seeing Shen Miao trailing behind Shen Yu like a servant. So when Shen Miao suddenly stopped behaving like her usual self, it left everyone feeling strangely unsettled. Ipelon nudged Shen Yu and whispered, "Wen Yang, did your sister lose her mind after falling ill? Why does she seem like a completely different person today?" Shen Yu studied Shen Miao with equal confusion. Ever since waking after nearly drowning, Shen Miao's temperament had changed dramatically. Could Prince Sting's rejection have dealt her such a devastating blow? Just as she was about to speak, her close friend Jiang Kaixian interrupted. "Shen Miao, I heard you fell into the water." "What? Has your cold already recovered?" The question was openly humiliating. The old Shen Miao would have been flustered, casting helpless, pleading looks toward Shen Yu, hoping she would speak on her behalf. But today, she merely glanced coolly at Jiang Kaixian. "It has," she replied calmly. "Thank you for your concern." Jiang Kaixian froze. So did everyone else in the classroom. No one was used to Shen Miao speaking in such an indifferent tone. Jiang Kaixian found her attitude especially irritating and immediately retorted, "If your cold has recovered, shouldn't your first priority be apologizing to His Highness Prince Sting? Instead, you've come to the academy. Don't you think you've got your priorities backward?" Shen Miao took a slow breath. Not one of the young men or women around her intended to defend her. She had never had a true friend in the first place. Watching Shen Miao make a fool of herself was probably the only entertainment these noble youths found at the academy. Her gaze swept across the room, taking in their expressions before lingering briefly on Shen Qing's barely concealed delight. Just as she was about to respond, Shen Yu spoke first. "His Highness Prince Sting is broad-minded. He wouldn't hold such a small matter against Fifth Sister. Besides, her coming to the academy shows her eagerness to learn. That's a good thing." "A good thing." A nearby young man burst into laughter. He had secretly admired Shen Yu for years and had always despised Shen Miao, believing that Shen Miao's existence was Shen Yu's greatest disgrace. "Shen Yu, if you're going to defend your sister, at least come up with a better excuse." Eagerness to learn? She can't even recite the simplest passages taught in Class 1. That's ridiculous. Besides, his gaze swept mockingly over Shen Miao. Who's to say she didn't jump into the water on purpose? Isn't that how the plays always go? The maiden falls into the water, a hero rescues her, and she repays him by devoting herself to him. Unfortunately for her, she guessed the ending wrong. He laughed loudly at his own joke. As the leader of the group, his laughter immediately set off the others. The young men roared with amusement, while the noble young ladies gathered around Shen Yu covered their mouths and giggled. In an instant, ridicule surrounded Shen Miao from every direction. Every pair of eyes looking at her was filled with mockery. Words were the sharpest weapons. Scenes like this had played out countless times in her previous life. She had long grown accustomed to being belittled, insulted, and ridiculed. Eventually, she had stopped trying to change anyone's opinion of her. In the end, Shen Yu and Shen Qing had become close friends with all these noble sons and daughters, while she herself had drifted farther and farther from their circle. Back then, She had believed this was the greatest misfortune of her life. But compared with everything that happened afterward, what did these trivial humiliations amount to? These boys and girls were no older than her own Wan Yu and Fu Ming had been. They had become her enemies over nothing more than childish provocations. Were they truly her enemies? Of course not. They all came from wealthy and influential aristocratic families. Many belonged to powerful noble clans. And what had become of those great clans in her previous life? Every single one had been wiped out by the late emperor and Fu Xiu Yi, their entire bloodlines uprooted. Take Kai Lin, for example, the one mocking her now. He was the eldest son of the Kai family and currently held the court position of Chao Fengling. He had admired Shen Yu for many years. A few years later, however, the Kai family would be implicated in an embezzlement case. Their property would be confiscated, and Kai Lin himself would be exiled into military service. Most pitiful of all, after years of pursuing Shen Yu, she would desperately distance herself from him once his family fell. She was not truly opposed to these young men and women. Some of them were, in fact, standing on the same side as she was. It was only because the emperor had deliberately manipulated and divided the great aristocratic families that they had gradually become suspicious of one another, their alliances fragile and their resentments ever-growing. There was no need to turn potential allies into enemies. During her years as empress, Shen Miao had learned one lesson well. One should never create enemies over momentary emotions. It simply was not worth it. Kai Lin, how can you say such things about fifth sister? Shen Yu said after the laughter subsided. Fifth sister isn't that kind of person. Kai Lin, Shen Miao interrupted evenly, who told you that I fell into the water because I admired Prince Ding? Such direct words should have earned immediate ridicule. Yet Shen Miao's calm expression and completely indifferent tone left everyone momentarily stunned. Kai Lin was the tyrant of the academy. Ordinarily, Shen Miao would never have dared speak to him this way, much less question him with such quiet authority. For some reason, instead of flying into a rage, Kai Lin simply answered, "Isn't that what happened?" "I see," Shen Miao murmured softly. Then she smiled faintly and turned toward Shen Yu and Shen Qing. "Eldest sister, second sister, outsiders may not know the truth, but surely the two of you do. Why didn't either of you explain it for me?" Both Shen Yu and Shen Qing froze. They suddenly remembered their mother's warning before leaving home. Under no circumstances were they to say the wrong thing about Shen Miao's fall into the water. Shen Qing recovered first. "That's right. Stop spreading baseless rumors," she said quickly. "I was with fifth sister at the time. I saw everything with my own eyes." She slipped and fell into the water by accident. His Highness Prince Ding simply happened to witness it. It had nothing to do with admiration. Shen Qing spoke with such certainty that, although many people still harbored doubts, the atmosphere immediately eased. Only then did Shen Miao speak again. "Making accusations without witnessing something yourself, it seems the Hall of Extensive Learning should teach not only scholarship, but also proper conduct." She paused before continuing. "Besides, admiration is a beautiful thing in itself. Why speak of it as though it were something shameful? If I, Shen Miao, were to admire someone, I would do so openly and with dignity. His Highness Prince Ding is a member of the royal family. How could I dare harbor such aspirations? You have all misunderstood. It was impossible to change everyone's opinion overnight. After all, her infatuation with Fu Xiu Yi had been known throughout the capital. Even if she declared now that she no longer loved him, few would believe her. Still, she had to draw a clear line. Before her words had fully settled, a voice filled with admiration rang out. What a dignified way to speak of admiration. Chapter 9. A young man walked in from outside. He appeared to be in his early 20s. Dressed in a simple blue robe, he had upright, handsome features, though his build was somewhat slender, giving him the air of an open and honest gentleman. As he entered, he praised, "Well said." Admiration carries dignity and should not be mocked. While the Hall of Extensive Learning teaches academics, moral conduct must also be diligently cultivated. The students all fell silent. Shen Miao stared fixedly at the young man. Pei Lang, the arithmetic instructor at the Hall of Extensive Learning, was a man of both talent and virtue. He was the only teacher in the academy who had earned his position as a mere scholar. Gentle and patient, Scholar Pei was far more respected by the students than the stricter instructors. Even someone like Shen Miao, who had always struggled with her studies, had never been scolded by him. Instead, he would patiently explain the material to her again and again. If that were all, he would truly have been an outstanding teacher. His character and learning were both exceptional, a rarity indeed. Unfortunately, Shen Miao knew another side of him. He was Fu Xiu Yi's most trusted advisor, later appointed state preceptor after Fu Xiu Yi ascended the throne. As state preceptor, Pei Lang stood second only to the emperor, towering above all others in prestige. In that role, he performed his duties flawlessly. Shen Miao had once believed him to be wise and righteous. Yet when it came to deposing the crown prince, he had remained silent. Shen Miao and Pei Lang had once maintained a fairly cordial relationship. It had been Pei Lang who proposed sending Shen Miao to the Qin state as a hostage. He had said, "This is for the future of Mingqi. If your majesty can resolve his majesty's urgent crisis, the entire realm will rest beneath your benevolent grace, and the people will remain forever grateful." Yet when she returned to the palace 5 years later, there was already a Mei foreign in the harem, and those officials under Pei Lang who had once respected her now regarded her with guarded caution. When the crown prince was deposed, Shen Miao had even knelt before Pei Lang and begged him. As Fu Xiu Yi's closest confidant, if Pei Lang had spoken, Fu Xiu Yi would surely have listened. But Pei Lang had merely helped her to her feet and said, "Your Majesty, what His Majesty has decided is beyond this humble official's power to change." "Pei Lang," she had cried, clutching at him desperately. "Will you really stand by and watch the crown prince be deposed? You know this should never happen. This is the tide of the times, Your Majesty." Pei Lang had sighed. "Accept your fate. Accept your fate." How could anyone simply accept fate? If she had truly been given another chance at life, then resigning herself to fate would be the greatest tragedy of all. Shen Miao's gaze darkened as she looked at the young man before her. Noble and upright on the surface, yet indifferent to suffering. Gentle in manner, yet ruthless in action. As a servant of the state, Pei Lang was unquestionably a loyal minister. But as long as he stood on Fu Xiu Yi's side, then in this lifetime, they were destined to become mortal enemies. At this point in time, Fu Xiu Yi had probably not yet won Scholar Pei over. Should she cut off their connection before it began and draw Scholar Pei to her own side? Or should she eliminate the threat before it could ever grow? Scholar Pei set the book in his hand on the desk. His keen senses told him someone was watching him. Looking up, he met Shen Miao's unreadable eyes. She sat near the back of the classroom, yet maintained an unusually straight posture as she stared at him without blinking. There was something strange about her gaze. Scholar Pei Lang had the odd feeling that she was evaluating him, weighing his worth, measuring advantages and disadvantages. More than that, there seemed to be a trace of lofty judgment in her eyes, as though she were looking down on him with faint criticism. He paused for a moment, intending to examine her expression more closely, only to see the girl calmly lower her head and pick up her brush. Pei Lang smiled inwardly and shook his head. How could such a young girl possess such an imposing air? As for judgment and scrutiny, that was even more impossible. After all, Shen Miao was widely known as the most timid and dull-witted girl in the entire Hall of Extensive Learning. Straightening his teaching materials, he began the day's lesson. Most of the second-year students quickly became drowsy. Arithmetic was inherently dry, and no matter how skillfully Scholar Pei taught, these boys and girls of 14 and 15 were far too energetic to sit through such a lesson with full attention. Coupled with the crisp autumn weather, sleepiness came even more easily. Any other instructor would already have been waving a ruler and scolding the class. But Pei Lang was the gentlest teacher of them all. He never punished his students. As a result, everyone behaved most boldly during his lessons. Aside from Xin Qing, who consistently ranked first in arithmetic and listened attentively, nearly everyone else occupied themselves with other distractions. Today, however, Shen Miao was different. She sat perfectly upright, staring at Scholar Pei without so much as blinking, looking as though she were listening with complete concentration. It was unbelievable. She had always hated studying, especially arithmetic. The fact that she had not fallen asleep was already astonishing. Actually paying attention? That was nothing short of miraculous. Sitting beside her was a graceful young lady dressed in an embroidered chrysanthemum-patterned gown. Her expression was naturally proud and aloof. Seeing Shen Miao behave this way, she could not help stealing several curious glances at her, utterly baffled by her sudden diligence. But Shen Miao paid her no attention. In her previous life, she had never cared for arithmetic. However, after becoming empress, when her position had still been unstable, even managing the palace's daily expenses had required careful calculation. She had personally reduced expenditures throughout the palace, and after handling those accounts herself, she realized arithmetic was not difficult at all. From the enormous expenses of state ceremonies to the smallest records of the concubines' teacups and afternoon refreshments, she had examined every account personally. Compared to those, the exercises in these textbooks were child's play. What truly interested her was observing Pei Lang. She wanted to understand what kind of man he really was. Only then could she determine the best way to deal with him. Her unusual attentiveness naturally caught the attention of the girl beside her. It was not until the arithmetic lesson ended and Scholar Pei departed that Shen Miao finally withdrew her gaze. The girl nudged her with obvious astonishment. "Shen Miao, have you been possessed?" "Why would you say that?" Shen Miao asked. The girl before her was Feng Anning, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Ceremonies. The Feng family had once been one of the capital's most distinguished noble houses, and Feng Anning had grown up pampered and willful. But in Shen Miao's previous life, Lord Feng had supported the wrong faction. After the new emperor ascended the throne and stripped him of his office, the Feng family hurriedly married Feng Anning off to a distant cousin in hopes of protecting her. Yet after the family's downfall, her marriage proved no happier. That cousin was nothing but a handsome facade. Within a year of their marriage, he had taken a mistress who bore him a son, while constantly berating Feng Anning as nothing more than the Feng family's unwanted burden. Never one to endure such humiliation, Feng Anning had ultimately taken up a pair of scissors and perished together with the mistress in one final act of defiance. The past now felt like drifting smoke. Who could have imagined that this proud, spirited young girl before her would one day meet such a tragic end? To Shen Miao, the youths of the Hall of Extensive Learning were little different from Fu Ming and Wan Yu. It was difficult to truly become angry with them. Aside from hypocrites like Shen Qing and Xin Yu, most of them were simply spoiled children. In just over a decade, these pampered young nobles would all come to learn how merciless fate could be. Seeing Shen Miao remain silent, Feng Anning frowned. "Are you deliberately ignoring me?" "Shen Miao, you've suddenly become so hardworking. Could it be because of next month's verification? Your sister said you're hoping to stand out during the challenge so you can catch someone's attention." She was still just a young girl. After hearing Scholar Pei's earlier lecture, she now avoided openly mentioning Prince Ding by name. Verification. Shen Miao raised an eyebrow. Chapter 10. The verification at the Hall of Extensive Learning was held every October. Verification was an examination every student at the academy had to take. The most outstanding students would have the chance to display their talents, and more importantly, many renowned scholars and court officials attended to observe. Even the princes watched from the sidelines. If someone performed exceptionally well, they might earn an opportunity to enter official service. In short, showcasing one's abilities was always a way to stand out. Every year, the students gave it their all during verification, hoping to achieve a distinguished ranking. Among the second-year students, Shen Yu was the most accomplished in literature and the arts, always shining the brightest during verification. Although Shen Qing could not match Shen Yu's talent for poetry, she excelled in arithmetic and calligraphy, often earning top rankings in those subjects. As for Shen Miao, she consistently ranked at the very bottom. She had no talent for music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, nor did she understand arithmetic or policy debates. Every year, verification left her thoroughly humiliated. She struggled even to pass the basic examinations, let alone qualify for the talent showcase. In her previous life, verification had been what she feared most. She could only watch as Shen Yu and Shen Qing basked in glory on the stage, while the envy in her heart quietly grew. Looking back now, it all seemed like childish rivalry. After everything she had experienced, verification no longer mattered to her. She glanced at Feng Anning. Verification? I've never thought about competing for rankings. What's the point? I'll only end up fighting for last place. Feng Anning blinked in surprise. She had never expected Shen Miao to admit her poor results so openly. She studied Shen Miao carefully before asking, "Did that accident really affect you so much that it changed your personality?" Shen Miao seemed like an entirely different person overnight. Calm, composed, and dignified, she carried herself with a poise that far exceeded her years. Since they shared the same desk, Feng Anning noticed the change more clearly than anyone else. Yes. Shen Miao smiled faintly and said nothing more. Perhaps young people naturally respected those who appeared more mature. Without realizing it, Feng Anning found herself treating Shen Miao with a little more respect. After the arithmetic lesson, the students went to the garden outside the Hall of Extensive Learning to relax. The girls remained within the academy grounds, playing chess or discussing newly written poems, when the sudden neigh of a startled horse came from outside. What was that? Yi Peilon turned toward the sound. Let's go see what's happening, Jiang Kaixian said as she pulled Shen Yu along. Come on. Shen Miao had no interest in joining the crowd, but after taking a few steps, Feng Anning suddenly turned back. After a brief hesitation, she grabbed Shen Miao's hand. Come with us. Shen Miao was startled. Feng Anning had always looked down on her, let alone taken the initiative to treat her so warmly. Before she could figure out why, Feng Anning had already dragged her outside. By then, many students had gathered at the academy entrance after hearing the commotion. When they saw Feng Anning pulling Shen Miao along, they all looked surprised. A faint flicker crossed Shen Yu's eyes, but she said nothing. Shen Qing merely snorted with open disdain. Ever since she had learned that Shen Miao also admired Prince Ding, she could no longer even pretend to be polite. But what truly drew everyone's attention happened a moment later. Kai Lin squeezed through the crowd. The moment he spotted the figure outside, he cried out excitedly. Young Marquisia! Young Marquisia? Shen Miao looked toward the entrance. Outside the vermilion gates of the Hall of Extensive Learning stood a chestnut horse with a sleek, glossy coat. It was clearly a rare and priceless steed. It pawed proudly at the ground with its front hooves, its graceful bearing naturally attracting everyone's attention. Yet even that magnificent horse was overshadowed by the young man riding it. He sat tall in the saddle, dressed in a fitted black brocade robe embroidered with cloud patterns and draped in a deep purple sable cloak. A riding crop rested casually in his right hand. His features were striking, with sword-like brows, bright starry eyes, and a face of extraordinary handsomeness. The corners of his lips curved into a faint, careless smile, while his gaze remained cold and detached. At once, many of the young ladies in the crowd blushed. Forgetting all restraint, they folded their handkerchiefs into silk flowers and boldly tossed them toward the young man. Ningqi's customs were relatively open, especially when it came to the innocent affections of young men and women. One silk flower landed in his lap. He picked it up and idly twirled it between his fingers, smiling faintly. The girl who had thrown it pressed a hand to her chest, her cheeks burning crimson, completely captivated. In the very next moment, however, the playful smile disappeared. The silk flower slipped from his fingers and drifted to the ground, where the chestnut horse crushed it beneath its hooves until it was nothing more than a wrinkled scrap. The young man lazily straightened in the saddle. An overwhelming air of confidence radiated from him. Combined with his striking appearance, it only made him more irresistible. He was the sort of person who naturally became the center of attention wherever he went. What a cold, ruthless man, Ipalon murmured. It's the young marquis of the Xie family. Shen Miao raised an eyebrow. The young marquis of the Xie family. Xie Jing Xing. Many of Mingqi's great noble families owed their status to ancestors who had fought beside the founding emperor. Over the generations, some retained only their prestigious names while becoming hollow within, while others continued to flourish more brilliantly than ever. The Feng family represented the civil officials, while the Shen family represented the military. If the Shen family, with generations of loyal military service, was known for its steadfastness and integrity, then the Xie family, who also commanded immense military power, was infamous for causing trouble both on and off the battlefield, to the point that even the emperor found them difficult to control. Perhaps rebellion truly ran in the Xie family's blood. They often acted with astonishing boldness. Even when the capital ordered them to retreat, they would ignore those commands and seize victory through unconventional tactics instead. They justified their actions with the saying, "A general in the field may choose whether to obey the emperor's orders." The imperial family could do nothing about it because the Xie family had never lost a battle. The Shen and Xie families had long been rivals. Part of that hostility was deliberately encouraged by the late emperor, who sought to balance the court by keeping the powerful military families divided. Shen Xian and Marquis Xie had never agreed with one another. Shen Xian despised Xie Ding's aggressive and unconventional methods on the battlefield. Xie Ding, in turn, mocked Shen Xian for relying too heavily on military manuals, calling him rigid and inflexible. Aside from their arguments in court, the two families had virtually no contact, a situation the late emperor had clearly intended. After Xie Ding's wife died, he never remarried. He kept only a single concubine, who bore him 2 sons. As a result, Xie Jing Xing had 2 younger half-brothers. Perhaps because his eldest son had lost his mother at such a young age, Xie Ding indulged Xie Jing Xing without restraint, ultimately raising him into a lawless and unruly young man. Even so, Xie Jing Xing remained an exceptionally outstanding individual. Aside from his naturally aloof and mischievous temperament, his talent, intelligence, appearance, and family background were all among the very best in Mingqi. Otherwise, so many young women would not have secretly admired him. What a pity. Shen Miao sighed inwardly. Such an extraordinary young man would eventually meet a tragic end, pierced by countless arrows before his skin was flayed and hung out to dry in the wind. Perhaps the pity in her eyes was too obvious. The young man suddenly turned to look at her. His deep, star-like eyes flickered slightly as he regarded her with an unreadable expression. Chapter 11. Shen Miao lowered her head, pretending to be shy. Xie Jing Xing died at the age of 22. The late emperor had long intended to suppress the Xie family. As the Mingqi royal family became increasingly incompetent, they no longer cared about strengthening the nation and instead focused only on protecting their own power. Influential noble families and high-ranking officials were all seen as potential threats. Just as Fu Xiu Yi had once said, even the Shen family, who kept to themselves, had become targets, let alone the Xie family, who refused to obey imperial commands. Naturally, they had become a thorn in the late emperor's side. When the Xiongnu invaded, the Xie family led their troops into battle. Xie Ding, the veteran general who had devoted his entire life to the battlefield, ultimately perished with his entire army. Xie Jing Xing remained in the capital, waiting through the new year for his father's triumphant return. Instead, what came back was a coffin. But Xie Jing's death was not the end. When he was laid to rest, the people of Fixed Capital mourned him of their own accord. The entire nation grieved. To the royal family, however, such overwhelming public devotion was a grave taboo. Not long afterward, the young Xie Jing Xing was ordered to succeed his father and lead the army into battle. It was not his first time on the battlefield. Like every member of the Xie family, he possessed an extraordinary talent for warfare, enough to strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. Yet everyone knew there was something suspicious about Xie Ding's death. That imperial decree was little more than a death sentence for Xie Jing Xing. Even so, he accepted it without hesitation. He went to war and was defeated. That day, he was overwhelmed by enemy fire, countless arrows pierced his heart, and he died on the battlefield. Worse still, for reasons no one ever learned, the Xiongnu seized his body, skinned it, and hung it from the city walls as a warning. The tragedy repeated itself, plunging Mingqi into mourning once again. Father and son had both died on the battlefield. The people saw only the Xiongnu's cruelty and the general's bravery, completely unaware of the conspiracies hidden beneath the surface. By then, the late emperor was already on his deathbed, and Fu Xiu Yi had taken charge of state affairs. Claiming to mourn the Xie family's fate, he posthumously honored both Xie Ding and Xie Jing Xing with noble titles. Yet titles meant nothing to the dead. In the end, only the Xie family's concubine and her two illegitimate sons benefited from the imperial rewards. Shen Miao still remembered how devastated Shen Xian had been upon hearing of Xie Jing Xing's death. At the time, she had thought that, since the Shen and Xie families had always been at odds, her father should not have grieved so deeply over their tragedy. Looking back now, perhaps Shen Xian had already sensed what was coming. Once the balance was broken and the Xie family fell, the Shen family would be next. How laughable. She had once been so determined to drag the Shen family into the struggle for the throne. Shen Miao held no special feelings toward the Xie family, but she had always pitied that remarkable young man. Someone so brilliant should have left behind a glorious legacy in Mingqi's history. Who could have imagined he would meet such an end? Even knowing that the imperial decree was sending him to his death, he had still gone. Perhaps it was to preserve the Xie family's honor, to prove that their pride would never be broken. Yet willingly walking toward certain death also revealed the extraordinary resolve hidden beneath Xie Jing Xing's carefree and unruly appearance. He must have been an exceptionally honorable and courageous man. As Shen Miao was lost in thought, she saw Kai Lin squeezing through the crowd with a small cloth bundle in his hands. He respectfully presented it to Xie Jing Xing. "Young Marquis," he said, "these are the rare medical books you asked me to find." For someone as arrogant as Kai Lin to behave so respectfully was enough to leave everyone speechless. Then again, compared to Kai Lin, Xie Jing Xing was the true tyrant of Fixed Capital. As for the Xie family, they were tyrants among tyrants. Thinking about it that way, Kailin's attitude suddenly seemed perfectly reasonable. Feng Anning leaned close and whispered into Shen Miao's ear. "Who do you think is better, young Marquis or Prince Ding?" Shen Miao nearly choked. She still wasn't used to Feng Anning's sudden displays of familiarity. She answered seriously, "Young Marquis is far superior." Far superior indeed. In her eyes, how could a black-hearted schemer like Fu Xiu Yi possibly be mentioned alongside someone like Xie Jing Xing? Back when Wan Yu and Fu Ming had secretly read the official history of Mingqi, they had reached the section about the Xie family and quietly told her that Xie Jing Xing had been a truly honorable hero. His death had been a tremendous loss. If even her own children admired him so much, then he truly must have been exceptional. Feng Anning stared at her in surprise. After a long pause, she sighed. "So, you really were heartbroken." Shen Miao could not be bothered to explain. At that moment, Xie Jing Xing accepted the bundle, casually tied it to his saddle, glanced briefly at Kailin, then turned his horse without saying a word and rode away. The cloud of dust raised by the galloping horse could not diminish the brilliance of the young man. Like the rising morning sun, he seemed destined to shine. Kailin looked utterly dejected. The young ladies watching nearby also struggled to hide their disappointment, clearly wishing Xie Jing Xing had stayed a little longer. Strangely enough, although Xie Jing Xing was admired by countless noble young ladies, he was never envied by the young men of the capital. Perhaps his unconventional nature was simply beyond imitation. Shen Miao concealed the thoughts in her heart. If the Xie family fell, disaster would soon befall the Shen family as well. Since their fates were already intertwined, perhaps there was still a way to change them. If the imperial family truly intended to move against the Xie family, they would first have to ask themselves whether they possessed the strength to do so. If she could save the Xie family, if she could save Xie Jing Xing, then the Shen family would gain another powerful safeguard. The Shen family was upright and loyal, while the Xie family was bold and fearless. The imperial court would undoubtedly target the Xie family first. Perhaps she could strike a bargain with them. Xie Jing Xing rode until he finally reined in his horse outside a tavern. After dismounting, he strode directly to the innermost private room. Inside, a handsome young man dressed in white smiled as he looked up. "Third brother. Take it." Xie Jing Xing tossed the cloth bundle toward him. "And don't bother me with this sort of thing again." Had Gao Yang not asked him to find those obscure medical books, he would never have gone to Kailin, much less made such a spectacle of himself at the Hall of Extensive Learning. The moment he thought of that silk flower, he brushed at his robes in disgust. Knowing his junior brother's fastidious personality, Gao Yang smiled teasingly. "With your temperament, you should go out more often. Those students are about your age. You ought to spend some time with people your own generation." He paused, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. There were probably plenty of lovely young ladies there as well. At your age, isn't it a little strange to remain so detached? Xie Jing Xing had long grown accustomed to his senior brother's respectable appearance and utterly frivolous personality. He turned away impatiently. Yet, for some reason, his thoughts drifted back to a pair of eyes he had seen earlier. They had been as clear as a young animal's, yet filled with sorrow and quiet resignation. That expression had made him pause. Then their owner had lowered her head as though she were shy. But who was Xie Jing Xing? Since childhood, he had traveled north and south with his father, fought countless battles, killed countless enemies, and honed eyes sharp enough to see through almost anyone. That girl had probably wanted to pretend she admired him. What she had failed to realize was that her own eyes were as lifeless and motionless as stagnant water, without the slightest ripple. How utterly amusing. Chapter 12. Shen Miao returned to the Shen mansion after finishing her studies at the academy, and by then, the sky had already begun to darken. Shen Yu and Shen Qing still hadn't returned with her, but Shen Miao couldn't be bothered to concern herself with them. Since old Madame Shen had already retired for the night, she headed straight to the west courtyard. The moment she stepped inside, an overly enthusiastic voice called out, the young miss has finally returned. This old servant was so worried after hearing you fell into the water. Now that I see you're safe and sound, my heart can finally rest. Turning her head, she saw a middle-aged woman approaching. She appeared to be in her 40s, slightly plump, with a darker complexion, dressed in a plain blue jacket. Though the style was ordinary, the fabric was of good quality. A heavy silver bracelet adorned her wrist, and her face was full of warm smiles. Granny Gui, Shen Miao replied flatly. The woman seemed not to notice anything unusual and continued eagerly. This old servant wanted to come earlier, but Ranner has been sick and still hasn't recovered. He kept fussing, so I had no choice but to leave him with his mother before returning to the mansion. Only after seeing the young miss safe and well could I finally feel at ease. Her words were carefully chosen to suggest that Shen Miao meant even more to her than her own grandson. In the past, Shen Miao would have been deeply touched. She would have comforted Granny Gui and even given her silver to help pay for Ranner's treatment. But now, having been reborn, Shen Miao could only mock her former self inwardly. How had she ever been foolish enough to believe this woman was truly loyal? After giving birth to Shen Miao, Lady Shen had been forced to leave her in the Shen mansion when Shen Xian was summoned back to the battlefield. Shen Miao had been too young to endure such a long journey, so Lady Shen had no choice but to leave her behind despite the pain of separation. Old Madame Shen had then hired a wet nurse for Shen Miao. That wet nurse was Granny Gui. Granny Gui had originally been a peasant from the estate. Lady Shen had chosen her because she seemed hardworking and honest. Later, seeing how carefully she looked after Shen Miao, Lady Shen had entrusted her with remaining by Shen Miao's side as her governess. But people changed. The west courtyard had always been sparsely staffed, while the real authority within the Shen mansion rested with the two branches of the east courtyard and old Madame Shen. At first, Granny Gui faithfully cared for Shen Miao. But as the years passed and she recognized where the true power lay, she quickly abandoned her original loyalty and attached herself to old Madame Shen instead. By nature, Granny Gui was a shameless flatterer. Back when Shen Miao had stubbornly insisted on marrying Fu Xiu Yi, Granny Gui had done more than her fair share to encourage her. But what was truly unforgivable happened later. Old Madame Shen had taken in a distant niece seeking refuge with the Shen family. That niece eventually accused Shen Qiu of taking her innocence and demanded that he marry her. She became Shen Miao's sister-in-law and turned Shen Qiu's household into complete chaos. And the witness who claimed Shen Qiu had violated her? It had been Granny Gui. Looking back now, the entire affair had been an absurdly clumsy farce. A single betrayal was enough to destroy trust forever. As for someone like Granny Gui, who had betrayed her countless times, Shen Miao naturally intended to teach her a proper lesson. A dog that constantly ran away was better beaten to death than kept. Granny Gui waited for quite some time, yet Shen Miao showed no sign of rewarding her. The affectionate smile she'd been wearing gradually stiffened. Unable to help herself, she looked up at Shen Miao, only to find the young lady looking back at her with a calm, unreadable expression. Her heart skipped a beat. For some reason, a strange sense of guilt suddenly rose within her. The next moment, Shen Miao replied indifferently, "Oh, that must have been quite troublesome for you, Granny." Guy let out a quiet snort and shot Granny Gui a mocking glance. She had always despised Granny Gui's fawning, sycophantic nature. Just because she had once been the young lady's wet nurse, she strutted around the west courtyard as though she owned it. Even worse, the young lady had once trusted her completely, believing many of her malicious words and gradually becoming estranged from the loyal servants of the west courtyard. But ever since the young lady had awakened after falling into the water, it seemed as though she'd suddenly become much clearer-headed. Seeing her treat Granny Gue with such cool indifference filled Gu with satisfaction. Granny Gue forced an awkward smile. She couldn't understand why Shen Miao was treating her so coldly today. Thinking the young lady was simply in a bad mood after her accident, she smiled reassuringly. This old servant advises the young miss not to dwell on such unpleasantness and to take good care of your health. A delicate flower like the young miss is surely treasured in Prince Ding's heart. One day, she had always known exactly what Shen Miao wanted to hear, and flattering her in this way had always worked. But today, before she could finish speaking, Shen Miao's expression turned icy. "Granny," Shen Miao said coldly, "are you trying to ruin my reputation?" Granny Gue froze. "My father and mother may not currently be in the general's mansion, but I am still the legitimate daughter of the Shen family and the mistress of the West Courtyard. Even ordinary families value a young woman's reputation. Yet you dare speak so carelessly. Unless your intention is to push me into the fire." Granny Gue was stunned. How could the young miss say such a thing? This old servant only has your best interests at heart. So now it's my fault? Shen Miao let out a cold laugh. Very well. Why don't we ask old madam to judge the matter? Has the reputation of the general's daughters become cheaper than cabbages? Even cabbages can be sold for a few copper coins. Granny Gue, you speak with such confidence that I can't help wondering whether it's because I've failed to learn proper conduct. Granny Gue had clearly been unprepared for Shen Miao's sudden change in attitude. Even if the young lady was in a bad mood, why take it out on her? For years, Granny Gue had thrown her weight around the West Courtyard, confident that she could manipulate Shen Miao whenever she pleased. Now, however, she had been publicly humiliated before Guyu, Jingzhe, and the gathered servants. Anger rose within her, and she couldn't help blurting out, "Young miss, your words are far too harsh. This old servant has served at your side for more than 10 years. How could you think I would deliberately harm you? How insolent!" Jingzhe snapped. "The young miss is your mistress. How dare you speak to her in such a manner, Granny Gue?" Granny Gue immediately regretted her outburst. But words spoken could not be taken back, and many servants had already gathered to watch the commotion. Still believing Shen Miao to be the same gullible young girl as before, she quickly softened her tone. "Young miss, this old servant truly cares for you. After serving you for so many years, I've long regarded you as my own child. I was wrong to speak as I did just now. Please don't be angry. Don't damage your health over such a small matter. Treat her as her own child?" Shen Miao sneered inwardly. Granny Gue truly had a thick skin. Over the years, she had accepted countless pieces of silver from Shen Miao while secretly treating the East Courtyard as her true masters. In the end, she had even played a role in bringing disaster upon Shen Qiu. Had such a treacherous servant existed in the imperial harem during Shen Miao's previous life, she would have long since issued an edict to have her beaten to death and thrown out. But now, since Granny Gue was so loyal to the East Courtyard, why not let her become the cause of their losses instead? Shen Miao raised an eyebrow, her voice calm. "Since Granny Gue admits her mistake, she shall forfeit 3 months of her wages." Granny Gue froze. Meanwhile, a faint smile curved Shen Miao's lips. What would a Granny Gue without silver do? Naturally, she would hurry to the East Courtyard to prove her loyalty. Chapter 13. The night brought a cool breeze. As late autumn approached, the weather grew colder with each passing day. Fixed Capital, located in the northern region, was especially frigid. Beneath the lamplight, a young girl reclined on the couch, completely absorbed in the book in her hands. The tea beside her had long since gone cold, yet she hadn't noticed. Bailu stared blankly at her mistress, feeling as though the girl had changed overnight and no longer resembled her former self. Even now, quietly reading a book, something the old Shen Miao would have despised, Bailu might have mistaken her for a noble young lady if she hadn't known better. How could someone so young possess such an imposing aura? Lost in thought, Bailu remained standing there until Shuangjiang gave her a gentle nudge and whispered, "Why are you just standing there?" She draped a cloak over Shen Miao's shoulders and softly advised, "Miss, it's getting late. You have to go to the Hall of Extensive Learning tomorrow. You should rest early." Shen Miao shook her head. "You all go and rest. I'll read a little longer." It was unheard of for servants to retire before their mistress. Zhuangjiang sighed and was about to persuade her again, but Guyu, who had come in to replace the tea, quietly pulled both her and Bailu into the outer room. "What's the matter, Guyu?" Bailu asked in confusion. "Miss has only just recovered. Why didn't you try to persuade her?" "Haven't I already tried?" Guyu rubbed her temples helplessly. "But she won't listen anymore. She's been reading all day, probably studying something the tutor assigned. Once she's made up her mind, what can I do?" She glanced worriedly toward the inner room. In the past, Shen Miao had been timid and relied on others to make decisions for her. Now that she was no longer timid, every decision she made carried unquestionable authority. The more closely Guyu served her, the more she felt that Shen Miao's words left no room for refusal. Even her calmest remarks carried an undeniable dignity. At times, she seemed even more intimidating than Master Shen when he was angry. Guyu let out another sigh. Inside the room, Shen Miao continued reading. She studied every page with complete concentration. A closer look would reveal that she was reading the official history of Mingqi, which recorded the major events from the dynasty's founding to the present day. Knowing what would happen over the coming decades, she was searching for a way to prevent the tragedies that lay ahead. But first, she needed to understand how the current balance among the great aristocratic families had come to be. The emperor's decree to purge the powerful noble clans was drawing near. Shen Miao remembered it clearly. If nothing changed, disaster would strike next month. The enemy of her enemy was her ally. Once those great families fell, the Shen family would not be far behind. Before Shen Xian returned, the entire Shen mansion rested on her shoulders alone, all while she remained on guard against the wolves lurking in the east courtyard. Shen Miao's instincts proved correct. That very night, Granny Gui entered the Hall of Glory and Scenery, ostensibly to deliver local specialties from her recent visit to the family estate. Instead of leaving immediately, she lingered to chat with Zhang Mama, old Madame Shen's personal attendant, casually dropping hints about Shen Miao's increasingly rebellious behavior and quick temper. Zhang Mama saw through her intentions, but merely responded with vague remarks. Before leaving, Granny Gui repeatedly asked Zhang Mama to put in a good word for her before old Madame Shen. She had only just stepped out of the Hall of Glory and Scenery's courtyard when she spotted Xiang Lan, Renwanyun's maid, approaching. The moment Xiang Lan saw her, she smiled. "Granny Gui, I was just looking for you." "Well now." Granny Gui narrowed her eyes before recognizing her and returned the smile. "What brings you here, Miss Xiang Lan?" "It's nothing important." Xiang Lan walked over and took Granny Gui by the arm. "Our mistress heard that you know of a shop selling particularly fine lip rouge and wanted to ask where it is." It was an obvious excuse. Renwanin simply wanted to speak with Granny Gui in private. Granny Gui understood perfectly but played along. "Oh, is that all? If Madame wishes to know, I'd be delighted to tell her. That lip rouge is quite famous. Many noble ladies and esteemed madams are fond of it." By the time they arrived at the colorful cloud courtyard, all the maids and servants outside had already been dismissed. Renwanin sat on the daybed. Second Master Shen was still out socializing, so she passed the time doing embroidery, apparently making a pouch, while casually eating grapes from a plate beside her. The grapes were a rare luxury. At this time of year, Grapes were almost impossible to find in fixed capital. Only second Master Shen had the means to obtain a basket of them, which he shared with the women of his household. Granny Gui sneered inwardly. Although the Shen family's second branch appeared to treat the main branch fairly, Shen Miao's food and clothing, despite looking extravagant, were merely the flashy possessions of a nouveau riche household and lacked the refinement expected of true nobility. Take these grapes, for example. Shen Miao certainly never had the chance to enjoy them. Lost in thought, Granny Gui was startled when Renwanen finally put down her embroidery. Granny Gui. She immediately bowed. Yes, madam. This old servant is here. Renwanen was already 40 years old. Though she had maintained herself well, fine wrinkles had begun to appear at the corners of her eyes. Dressed in exquisitely tailored garments of the finest quality, she carried herself with all the dignity of the household's matriarch. Even her smile carried quiet authority. She said, "I heard you've returned. Little Fifth has only just recovered, so you must take good care of her." Granny Gui scoffed inwardly. Everyone knew the East Courtyard wished nothing but misfortune upon the West Courtyard. There was no way Renwanen was being genuinely kind. This was merely polite pretense. Sure enough, Renwanen continued. These past few days, Little Fifth has been in poor spirits after falling into the water. With her parents away, anything I do as her aunt is easily misunderstood. If I want to know how she's doing, I'll have to rely on you. The meaning was obvious. She wanted Granny Gui to report every move Shen Miao made. Granny Gui hurriedly replied, "Madam's concern for Fifth young lady is truly her good fortune." But in this old servant's opinion, Fifth young lady was deeply shaken by this incident. Her temperament has changed considerably over the past few days. She's even grown distant toward me. Just today, without any reason at all, she docked me 3 months' wages. She put on a sorrowful expression. When I heard about Fifth young lady's accident, I rushed over in such panic that I even neglected my own sick grandson. Yet Fifth young lady scolded me harshly. This old servant's heart aches terribly. Renwanen had little patience for the old woman's veiled complaints. She said, "Xiao Wu's condition ultimately stems from matters of the heart." Granny Gui, tell me, has Xiao Wu's attitude toward Prince Ding changed at all? This was the question she truly wanted answered. Granny Gui rolled her eyes before replying. The fifth young miss seems determined to distance herself from Prince Ding. Today, she wouldn't even allow this old servant to mention him. But this old servant has raised the fifth young miss for many years and understands her temperament well. When it comes to Prince Ding, she's exceptionally stubborn. I don't believe she'll give up so easily. Those words were probably just the impulsive outburst of a young lady in distress and shouldn't be taken seriously. As soon as she finished speaking, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across Renwanyun's face. Chapter 14. After Granny Gui left, Xin Qing emerged from behind the screen. She hurried over to Renwanyun's side, nestling close to her mother, unable to hide the anger in her voice. "Mother, Shen Miao still refuses to give up on Prince Ding. What should I do?" Among the 3 branches of the Shen family, the eldest branch undoubtedly held the highest official rank. If Shen Miao begged Shen Xian to personally request an imperial decree of marriage, there was a good chance it would be granted. But she also admired Prince Ding. If Shen Miao succeeded, what would become of her? How could someone as noble and distinguished as Prince Ding end up with that foolish and ignorant Shen Miao? Every time she thought about it, Shen Qing's resentment only deepened. "Don't worry. In this Shen mansion, no one can surpass you," Renwanen said. "Shen Miao is slow-witted and poses no threat. Mother naturally has ways to keep her from marrying Prince Ding. But you," she sighed, "you should pay more attention to the people in Autumn Water Court. Do you really think Second Miss is any better? If you have such thoughts, don't assume she doesn't as well." "Shen Yu." Shen Qing frowned. "She likes Prince Ding too? How is that possible?" She gave a disdainful laugh. Besides, even if she does, third uncle can't compare with eldest uncle. He doesn't have enough influence to speak on her behalf. No matter how you look at it, she's no threat. Oh, you. Renwanan smiled helplessly and lightly tapped Shinqing's forehead. How can I ever feel at ease with you? Your third aunt is quite formidable. Back when she and your third uncle, realizing it wasn't appropriate to discuss such matters in front of a child, she stopped herself and simply said, in any case, don't worry about 5th Mississippi. Mother has everything under control. Thank you, Mother, Xinqing replied sweetly. The mother and daughter laughed together. Meanwhile, in Autumn Water Court, Chen Ruoqiu sat at a table writing. Born into a prestigious family of scholars, she was exceptionally talented. Even after her marriage, she still loved reading and practicing calligraphy. Shen Yu stood quietly behind her, dressed in a flowing goose-yellow silk gown. Slender and graceful, she looked almost like a younger reflection of Chen Ruoqiu. Mother, why did you say those things to Granny Gue earlier? After holding back for a long while, Shen Yu finally asked the question. Granny Gue had come to visit, yet instead of asking her to persuade Shen Miao to give up on Prince Ding, Chen Ruoqiu had instructed her to encourage Shen Miao instead, telling her that Prince Ding was an excellent match. Isn't that only making her more determined to marry Prince Ding? Shen Yu asked in confusion. Chen Ruoqiu set down her wolf hair brush and sighed softly. Taking Shen Yu's hand, she led her to the couch and sat beside her. Where, haven't I told you before? Whatever you do, especially within the inner household, you must never act directly. Only by acting indirectly can you ensure that, no matter what happens later, the blame will never fall on you. Shen Yu shook her head. Mother, I don't understand. Chen Ruoqiu smiled. Her daughter was gentle, talented, and by no means foolish. She was simply too young. Spoiled by Third Master Shen's affection since childhood, she had yet to understand the dangers hidden within the inner household. Chen Ruoqiu herself had grown up in the minister's residence, surrounded by sisters, concubines, and maids. None of them had been easy opponents. That was why, after marrying into the Shen family, she had always kept Third Master Shen firmly in the palm of her hand. Her greatest regret, however, was that she had never borne a son. No matter how much Third Master Shen loved her, without a son, she lacked true security. Sooner or later, he would allow his concubines to stop taking contraceptive tonics. And when that day came, what kind of situation would she be facing? Because of that, she had to raise this daughter with even greater care. Yue, what do you think of Shen Miao? She asked gently. Shen Yu thought for a moment before replying. She knows nothing of arithmetic or military strategy. She isn't skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting either. She's timid, foolish, and poor with words. If not for the prestige of Uncle's name, no one would respect her. Even the daughters of concubines seem more dignified than she does. Anyone hearing those words would be shocked. Such harsh criticism, reducing Shen Miao to utter worthlessness, had come from the lips of this gentle and sweet young lady. After all, Shen Yu was Shen Miao's closest companion in everyday life. Perhaps that was true before, Chen Ruoqiu said, shaking her head. But ever since she fell into the water, I've noticed Shen Miao has changed quite a bit. Why do you say that, Mother? Shen Yu asked, puzzled. Chen Ruoqiu couldn't fully explain it herself. Perhaps it was merely a young girl's reaction after suffering a severe setback. Yet Chen Ruoqiu had seen countless people throughout her life. Compared with her arrogant sister-in-law, she had a far keener eye for judging character. Shen Miao had become smarter. Whether it was her conversation with the old madam in the Hall of Glory and Scenery, or the way she carried herself, she was completely different from before. Had Prince Ding's rejection awakened her? Or was there someone wise secretly guiding her? Whatever the reason, they couldn't afford to lower their guard. Perhaps Prince Ding's rejection truly changed her. But where, I've told you before. Clever women don't fight other women. They fight men. Chinruachio's voice was soft and melodious, almost like a song. Since you also admire Prince Ding, why waste all your attention on Shen Miao? No matter how influential your uncle may be, no man in this world would truly love a foolish and ignorant woman. Prince Ding is a noble prince. If he married such an unworthy girl, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the entire realm? But Shen Yu protested softly. Listen to me. Not only should you avoid distancing yourself from Shen Miao, you should remain just as close to her as before. At the same time, you must work even harder to let everyone see your talent and beauty. The more outstanding you become, the more foolish she will appear by comparison. Chinruachio smiled as though discussing something entirely ordinary, yet every word she spoke was as sharp as a blade. I asked Granny Gui to encourage Shen Miao to keep pining after Prince Ding. The more this foolish girl throws herself at him, the greater a laughingstock she'll become, all without realizing it herself. Prince Ding will only grow to despise her even more. So, Shen Yu said slowly, beginning to understand. Chinruachio gently patted her head. You're a clever girl. You should understand what I mean. Continue encouraging Shen Miao to love Prince Ding. Let her make a fool of herself in front of him. Only then will Prince Ding notice how much more exceptional you are. Even if the entire world insists he should marry Shen Miao, if you can win his heart, then you will be the true victor. Mother. Embarrassed by such frank words, Shen Yu buried her face in Chinruachio's embrace. I understand now. Chinruachio smiled. Back then, her own marriage to Third Master Shen had not come easily. At the time, Third Master Shen was known as a gifted young scholar, and countless matchmakers had come with proposals. So why had he ultimately chosen her? Simply because, during a chance encounter at a temple, she had been dressed in white brocade, sitting beneath a tree and playing the qin. Third Master Shen happened to hear her music, was captivated by both her beauty and grace, and insisted on marrying her after returning home. Third Master Shen loved the sound of the qin more than anything else. His favorite color was white. Look at all those women who had fought and schemed against one another. In the end, she alone had emerged victorious. Because from the very beginning, she had understood one thing. The person she needed to win over had always been the man. What did it matter that the Shen family had 3 legitimate daughters? Only her Yue was worthy of Prince Ding. Chapter 15. If a child his age still couldn't write such characters from memory, it was indeed rather disappointing. Setting Shen Miao herself aside, even Fu Ming at this age had already begun learning the basics of court affairs. Although it had only been practice, he could still respond appropriately. Children of the imperial family naturally matured earlier, but the students of the Hall of Extensive Learning all came from noble households. They should not have begun their education so late. As though that complaint wasn't enough, the little boy continued whining. If father finds out when I get home, he'll scold me again. What's the point of living? I might as well bang my head against the wall and die. Shen Miao was both amused and exasperated by his pitiful tone. She wondered which family this amusing little treasure belonged to and where he had learned such melodramatic words. Whose child are you? She asked. The little boy looked at Shen Miao. Although she was already 14, her youthful appearance made her seem only a little older than he was. Yet there was something about her that was impossible to describe, as though she had endured countless hardships and possessed a quiet composure that naturally reassured others. Even the little boy instinctively stopped whining and answered obediently. I'm the second young master of the Ping and Count's household in the capital, Su Minling. My father is Count Ping Nan, Su Yu, and my eldest brother is the heir to the title, Su Mingfeng. He revealed his entire family background as straightforwardly as pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Shen Miao froze. The Su family? Count Ping Nan? In both her previous life and this one, the Shen and Su families had never been close. Their political positions at court were completely opposed. The Su family was closely allied with the Xie family. Count Ping and Su Yu and Marquis Lin and Xie Ding were sworn brothers, while Su Mingfeng and Xie Jing Xing had been childhood friends. Their friendship ran so deep that, after Su Mingfeng died, only Xie Jing Xing had dared to collect his body. Yes, Su Mingfeng had died. Or rather, the entire Su family had been wiped out. The late emperor had uncovered evidence that the Su family had embezzled government funds and secretly trafficked military horses. Once military matters became involved, there was no room for mercy. The imperial decree came swiftly and without warning. There was no trial. Soldiers stormed the residence and executed everyone on the spot. In broad daylight, the Su family's blood flowed from the eastern end of fixed capital all the way to the western end. By the time Xie Jing Xing received the news, it was already too late. Not a single member of the Su family had survived. None of their former allies dared step forward. In the end, Xie Jing Xing personally collected the bodies of the Su family's masters. Afterward, Xie Ding pleaded with the late emperor for mercy, requesting permission to bury them on the grounds that the Su family had once rendered great service to Mingqi. The late emperor granted his request, and the Xie family arranged the Su family's funeral. Shen Miao remembered it clearly. When Shen Xian returned during the new year and learned what had happened, he had let out a long, heavy sigh. The Su family's destruction would come in only 2 months. Very soon. The innocent little boy standing before her would also die beneath that cold imperial decree. A chill suddenly settled over Shen Miao's face, and a sharp glimmer flickered through her eyes. The little boy instinctively shrank back. When Shen Miao looked at him again, however, her expression had already returned to its usual gentleness. Su Mingfeng? The heir of the Su family who recently rendered great service and is exceptionally skilled at managing military horses. That's right, the little boy replied proudly, lifting his chin. Father said His Majesty will definitely reward eldest brother this time. Shen Miao smiled. She bent down slightly, leaned closer to him, and said in a soft voice, "Didn't you say your father would punish you if he found out you couldn't answer the teacher's question? I have a way to make sure he won't punish you." "What is it?" the little boy asked, blinking. "You have to promise not to tell him I was the one who told you." "All right." The little boy thought for a moment, then nodded. Chapter 16. The Su family was a prominent clan responsible for managing military horses. Those who held authority over weapons, supplies, and war horses always seemed to consider themselves a cut above everyone else. Within the military horse administration, the Su family's influence was unmatched. Since the founding of Mingqi, they had overseen this responsibility with unwavering control. Ping and Bosi was no exception. In his eyes, the Su family stood at the height of its glory and would surely prosper for generations. Perhaps every loyal subject believed the same, that as long as they served the throne faithfully, the imperial family would never fail to reward them. Yet since ancient times, serving the emperor had always been like walking beside a tiger. Who could ever predict how fate might turn? Xiu is now past 40. He shared a deep and loving relationship with his wife. Although he had several concubines, they had given him only daughters. With just 2 legitimate sons, he was especially strict in raising them. His eldest son, Su Mingfeng, had entered official service while still young and had inherited responsibility within the military horse administration, just as his father had. Over the past 6 months, he had even surpassed Su Yu's own accomplishments. Not long ago, Su Mingfeng had worked together with veterinarians from the Imperial Hospital to reform several regulations concerning military horses. Astonishingly, the number of horses lost to horse plague had been reduced by half, earning him tremendous merit. Once the court reviewed the military horse reports next month, Su Mingfeng was certain to receive a reward. The reward itself was of little importance. What truly mattered was the honor that came with it. He was already past his prime, but Su Mingfeng was in the prime of his life, the perfect time to inherit his father's legacy and establish his own reputation. If he continued to distinguish himself, he might even become a trusted confidant of the next heir apparent. Naturally, Xiu was delighted by his eldest son's achievements. His younger son, however, was another matter entirely. Su Minlang had been born when his wife was already older, and she had spoiled him excessively. As a result, he grew up pampered. Not only could he not compare to his outstanding elder brother, but he often fell behind even boys his own age. Since Su Minlang was the younger son, he was never meant to inherit the title, so being less gifted was not necessarily a problem. But Xiu was a stubborn man. How could he tolerate any imperfection in his sons? Every time Su Minlang returned from the Hall of Extensive Learning, he would be summoned to answer questions about his studies. Every time, Xiu scolded him while his mother rushed to defend him, throwing the household into turmoil. On this day, Xiu was discussing official matters with Su Mingfeng in the study. Father and son could speak endlessly whenever military horses were involved. Master Su took immense pride in having raised such an exceptional son. Before long, their conversation turned to the reward Su Mingfeng was expected to receive the following month. In my opinion, His Majesty will certainly promote you this time. Duels and gifts mean nothing. What I want most is for your career to continue advancing. With the Xiongnu becoming increasingly restless, strengthening our military horses is of utmost importance. Mingfeng, as long as you remain in the Emperor's favor, our Su family will continue to rise. Your younger brother is still immature. The responsibility of carrying on the Su family's legacy rests on your shoulders. Su Mingfeng nodded. Still in the vigor of youth, he carried himself with quiet confidence and upright resolve. Even so, a trace of pride flashed through his eyes. What young man would not feel pleased after receiving such praise, especially from his own father? Though he usually remained calm in official affairs, his heart could not help but swell with satisfaction. Just as father and son were enjoying the conversation, a servant called from outside. "Master, the second young master has returned." It was time for Su Minlang to return from school. Every day after classes, he was summoned to Master Su's study to be questioned on his lessons, and today was no exception. Master Su rubbed his temples with a weary sigh. Looking first at his accomplished eldest son, and then imagining his foolish younger son, who was as silly as a little pig, the contrast was almost laughable. Every time Su Minlang entered the study, Xiu ended up furious by the time he left. Today was no different. Su Minlang slowly entered the room, pursed his lips, and greeted them. "Father, eldest brother." He looked like a plump little ball, innocent and lovable. Su Mingfeng smiled and gently patted his younger brother's head. "Minlang, how is school today?" Su Minlang only pressed his lips together without answering. Whenever he reacted this way, it meant things had gone badly. He had been punished by the teacher again. Master Su's face immediately darkened. "Hold out your hand." Su Minlang shrank back slightly before reluctantly extending his palm. Several bright red welts marked his fair, tender hand, clear evidence of a ruler's punishment. Master Su looked completely unsurprised, as though he had expected nothing less. Su Mingfeng, however, felt sorry for his younger brother. Why did the teacher strike him so hard? He's only a child. It's because all of you indulge him every single day that he's become so hopelessly unruly. Master Su burst out angrily. "Tell me, what mistake did you make today?" Little Su Minlang hesitated before mumbling. "The teacher asked me to write the 4 characters for when the hare dies, the fox mourns, but I couldn't remember them." Master Su sighed in despair. "What am I supposed to do with you? You can't even write such a simple phrase. Look at the other young masters your age. None of them are as hopeless as you. When your elder brother was your age, he had already begun studying the military horse strategy. You're bringing shame upon the Su family. Just as Su Mingfeng was about to step in, his younger brother sniffled and said, "Even though I couldn't write 'when the hare dies, the fox mourns,' I could write the 6 characters for 'when the cunning hare dies, the hunting dog is cooked.' That's 2 extra characters. Since they mean the same thing, shouldn't the longer one count too?" "Ridiculous!" Master Su exclaimed, completely speechless. Su Mingfeng chuckled. "Second brother, those 2 sayings don't mean the same thing." "Then what do they mean?" Su Minlang asked, tilting up his round little face. "When the hare dies, the fox mourns means that when the hare dies, the fox grieves because they share a similar fate. When the cunning hare dies, the hunting dog is cooked means that once the hare has been caught, the hunting dog is no longer useful and is cooked as well. It refers to people being discarded after they have served their purpose. It's similar to saying, cross the river, then destroy the bridge." Su Mingfeng patiently explained, every bit the caring elder brother. But Su Minlang shook his head, still looking puzzled. "But both things happen after the hare dies, don't they?" "The hare dies either way." As Su Mingfeng prepared to explain further, he suddenly noticed his father's expression change. "The hare dies." Su murmured softly. "Exactly." Su Minlang spread his hands, his round little face still wearing an innocent yet stubborn expression. "In the end, the hare dies anyway." "Doesn't that mean both the fox and the dog suffer after the hare dies?" "Since they're both doomed in the end, aren't those sayings basically the same? When the cunning hare dies, the hunting dog is cooked." Such was the order of the world. Fables were called fables because they reflected profound truths about life. When the hare dies, the fox, being cleverer than the dog, may foresee its own fate. But who exactly was the hunting dog? And what fate awaited the dog that had faithfully helped its master capture the hare? Su Yi's expression gradually darkened. Chapter 17. In early October, a major event took place. The heir of the Ping and Count's household in fixed capital, the young master Su Mingfeng, suddenly fell gravely ill and was forced to recuperate at home. Deeply worried for his beloved son, the Ping and Count stayed by his side with his wife, temporarily setting aside affairs at the military horse farm. The emperor bestowed gifts to express his concern and appointed a new overseer to manage its affairs. The people of fixed capital all lamented this unfortunate turn of events. Young Master Su was a gifted and brilliant young man who had only recently entered official service and had already earned remarkable achievements. Just as it seemed he was about to soar to great heights with a limitless future ahead of him, he was struck down by such a serious illness. Truly, heaven envies the talented. If he remained bedridden for 3 to 5 years, then by the time he recovered, there might no longer be a place for him in the court. That was how the common people saw it, but those within official circles thought differently. Some sharp-minded individuals remarked, "This isn't an illness at all. It's clearly an attempt to avoid disaster." Everyone thought the Su family was like oil poured onto a blazing fire, about to be consumed by the flames. Who would have guessed they could still recognize the danger and pull the firewood from beneath the cauldron? When these rumors reached Shen Miao, she was standing in the courtyard, trimming the branches of a crabapple tree. Over the past few days, everyone at the Hall of Extensive Learning had been preoccupied with discussing Su Mingfeng's illness, so very few people paid any attention to her. She had been enjoying a rare stretch of peace. "Young Miss has taken quite a liking to flowers and plants lately," Gu said with a smile. "This crabapple tree is growing beautifully." The deep crimson blossoms stood out vividly against the bleak autumn scenery. When Shen Miao had been empress, she had learned to manage the affairs of the inner palace, helped Fu Xiu Yi win over powerful ministers, traveled to the Qin state as a hostage, and crossed wits with Mei Foreign. Most of her life had been spent amid schemes and palace intrigues. How could she ever have found the leisure to prune flowers and relax as she did now? "Do you know why this crabapple blooms so brilliantly?" she asked. Although Gu didn't understand why her mistress suddenly asked such a question, she still smiled and replied, "The steward brought these seeds from outside. I heard they're very precious. Even Madame praised them, saying this variety of crabapple is especially beautiful in autumn." Shen Miao gently shook her head. That wasn't the reason at all. Just like the imperial palace, that cold and gloomy place, where flowers bloomed in magnificent abundance even outside the cold palace. Yet beneath those blossoms lay countless piles of bleached bones. The most dazzling things in this world often have the coldest origins. The Xiu family had already realized this truth. What would they do next? A faint smile curved Shen Miao's lips. At the Ping and Count's residence, the courtyard where Su Mingfeng lived was heavily guarded. Aside from his personal attendants and immediate family, no one was permitted to enter. The air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs, and Master Su refused all visitors, keeping the gates firmly closed. As Su Mingfeng's close friend, the young Marquis Xie naturally came to visit the supposedly ailing heir. The Xie family's carriage stopped outside the Su residence, and servants struggled to unload crate after crate of medicinal herbs. The sheer quantity alone was enough to demonstrate the young Marquis Xie's concern for his friend. Inside the study, Su Mingfeng was dressed in simple blue robes. Although he had grown somewhat thinner, his complexion was healthy and his expression full of vigor. There wasn't the slightest sign of a serious illness. Seated across from him, a young man in luxurious brocade frowned. Avoiding disaster? Indeed. Su Mingfeng looked at his friend and sighed. Now you can see that the Su family's influence has been growing stronger and stronger. We've served for generations, and as far as the military horse farms are concerned, we really shouldn't climb any higher. Yet instead of suppressing us, His Majesty has continued to elevate the Su family. You've earned genuine merit, Xie Jing Xing reminded him. Precisely because of those achievements, both father and I became complacent. We forgot about the dangers hidden behind them. If our merits continue to grow, they'll eventually become a calamity. You understood this long ago, but while we were caught in the middle of it, the Su family couldn't see the bigger picture. Now that we've finally realized the truth, we have to rein ourselves in before it's too late. It's truly dangerous. It's a wise decision, Xie Jing Xing nodded. But now you'll have to stay quietly at home for several years. I only wish for the Su family to remain safe, Su Mingfeng replied. Enough about me. What about you? The Su and Xie families prosper and decline together. The Su family has decided to step back, but your Xie family. His voice trailed off. Xie Jing Xing raised an eyebrow. I'm not an official. What can he do to me? The Xie family only has the Marquis of Linen. He still has to take public opinion into account. Xie Jing Xing's situation was different from Su Mingfeng's. Xiu had sent his son into official service at an early age for the sake of the family, but Xie Jing Xing had never entered the bureaucracy and held only a nominal position. The few times he had accompanied Xie Ding on military campaigns, he had gone merely as a family member. Even if the imperial family wanted to suppress the Xie family, they wouldn't target someone who wasn't even officially involved in the court. You really do think far ahead, Su Mingfeng said with a laugh. It's not him I'm guarding against, Xie Jing Xing replied lazily. Indeed, he wasn't wary of the imperial family. He was simply opposing his father. Still, he suddenly frowned and changed the subject. How did you suddenly realize all this? No matter how many times I warned you before, you never paid any attention. Su Mingfeng lowered his head awkwardly. Back then, I was caught up in my success. How could I have thought that far ahead? This time, I owe it all to my second brother. Your second brother? Xie Jing Xing, who had been lounging lazily in his chair, immediately sat up straight. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. That little glutinous rice dumpling? Xu Minling's reputation as a foolish little dumpling was well known. How could someone like him have alerted the Xu family to such an important matter? Had he taken the wrong medicine? Xu Mingfeng recounted everything that had happened before concluding, if my second brother hadn't accidentally stumbled onto it, the Xu family might have brought disaster upon ourselves. Accidentally stumbled onto it. Xie Jingxing murmured thoughtfully. At that moment, a childish voice called out from outside. Big brother, mother asked me to bring you some snacks. Xu Minling toddled in on his short legs, carrying a plate of flower-shaped pastries. Round and plump like a little tangwan, his mouth was still covered with crumbs. It was obvious he had been secretly eating them on the way. Ever since his unintended warning had prompted the Xu family to change course, even Master Xu, who had always been the most dissatisfied with him, now believed his son was destined for greatness, quick-witted, and wise despite seeming foolish. Xu Foreign had been feeding him all sorts of delicious treats, and in just a few days, Xu Minling had become noticeably rounder. When he noticed Xie Jingxing was still there, his voice immediately became much quieter. For some reason, he had always been a little afraid of his elder brother's handsome friend. Xu Minling placed the pastries on the table. Big brother, I'm leaving. He turned and ran, only to be caught by the collar. Looking back, he saw the young man dressed in magnificent brocade crouch down and gently pat him on the head. The youth's peach blossom eyes curved in an enchanting smile, yet the gaze within them was utterly cold. He asked softly, "Who taught you to say that?" Xu Minlang's eyes flew wide open. When the cunning hare dies, the hunting hounds are cooked. Xie Jingxing smiled, his expression both charming and dangerous. Chapter 18. Time passed swiftly. As the weather grew colder, the students of the Hall of Extensive Learning began preparing for the end-of-month verification. For the young men, it was a stepping stone toward officialdom. For the young women, it was a chance to display their talents, adding to their future marriage prospects or catching the attention of a suitable match. This was an inevitable rite of passage for the children of noble families. Even a pampered girl like Feng Anning had recently begun studying diligently. As for Xin Qing and Xin Yu, they were even more devoted, especially Xin Yu, who spent entire days in the eastern courtyard practicing the qin and reciting poetry, determined to steal the spotlight once again. Both Xin Yu and Xin Qing were already 15, the age when families usually began arranging marriages. In Mingqi, young women typically married at 16, with betrothals often settled at 15. The reason neither Xin Qing nor Xin Yu was engaged was simple: their standards were too high. They looked down on ordinary matches, yet aiming for the highest ranks seemed overly ambitious. In truth, both families had set their sights on Prince Ding. Of the late emperor's 9 sons, only the 9th, Prince Ding, remained unmarried. Barely past 20, he was at the ideal age to take a wife. Yet, for various reasons, the position of his consort had still not been decided. Like a coveted prize, Prince Ding would personally serve as an examiner during this verification. As a result, countless young ladies spared no effort, hoping to impress him and perhaps even win his heart at first sight. Shen Miao, however, had no such thoughts. Even in this second life, she remained indifferent to romance. She had no talent for poetry, music, or dance, nor could she stand before a crowd and debate matters of state. More importantly, she had no desire to become entangled with Prince Ding ever again. In her previous life, Prince Ding had exploited the Shen family, killed her children, and slaughtered her entire household. That blood debt would be repaid in time. How could she possibly become his wife when all that bound them was blood and vengeance? Feng Anning asked, "Why aren't you studying? The end of the month is almost here." If you end up at the bottom again, won't you become a laughingstock? Ever since Shen Miao's near drowning, she had grown noticeably quieter. Feng Anning had thought she had finally come to her senses, but now it seemed she was just as hopeless as before. Shen Miao replied, "Since I don't understand any of it anyway, why waste the effort?" Yi Peilon, overhearing her, let out a mocking laugh. "Truly, you can't polish a turd." Shen Yu and Xin Qing, who were chatting nearby, pretended not to hear and made no move to defend her. Lately, Shen Miao had stopped fawning over them as she once had, and their dissatisfaction had only grown. They were more than happy to watch her embarrass herself. Yet Shen Miao acted as though Yi Peilon's words had never reached her. Rising to her feet, she said, "I'm going for a walk in the garden." After she left, Yi Peilon sneered. She ran away because she had no comeback. What a coward. Have you said enough? Feng Anning frowned. Are your own studies really so flawless? Feng Anning carried considerable influence among the second-year students, and her family doted on her. Unwilling to offend her, Yi Peilon finally fell silent. Meanwhile, Shen Miao wandered leisurely through the garden. The Hall of Extensive Learning was an elegant place, its garden filled with lush bamboo groves, tranquil ponds, and carefully arranged rockeries. The fresh fragrance drifting through the trees was soothing to the spirit. She simply wanted a moment of peace. The second-year students were still hot-blooded youths, but in her previous life, she had already been a mother. As Empress, she had spent most of her days alone in the cold, desolate Phoenix Palace, enduring the formal greetings of the imperial concubines. Having long grown accustomed to solitude, she had little patience for the noisy chatter of children, whether their words were filled with ridicule or contempt. None of it mattered to her. As she walked, a small, snow-white little dumpling of a child appeared ahead. Dressed in an ivory satin robe, the child stood beneath the bamboo. The fine fabric should have looked elegant, but his round little body stretched it into a comical sight. A tiny topknot perched atop his head, making him look even more adorable. "Su Minlang," she murmured. The little dumpling quickly turned at the sound of her voice. The moment he saw Shen Miao, his eyes lit up as though he wanted to run to her. But after only a moment's hesitation, he remained rooted where he stood, quietly watching her. He truly looked no older than 4 or 5. Shen Miao felt a headache coming on. Did he really mistake her for his mother? Su Minlang bit his lip, looking as though he wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. Then his eyes reddened, and in a soft, syrupy voice, he whispered, "I'm sorry." "Sorry?" Shen Miao blinked in surprise. The little dumpling's lips trembled, his face crumpling as though he were about to burst into tears. The next moment, a lazy voice sounded from nearby. "So it's you." Chapter 19. So it was you. From the bamboo grove emerged a handsome young man, also dressed in an ivory-white robe trimmed with silver thread. Compared to the pale little dumpling, his attire was the very picture of elegance and refinement. He stopped in front of Shen Miao and looked down at her with a searching gaze. The young man was exceptionally tall. Shen Miao barely reached his chest. The habitual roguish smile on his lips might have seemed arrogant, as though he were looking down on a child, but his strikingly handsome features made it impossible to take offense. Any ordinary young lady would likely have been left breathless, her cheeks flushed crimson. But Shen Miao was no innocent maiden. She merely glanced at him before falling silent. The young man's lips curved into a smile. Before anyone realized it, a delicate dagger had appeared in his hand. Holding the blade toward himself, he used the hilt to lift Shen Miao's chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. Reluctantly, Shen Miao looked up at him. The young man appeared to be in his late teens. He had sharp brows, bright eyes that shimmered like autumn waters, and an effortlessly captivating half-smile. Yet beneath that smile lay a chilling gaze, as though those eyes could see straight through a person's soul. No matter how carefree he appeared on the surface, someone like him almost certainly possessed a heart as cold and impenetrable as ice. She took a deep breath, stepped back, and freed her chin from the dagger's hilt. Calmly, she said, "Young Marquis Xie." Xie Jing Xing smiled, his expression unreadable. "You know me?" "Everyone in the capital knows of young Marquis Xie," Shen Miao replied evenly. Her words carried the faintest trace of mockery, yet her tone was so matter-of-fact that it was impossible to tell whether she truly meant it. "I don't know you," Xie Jing Xing said. He glanced at her before shifting his gaze to the trembling little dumpling on the ground. "You had Su Minlang deliver a message to the Su family." "A message?" Shen Miao looked at him and smiled faintly. "I merely taught him a way to avoid being scolded by his father by diverting his attention." "Hardly enough to be called a message." "Young Marquis, you're overthinking it." "Overthinking?" The young man repeated the words with playful amusement. Then, without warning, he stepped forward, nearly pinning Shen Miao against the massive tree behind her. His expression remained ambiguous, but his tone was unmistakably clear. "If I hadn't overthought it, you would have fooled me." Shen Miao frowned. Although Mingqi was not especially strict about interactions between men and women, such behavior between an unmarried young man and woman in broad daylight was still improper, especially outside the hall of extensive learning, where the children of noble families often gathered. If someone saw them, she did not care if her own reputation was ruined, but she could not bear the thought of Shen Xian being disgraced because of her. In her previous life, the Shen family had fallen because of her. Only then had she understood the painstaking efforts her parents had made for her. Given this second chance, she would protect her family. How could she allow anyone to speak ill of the Shens, especially because of her? With that thought, Shen Miao grew impatient. "Young Marquis Xie, if you're here to demand answers, then what exactly do you want?" Xie Jingxing studied the girl before him. He had always possessed extraordinarily keen instincts. Many things revealed their hidden currents from only the slightest surface clue. Those instincts had been sharpened through more than a decade of life, through killing on the battlefield, surviving the treacherous power struggles hidden beneath the prosperity of the capital, and navigating the countless schemes lurking within noble households. The fact that he had grown up so boldly was not merely a matter of luck. Every year in Mingqi, no small number of noble heirs met untimely deaths for one reason or another. He never dismissed anything as insignificant. A single remark from Su Minlang would never have prompted Su Mingfeng to suspect anything. Master Su would have assumed it was merely an innocent reminder from his son. But Xie Jingxing saw it differently. The timing had been too perfect. True coincidences were exceedingly rare. Most coincidences were carefully arranged. He was certain someone had instructed Su Minlang to say those words, though he still did not know why. So he had come to meet that person. Yet when he finally did, he was genuinely astonished. Xie Jingxing had originally assumed that anyone capable of making such a meaningful remark, especially someone studying at the Hall of Extensive Learning, would be the son of an influential court official or a promising young man preparing to enter politics. Perhaps the person wished to win over the Su family. Perhaps it was simply a calculated tactic of feigned indifference. But when he saw the person, he nearly suspected Su Minlang of playing a prank on him. Only after the girl called out to Su Minlang did he confirm that it really was her. The girl before him was small, barely reaching his chest. Her features were not particularly stunning. At best, she could be described as adorable. She looked no older than 11 or 12 years old, with her hair tied into twin buns, a round face, round eyes, and small lips. Standing quietly where she was, she resembled a little fawn that had wandered into the forest. Yet she stood with perfect composure. Every word she spoke was deliberate and measured, carrying herself like a noble lady trained within the imperial palace. Did she dream of becoming empress? If he hadn't witnessed it himself, Xie Jing Xing might have choked on his own spit. No matter how he looked at her, she was just a little brat. At least, until he had exchanged a few words with her. Her face was childish, but her manner was calm and steady. Not the slightest trace of panic appeared on her features. If anything, she seemed mildly impatient. For young Marquis Xie, that was a first. Any other young woman would already have been blushing furiously at such close proximity. Yet her expression remained completely indifferent, almost unbearably dull. Perhaps she was simply too young to understand such things. But if that were true, how could she understand matters concerning the Su family? He braced one hand against the tree behind Shen Miao, making it appear from a distance as though he had enclosed her within his arms. Leaning down, he brought his face dangerously close to hers. "You're not afraid of me. Young Marquis, you're not some man-eating monster." "What is there to fear?" Shen Miao replied coolly. "If there's nothing else, I'll return to the hall." With that, she turned to leave. "Stop." Xie Jing Xing raised a hand. Shen Miao's hair brushed lightly across his palm, leaving behind an itch like a trail of tiny ants. He withdrew his hand, stepped back, leaned against the tree with his arms crossed, and resumed his usual lazy, carefree demeanor. "What was your purpose in warning the Su family?" His words were as sharp as his gaze. He never concealed his edge, always direct and seemingly impulsive, yet every question carried countless hidden implications. Shen Miao sighed inwardly. Xie Jing Xing was even more perceptive than she had imagined. From a single remark made by Su Minlang, he had managed to trace everything back to her. Not only that, but he had even guessed the purpose behind it. In her previous life, she had known only that he was a man of great ambition. Now she realized he was also frighteningly insightful. How could anyone conceal their true intentions from someone so clever? Fortunately, she had never intended to hide anything in the first place. Nothing more than self-preservation. After speaking those words, she gave Xie Jing Xing a slight curtsy and walked away without another glance. 6 simple words. Xie Jing Xing would understand. Behind her, the young man curled his lips into a faint smile as he idly twirled the short dagger in his hand. Su Minlang, what's her name? Chapter 20. The Marquis Linen Manor in the fixed capital was truly magnificent. The late Marchioness had been Princess Yu Qing, the Emperor's favorite daughter. Ordinarily, after marrying an imperial princess, Marquis Linen should have been stripped of his military command. However, unable to resist Princess Yu Qing's sweet entreaties, the Emperor turned a blind eye. That alone spoke volumes about the place she held in his heart. Princess Yu Qing was a peerless beauty with the gentlest of temperaments. After marrying into the Marquis Linen Manor, she was treasured by Marquis Linen. Unfortunately, he still took a concubine, the current Feng Shui. If Princess Yu Qing embodied the perfect noble lady, elegant and accomplished in every social grace, then Feng Shui was the image of a modest, delicate young woman from a humble family. Originally, Feng Shui's father had once done Marquis Linen a great favor. Later, when the Fang family fell into decline, he called in that debt and pressured the Marquis into accepting Feng Shui as a liangqia, a respectable concubine. A liangqia was different from an ordinary concubine. She could not be casually beaten or killed. Moreover, Feng Shui truly behaved with humility, never competing for favor, so Marquis Linen paid her little attention. Among noble families, it was common for men to have numerous wives and concubines. Compared to them, Marquis Linen, who had accepted only a single liangqia, was already considered an exception. He saw nothing wrong with it. Unfortunately, men and women viewed such matters, especially those involving concubines, from entirely different perspectives. Marquis Linen believed that taking a Liangjie was no great matter. A concubine was merely a plaything, while Princess Yu Jing alone held his heart. Princess Yu Jing, however, did not see it that way. Raised under the emperor's doting care, Princess Yu Jing had enjoyed an idyllic marriage in which her husband devoted himself entirely to her. She had grown accustomed to such happiness. Who could have expected a concubine to suddenly appear? At the time, Princess Yu Jing had just given birth to Xie Jing Xing and was still observing her confinement when this blow fell upon her. Every day, Feng Shi came to pay her respects, dressed impeccably and behaving with flawless propriety. Yet the mere sight of her filled Princess Yu Jing with unbearable irritation. Had she been an ordinary princess, she might have resorted to underhanded methods to drive Feng Shi away. But Princess Yu Jing had always been sheltered. Innocent and straightforward by nature, she knew nothing of such schemes. Instead, one of the princess's dowry maids secretly devised a plan, hoping to force Feng Shi out without the princess's knowledge. Somehow, the plot failed and was even discovered by Marquis Linen. Though Marquis Linen was usually carefree in his conduct, he was upright at heart and despised the petty intrigues of the women's quarters. He immediately rebuked Princess Yu Jing harshly. It was the first quarrel they had ever had since their marriage. Unable to bear such injustice, Princess Yu Jing refused to reveal that the maid had acted on her own. Instead, she argued fiercely with Marquis Linen until he finally stormed away in anger. She expected him to return after a few days, but an entire month passed with Marquis Linen staying only in Feng Shi's quarters. A woman in confinement should never grieve, yet Princess Yu Jing, consumed by resentment, became gravely ill. Marquis Linen, who still loved his wife deeply, intended to visit her. However, that very night, he received an imperial decree ordering him to depart for war. He left without even having the chance to bid her farewell. Not long after Marquis Linen departed, Feng Shi discovered that she was pregnant. As the legitimate wife, with the Marquis away, Princess Yu Jing could not afford to scheme against Feng Shi. On the contrary, she had to ensure the safety of the child in Feng Shi's womb. Otherwise, if anything happened, the rumors throughout the fixed capital would surely accuse her of harming the concubine while her husband was absent. As time passed, the strain steadily wore away at her health until she was on the brink of death. The old nurse grew increasingly anxious, but Princess Yu Jing forbade her from informing the imperial family. Instead, she gathered the last of her strength to write a letter to Marquis Linen, begging him to return so she could see him one final time. She waited and waited, but Marquis Linen never came. Princess Yu Jing passed away. 3 days after her burial, Marquis Linen finally returned in triumph from the battlefield, only to find that he could not even see his beloved wife's remains. Overcome with grief, he lamented that the beauty had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a mound of yellow earth. The previous emperor was enraged and stripped Marquis Linen of his official position. It was only after the new emperor ascended the throne, recognizing his talent, that Marquis Linen was reinstated. But the tale of the perfect couple was never to be repeated. Marquis Linen never remarried, and Feng Shi remained the only woman in the Marquis Linen manor. For decades, she continued to play the role of the humble concubine. The children she bore received some measure of care from the Marquis, but all of his attention remained focused on his legitimate son, Xie Jing Xing. Yet Xie Jing Xing wanted none of it. From the moment he was old enough to understand the world, he deliberately distanced himself from Marquis Linen. The tragic love between Princess Yu Jing and Marquis Linen had long since become common knowledge throughout the fixed capital. Anyone curious enough could easily learn the story. Burdened by guilt toward his son, Marquis Linen did everything he could to indulge him. But Xie Jing Xing seemed to delight in opposing his father, often angering him to the point of helpless frustration. Even so, he had inherited Princess Yu Jing's extraordinary beauty and brilliance. Despite his rebellious nature, he was an exceptional young man and naturally became the dream of countless noble daughters throughout Mingqi. Today was no different. Xie Jing Xing strode into his study. His courtyard was the very place where Princess Yu Jing had lived during her final illness. It lay far from the main residence and was prized for its peace and quiet. Xie Ding had repeatedly urged him to move closer to the main residence, but Xie Jingxing always refused, saying that he really didn't want to see certain people. His attitude toward the marquis' household had always been so cold. A servant entered carrying a snow-white porcelain bowl decorated with floral patterns. Aunt Fong made crystal lotus seed porridge, he said. She simmered it for hours. Master, please have some while it's warm. Xie Jingxing disliked being addressed as young master or heir apparent. He insisted that his servants simply call him master, as though doing so could sever all ties with the marquis' household. He glanced at the bowl. The porridge glistened invitingly, its broth rich and clear from hours of slow simmering, releasing a fragrant aroma that whetted the appetite. Throw it away, he said coldly. The servant was already accustomed to such orders. He bowed and quietly withdrew. As soon as he left, another figure appeared at the doorway, bowed slightly, and said in a low voice, "Master, we've confirmed it." The eldest legitimate daughter of the third branch of the general's household, Shen Xian's daughter, Shen Miao. Shen Xian? Xie Jingxing frowned. Shen Xian and Xie Ding had been political rivals for years. The Shen Mansion and the Marquis Linen Manor had always regarded each other with mutual hostility. Furthermore, their military authority kept each other in balance, involving countless intertwined interests. The Marquis Linen Manor was also on close terms with the Su family. If the Shen family had warned the Su family, then it might well have been an indirect warning aimed at the Xie family. But why would an old enemy suddenly offer such a warning? And what could a young girl like Shen Miao possibly know? It had to be the Shen family deliberately sending her to deliver the message. With Shen Xian stationed far away in the northwest, was it the second branch or the third branch behind this? Both Shen Gui and Shen Wan were ambitious men. With the imperial court once again descending into turmoil, they were probably hoping to profit from the chaos. The Shen and Xie families are as incompatible as the waters of the Jing and Wei rivers. He raised an eyebrow, his voice as cold as steel. For a girl of the Shen family to suddenly show goodwill is clearly ill-intentioned. He paused before giving the order. Keep investigating. Chapter 21. No matter what storms or hidden currents churned beneath fixed capital, its surface always appeared peaceful and prosperous. The annual chrysanthemum banquet was drawing near. This year, the Hall of Extensive Learning's verification happened to fall close to the banquet, so the two events were combined. Unlike previous years, the verification would now be held before a grand audience, turning it into a major gathering for the noble families. Early that morning, old Madame Shen sent her chief maid, Xie, to the west courtyard. She said that tailors had been invited to make dresses for the chrysanthemum banquet and asked Shen Miao to come choose her outfit. Shen Miao nodded in agreement. In previous verifications, Shen Miao had always dressed simply. She was little more than an afterthought, and standing out would only invite ridicule. But now that the verification coincided with the chrysanthemum banquet, failing to prepare proper attire would be inappropriate. At the chrysanthemum banquet, the wives of various officials gathered mainly to look for potential daughters-in-law. Families with unmarried daughters naturally dressed them as beautifully as possible, hoping they would catch everyone's eye. Although old Madame Shen disliked the eldest branch of the family, she still had to keep up appearances. Besides, she was someone who always put her own interests first. If Shen Miao could be exchanged for a beneficial marriage alliance, old Madame Shen would not hesitate to do so. Bailu seemed especially cheerful as she accompanied Shen Miao to the Hall of Glory and Scenery. I didn't expect the chrysanthemum banquet to arrive so soon. Doesn't young miss like it more than anything? You'll be able to admire the flowers again. Shen Miao did enjoy the chrysanthemum banquet, but not because of the flowers. At such gatherings, she was always subtly isolated. Part of it was due to Shen Yu and Shen Qing's scheming, but part of it was also because she was dull and awkward. Her clothing was often unfashionable, earning her countless silent laughs that she never even noticed. The real reason she loved the banquet was Fu Xiu Yi. A year earlier, Fu Xiu Yi had attended the chrysanthemum banquet as well. That day, she had once again been ridiculed and left alone. Amid the sea of blooming chrysanthemums, everyone searched for the most beautiful flowers, while she wandered into a quiet corner and discovered a single white chrysanthemum. White chrysanthemums were usually associated with funerals, making them naturally unpopular. This particular flower looked especially pitiful. Whether battered by rain or wind, its petals had wilted. Standing alone in the corner, it drew no one's attention. Perhaps out of sympathy, Shen Miao felt she and the flower were alike, both lonely, overlooked little things. Just as she sighed sadly, she saw a finely dressed man walk toward the flower. He gently lifted its stem and lightly brushed its petals. Someone beside him asked, "Ninth brother, why bother with such a miserable-looking flower?" The man smiled. "I pity its delicate helplessness. It's pitiable." That single sentence, "I pity its delicate helplessness," stirred Shen Miao's heart. When the man turned around, she was captivated even more by his handsome, noble appearance. Only later did she learn from the other young ladies that he was the ninth prince, Prince Fu Xiu Yi. Perhaps youthful infatuation never needed a reason. Although Fu Xiu Yi had been speaking about the flower, Shen Miao believed those words reflected her own situation. She thought, such a gentle man. If I were to marry him, surely he would cherish me just as he pitied that lonely flower. Alas, in the end, she had been completely mistaken. Fu Xiu Yi cherished delicate flowers. He cherished the empire. He cherished Mei Foreign. But he had never once cherished her. Everything she had sacrificed was, in his eyes, nothing more than the duty a wife was supposed to fulfill. Those years of apparent mutual respect had merely been a performance he endured while concealing his disgust. Nor had he truly cared about that chrysanthemum. It had only been an offhand remark. Yet she had treasured it in her heart for years. Miss? Lost in thought, Shen Miao had not even realized she had reached the entrance of the Hall of Glory and Scenery. Bailu quickly called out to her, and only then did Shen Miao follow Sheer inside. Shen Yuanbai was absent today. Old Madame Shen wore a blue and white embroidered long coat. At her advanced age, the youthful shade of blue only made her complexion look even paler, almost ghostly, yet she seemed completely unaware of it. Shen Yu and Shen Qing stood beside their respective mothers. The second branch originally had 2 more daughters born to concubines, but Renwanun was far too domineering to allow them to attend a banquet where they might steal the spotlight. As for the third branch, aside from his principal wife, Qin Ruoqiu, Shenwan had only a single bed warmer, let alone any concubine-born children. As a result, only the legitimate daughters from each branch were attending the chrysanthemum banquet. After paying her respects to old Madame Shen, Shen Miao heard Renwanun say with a smile, "Little fifth is here. Come quickly and choose your fabric. Li Miang will take your measurements in a moment." Shen Qing giggled. "Second sister and I have already chosen ours. We've just been waiting for you." Although Sheer had arrived late to summon Shen Miao, Renwanun's words made it sound as though Shen Miao had been the one keeping everyone waiting. Shen Miao couldn't be bothered to argue. She simply walked over to the couch where several bolts of fabric had been laid out. Li Miang was a woman in her 30s. Every year, the Shen mansion commissioned its clothing from her workshop. In her youth, she had studied embroidery under a palace seamstress, and her craftsmanship was exceptional. 5 or 6 bolts of fabric lay before them. A crabapple red bolt and a misty pink one had already been set aside. Those had obviously been chosen by Shen Qing and Shen Yu. Memories from her previous life surfaced clearly in Shen Miao's mind. At the chrysanthemum banquet, Shen Qing had worn a crabapple red scattered flower cloud gauze skirt, looking graceful and generous, outshining even the blossoms. Shen Yu had worn a bright pink embroidered white pear blossom satin lily padded skirt, making her appear delicate and pure. Meanwhile, Shen Miao had worn pale yellow, paired with old Madame Shen's gaudy gold necklace and matching jewelry, making a complete fool of herself. And that pale yellow fabric had been chosen under the sweet persuasion of her aunts and sisters. Shen Yu smiled. Fifth sister has such fair skin. Why not choose the pale yellow fabric? It would make you look lively and adorable. It suits you perfectly. Shen Qing nodded enthusiastically. That's right. Among the remaining fabrics, pale yellow is definitely the most suitable for fifth sister. Shen Ruoqiu merely smiled faintly without saying a word. Ran Wanyun's eyes glittered with undisguised amusement. Shen Miao had never been good at choosing clothes. With her mother rarely at the mansion, no one had taught her such things. The rest of the Shen family all had hidden agendas. Who among them would sincerely teach a young girl how to dress? As time passed, Shen Miao simply followed Shen Qing and Shen Yu's suggestions, choosing whatever they recommended. For example, while the pale yellow fabric did complement her complexion, it made her look far too childish and somewhat cheap. Paired with those gaudy gold accessories, she looked exactly like a wealthy landlord's daughter. Gu Yu and the others had tried to persuade her to stop wearing those ornaments, but she had stubbornly refused to believe anything was wrong, rushing headlong into humiliation. How ridiculous. Chapter 22. She pointed to a bolt of celestial silk brocade and said, "This one will do." It was a lotus blue fabric, a color most young ladies would normally avoid. Lotus blue was a difficult shade to wear. On an ordinary girl, it could easily make her look older than her years. Without an innate air of nobility, the color would seem overpowering and distinctly unflattering. Shen Ruoqiu's eyes flickered slightly as she smiled. Why did Xiaowu choose such a dark color? Young ladies should wear bright, lively shades, like your 2 elder sisters. Such a deep color might make you look a little too old-fashioned. Indeed, Renwanin agreed. Although she enjoyed watching the eldest branch make fools of themselves, this lotus blue was simply too unusual. If outsiders saw it, they might think all the young ladies of the Shen family dressed like old women. Shen Qing was meant to shine at the chrysanthemum banquet. How could she be dragged down by Shen Miao's poor taste? Shen Yu and Shen Qing, however, secretly smiled to themselves. I think the lotus blue is quite lovely, Shen Qing said. Fifth sister has never worn such a dark color before, has she? It wouldn't hurt to try something new. I've heard this shade gives off a noble air. If I hadn't already chosen my fabric, I certainly would have tried the lotus blue myself, Shen Yu added sweetly. Li Niang looked at the Shen family's 2 sweet-talking, venom-hearted young ladies, then at Shen Miao's calm expression and sighed inwardly. Everyone in the capital knew that Shen Miao, the eldest daughter of General Shen Xian's branch, was foolish and ignorant. But who would have guessed that her seemingly gentle and kind cousins harbored such malicious intentions, deliberately trying to make her a laughingstock? She couldn't help feeling sorry for Shen Miao. While General Shen defended the nation on distant battlefields, his own daughter was being schemed against by her own family. It was truly pitiful. With that thought, she gently suggested, "Lotus blue is indeed rather solemn. Since it's for the chrysanthemum banquet, perhaps a lighter color would be more suitable. How about this jade white fabric instead, miss?" Shen Miao glanced at Li Niang. She was one of the rare honest people. In her previous life, Li Niang had tried to warn her as well. But back then, Shen Miao had trusted her cousins and aunts without question, completely ignoring the advice. Now she simply smiled politely and declined. No need. I prefer this lotus blue fabric. Her answer eased the tension on Xin Qing's and Xin Yu's faces. Xin Yu smiled and said, "Fifth sister has excellent taste. In that case, we'll trouble Madame Li with taking our measurements." Lin Yang sighed inwardly, but said nothing more. She quietly measured each of the young ladies. Throughout the entire process, old Madame Shen reclined on the couch with her eyes closed, pretending to sleep as though she noticed nothing at all. Whenever money was involved, she was always happy to feign ignorance. Today's fabrics and tailoring costs were all being paid from the family treasury, which was managed by Ren Wanen. After everyone's measurements had been taken and Lin Yang had left, Ren Wanen smiled. The girls are all grown up now. When the young ladies of the Shen mansion go out, they mustn't be looked down upon. I've had some jewelry made for each of you to wear at the chrysanthemum banquet. With that, she instructed Xiang Lan to bring over several boxes, one for Xin Qing and one for Shen Miao. Shen Miao's jewelry box felt heavy in her hands. Looking at her with unusual warmth, Ren Wanen said, "I knew you've been busy preparing for the verification at the Hall of Extensive Learning these past few days, so I had these made while I was visiting the jewelry shop. They're all the latest and finest styles. I do hope you like them." From her seat of honor, old Madame Shen frowned slightly, as though she were about to open her eyes. After a brief pause, however, she continued pretending to sleep. "Thank you, Aunt," Shen Miao replied politely. Both Xin Qing and Xin Yu had been allowed to choose their own designs and have them custom-made. She, on the other hand, hadn't even been invited to the jewelry shop under the excuse that they didn't want to disturb her studies. In the end, she was simply handed a finished box of jewelry, and by now there was no possibility of exchanging it. "Let's head back and have a look," Xin Yu said as she pulled Qin Ruoqiu along. Winking at Shen Miao, she added, "Fifth sister's jewelry must be the most extravagant of all." Shen Miao merely smiled faintly without saying a word. Back in the west courtyard, Shen Miao tossed the jewelry box aside without even looking at it. Seeing this, Jingzhe asked curiously, "Miss, aren't you going to open it?" "What's there to see? What difference would it make?" Shen Miao replied without even turning around. Jingzhe hesitated. Whenever her mistress had received jewelry from the second or third household in the past, she had treasured it endlessly. Yet even the servants could tell the pieces were gaudy beyond belief. Shen Miao had been deliberately raised by the second and third households to develop a vulgar taste, favoring flashy gold and silver ornaments above all else. After a moment, Shen Miao reached over and opened the box. The instant the lid was lifted, a dazzling golden gleam spilled out. Inside were gold bracelets, silver necklaces, elaborate hairpins, and even several pieces set with oversized rubies that had been cut so poorly they looked cheap despite their size. Jingzhe couldn't hide the flash of indignation in her eyes. Shen Miao almost laughed out loud. Before her marriage, all of her jewelry had been like this. Gold hairpins and silver necklaces so tasteless that even village girls would have refused to wear them. Dressed in brightly colored clothing and covered in those gaudy ornaments, she had looked like a walking jewelry display. Standing beside the gentle and refined Shen Yu or the poised and elegant Xin Qing, she had resembled nothing more than a richly dressed maid. Now, seeing these trinkets again, she found them utterly laughable. Jingzhe studied her mistress in surprise. Shen Miao showed none of the excitement she would once have displayed. Just as Jingzhe was wondering about it, Shen Miao closed the box with a snap and pushed it toward her. "Take it to a pawn shop and exchange it for silver. Then buy me a simple silver hairpin. Nothing fancy, just one with an engraved pattern." "Miss." Jingzhe stared at her in shock. "If the East Courtyard finds out you've pawned it, they'll surely use it against you." Although she was delighted that Shen Miao no longer liked such gaudy jewelry, this was still an incredibly daring thing to do. If it can't be worn, what's the point of keeping it? It's better to exchange it for real silver. At least that can be put to practical use. Practicality was something Shen Miao had learned during her years as Empress. Every young lady in the Shen mansion received a monthly allowance of 2 taels of silver. But how much extra did Shen Yu and Shen Qing receive from their own households? Shen Miao didn't know. One thing, however, was certain. She received nothing beyond those 2 taels. She was clearly the daughter of the general's household, yet she had less spending money than her 2 elder sisters. She had once believed it was because second aunt and third aunt willingly gave their daughters additional allowances. But now, the family treasury was entirely under Ren Wanyun's control. Shen Gui and Shen Wan both served as court officials, and much of their salaries had to be spent maintaining official relationships. Their stipends were barely enough to cover their own expenses, let alone provide generous allowances for their daughters. Shen Xian, however, had earned every reward with his blood and sweat on the battlefield. Yet he never kept the emperor's generous rewards for himself. Instead, he handed every last bit over to the family treasury. They were spending her father's hard-earned silver while treating her like this. Only old Madame Shen's side of the family could behave with such shamelessness. She had to find a way to divide the household. Chapter 23. The chrysanthemum banquet of the 68th year of Ming-Chi had finally arrived. The Hall of Extensive Learning was also different from before. The verification had been replaced by a challenge of talents. Any student with ability could freely take the stage to display their skills and challenge their peers, showcasing not only the youthful spirit of the students, but also the diverse talents of the Hall of Extensive Learning scholars. This meant that male and female students would appear on the same stage, unlike previous years when they had been separated into different groups. If they wished, girls could challenge boys in areas such as policy debates and archery, while boys could challenge girls in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, though such situations would likely be rare. Early that morning, Shen Mansion bustled with activity. In the west courtyard, Shuangjiang carefully secured a silver hairpin in Shen Miao's hair and smiled. "Miss, it's done." Shuangjiang was the most skilled at styling hair. Shen Yu had once tried to take her away to dress her own hair, but Shuangjiang had been personally assigned to Shen Miao by Lady Shen. Since she refused to leave, Shen Yu had no choice but to give up. "Miss looks absolutely stunning in this outfit," Bailu said with a smile, though she hesitated for a moment. "It's just that your hairstyle looks a little too plain." Shen Miao's thick, glossy hair had been arranged into an elegant hanging cloud hair bun by Shuangjiang, giving her a refined and distinctive appearance. Even after her coming-of-age ceremony, Shen Miao had continued wearing her hair in simple twin loops like a maid. Now, with this new style, she suddenly seemed much more mature. Her round, lovely face now possessed a delicate elegance, finally carrying the grace of a true young lady. Yet the single silver hairpin in her hair looked rather pitiful. You couldn't hide the anger on her face. Despite the Shen family's wealth and status, Shen Miao didn't even have a single respectable piece of jewelry to wear today. The entire Shen family depended on Shen Xian's support, yet they treated his daughter with such ingratitude. The most infuriating part was that Shen Miao couldn't even complain, because they had indeed given her jewelry, just gaudy gold ornaments that would only make her a laughingstock if she wore them in public. With a single glance at Guyu, Shen Miao guessed what she was thinking and couldn't help smiling to herself. Ever since childhood, the second and third branches of the Shen family had deliberately cultivated her taste for flashy, vulgar things, making her believe that the more gold she wore, the better. That way, they could tell outsiders they weren't deliberately humiliating the eldest branch's daughter. It was simply Shen Miao herself who loved gaudy gold jewelry. And so, as Shen Miao happily adorned herself with those exaggerated ornaments, everyone concluded that the eldest daughter of the Shen family was greedy, materialistic, and utterly lacking in refinement. Gold was precious, but it wasn't meant to be worn all over one's body. Afraid Shen Miao might feel upset, Yu quickly changed the subject. But that Li Niang truly has remarkable skill. Miss looks so beautiful in this outfit. Perhaps out of sympathy for Shen Miao, the dress Li Niang had sent featured exceptionally fine embroidery. Knowing that the lotus blue color might otherwise appear too mature on someone so young, she had embroidered large, vibrant crabapple blossoms around the hem, blooming in dazzling splendor. It was truly breathtaking, and Shen Miao wore it with perfect ease. Shuangjiang and Bailu exchanged glances, both seeing the same surprise in each other's eyes. Somehow, Shen Miao now carried even such deep colors effortlessly. What had changed? "Let's go," Shen Miao said as she stood. "We shouldn't keep them waiting." As she stepped out of the courtyard, she noticed the crabapple trees blooming in abundance. She paused, plucked a small blossom, and tucked it into her raven-black hair, instantly adding a touch of brilliance. "Young Miss looks truly beautiful," Guyu praised. Granny Gui had just come out of the small kitchen after preparing snacks for Shen Miao to eat on the journey. When she saw Shen Miao standing there with the basket, she couldn't help but freeze. Having served Shen Miao for many years and even nursed her as a child, Granny Gui had practically watched her grow up. Yet today, Shen Miao seemed almost like a different person. Her calm, composed bearing, paired with the noble lotus blue dress, made her appear no less dignified than a princess. Granny Gui nearly dropped the basket in her hands and stood there in stunned silence. It wasn't until Bailu smiled and said, "What are you staring at, Granny Gui?" that she finally came back to her senses. Granny Gui hesitated, instinctively about to flatter Shen Miao. Then she suddenly remembered that today was the chrysanthemum banquet. If Shen Miao stood out too much, wouldn't that overshadow Shen Yu and Shen Qing? She swallowed the praise that had reached her lips and instead spoke with a look of concern. "Young miss, this dress is much too dark. Someone your age shouldn't wear such colors. They hide your youthful beauty. Why not change back into that peach-colored jacket embroidered with flowering branches and magpies? It would make you look fresh and lovely. And as for your hairpin, didn't the second madam give you so many? If you go out dressed like this, people might think the young ladies of the general's household are too plain." Guyu pursed her lips. That peach-colored jacket embroidered with magpies had been a gift from Renwanen. Its colors were garish, and when paired with an excessive amount of gold and silver jewelry, it would make Shen Miao look like the daughter of some wealthy country merchant. If she wore it to the chrysanthemum banquet, she would surely become everyone's laughingstock. Granny Gui's intentions were clearly malicious. Just as Guyu was about to speak up for Shen Miao, she heard Shen Miao say softly, "Ningqi now enjoys prosperity and peace, and the people live in contentment. His Majesty himself advocates frugality. In the greater scheme of things, extravagance is the lesser path. What's wrong with simplicity? If others see it, they'll only praise the general's household for its integrity and upright character. Isn't that a good thing?" As for clothing, Shen Miao smiled faintly. Today's gathering is meant for appreciating flowers and displaying talent. It has nothing to do with attire. Her voice was gentle and courteous, yet every word carried quiet authority. Granny Gui's thoughts fell into complete confusion. She had never feared Shen Miao losing her temper, but when had Shen Miao ever spoken with such eloquence? Shen Miao had never cared much for her studies and had always seemed rather dull. Now she spoke with such refined reasoning that Granny Gui, an uneducated servant, couldn't think of a single response. Bailu couldn't help letting out a quiet laugh before quickly suppressing it, though the delight in her eyes was impossible to hide. Unable to refute Shen Miao and having embarrassed herself before the maids, Granny Gui felt both frustrated and bewildered. Ever since Shen Miao had returned to the estate, every exchange between them had ended with Granny Gui at a disadvantage. Shen Miao's tone was always calm and gentle, yet every sentence left her utterly speechless. Flustered, Granny Gui handed the basket to Guyu. These are snacks for young miss to eat on the journey. The chrysanthemum banquet is still some distance away, so she mustn't go hungry. Then she turned to Shen Miao. This old servant will return to the courtyard to attend to her duties. Go ahead, Shen Miao replied lightly. After Granny Gui left, both Gu Yu and Bai Lu were overjoyed. The more decisive Shen Miao became, the more she resembled the true mistress of the household. That way, those in Shen Mansion who lacked manners would no longer dare to bully her. As they reached the front gate, they saw 2 carriages waiting outside. The first was already prepared to depart, while the second stood empty. Shen Qing's maid, Chun Tao, was standing beside the first carriage. Chapter 24. Chun Tao spotted Shen Miao and quickly approached the carriage, whispering something to those inside. Immediately afterward, the carriage curtain was lifted. Inside sat Shen Yu, Shen Qing, Ren Wanun, and Chen Ruoqiu. All 4 were taken aback when they saw Shen Miao. Chen Ruoqiu's gaze flickered, while Ren Wanun frowned. Xiao Wu, why are you dressed so plainly? Exactly, Shen Qing said eagerly. It doesn't suit you at all. You should wear something brighter. I have a new bright yellow dress in my room. Chun Tao, take 5th sister to change into it. And why aren't you wearing any jewelry? People might think the general's manner has mistreated you. She quietly suppressed the jealousy in her heart. In truth, Shen Qing was a delicate beauty herself. Her lively yet graceful manner always gave her the appearance of a refined noble lady. But there was one thing she cared about deeply. Her complexion was not particularly fair, leaning more toward a wheatish tone. What young woman didn't dream of having snow-white skin? She would never dare compare herself to Shen Yu's naturally fair complexion, but Shen Miao's pale skin, set off by the lotus-blue dress she wore today, looked even more luminous. Among the 3 daughters of the Shen family, Shen Qing now appeared the dullest by comparison, and that naturally displeased her. Shen Yu carefully examined Shen Miao. The hanging cloud hair bun she wore was exquisitely styled, pairing perfectly with the lotus-blue dress in an elegant, dignified way. Without the usual gold and silver ornaments, Shen Miao possessed a quiet, effortless nobility. She smiled gently. 5th sister, never mind the dress for now, but you really should wear jewelry. It represents the dignity of our household. Grandmother would be unhappy to see you dressed like this. And why have you changed your hairstyle? You're still young. The twin loop buns you used to wear suited you much better. Guyu's face paled with anger, but as a servant, she could not openly defy her masters. She gritted her teeth in frustration. The 2nd and 3rd branches of the Shen family were clearly plotting against their own niece, determined to have Shen Miao appear as plain as possible. Shen Miao sneered inwardly. Shen Yu had even invoked old Madame Shen, knowing perfectly well that Shen Miao had once feared the old lady more than anyone. As for the hairstyle, Shen Yu herself was barely a year older. Where did this talk about youth come from? Shen Yu wore a flying immortal hair bun with a flowing pink dress to present herself as an unmatched beauty. Why should Shen Miao be forced to play the plain foil? After everyone had finished speaking, Shen Miao remained silent. She simply smiled at them, her thoughts impossible to read. Finally, Shen Qing became uncomfortable under her gaze and snapped at the maid beside the carriage. Chun Tao, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take 5th sister to change. No need, Shen Miao interrupted, adopting a sorrowful expression. There's a reason I'm dressed like this today. I truly love the jewelry 2nd Aunt gave me. It's not that I chose not to wear it. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, unable to understand what she meant. Yu and Jiangzhe also looked at one another in confusion before turning their eyes back to Shen Miao. My father is far away in the northwest, leading our troops in bloody battle. The Huns have yet to retreat, and our soldiers still wear their cold armor. Yet here I am in the capital, dressed in fine silks, enjoying leisure, admiring flowers, and composing poetry. It fills me with shame. Shen Miao lowered her head slightly, her voice growing softer. Last night, a bodhisattva appeared in my dream and urged me to pray with sincere devotion. So I have decided to wear plain clothing without any adornments until my father returns victorious. No one had expected Shen Miao to say such a thing. Ordinarily, she could barely manage a few timid words, much less express herself with such composure and refinement. Shen Yu and Xin Qing were both too stunned to respond. Chen Ruoqiu thoughtfully touched her temple, while Ren Wanyan looked distinctly uncomfortable. If Shen Miao was praying sincerely for her father, what did that make the rest of the Shen family? Yet there was no way Ren Wanyan would allow her own Qinger to dress so plainly at the chrysanthemum banquet. Forcing a smile, she coaxed gently. Even so, you're still a young lady. There's no need to burden yourself like this. At the banquet, you should simply relax and enjoy yourself. Before she could finish, Shen Miao suddenly bowed deeply before her. I beg second and to honor my filial devotion. They were standing at the entrance of the Shen mansion, where people constantly passed by. Shen Miao's deep bow immediately drew curious looks from everyone nearby. Ren Wanyan could have insisted that Shen Miao change into brighter clothes for the sake of the family's reputation. But how could she possibly reject such a display of filial piety? If her elder brother was risking his life fighting in the northwest, while she herself neither prayed for him nor even allowed his daughter to do so, what would others think? Ren Wanyan's face darkened. She had never anticipated such a response, and what frustrated her most was that she had no way to refuse. Hurriedly, she motioned for Chun Tao to help Shen Miao to her feet. Silly child. Of course your second aunt respects your filial heart. It's remarkable that someone so young would think this way. Very well. Plain clothes it is. Xin Qing still looked dissatisfied, but dared not openly contradict her mother. Meanwhile, Shen Yu and Chen Ruoqiu seemed to realize something. The way they looked at Shen Miao subtly changed. However, Ren Wanyan said with a smile, "Our carriage is already full. The steward has prepared another carriage just for you, Xiao Wu. It's more spacious. You can follow behind us and we'll enter together when we arrive." Every year at the chrysanthemum banquet, Shen Miao rode in the same carriage as Shen Yu and Xin Qing. There had always been enough room for one more person. This arrangement was clearly deliberate. Ren Wanyan had her own calculations. Xin Qing had reached marriageable age. However, Shen Xian held a higher official rank than Shen Gui, so influential families might choose Shen Miao before considering Shen Qing. Shen Miao was dull and inexperienced. Left on her own, she would almost certainly embarrass herself. Only then would Shen Qing's grace and elegance stand out all the more. That was why Ren Wanyan had arranged 2 separate carriages. Chen Ruoqiu and her daughter shared the same intentions, so they naturally offered no objection. Very well, as second aunt wishes. Shen Miao smiled faintly. Ren Wanyan was momentarily stunned. She had expected Shen Miao to resist. In the past, Shen Miao had always clung to Shen Yu and Xin Qing. Ren Wanyan had assumed forcing her into a separate carriage would take considerable effort. Instead, Shen Miao agreed without the slightest hesitation. All the persuasive words Ren Wanyan had prepared suddenly became unnecessary. If there's nothing else, Shen Miao will go to her carriage first. She bowed to the 4 of them before walking directly toward her own carriage. The carriage was quite spacious, though it was nowhere near as luxurious as Ren Wanyan's. Gu said angrily, "Not only are they making the young lady ride alone, they're even putting her carriage behind theirs. What are they trying to do?" Jingzhe looked at Shen Miao with concern and sighed inwardly. Shen Miao stared silently at the candied fruits on the small table, her hands slowly curling into fists. They wanted to humiliate the main branch, deliberately distancing themselves from her so she would become a laughingstock and tarnish Shen Xian's reputation. She would soon see who ended up bringing disgrace upon whom. Chapter 25. The chrysanthemum banquet was held at Yanbei Hall, not far from Prince Gong's residence. The hall had originally been established by the founding emperor and empress of Mingqi. The estate had once been an exquisitely landscaped garden belonging to the previous dynasty, spanning thousands of acres with magnificent and intricate architecture. Had it not been so far from the city center, the imperial couple had even considered incorporating it into the imperial palace. Nestled among mountains and rivers, though somewhat remote, it was an ideal place to admire the scenery. Every October, chrysanthemums of every color bloomed in dazzling abundance. Dedicated gardeners carefully cultivated rare chrysanthemum varieties, making the sea of blossoms seem like something from a fairyland. Holding the verification here was considered a mark of refined taste. It took about an hour by carriage to travel from the Shen residence to Yanbei Hall, so snacks had been prepared for the journey to stave off hunger. Guyu opened the basket Granny Goe had prepared and asked, "Miss, why don't you have something to eat? The journey is long, and you'll need your strength." Shen Miao glanced at the contents. Iced goat cheese, scallion rolls, spicy oil-cured meat. At first glance, they looked delicious, colorful, and fragrant. Unfortunately, every one of them had a strong flavor. Foods like iced goat cheese and spicy meat could easily smudge lipstick and stain clothing. Granny Goe had certainly been thoughtful in choosing them. The struggles among women in the inner residence often revolved around subtle schemes and hidden traps. But Shen Miao had once survived the intrigues of the Mingqi imperial harem, where concubines fought fiercely for the emperor's favor. Compared to those battles, these petty tricks were hardly worth noticing. She shook her head, gestured for Guyu to close the basket, and turned to Jingzhe. "No need." Jingzhe brought something. Jingzhe carefully produced a small cloth bundle from behind her. Inside were delicate little pastries. Shen Miao did not trust the Shen household kitchen, so she had instructed Jingzhe to bribe the steward responsible for purchasing supplies to bring pastries from outside. The steward assumed Jingzhe simply had a sweet tooth, so she did not tamper with them, though she was surprised that a mere maid could afford pastries from Guangfu Zhai. Guangfu Zhai was one of the finest pastry shops in the capital, favored even by the imperial concubines. In her previous life, Shen Miao had never been particularly fond of its pastries, but Wan Yu adored them. She became restless if she went even a single day without eating them. The pastries were only as large as Shen Miao's fingertips, shaped like tiny blossoms and almost too adorable to eat. Shen Miao shared them with Guyu and Jingzhe. The two maids hesitated at first, but after Shen Miao insisted, they carefully accepted them. After taking a bite, they exclaimed together, "Miss, these pastries are truly delicious." A faint smile appeared on Shen Miao's lips. How delicious could pastries really be? They were simply pretty and exquisitely crafted, and young girls naturally loved beautiful things. When Wan Yu had been sent away in a political marriage, Shen Miao had even spent a fortune hiring a pastry chef from Guangfu Zhai, hoping Wan Yu could still enjoy her favorite treats in the harsh lands of the Xiongnu. Who could have imagined? Who could have imagined that Wan Yu would die before she even arrived, her body never to be found? Shen Miao slowly closed her eyes. Wan Yu's political marriage had been instigated by Mei Foren, orchestrated by Qin Ruochio's family, but the imperial decree had come from Fu Xiu Yi. In this lifetime, none of them would escape. Everyone responsible for Wan Yu's death. She would make them repay it 1,000-fold. Guyu was happily nibbling on her pastry when she suddenly noticed the icy expression in Shen Miao's eyes. At that moment, Shen Miao resembled a noble woman accustomed to giving decisive orders from a position of supreme authority. Guyu even caught a glimpse of Shen Xian's shadow in her. Shen Xian was a man who had fought countless battles and killed countless enemies. Whenever he became angry, even his bones seemed to radiate murderous intent. Shen Miao wore that exact same expression now. Gu nearly choked on her pastry. She hastily swallowed it before asking cautiously, "Miss, are you feeling unwell?" "No." Shen Miao lowered her gaze. "I was just thinking about a few things. Today's chrysanthemum banquet and verification would be attended by Fu Xiu Yi. Not only him, but several of his brothers as well. Among the 9 princes, each possessed his own strengths, and naturally, they had formed their own factions. Fu Xiu Yi appeared to be the most harmless of them all and maintained good relations with the Crown Prince's faction. Who could have guessed that, in the end, the Crown Prince would be deposed while Fu Xiu Yi would become the heir apparent? Shen Miao had no intention of helping the Crown Prince. The Mingqi imperial family was utterly heartless. To them, the great aristocratic families who had helped establish the dynasty were nothing more than aging hunting dogs. Those dogs had once helped them catch rabbits, but now that the rabbits were safely in hand, they feared the dogs might one day bite their masters. So they drained every last drop of blood from the hounds before slaughtering and cooking them. If the ruler lacked benevolence and the heir lacked righteousness, how could they demand unwavering loyalty from others? Why not simply watch the dogs tear each other apart first? A faint smile curved Shen Miao's lips. Yanbei Hall was already crowded with members of the noble families. Although today's verification did not strictly separate men and women, the banquet hall still had separate seating areas. On the men's side, young masters and their fathers moved about exchanging introductions. It was only natural for noble families to build relationships and support one another. After all, these young men would eventually inherit their father's responsibilities. Forming friendships early would only benefit them in the future. The women's side was quieter. The noble matrons gathered together to chat about everyday matters, while the young ladies remained within their familiar circles of friends. They were both excited and nervous about the upcoming verification. From time to time, they would steal glances toward the young gentlemen across the hall, especially those who had caught their attention. Palon idly played with the flowers on the table before her. "Are you all prepared for today's verification?" "Not at all," one of the girls beside her replied with a laugh. "There are so many talented people here. Someone as ordinary as me is terrified. I only hope no one draws my name or challenges me to the stage. I don't care about standing out. I just don't want to embarrass myself." Palon pursed her lips. "You should at least try. Don't forget that Prince Ding will be here today. Isn't that young masterlier so fond of attending as well? He's renowned for his literary talent and is certain to take the stage. Shouldn't you seize this chance to impress him?" The girl shoved Palon playfully, her cheeks reddening. "Stop teasing me." Jiang Shaoxian chuckled. "That's right, Bai Wei. Don't be so afraid. Besides, if we're talking about making a fool of oneself, isn't the Shen family's 5th miss always the greatest source of amusement? Surely you'll do better than she does." "Exactly." Palon giggled so hard that her shoulders trembled. Every year, Shen Wu attends the verification just to entertain everyone. I'm amazed she still has the nerve to show up. Just thinking about what ridiculous spectacle she'll create this year makes me laugh. I wonder what she'll wear this time. Another dreadful combination like last year's bright red dress paired with that gaudy purple and gold hairpin. The girls erupted into laughter. "That's enough." Feng Anning suddenly spoke. "Is it really that funny?" Palon froze for a moment before sneering. "Feng Anning, you've been acting rather strangely lately. What is it? Have you actually become friends with that fool?" Feng Anning's face flushed with anger. Just as she was about to retort, someone called out from across the hall. Madam Shen has arrived." Chapter 26. Yi Peilon's mother, Madame Yi, was usually on good terms with Ren Wan'an, while Master Yi and Shen Gui supported one another in official circles. Ren Wan'an would occasionally bring Shen Qing to visit the Yi residence, so Yi Peilon was closest to Shen Qing and also got along well with Shen Yu. The ladies present, along with the men seated on the opposite side of the banquet, all turned to look toward the entrance. Shen Gui and Shen Wan had been occupied with political affairs lately and were unable to attend. However, the reason everyone was watching the entrance had nothing to do with either of them. No matter what, Grand General of Might Shen Xian held tremendous prestige in the imperial court. During the late emperor's reign, the Shen family had enjoyed exceptional favor, truly living up to their reputation as the emperor's trusted confidants. Whoever controlled military power had the right to command respect. Thus, although Shen Xian rarely returned to the capital, the mere mention of the Shen family still carried great weight. Shen Gui and Shen Wan's smooth careers in court were also largely due to their elder brother's influence. To the men, the Shen family was a powerful household worthy of admiration for its military strength. To the women, however, it was a source of endless gossip. The older ladies, being more composed, would at least offer polite words even if they secretly looked down on them. The younger ladies were different. Perhaps it was simply human nature to envy. Shen Xian had only one legitimate daughter, Shen Miao, whose status was naturally extraordinary. One could even say she was comparable to a princess. Yet this genuinely noble young lady was an utter fool, ignorant, timid, and cowardly. Her infatuation with Prince Fu Xiu Yi had become the source of countless jokes, especially since everyone knew her feelings were entirely one-sided. Not to mention that, standing beside her two outstanding cousins, she looked more like a country bumpkin than a daughter of a distinguished family. I wonder what kind of spectacle we'll see today. With Prince Ding here, Shen Miao is bound to have dressed up with great care, hasn't she? Yi Peilon said, covering her mouth as she laughed. Won't the verification be even more amusing? With Shen Miao's empty-headed nature, she'll probably insist on going up herself. Now that would be worth watching, Jiang Shaoxian added with a laugh. Bai Wei sighed dramatically and shook her head. I wonder what sins General Shen committed in his past life to end up with a daughter like that. As they spoke, the maids of Yanbei Hall led a group inside. At the front were Ren Wan'an and Chen Ruoqiu. Ren Wan'an wore an embroidered gold-threaded thin silk robe. Naturally full-figured, with her hair arranged in an original Luo hair bun, she looked dignified and prosperous, every bit the commanding matriarch. Chen Ruoqiu, despite already having a 16-year-old daughter, still looked remarkably youthful. She wore a light green smoke gauze dress with a pipa collar, giving her the refined elegance of a gentlewoman from a scholarly family. Behind them came Shen Yu and Shen Qing. Shen Yu wore a pale pink long feather gauze dress with a front opening. Her long hair was styled in a flying immortal hair bun adorned with exquisite pink pearls whose soft luster drew every eye. Beside her, Shen Qing wore a peach-colored, scattered flower auspicious cloud gauze dress. Her hair was arranged in a 100-flower hair bun, making her appear lively and radiant. The translucent jade bracelet on her wrist was clearly no ordinary treasure. Both girls were in the bloom of youth. One was delicate and graceful, while the other was poised and elegant. Their luxurious clothing and jewelry, combined with their natural beauty, attracted the attention of many of the young men present. Among the male guests, one official couldn't help praising them. The Shen family's daughters are truly a sight to behold. There's one more, Kailin said. Having just caught sight of his beloved Shen Yu, he was in an excellent mood and couldn't resist sneering. The Shen family also has General Shen's daughter, who is truly beautiful. The official, apparently unaware of the rumors surrounding Shen Miao, took Kailin's words seriously. General Shen's daughter must indeed be exceptional. Heh, Kai Lin let out a mocking laugh and gestured toward Shen Yu's group. That's not. His words stopped abruptly. Behind Shen Qing and Shen Yu walked another young girl. She wasn't walking beside them, but followed a short distance behind. One might have expected her to appear timid or dejected, yet there was not the slightest trace of meekness in her bearing. She wore a dark gold cloud-embroidered shirt with a crescent phoenix tail silk skirt. Large, intricate peonies decorated the hem, seeming to bloom beneath her feet with every step she took. As she walked, it was as though flowers blossomed in her wake. Perhaps because of the chill, she had draped a lotus-blue cloud silk shawl over her shoulders. It instantly softened the brilliance of the embroidered flowers, replacing their splendor with quiet dignity. As she drew closer, everyone could finally see her face clearly. She appeared to be about 14 or 15 years old. Her hair was arranged in a simple hanging cloud hair bun, adorned only with a plain silver hairpin. At its tip bloomed a delicate begonia, adding a single bright touch to the understated style. Her fair complexion was enhanced by the lotus blue fabric, making her skin resemble polished jade. Her eyes were clear and luminous, bright as those of a young fawn. A faint smile rested on her rosy lips, though it never reached her eyes. Her nose was small with a gently rounded tip. Her features were sweet and charming, yet no one who saw her would mistake her for an ordinary young lady. Some people are born beautiful but possess little presence. Others are not especially stunning, yet command attention the moment they appear. This young girl's features were lovely rather than breathtaking, but her bearing was utterly captivating. An innate dignity radiated from her, a quiet nobility so natural that it discouraged even the slightest disrespect. Her posture was flawless. Her chin was held just slightly high, her skirts remained perfectly composed with every step, and her hands rested together with effortless grace, neither stiff nor careless, as though the gesture had been practiced countless times. This regal composure and effortless authority made her seem less like a girl of 14 and more like a woman tempered by years of experience and elevated status. Shen Yu, Shen Qing, Ren Wannin, and Shen Ruoqiu, who walked ahead of her, unknowingly appeared to be her attendants instead. Though she walked last, she looked unmistakably like the mistress they followed. "Who is that?" Yi Peilon murmured, unable to hide her astonishment. How could someone so young possess such commanding presence? Is she a guest of the Shen family? Bai Wei wondered. I don't remember ever seeing her before. The men's side of the banquet had also fallen silent. Men judged people differently from women. Everyone present was an official and could immediately recognize what made this young lady extraordinary. It wasn't her appearance, but her bearing. She possessed the calm of someone who had weathered countless storms, treating everything before her with serene confidence and an innate air of superiority. She was like a leopard standing among sheep. The contrast was impossible to ignore. Is this General Shen's daughter? The official who had been speaking with Kai Lin asked excitedly. What remarkable beauty! What extraordinary bearing! The student truly surpasses the master. Shen Miao? Kai Lin stood frozen. He stared at her for a long moment before blurting out in disbelief. That's Shen Miao. Like a stone thrown into still water, the entire hall fell silent for a brief moment before instantly erupting into an uproar. Chapter 27. Shen Miao? Feng Anning couldn't help but freeze. She shared a desk with Shen Miao every day at the Hall of Extensive Learning, so she could see more clearly than anyone else. It was undoubtedly Shen Miao. Lately, Shen Miao had become much quieter. Although she had always been reserved, she no longer followed Shen Yu and Shen Qing around, making foolish and ignorant remarks. Her silence was no longer unpleasant. Feng Anning had assumed she had simply grown wiser, but she had never imagined that dressing properly could make her look so striking. Ever since recovering from her near drowning, she had grown thinner. It hadn't been obvious before, but now her slightly pointed chin made her seem less like an 11 or 12-year-old girl and more like a young lady of 14. She was like a young beast that had long remained curled up in its den, finally awakening from a deep slumber and baring its claws for the first time. Scholar Pei was seated among the male guests as well. Although he was currently only a mathematics teacher at the Hall of Extensive Learning, talent was always respected, and he already held a notable reputation among the officials. Still young and exceptionally gifted, he could easily obtain an official post if he entered the court. Those involved in politics always planned for the future, and Pei Ling's rise to prominence was far from impossible. Shen Miao's gaze swept across the male guests before lingering briefly on Pei Ling. She knew that during today's verification, although Pei Ling was only a mathematics teacher, a bold student would challenge the instructors in a literary contest. Pei Ling's essay on conduct and law strategy would be so eloquent and persuasive that it would immediately catch Fu Xiu Yi's attention. Afterward, Fu Xiu Yi would spare no effort to recruit him, repeatedly humbling himself to win Pei Ling over as one of his most important allies. This time, she absolutely could not allow that to happen. Pei Ling keenly sensed the girl's gaze resting on him from afar. It was sharp and appraising, like a beast measuring the worth of its prey. A strange feeling stirred within him. He looked back, but Shen Miao had already turned away. The adults around him murmured in admiration. General Shen's eldest daughter carries herself so well at such a young age. She'll surely become someone remarkable in the future. She's quite beautiful too, a young man in blue remarked. How did I never notice before? Shen Miao is actually quite a beauty. Young men, after all, noticed appearances first. Too bad she's an idiot, Kai Lin scoffed after recovering from his surprise. Irritated that everyone was staring at Shen Miao while ignoring Shen Yu, he let out a dismissive snort. You're the idiot. The sudden shout exploded beside him. Kai Lin jumped and turned around, only to find a round-faced child dressed in soft red satin glaring at him furiously. Though the child was small, his presence was surprisingly imposing. My apologies, a young man in green hurried over with a polite smile. My younger brother was rude. Please forgive him. Kai Lin had been about to curse, but the moment he recognized Su Mingfeng, heir to the Ping'an Count, and the little boy as the second young master, Su Minling, he swallowed the words. Su Mingfeng was Xie Jing Xing's close friend. Who would dare offend him? Big brother, Su Minling said, tugging on Su Mingfeng's sleeve. That sister is so pretty. Marry her and bring her home to be my sister-in-law. Su Mingfeng's smile stiffened. Fortunately, Su Minling had spoken softly enough that no one else heard. Bending down slightly, Su Mingfeng asked, Second brother, do you know Miss Shen? Nope, Su Minling answered innocently, fiddling with his fingers. Su Mingfeng said nothing more. Shen Miao followed behind Renwanun and the others to the women's seating area. Normally, the ladies sat with their close friends, and the younger girls did the same. But aside from attending the Hall of Extensive Learning, Shen Miao spent nearly all her time at the Shen residence. Shen Yu and Shen Qing were obviously out of the question, and no one at the academy wanted to befriend her. Completely unconcerned, she simply found a seat for herself. Rather than feeling excluded, she actually appreciated the peace and quiet. The other young ladies, already envious of Shen Miao's unusually elegant appearance today, had deliberately ignored her in hopes of embarrassing her. Yet Shen Miao sat alone with perfect composure. Chessboards and playing cards had been prepared on the tables to entertain the girls. After a moment's thought, she picked up a chess piece from the basket and began playing against herself. She had never excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. In the past, she had despised those pursuits because of the second and third branches' deliberate influence. After marrying Fu Xiu Yi, she had never found the time to learn them. So when she returned from the Qin state in her previous life and stood before Mei Foreign, graceful and accomplished in music and dance, she couldn't help feeling inferior. The imperial consorts constantly compared her with Mei Foreign, mocking her as nothing more than a rough woman from a military family, lacking elegance and refinement. They claimed that was why Fu Xiu Yi neglected his empress. But chess did not necessarily require the skills of a true player. Although she couldn't play properly, during her years in the Qin state, working for Fu Xiu Yi's sake, she had studied military strategy in great depth. She could not play chess, but she could wage war. To her, this chessboard was a battlefield. The noble daughters watched from a distance as Shen Miao sat calmly by herself. Her composed, detached bearing made her seem entirely different from the others, as though she naturally stood above them all. Fifth Miss seems quite different now, Madame E remarked with a smile to Renwanin. She's truly grown into a young lady. She couldn't openly say that Shen Miao now outshone both Shen Yu and Shen Qing, so she chose her words carefully. Renwanin understood perfectly. Skilled at reading people, she had already noticed during their walk that the crowd's attention hadn't been on her, Shen Yu, or Shen Qing. Everyone had been looking at Shen Miao. Grinding her teeth inwardly, she thought, Shen Miao must have gone to great lengths today because she knew Prince Ding would attend the verification. She's trying every trick she can to catch his eye and compete with my Qinger. She raised her teacup and smiled sweetly toward the male guests. Indeed, she's no longer a child. The old madam dotes on her. Before we left, she even said that since her father isn't here, I should keep an eye out for a suitable marriage match. Jin Ruoqiu, seated beside her, immediately became alert. Looking for a marriage match? Both Shen Yu and Shen Qing were older than Shen Miao, yet Shen Miao's marriage was being considered first. It certainly wasn't because old Madame Shen cared for her. She had always despised the first branch. How could she possibly hope for Shen Miao to find a good husband? Jin Ruoqiu's gaze shifted toward Shen Qing, who was chatting with Yi Peilon. Renwanin seems eager to marry Shen Miao off before Shen Xian returns. Why? Because Shen Qing also admires Prince Ding? To remove her greatest rival? As the thought crossed her mind, another commotion rose among the male guests. Madame Jiang announced, Prince Yu has arrived. Shen Miao paused in the middle of placing a chess piece. The white stone slipped from her fingers and clicked against the board. She slowly lifted her eyes toward the men's seating area, her expression perfectly calm. Prince Yu, the crippled, lecherous widower whom old Madame Shen had wanted her to marry in her previous life. He was now 42 years old. Had she not been infatuated with Fu Xiu Yi and eloped with him back then, she would have long since become nothing more than another nameless skeleton within Prince Yu's manor. Chapter 28. From a distance, a middle-aged man approached. Unlike the officials and young nobles seated together, he occupied a specially arranged seat set apart from the others. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a dark, gaunt face and a fierce expression. He wore a luxurious pine-colored robe, but unfortunately, he had only one leg. This man was none other than the current emperor's younger brother, Prince Yu. Prince Yu is the emperor's full-blooded younger brother. In his youth, he had saved the emperor from an assassin, but his left leg was so badly injured that it had to be amputated, leaving him crippled. From that day on, his temperament changed drastically. He became cruel, violent, and eccentric. His manor was filled with concubines. While outsiders remained unaware of the truth, the imperial family knew all too well about his depraved and twisted habits. Countless women had died at the hands of his perverse whims. Princess Yu had died under suspicious circumstances 7 years earlier. However, with both the emperor and the empress dowager protecting Prince Yu, her family had no choice but to swallow their grievances. Recently, word had spread from Prince Yu's manor that he intended to take a new royal consort. For a time, the entire fixed capital buzzed with speculation. Prince Yu held an exalted position and was deeply favored by both the emperor and the empress dowager, so the selection of his royal consort naturally required a bride of equally distinguished status. Families who truly loved their daughters were unwilling to send them into such a den of wolves. Yet there were also those who regarded their daughters as nothing more than bargaining chips, eager to exchange them for wealth and status, even at the cost of their lives. After all, hadn't the family of the previous Princess Yu prospered under the emperor's compensatory favor despite losing a daughter? Shen Miao's gaze swept past Prince Yu before settling on Renwanen among the women's seats. Sure enough, Renwanen's eyes lit up as she remarked to Madame E beside her, "His Majesty truly holds Prince Yu in the highest regard." As someone well-versed in the intrigues of the inner court, Madame E immediately understood Renwanen's intentions. Although she privately despised Renwanen's ruthlessness, her husband was aligned with Shen Gui, so she naturally supported her. Smiling, she replied, "Indeed. Though he is older, he surely knows how to cherish a woman." Shen Ruoqiu, seated nearby, lowered her head and slowly nibbled on a pastry, her smile carrying a hint of something strange. Cherish a woman? No one in their right mind would willingly marry their daughter to a crippled widower, no matter how powerful or attentive he might be. It was no different from throwing her into a pit of fire. With that thought, she turned to glance at Shen Miao. Shen Miao calmly held a chess piece, placing it methodically on the board as though she were completely absorbed in the game and oblivious to the conversations around her. Shen Ruoqiu suddenly felt uneasy. Ever since Shen Miao had awakened from her near drowning, she had seemed like an entirely different person. Could this be the awakening of Shen Xian's bloodline? The Shen family had always been known for their fiery tempers. If Shen Miao discovered Renwanen's scheme, would she simply accept it? Just as the thought crossed her mind, Shen Miao seemed to sense her gaze. She looked up, meeting Shen Ruoqiu's eyes with chilling indifference. Though it was the golden autumn of October, that single glance sent an icy chill through Shen Ruoqiu's heart. Shen Miao lowered her head once more, her attention returning to the chessboard before her. In her previous life, she had made a complete fool of herself at the Golden Chrysanthemum banquet. After returning home, Renwanen brought up the marriage proposal from Prince Yu's manor before old Madame Shen. Renwanen had said, with Fifth Miss behaving like this, having no accomplishments to speak of, and even bringing shame upon the Shen family, which noble household would be willing to marry her. Right now, there's still this excellent match from Prince Yu's manor. If Fifth Miss marries there, she'll become a royal consort and enjoy the care of His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. That would be a blessed life. Though Prince Yu has a bad leg and is somewhat older, our Fifth Miss doesn't have any exceptional qualities either. She certainly wouldn't be marrying beneath herself. The words sounded righteous, yet they were utterly malicious. Only much later, after spending a fortune to bribe a maid from the Hall of Glory and Scenery, did Shen Miao learn of that conversation. Old Madame Shen had long harbored deep resentment toward the eldest branch of the family. Shen Xian was the son of the original wife, and while the old master had been alive, he had always favored Shen Xian, making his stepmother, old Madame Shen, burn with jealousy. After finally outliving the old master, she found herself unable to touch Shen Xian because of his military achievements. But if she could not harm Shen Xian, she could still harm Shen Miao. And for a woman, nothing was more devastating than an unfortunate marriage. Old Madame Shen and Renwanen immediately reached an agreement and were preparing to send someone to Prince Yu's manor to propose the match. Shen Miao was furious and terrified. At the time, she was hopelessly infatuated with Fu Xiu Yi. In desperation, she packed her belongings that very night and went to Prince Ding's residence, begging to be taken in. She deliberately allowed word to spread, ruining her own reputation. Since her name had already been tarnished, she thought she might as well force the matter. Even becoming Prince Ding's concubine would be better than marrying into Prince Yu's manor. The incident immediately sent old Madame Shen into a rage. Although Fu Xiu Yi was inwardly displeased, he treated Shen Miao courteously on the surface, perhaps because he recognized the value of the Shen family's military power. While he was never particularly warm toward her, neither did he reject her. Later, when Shen Xian returned to the capital at the end of the year, he was greeted with the news that his daughter had thrown herself at a man's doorstep. Shocked and furious, he found Shen Miao even resorting to a hunger strike in protest. In the end, Shen Xian had no choice but to use his military achievements to secure her the title of royal consort Ding. But no one could have imagined that this would mark the true beginning of her nightmare. Shen Miao closed her eyes. Every mistake from her previous life had begun today. And today was destined to become the turning point of her present life. Those who owed her. From this day forward, they would all begin repaying their debts. "Hey, what's so fun about sitting here by yourself?" A voice suddenly sounded beside her. Feng Anning had somehow wandered over and sat across from her with a slightly awkward expression. "How about a game of chess with me? Though, do you even know how to play?" Feng Anning glanced casually at the board. At first, she spoke carelessly, but after looking more closely, she became intrigued. She studied it for a while without understanding anything. "What kind of game is this? I've never seen it before." "This isn't chess," Shen Miao said with a smile. "This is war." "What?" "You can't see it yet," Shen Miao replied calmly. "A game like this only reveals itself once the final pieces have been taken. Like a tightly woven net with no openings. No one would be able to escape." Feng Anning shivered. "What are you talking about? That's creepy." She glanced toward the men's seating area, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Turning back to Shen Miao with a teasing smile, she said, "Look, Prince Ding has arrived." Among the men, Prince Ding, Fu Xiu Yi, was dressed in a magnificent blue robe embroidered with golden pines. A jade crown rested atop his head, lending him an air of noble grandeur. Naturally handsome and coldly dignified, he carried himself with surprising warmth and courtesy, showing none of the arrogance one might expect from a prince. As he passed by, soft gasps of admiration rose from the women's seating area. Shen Miao lowered her head, her fingers digging so deeply into her palms that they nearly drew blood. 10 years of companionship. 10 years of wholehearted devotion. And in return, a strip of white silk. The blood debt of her entire family. Even her own children had died because of him. The kinder this man appeared on the surface, the more venomous he truly was beneath it. The more righteous he seemed, the crueler his heart. In her previous life, he had at least left her with an intact corpse. In this life, she would make certain he died without one. Fu Xiu Yi. This princess has returned. Chapter 29. In the men's seating area, apart from Prince Ding, there were only 2 other imperial princes, Prince Zhou, Fu Xiuan, and Prince Jing, Fu Xiuxuan. The crown prince was in poor health and would not attend such occasions. Both Prince Zhou and Prince Jing were born to Consort Su, and both were exceptionally talented. Prince Zhou was more outwardly arrogant and brash, while Prince Jing was reserved yet shrewd. Both harbored ambitions for the throne. Everyone knew the crown prince's frail health meant the emperor would eventually replace him. Consort Su was deeply favored by the emperor, while Prince Ding's mother, Consort Dong, was far more low-key. Had Prince Ding not been somewhat outstanding, Consort Dong might not even have secured her place among the 4 principal consorts. In her previous life, Prince Zhou and Prince Jing had been deeply embroiled in the struggle for succession, yet they had underestimated Prince Ding. First, Fu Xiu Yi was on good terms with the crown prince. He constantly accompanied him and personally searched for rare medicinal herbs to treat his illness, earning the Empress's approval. As a result, everyone regarded Prince Ding as nothing more than the crown prince's follower. Second, Fu Xiu Yi always carried himself with an air of aloof detachment, seemingly disdaining involvement in court affairs. Combined with Consort Dong's cautious and devout nature, she spent her days chanting sutras and practicing Buddhism, and the lack of any powerful family backing, everyone assumed Prince Ding posed no threat. Yet in the end, it was this seemingly harmless Fu Xiu Yi who ascended the throne. Shen Miao picked up a leaf card and idly turned it between her fingers. Fu Xiu Yi's hand had been poor from the very beginning. Everyone believed he had been dealt out of the game from birth, never realizing he had never intended to play with the cards he held. His real cards were in other people's hands, and all he needed to do was take them. "Why aren't you reacting at all?" Feng Anning asked curiously. Shen Miao remained silent, and there wasn't the slightest trace of infatuation in her eyes when she looked at Fu Xiu Yi. "Don't you like him?" Shen Miao raised her eyes and glanced at her. Feng Anning shivered. The sharpness of that single look sent an inexplicable chill through her, making her feel as though she might instinctively fall to her knees. She couldn't explain why, only that she somehow knew her words had displeased Shen Miao. After a brief pause, she hurriedly added, "Actually, I don't like him much either. How can someone be so perfect? It doesn't feel real." This time, Shen Miao looked at Feng Anning properly. She hadn't expected this pampered young lady to see through that carefully crafted facade. Countless people had fallen for Fu Xiu Yi's charm. If he wished, every unmarried young woman present could have become hopelessly enamored with him. Yet there was one exception. After a moment, Shen Miao said, "It seems you already have someone else in your heart." What nonsense. Feng Anning's face instantly turned scarlet. "Don't slander me." Shen Miao did not pursue the matter further. She had no interest in probing the thoughts of a young girl. She had her own concerns. As everyone gradually took their seats, the invitations for the chrysanthemum banquet had all been collected, and every guest had arrived. Beneath the chrysanthemum pavilion in Yanbei Hall stood a magnificent stage. Although it resembled an opera platform, it did not appear vulgar. After all, the late emperor had once performed sacred rites there. It was a stage blessed by the aura of the true dragon. Colorful banners lined both sides, while ceremonial soldiers in formal attire, red scarves wrapped around their heads, beat great drums with thunderous force. The booming drums echoed into the heavens, accompanied by the elegant notes of zither playing the Song of the Virtuous, symbolizing the imperial family's earnest desire to discover talented individuals. Today's verification was meant to select the finest young people for Mingqi's future, the true pillars of the nation. The powerful music and resounding drums stirred everyone's emotions. Most of those present were young men, filled with ambition and passion. They were nearly swept away by the performance, eager to display their talents, build glorious careers in Mingqi, and leave their names in the annals of imperial history. Even the young women could not suppress their excitement. Though they could not become officials like the men, their fathers and brothers were the nation's backbone. Their families served the empire with distinction, and basking in imperial favor filled them with pride and gratitude. Amid this tide of patriotic fervor, however, one pair of eyes remained icy and completely unmoved. Shen Miao's gaze rested on the zither player seated at the center of the stage. The Mingqi imperial family loved performances like this. They inflamed the patriotism of young men, using it to prop up a crumbling dynasty. Yet once the realm had been secured, very few of those who had shed blood for the empire met a good end. When the cunning hare dies, the hunting hound is cooked. Every new emperor purged the old guard, especially those who had witnessed the bloody intrigues of the succession struggle, the court's hidden conspiracies, and its countless massacres. How could the imperial family allow such people to continue growing stronger? These stirring melodies would one day become funeral dirges. The passionate youths, now intoxicated by patriotism, would eventually die in the ruthless struggles for power within the imperial court, becoming nothing more than expendable sacrifices. She could not save the world, but she could save herself. With a slight flick of her sleeve, Shen Miao tipped over a cup of clear tea. The crisp sound of porcelain striking the ground should have been insignificant, but amid the perfectly synchronized music, it was like pulling a single thread from a finely woven tapestry, throwing the entire pattern into disorder. The sudden interruption shattered the music's spell. As though awakening from a dream, Feng Anning blinked and returned to her senses. She saw Shen Miao gracefully retrieve the fallen cup with a faint smile. "My apologies." My hand slipped. The musicians on stage, however, felt as though their heads were about to split apart. The composition, borrowed from a Westerner, possessed a subtle hypnotic effect. It stirred emotions, magnified loyalty, and heightened the desire for battle. If played to its conclusion, ordinary devotion could become blind allegiance. Shen Miao had only learned of its true danger after becoming empress. The Mingqi court had used this music to bewitch its young people and send them willingly to their deaths. When the Huns invaded, the court ordered the imperial guards to defend the capital while hastily recruiting fresh soldiers for the frontier. As the musicians played, wave after wave of young men, some not even old enough to come of age, marched to war without the slightest hesitation. Shen Miao's interruption broke the musicians' rhythm. The final notes lost the passionate force they had carried before, becoming nothing more than an ordinary performance. The crowd's fervor gradually faded, and calm slowly returned. Her actions, however, had not gone unnoticed. From the men's seating area, both Fu Xiu Yi and Pei Lang turned to look at her. Chapter 30. Fu Xiu Yi was a member of the royal family, so he naturally wasn't ignorant of the methods used in the imperial court. The sharp crash of the teacup shattering on the floor, though seemingly accidental, had already disrupted the rhythm of the musicians on stage, preventing those enchanting melodies from continuing. Naturally, he wanted to know who had caused it. By nature, Fu Xiu Yi was cautious and suspicious. He refused to believe the incident had been an accident. The girl in the purple robe rested her chin on one hand as she spoke quietly to the person beside her. Her expression was calm and cool, yet even from a distance, she carried an indescribable presence that clearly set her apart from everyone around her. "Who is ninth brother looking at?" Prince Zhou, Fu Xiuan, followed Fu Xiuyi's gaze and smiled knowingly. "Come to think of it, among all of us brothers, ninth brother is the only one who hasn't married yet. Father has mentioned selecting your consort many times. So, which noble family's daughter is that? She seems rather remarkable. I wonder whose relative she is. Does anyone recognize her?" "She is the fifth young lady of the Grand General of Might's household," my student, Pei Lang, who was standing nearby, replied. "The fifth young lady of the Grand General of Might's household?" Prince Jing Fu Xiu Xuan had an excellent memory. Perhaps Shen Miao's reputation was simply too well known, because even the royal family recognized the name. "Isn't she General Shen Xian's legitimate daughter? Her name is Shen Miao, isn't it?" "How could that be Shen Miao?" Fu Xiuan laughed dismissively. "The entire fixed capital knows Shen Miao has been chasing after our ninth brother. Didn't she fall into the water just the other day trying to catch a glimpse of him? If ninth brother truly fancied Shen Miao, why would he bother looking at her from here? Besides, Shen Miao is an incompetent. Look at that girl over there. Her bearing is composed and dignified. There's no way she could be Shen Miao. Fourth brother, watch your words." "Xiu has no such intentions," Fu Xiu said with a slight shake of his head, though his gaze remained fixed on the girl in purple among the women. He couldn't help feeling astonished. Who is Shen Miao? In his eyes, she was no different from the countless other girls who admired him. At least those girls maintained a facade of modesty and understood basic etiquette. Shen Miao, however, could only stare at him foolishly. Naturally, he would never spare a second glance for the laughingstock of the entire fixed capital. If not for Shen Xian's position, he would have openly shown his contempt. The Shen Miao he remembered always dressed in gaudy reds and greens, covered herself in gold ornaments, and caked her face with heavy powder and rouge, looking more like a clown from a country opera than a noble young lady. Yet the girl before him wore a simple purple robe. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, her features delicate, and she possessed an unmistakable air of nobility that distinguished her from the other women. How could she possibly be Shen Miao? He wasn't the only one confused. Pei Ling was equally bewildered. Having served as Shen Miao's tutor for the past 2 years, Pei Ling knew her far better than Fu Xiu Yi did. Clothing could be changed, but temperament was something else entirely. As a scholar, he valued temperament more than most people. How could Shen Miao transform into a completely different person overnight? Such a thing simply wasn't possible. He hadn't connected the broken teacup with her, though he had noticed something unusual about the music as well. In his mind, there was no way a young girl could perceive such subtle details. Besides, Shen Miao had never shown any talent for music. While everyone remained lost in their own thoughts, the musicians on stage finally concluded their performance. The verification was about to begin. This year's verification differed from previous years. Men and women would no longer be separated. Instead, the examinations would simply be divided into literary and martial categories. Although the Hall of Extensive Learning required its students to excel in both civil and martial pursuits, the rules over the past century had always resulted in very few women choosing the martial category. Meanwhile, the literary examinations, covering policy discussions, historical essays, and interpretations of the classics, were almost entirely dominated by men. These subjects were, after all, the primary means by which the imperial court selected talented officials. As one high-ranking official had once said, those who succeed in the imperial examinations often become generals or ministers, rising to the very peak of power. The martial category tested mounted archery, spear techniques on horseback, weightlifting, and similar skills. Since this wasn't an actual military examination, however, military drills and formal sparring matches were omitted. Most women were instead examined in the 4 literary arts: poetry, songwriting, calligraphy, and painting. This tradition had existed for generations. Although Mingqi's customs were relatively open-minded, women were still judged by much stricter standards. Nor was this unique to Mingqi. Nearly every nation believed that a woman's proper place was at home, serving her husband, raising children, and occupying herself with elegant accomplishments. Mingqi's verification had always consisted of 3 stages: drawing, selection, and challenge. The drawing was mandatory for everyone. The officials in charge of the verification would randomize the order, and each participant would determine their assigned test through a random draw. To prevent excessively difficult assignments, women drew from the 4 literary arts, while men drew either from the martial category or from the literary subjects of policy discussions and classical interpretation. There was no avoiding this stage. Every year, Shen Miao embarrassed herself here because she was hopeless at all 4 literary arts. The second stage was the selection. Participants could choose the subject in which they excelled and demonstrate it before everyone. Shen Yu, for example, always chose the zither, while Xin Qing preferred arithmetic. The final stage was the challenge. Rather than making a selection, participants could openly challenge another student to compete in a specific category. Such contests usually took place between evenly matched opponents. Challenging someone like Shen Miao would normally only diminish the challenger's own reputation. Yet there were always people eager to humiliate her. In previous years, They deliberately challenged her in various categories, and the results were always the same. No matter the contest, Shen Miao lost miserably. For Shen Miao, the annual verification had always been nothing less than a nightmare, a recurring spectacle that invited endless ridicule and contempt. This year was no different. On the stage, the chief verification official delivered the same solemn speech as every previous year. Meanwhile, two assistants carried out small wooden buckets filled with folded slips. Each slip bore the name of a verification subject, and every student would draw one personally. Both men and women were required to participate. One official carried a bucket through the men's section, allowing each student to draw in turn. At the same time, a tall woman carried the other bucket through the women's section. Feng Anning blinked and clasped her hands together. Heaven, please bless me. I just hope I draw the zither or calligraphy. I'm hopeless at painting and chess. She glanced at Shen Miao. You don't seem worried at all. Are you confident, or have you simply given up? She wasn't deliberately trying to be cruel. The truth was that Shen Miao genuinely excelled at nothing. Shen Miao remained indifferent. What difference did it make what she drew? She was equally incompetent at all four arts, the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. When the wooden bucket reached Shen Miao's table, Feng Anning drew first. After unfolding her slip, she immediately let out a relieved sigh. It's the zither. The zither. Perfect. All those days of practice weren't wasted. Shen Miao, what did you get? Shen Miao withdrew her hand from the bucket, holding a long, folded white slip in her palm. She unfolded it. Only one word was written inside. Painting. Chapter 31. Painting. Feng Anning craned her neck, slightly stunned when she saw the signed slip in Shen Miao's hand. Can you do it? It was a fair question. Among the four arts of Qin, music, Qi strategy, Shu calligraphy, and Hua painting, Shen Miao was utterly inept at every one of them. As for painting, forget about capturing its spirit. She could barely produce a recognizable drawing. Seeing Shen Miao remain silent, Feng Anning fell quiet as well. People were strange creatures. She had once disliked Shen Miao, but now that Shen Miao treated her so coldly, Feng Anning found herself wanting to speak with her instead. The current Shen Miao seemed to possess a unique presence that unconsciously drew people in. As the two stood in silence, Shen Yu and Shen Qing approached with graceful steps. Shen Yu smiled. Fifth sister, what's that signed slip in your hand? Let me have a look. Perhaps eldest sister, and I can give you a few ideas. Shen Qing nodded. That's right. Second, strictly speaking, such behavior could indeed be regarded as cheating. In the past, however, everyone had simply praised Shen Yu's kindness and virtue without dwelling on the matter. Now that Shen Miao had deliberately pointed it out, the way everyone looked at Shen Yu subtly changed. At the verification grounds, every additional participant meant another competitor. Everyone wanted to stand out and claim the spotlight. Although Shen Yu enjoyed an excellent reputation at the Hall of Extensive Learning, that did not mean no one envied her. Every young lady present was her rival, and Shen Yu had taken first place among the women every year. Naturally, resentment had accumulated. If they could seize this opportunity to disqualify her, wouldn't they be removing their greatest competitor? In an instant, the young women who had previously supported Shen Yu began looking at her with barely concealed hostility. Even Yi Peilon and the others, who were usually close to her, were no exception. Shen Yu shivered. She understood the seriousness of the situation immediately. When she turned back, she saw Shen Miao looking at her with a faint, mocking smile, her eyes filled with open ridicule. If she withdrew now, it would make all her earlier goodwill appear insincere. If she insisted on helping, these students might use it as an excuse to have her removed from the competition. Either way, she was trapped. Suppressing the bitterness in her heart, Shen Yu forced a smile. Since fifth sister has said so, I wouldn't dare force my goodwill upon you. Let it be. Feng Anning immediately sneered, deliberately raising her voice. So that's all? I thought you truly cared about your sister. You gave up so easily. Is that what sincere concern looks like? At once, the other young ladies cast meaningful glances toward Shen Yu. Shen Ruoqiu also noticed the commotion. She felt anxious. Shen Yu was still young and lacked the experience to deal with such a situation. At the same time, a chill ran down her spine. With only a few words, Shen Miao had stirred everyone's emotions and turned them against Shen Yu. What a sharp tongue! Yet Shen Ruoqiu could not interfere. This was a matter among the younger generation. If she, as Shen Yu's mother, stepped in, it would only make matters worse. Meanwhile, Ren Wanun and Shen Qing were secretly delighted. Shen Yu's brilliance had always overshadowed Shen Qing. If Shen Yu stumbled, Shen Qing would become the sole representative capable of preserving the Shen family's reputation. Shen Yu stared at Shen Miao. She thought that now that her younger sister had become wiser, she should step forward and help her. After all, they were both daughters of the Shen residents. If word spread that the Shen family was divided, how could that benefit anyone? Besides, Shen Miao had always fawned over her. If she offended Shen Yu now, she would have no friends left. But after waiting for a long time, Shen Miao remained silent. Unable to endure it any longer, Shen Yu finally spoke. Fifth sister. Second sister, Shen Miao interrupted in an indifferent voice. Shouldn't you be thinking about what if pain instead? As for me, there's no need to worry. Realizing that Shen Miao had no intention of helping her, and feeling the mocking gazes fixed upon her, Shen Yu nearly lost control of the urge to slap Shen Miao across the face. Grinding her teeth, she forced out a smile. It seems fifth sister is already full of confidence. In that case, let's see just how brilliantly you perform later. I'm sure it will be absolutely spectacular. She emphasized every word of absolutely spectacular. With that, she flicked her sleeve and stormed away. Shen Qing hurried after her. Feng Anning glanced at Shen Miao. Although that was satisfying to watch, why leave yourself no room to retreat? When it's your turn, she'll definitely seize the chance to mock you without mercy. I don't like leaving room to retreat, Shen Miao replied, her gaze fixed on the chessboard before her. Don't endure. Don't look back. Don't soften. Don't endure. Strike. She picked up a chess piece and placed it firmly on the board. Chapter 32. The verification officials had taken their places on the stage. The female instructor who had earlier carried the bamboo tube for drawing lots was now recording each participant's assigned category, as the assessments would be conducted in groups. The women's group went first, competing in the 4 arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. First-year students of the Hall of Extensive Learning were exempt from the verification, leaving only the second and third-year students. The third years would be assessed in the next round, while this round included just over 20 second-year students. The young women attending the Hall of Extensive Learning were all legitimate daughters of prominent aristocratic families in the capital. Illegitimate daughters were not eligible, and even among legitimate daughters, many studied under private tutors at home. Furthermore, the hall maintained strict admission standards, with annual tuition reaching 1,000 taels of silver. Shen Xian had never cared much for such worldly concerns and had enrolled all 3 daughters of the Shen mansion in the hall. Ren Wanun had been somewhat dissatisfied with the decision, but after Shen Xian waved the matter aside, she dared not argue further. After all, the money came from the Emperor's rewards for Shen Xian's military achievements. The 22 participants were divided into 4 groups. The qin category had the largest number of contestants, with 7 participants, as young ladies generally favored arts that displayed elegance and refinement. The other 3 categories each had 5 participants. In Shen Miao's painting group were Shen Yu, Qin Qing, the legitimate daughter of the left censor-in-chief, Fan Luer, the daughter of the prefect of Fengtian Prefecture, and Zhao Yan, the daughter of the left vice minister. Fan Luer and Zhao Yan both looked disappointed. Fan excelled at the qin, while Zhao was skilled at chess. Not everyone was as accomplished as Shen Yu in every discipline. Having drawn categories outside their strengths, and with so many male relatives watching, neither of them was in good spirits. Qin Qing, on the other hand, remained as proud as ever. Exceptionally beautiful, she was perhaps the only young woman in the hall who could rival Shen Yu. Not in talent, but in appearance. Shen Yu possessed a delicate, gentle beauty, while Qin Qing's striking features effortlessly overshadowed her. Shen Miao's gaze lingered on Qin Qing. Today, she wore a blue-embroidered wide-sleeved robe with a goose-yellow sash that accentuated her slender waist. The flowing sleeves gave her an ethereal grace, making her seem like a pristine lotus, especially when compared to Shen Yu's fragile delicacy. Yet this proud beauty would one day suffer a tragic fate. After the late emperor began purging the aristocratic families and the left censor-in-chief's household fell from power, Qin Qing would be reduced to a military camp prostitute. It was said that she ultimately died with a knife in her hand, taking a young officer down with her. Noticing Shen Miao's gaze, Qin Qing glanced over. She seemed momentarily surprised before turning away with obvious disdain, unwilling to spare Shen Miao another look. Shen Miao paid it no attention. Standing beside her, Feng Anning tugged gently at her sleeve. When it's your turn, just paint casually. Don't overthink it. Feng Anning's reasoning was simple. Since humiliation seemed unavoidable, it was better to face it openly. But if Shen Miao tried to save face by doing something outrageous on stage, the embarrassment would only become worse. Shen Miao nodded. Then, with a heavy beat of the ceremonial drum, the verification officially began. The qin competition came first. Fortune favored Feng Anning. None of the girls assigned to the qin category that day were especially talented, while the truly skilled players had all ended up in other groups. By sheer luck, she had caught a break. Over the past several days, Feng Anning had practiced diligently, and now her efforts paid off. Sitting upright before the instrument, she radiated elegance. Combined with her natural beauty, the clear, graceful melody she produced stood out like a refreshing breeze among the otherwise mediocre performances. A young man in a blue robe from the men's section sighed in admiration. The melody lingers for 3 days. Kai Lin, seated nearby, kicked him in annoyance. What nonsense are you talking about? You haven't heard Ware play. If she performed, even the celestial maidens couldn't compare. You're completely ignorant. Kai Lin had always been fiercely protective of the woman he admired. Su Minlang, who overheard the remark, curled his lips in disdain. He looked as though he wanted to say something, but stopped himself after receiving a warning glance from his elder brother. The qin competition soon ended, and the examiners on the verification grounds began discussing the scores. Next came chess. The chess competition was much simpler. The 5 contestants competed in paired matches, and the winner was determined through a decisive game based on strategy and overall style. Yi Peilon emerged victorious. After chess came calligraphy. Shen Qing, Bai Wei, and Jiang Shaoxian happened to be grouped together. Although the 3 were usually close friends, the atmosphere on the verification grounds was tense. Their task was to compose a poem on the theme of today's chrysanthemums and write it in brush calligraphy. Both the quality of the calligraphy and the literary merit of the poem would be judged. Shen Qing's strengths lay not in poetry, but in chess and arithmetic. Unfortunately, arithmetic belonged to the men's competition, and she had not drawn the chess category. Still, until the final results were announced, no one could predict who would take first place. At last, it was Shen Miao's group's turn. Shen Yu shot Shen Miao a glance, clearly still resentful over the earlier humiliation Shen Miao had caused her. Setting aside her usual facade of being a gentle elder sister, she smiled sweetly. Fifth sister, you'll have to go easy on me later. You look so confident that you're making me nervous. Ban Luer, standing nearby, overheard her and let out a scornful laugh. What are you saying, Shen Yu? Confidence? Are you telling me Shen Miao has some secret trick? Now that you mention it, I'm actually looking forward to seeing it, Zhao Yan said with a grin. Remember last year? Shen Miao drew the qin category and snapped the strings of that precious Juxiang qin. She must have inherited General Shen's martial strength. This year she's painting, so let's hope she doesn't break the brush. She reached out and pinched Shen Miao's cheek. Such fair skin. It would be a shame if you ended up painting your own face into a mess. Shen Miao did not move. She simply fixed Zhao Yan with an icy stare. Under that frigid gaze, Zhao Yan's smile gradually froze. Fan Luer also sensed the hostility in Shen Miao's expression and, for no reason she could explain, felt a sudden uneasiness. Without thinking, she pulled Zhao Yan's hand back. Qin Qing looked impatient and cast Shen Miao a cold glance. Enough arguing. If you want to quarrel, do it on the stage. Let everyone see your true colors. At her words, Zhao Yan and the others fell silent, though their displeasure was obvious. In the men's section, Kai Lin gazed excitedly at Shen Yu. The chubby little boy tugged on Su Mingfeng's sleeve. Big brother, that pretty sister is here too. Look. Su Mingfeng was both amused and exasperated, unable to understand why his younger brother was so obsessed with Shen Miao. He was a third-year student at the National Academy and had only recently emerged after pretending to suffer from a serious illness. He still appeared rather frail, which was why he could not participate in the verification. He was also well aware of Shen Miao's reputation. After all, everyone in the capital knew that while the mighty great general dominated the battlefield, he had somehow raised an utterly incompetent daughter. She'll definitely win, Su Minlang declared, clenching his fists. Su Mingfeng merely kept his thoughts to himself. As always, he believed Shen Yu would undoubtedly take first place today. Before stepping onto the stage, Shen Yu could not resist provoking Shen Miao one last time. Fifth sister, don't hold back later. I'll be waiting for you. Certainly, Shen Miao replied. Certainly, she would not hold back. Chapter 33. The chief examiner for the verification was Zhang Ziki, a grand secretary of the inner court. He was a small, white-haired old man, well known for his stern and upright demeanor. Unrolling the scroll in his hand, he began announcing the topics for today's examination. The theme for the painting section changed every year. However, since this year's verification coincided with the chrysanthemum banquet, the topic was much simpler. Just like the calligraphy section, the painting theme was chrysanthemums. 5 long tables had been arranged on the stage, each supplied with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. As the candidates took their assigned places, the drummer struck the drum with a heavy beat, signaling the beginning of the verification. Everyone stretched their necks to watch. These 5 candidates each had their own reputation. Shen Yu was the famous talented maiden. Qin Qing was beautiful and arrogant. Fan Luer and Zhao Yan were a pair of close friends. As for Shen Miao, she was, naturally, the infamous fool with no talent. Most of the male spectators were watching Shen Yu and Qin Qing, while the female spectators were mainly observing Shen Miao. Bai Wei covered her mouth and remarked, "Shen Miao looks quite proper today. She isn't making any strange movements. She actually looks the part." Including today, Shen Miao had already participated in 4 verifications. The first time, she drew the chess section and suffered a crushing defeat after making a few random moves. The second time, she drew calligraphy and knocked over the inkstone, staining her clothes. The third time, she drew the zither section and snapped the strings of a precious bamboo-scented zither. Rather than watching her perform, everyone preferred watching her make a fool of herself. Today, however, was different. On the spacious stage, the young girl sat upright before her table. Her grip on the brush was flawless, as though she had undergone years of rigorous training. There wasn't a single fault to be found. The crisp autumn wind swept through the hall, lifting the loose strands of hair across her forehead. She lowered her head slightly, revealing only the graceful curve of her oval face and the elegant sweep of her lowered eyelashes. She was actually quite beautiful. Her lotus green cloak fluttered gently in the breeze. Though she sat with impeccable posture, her brush moved boldly and freely, as though she painted without the slightest concern. Yet her calm confidence was like the begonia tucked into her dark hair, quietly blooming, restrained but impossible to ignore. Madame E pursed her lips and said meaningfully to Renwanen, "Fifth Miss has truly grown up." Renwanen forced a smile as her hands tightened ever so slightly. Behind them, the whispers of the young ladies drifted through the air. Shen Miao hasn't embarrassed herself yet. Has she really changed? Impossible. She's probably just putting on a show. Didn't you notice she started painting without even thinking? Even Shen Yu paused before beginning. She's probably just scribbling at random. Feng Anning watched Shen Miao on the stage, and that strange feeling returned once more. A sudden intuition rose in her heart. Today's chrysanthemum banquet might not unfold the way everyone expected. Would Shen Miao really make a fool of herself? Or would she, with unstoppable momentum, shatter everyone's preconceived notions? Among the male spectators, some had also begun to notice the difference. This group was perhaps the most pleasing to the eye among all the female contestants. Shen Yu, dressed in soft pink, was elegant and graceful. Qin Qing, wearing flowing green sleeves, was proud and stunning. Fan Luer was lively and charming, while Zhao Yan radiated clever mischief. The least remarkable among them should have been the foolish, timid, and uncouth Shen Miao. Yet at a single glance, Shen Miao not only matched the others, but stood out the most. She sat there quietly with her head slightly lowered, yet she carried herself with the quiet authority of someone standing above everyone else. It was as though that slender figure sat upon a lofty throne, making judgments over all beneath her, inspiring an instinctive urge to submit. Pei Lang frowned. How could someone's bearing change so completely? Was this truly Shen Miao? Fu Xiu Yi also failed to hide his surprise. It wasn't merely the contrast between Shen Miao now and the Shen Miao of before. Rather, it was her posture, the straightness of her back, the elegance of every movement that reminded him of someone. The mistress of the 6 palaces. The Empress. Fu Xiu Yi knew the thought was absurd. Everyone in the capital knew Shen Miao was hopelessly infatuated with him, and he had always despised being admired by such a woman. Everything he knew about her came from rumors that she was ignorant, vulgar, uncouth, foolish, and cowardly. Now, however, he couldn't help wondering whether those rumors had been entirely true. How strange, murmured the young man in blue who had been scolded by Kai Lin earlier. Wasn't it said that Shen Miao from class 2 was completely incompetent? She doesn't seem that way. Even Kai Lin was momentarily stunned. His attention had been fixed on Shen Yu all along, yet Shen Miao possessed an inexplicable pull that drew everyone's gaze. It was as though she had been born to stand beneath the eyes of the crowd, and today that quality seemed stronger than ever. Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, he scoffed. She's just putting on airs. Elder brother, will she win? Su Minling asked, tugging at the sleeve of the person beside him. Su Mingfeng's eyes held a faint smile, though his expression was somewhat peculiar. Shen Miao? The time of 1 incense stick soon passed, and the drummer struck the drum once more to signal the end. Shen Yu set down her brush, fully confident in today's painting. Beside her, Qin Qing had also finished and was quietly washing her brush. Even such a simple action looked as graceful as a painting when performed by her. But no matter how beautiful one appeared, the verification was never decided by beauty alone. She turned toward Shen Miao. Although Shen Miao had repeatedly failed before, she hadn't made a single mistake today. Perhaps someone had indeed given her careful guidance beforehand. Still, composure could be imitated. Talent could not. Surely Shen Miao must still be flustered, struggling to finish her work. Instead, Shen Miao had already set down her brush and was calmly watching as the attendants came to collect the paintings. The smile on Shen Yu's face froze. Very well. You may step down. Once all the paintings had been collected, the verification for the ladies of Class 2 would officially begin, and that process would take some time. Fifth sister, what exactly did you paint? Shen Yu finally asked as they stepped off the stage. For some reason, Shen Miao made her uneasy. You'll know soon enough, Shen Miao replied with a faint smile that seemed to carry hidden meaning. She turned and walked to a place out of sight before whispering to Guyu beside her, find a way to deliver this to the second young master of the Capital Archives office. Look, the one in the light green robes, third from the left among the seats opposite us. Guyu hesitated for a moment, clearly puzzled, but then nodded. Understood, Mississippi. Go. Shen Miao patted her shoulder before returning to her seat. From a distance, she quietly looked toward Pei Ling. Pei Ling looked up and met her eyes. Even across the distance, he could feel the scrutiny in her gaze. Forgive me, Pei Ling, Shen Miao thought. I'll borrow your hand to shake the seemingly unshakable foundation of the Ming-Chi imperial family. After all, you owe me. Chapter 34. The verification officials on the stage were reviewing the results, while the students below chatted animatedly among themselves. Today, Shen Miao had not made a fool of herself, which made the verification feel somewhat less exciting. Even so, it drew the attention of classmates who normally paid her no mind. People were strange. When someone who was usually hopeless showed even the slightest improvement, others often treated it as an astonishing transformation. Feng Anning, however, looked nervous, repeatedly glancing toward the verification officials on the stage. For some reason, the officials seemed to be arguing among themselves. It seems today's competition is quite intense, Fu Xiu said with a laugh. But why should young ladies be so competitive? After all, they won't be entering officialdom. His tone carried a trace of arrogance, completely unconcerned about offending the officials nearby, some of whom had daughters among the students who had just performed. The verification is a rare opportunity, Fu Xiu Yi replied. Naturally, everyone should make the most of it. Ninth brother speaks wisely, Fu Xiu said, taking a sip of tea. If there are any particularly outstanding young ladies, ninth brother might want to keep an eye on them. Though his expression was calm, he was shrewd and difficult to read. His words, both direct and indirect, were testing whether Fu Xiu Yi intended to seek a wife with a powerful family background. Fifth brother jests. Fu Xiu Yi shook his head. My marriage will be decided by His Majesty. How could I presume to make that choice myself? That was true. Fu Xiu Yi usually acted according to the emperor's wishes and rarely made decisions on his own. To outsiders, such a prince appeared overly obedient and completely lacking in ambition, much like Consort Dong. But in the eyes of Prince Jing, Fu Xiu, there had always been something about him that felt slightly different. In life, one should always strive for something. Even when choosing a wife, isn't that the case? Prince Jing said meaningfully. Until the very end, who can say what the outcome will be? Prince Zhou also sensed that his younger brother was probing Fu Xiu Yi. His eyes flickered briefly, but he remained silent. Before long, the verification officials stepped forward to announce the results. In the Qin category, Feng Anning took first place, just as everyone had expected. None of the other competitors had performed especially well, making her skills stand out all the more. Naturally, she was overjoyed. She went up to receive her verification certificate, then happily carried it back to show Lady Feng. Lady Feng was equally pleased. Although such honors did not lead to official positions, they were the perfect finishing touch for a young lady. Children of noble families lacked neither wealth nor status, but talent and accomplishments elevated their prestige even further. With today's verification, Feng Anning's reputation had risen another step. In the chess category, Bai Wei claimed first place. An official responsible for recording the matches displayed the game records before the audience to demonstrate the fairness of the judging. Shen Miao glanced at the board. Throughout the competition, Bai Wei had played with meticulous precision, allowing her to reach the final round. However, her excessive attention to small details prevented her from seeing the larger picture, making her play slow and burdened with unnecessary moves. In the literary category, Xin Qing managed only second place. First place went to Yi Peilon. Her melancholy poem about chrysanthemums, written from the perspective of a secluded young maiden, was graceful and captivating. Although it might have been considered somewhat inappropriate for an unmarried girl to compose such sentiments, the Hall of Extensive Learning prided itself on disregarding conventional restrictions and was not overly strict with its female students. Moreover, the poem itself was genuinely moving. Rather than simply praising chrysanthemums, it used them as a metaphor for longing, giving the work a deeper meaning. Xin Qing's expression darkened. Poetry had never been her strongest subject, so she could only accept the result. Finally, it was Shen Miao's group's turn, the painting category. The judges on the stage wore different expressions, suggesting that this category had sparked the fiercest debate. The ladies in the audience assumed the competition must have come down to Xin Yu and Qin Qing, who were widely recognized as the Hall of Extensive Learning's two greatest rivals in painting. Qin Qing sat proudly in her seat, appearing completely indifferent to the outcome, though the fingers wrapped around her teacup had become slightly rigid. Xin Yu, by contrast, seemed perfectly composed. Sitting beside Qin Ruoqiu, she looked both playful and bashful, while Qin Ruoqiu gazed at her with unmistakable affection. Her daughter was clever and talented, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting alike. Every year during the verification, she was the center of attention. Seeing her in such high spirits today, it seemed victory was already certain. Shen Yu herself was full of confidence. She possessed both talent and creativity, and her paintings always carried profound themes. It was almost as though she had deciphered the judges' preferences and knew exactly how to produce the work they admired most. So, what if Qin Qing was beautiful? Beauty alone was meaningless. That thought reminded her of Shen Miao, seated elsewhere. Today, Shen Miao had humiliated her badly. Shen Yu had expected Shen Miao to disgrace herself during the verification, yet somehow she had escaped without embarrassment. But once the paintings were displayed for everyone to see, Shen Miao would surely become the target of ridicule. No matter what, she was destined to become a laughingstock. A trace of satisfaction flashed through Shen Yu's heart. The verification official responsible for announcing the results called out loudly from the stage. First class in the painting category. Shen Miao. Shen Miao? First class? The announcement exploded through the crowd like a thunderclap. The uproar that followed drowned out the names of the remaining winners. Shen Yu's smile froze instantly. She turned toward Qin Ruoqiu in disbelief, her voice trembling. Mother, who was just announced as first class? Did I hear wrong? Qin Ruoqiu pinched Shen Yu's arm. Though she was seething inside, her decades of experience told her that countless eyes were fixed on Shen Yu. Had Shen Yu remained calm, everything would have been fine. But this obvious display of panic had already revealed a weakness. Qin Qing and Ren Wanan, though secretly delighted to see Shen Yu embarrassed for the first time, were equally stunned to hear Shen Miao's name. They wondered whether the official had mistaken Shen Yu for Shen Miao. Whispers immediately spread among the ladies, while the men's section was no less chaotic. What's going on? Why wasn't it you? Kai Lin jumped to her feet and turned toward her classmates. Did I hear wrong? Did that old man announce the wrong name? She was far from the only one thinking that, especially among the young men who had studied alongside Shen Miao. They exchanged astonished glances, discussing the unbelievable result. See, brother? I knew she would win. Su Minlang tugged excitedly at Su Mingfeng's sleeve. Out of everyone present, he was probably the happiest. His chubby cheeks shook with delight. Su Mingfeng had a splitting headache. Who could have imagined it would be Shen Miao? Before every verification, underground betting pools sprang up, and he had wagered 1,000 taels on Shen Yu. There went 1,000 taels, gone just like that. If Master Su found out, he'd skin him alive. Watching Su Minlang practically bounce with excitement, Su Mingfeng felt like crying, but no tears would come. Pei Lang frowned. Instead of looking toward the verification official on the stage, his gaze settled on the young woman in purple seated among the ladies. Her expression was remarkably calm as she watched everyone's shock and disbelief with detached indifference. She had known from the very beginning that she would win. Chapter 35. The discussions continued as the verification official on stage displayed the painted scrolls to the audience, demonstrating the fairness of the results. Fan Luer and Zhao Yan's paintings shared a similar theme. Both depicted autumn chrysanthemums blooming in a garden. To be fair, they were quite beautiful, though somewhat conventional in artistic conception, which naturally earned them lower rankings. Qin Qing, on the other hand, painted a single large red immortal chrysanthemum, likely a variety she knew well. Her scroll focused entirely on that one flower, rendered in exquisite detail, so lifelike and vibrant that it seemed almost real. She had taken a different approach, completely disregarding artistic atmosphere in favor of boldly displaying her technical skill. The red immortal appeared ready to leap from the paper, truly breathtaking. However, the verification judged more than painting technique. It also evaluated artistic depth and intent. No matter how beautifully the chrysanthemum was painted, it could only secure third place. Soon, it was Shen Yu's turn. She sat stiffly beside Qin Ruoqiu, biting her lip as she forced a smile, her fists clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. In previous years, she would have smiled serenely, basking in the sincere admiration and praise of the crowd. But now, this second-class result felt like a cruel mockery, making her feel as though every gaze upon her carried scorn and ridicule. Shen Yu had painted withered chrysanthemums. In the cold wind and rain, most of the petals had fallen, yet a few stubbornly clung to their stems, standing tall and unbending like noble figures of unwavering integrity. Beside them, she had inscribed 2 lines of poetry. Rather die fragrant upon the branch than be scattered by the northern wind. Her painting conveyed lofty ideals. A painting often reflected its creator, and the noble resilience of the withered chrysanthemums naturally suggested the painter's own upright and virtuous character. The examiners especially admired talented individuals of such moral caliber. If Shen Yu's work could not earn a first-class ranking, it was difficult to imagine what Shen Miao could possibly have painted to surpass it. It's so well done. How could it only be second class? Bai Wei exclaimed in surprise. I truly don't understand. Qin Ruoqiu was equally bewildered. At first, she had assumed Shen Yu might have become nervous and strayed from her usual standards. But once the painting was revealed, she knew her daughter had made no mistake. It was every bit as worthy of first class as it had been in previous years. So why had the outcome changed? Renwanen, meanwhile, found some satisfaction in the situation. Shen Yu's exceptional talent had always overshadowed Shen Qing during these verifications. Seeing Shen Yu stumble now, even if Shen Miao's victory displeased her, was still a spectacle she could enjoy. On stage, the verification official instructed 2 attendants to unfurl the next scroll. The murmurs ceased abruptly. The sheet of paper was large, yet Shen Miao's painting left much of it blank. Her brushwork had never been exceptional, so the distant landscape was rendered only with a few simple strokes. Even so, it unexpectedly possessed a vast and stirring grandeur. Yellow sand stretched endlessly beneath a blood-red setting sun. A broken sword stood embedded in the earth. Beneath it rested a small cluster of white chrysanthemums. Here, the chrysanthemums were merely an accent, so tiny that even their petals and veins were impossible to distinguish. Yet within the composition, they became the finishing touch, transforming the entire painting and filling it with overwhelming desolation and sorrow. For a long moment, the audience fell silent. Through nothing more than ink and paper, they could almost feel the bleakness, the tragedy, and the helpless struggle. It was war. Qin Ruoqiu and Xin Yu both trembled. The moment they truly understood what the painting depicted, they knew there was no possibility of overturning the result. Xin Yu's painting was elegant and refined, untouched by vulgarity, reflecting noble character and purity. But Shen Miao's painting transcended the individual. If Xin Yu used chrysanthemums to praise human virtue, Shen Miao used them to express ambition itself. How could personal sentiment compare to the brutality of war? No wonder the examiners had argued so fiercely before reaching their decision. They had likely never imagined that such a majestic painting could have come from the supposedly incompetent Shen Miao. The chief examiner, Grand Scholar Zhongziki of the Inner Court, spoke. "Student Shen Miao, come forward and explain why you painted this." Every student awarded first class was required to share their reflections after receiving the highest honor. Yet today, Shen Miao had instead been asked to explain the inspiration behind her painting. Clearly, no one believed she could have conceived such an idea on her own. They suspected she had borrowed it from someone else. Jin Qing smirked and whispered to Yi Peilon beside her, "Now she'll be exposed." "But didn't we all watch her paint it herself, stroke by stroke?" Yi Peilon asked doubtfully. "Her technique is mediocre. Who knows whether someone else gave her the idea?" Jin Qing scoffed, watching Shen Miao ascend the stage. "I've lived with her for years. I know exactly what she's capable of. Scholar Zheng is asking her to explain because she'll embarrass herself when she can't." Yi Peilon laughed softly. "Exactly. No one becomes a prodigy overnight. She probably sought advice from some expert just to impress." Her gaze drifted meaningfully toward Prince Ding among the male guests. Shen Miao must be desperate for his attention. Jin Qing's expression stiffened, though she quickly concealed her irritation. "We'll see." On stage, Shen Miao calmly studied the unfurled scroll. Then, beneath the bewildered gaze of the crowd, she slowly reached out and lightly traced her fingers across the painting. "I painted this because my father once told me how many heroes die on the battlefield every year, wrapped in horsehide and buried beneath the yellow sand. Home is too far away, so they are laid to rest where they fall. In the northwestern deserts and the northern grasslands, chrysanthemums do not bloom. They bloom only in the warm south, here in the prosperous fixed capital, where we enjoy peace and abundance, all because soldiers give their lives defending the frontier." The murmurs gradually faded. Every eye fixed upon the young woman dressed in purple. Her expression remained calm as she spoke, like a storyteller recounting a distant tale. "My father said that soldiers who die in battle do not even receive a single white chrysanthemum in tribute. Flowers do not bloom on battlefields, and the fallen are never properly mourned. Their wives and children can only wear white chrysanthemums in their hair and offer them from afar, back in their homeland. I thought that the reason we can sit here peacefully admiring flowers is because brave men stand guard at our borders. Sadly, I can do nothing for them, except paint a cluster of white chrysanthemums before a mound of earth, to offer a little comfort to their spirits." Standing in the wind, her eyes clear and unwavering, her voice carried with quiet conviction. It seemed as though hers was the only voice in the world, pure and resonant, striking every heart like the tolling of a great bell. Shen Miao lowered her gaze slightly. The imperial family of Mingqi wants to suppress the aristocratic clans, beginning with the Shen family. But the world has eyes and ears. To silence the people is harder than damming a river. Since the imperial house wishes to make an example of the general's manner, then let the world see. See that every honor earned by the Shen family was bought with blood. See that the walls of Mingqi stand firm because of the lives sacrificed by the Shen family. Yet you nobles feast and revel in the capital, your peace built upon the flesh and bones of those very soldiers. After trampling on their sacrifice, does the Mingqi royal family still dare to oppress the Shen family openly? If you dare, then face the eyes of the world. Chapter 36. The highest authority was imperial power. But even more formidable than imperial power was the voice of the people. Though it could be suppressed with an iron fist, when the day truly came that the people no longer dared to speak freely and rumors spread like wildfire, wouldn't that become the greatest joke of all? The Mingqi imperial family was likely just like this. Despite committing countless unspeakable deeds behind the scenes, they still maintained the facade of ruling for the good of the nation. They shamelessly accepted the loyalty and protection of the aristocratic families, only to turn around and stab them in the back. Shen Miao's words gradually silenced everyone present. The young ladies, reminded of their ancestors' glory, were deeply moved, especially those from military families. The young men, at the passionate age of youth, naturally revered heroes of the battlefield. Wherever soldiers were, they earned admiration. But not everyone was pleased. The three Mingqi princes present frowned almost simultaneously. Others might not know, but they understood perfectly well the imperial family's current attitude toward the great aristocratic clans. The Shen family, standing at the height of its power and drawing endless envy, would inevitably be eliminated by the emperor under some pretext sooner or later. Yet the Shen family had spent years building an impeccable reputation among the people. Bringing them down would never be accomplished overnight. Shen Miao's speech, while seemingly mourning the fallen, was in fact elevating their sacrifices and placing their achievements before the public. Should the imperial family make even the slightest mistake in dealing with the Shen family, they would lose the moral high ground. Was she doing this deliberately? The crowd looked toward the young girl, who had fallen silent after finishing her speech. Her slightly oversized robes fluttered in the cold wind, making her slender figure appear even more delicate. Perhaps they were overthinking it. She was only a sheltered young lady. The only reason she had spoken so unexpectedly well was probably because she was Shen Xian's daughter. He must have told her stories from the battlefield, allowing her to seize the opportunity. Prince Yu's gaze remained fixed on the girl in purple. After a moment, he smiled meaningfully. This young lady of the Shen family is quite interesting. For some reason, the moment Prince Yu spoke, both Pei Lang and Fu Xiu Yi frowned, an inexplicable sense of unease rising in their hearts. Hearing this, Prince Zhou said suggestively, "Does Uncle fancy the Shen family's young lady? I heard she was an incompetent fool, but now she seems quite sharp-tongued and rather pretty. If she became my aunt." He gave a lewd grin. That would certainly be interesting. Prince Yu was already over 40 years old. His cruel and violent nature had claimed the lives of countless women. If Shen Miao fell into his hands, she would probably not survive for long. Prince Zhou's words were already crossing the line, but given his arrogant temperament, no one found them surprising. Even so casually pushing a young girl into a wolf's den was utterly despicable. Prince Jing, however, thought further than his brother. Although the imperial family intended to suppress the Shen family still commanded military power. It was like an ordinary man carrying a priceless treasure. If any prince secretly won the Shen family's support, it would become a tremendous advantage in the struggle for the throne. But if Shen Miao married into Prince Yu's manor, Prince Yu, no longer a contender for succession, would keep that military authority within the imperial family while preventing any prince from obtaining it. Perhaps that was the best possible outcome. Thinking this through, Prince Fu Xiu Yi nodded. The Shen family's young lady is indeed quick-witted. If uncle finds her suitable, I see no problem with it. Fu Xiuyi's frown deepened. Everything Prince Jing had considered had naturally occurred to him as well. He knew Shen Miao marrying into Prince Yu's manor would bring him nothing but benefits. First, it would spare him from Shen Miao's relentless pursuit and the gossip it caused. Second, the Shen family's military power was too dangerous to touch. Even if he wished to use it, he feared arousing the emperor's suspicion. It was better to let Prince Yu hold it for the time being and wait for the right opportunity. Yet, for some reason, he felt an inexplicable irritation, as though this was not how things were supposed to unfold. Pei Lang glanced worriedly at Shen Miao as she stepped down from the stage. Her pace was steady, her expression calm. She likely had no idea that her fate was already being discussed by these imperial princes. He sighed inwardly. After all, they had once shared a teacher-student relationship. But he was nothing more than a humble tutor, powerless to change anything. All he could do was silently mourn Shen Miao's fate. Prince Yu waved his hand impatiently, showing little real interest. A cruel smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Don't think this prince doesn't know what you're planning, nephew. Prince Yu's manor cannot bear the burden of someone as important as the Shen family's daughter. His eyes drifted to his crippled leg. Still, the Shen family's young lady is amusing enough. Bringing her back for a little entertainment wouldn't be bad. Su Mifeng glanced in their direction. Standing close enough to Fu Xiuyi and the others to overhear them, he pretended to watch the competition while anger welled up inside him. No matter how incompetent Shen Miao might have been, once Prince Yu set his sights on her, her future would be miserable. If Shen Xian were still in the capital, things might be different. But he would not return until the new year. Without her father or brothers to protect her, how could a young girl possibly resist these wolves? Imagining the tragic ending that awaited her, Su Mingfeng sighed. He led Su Minlang to Master Su before quietly slipping away. Completely unaware of the schemes unfolding among the men, Shen Miao remained calm. Jingzhou was overjoyed for her, while Shen Yu could no longer keep up her composure and stiffly excused herself. After the women's assessment concluded, it was the men's turn. Many of the young ladies who had already finished began leaving to rest. Feng Anning walked beside Shen Miao, her previous arrogance completely replaced by sincere admiration. "You were incredible just now," she said. "Truly amazing." Shen Miao replied indifferently, "You did well too." Perhaps reminded of her first-place finish in the Qin competition, Feng Anning smiled. "Hard work always pays off. I'll go get something from the carriage. Wait for me here." After Feng Anning left, Shen Miao walked into the plum grove beside Yanbei Hall to wait. Although it was not the season for plum blossoms, the trees were lush with green leaves. Yu emerged from the trees, glanced around cautiously, and whispered, "Miss, it's been delivered to the son of the Capital Records Office. We bribed one of the outside servants to switch it. It's completely safe." "Good," Shen Miao replied. Yu was still puzzled. She could not understand why her mistress had done such a thing. After all, there was no reason Shen Miao should even know the son of the Capital Records Office. At that moment, a soft chuckle sounded from above. All three of them looked up. A flash of purple descended gracefully from the branch of a nearby tree, landing lightly before them. The young man dressed in purple was breathtakingly handsome. He folded his arms lazily as he leaned against the tree trunk. A faint smile rested on his lips, but his eyes were as deep and cold as a winter night in the capital. It was Xie Jing Xing. Chapter 37. "Miss, Yu and Jingzhe immediately stepped in front of Shen Miao, their expressions guarded. Shouting at him would have been undignified, and the young man before them was dressed in luxurious robes. His noble bearing and striking appearance made it obvious he was no ordinary person. Still, he was a stranger, and both maids couldn't help worrying that something might happen. Yu, Jingzhe, guard the entrance to the forest, Shen Miao ordered. But, miss, the two hesitated. Go. Shen Miao frowned slightly. For some reason, she had become remarkably skilled at giving orders. Whenever she spoke to her maids, there was an unquestionable authority in her voice that made it impossible to disobey. Left with no choice, Yu and Jingzhe withdrew to the forest entrance. You're quite interesting. Leaning casually against a tree, Xie Jing Xing looked at her with amusement. Although he appeared every bit the spoiled young noble, his eyes were as sharp as a blood-stained blade from the battlefield. Even his casual tone carried an icy edge. After all, he was someone who had witnessed bloodshed on the front lines. What does Lord Xie wish to discuss? Shen Miao asked. Xie Jing Xing had certainly not appeared here for idle conversation. Though still young, he acted decisively. Even the old marquis could not restrain him, allowing him to do as he pleased. His motives were always impossible to predict. Prince Fu's manor is currently missing a royal consort. That cripple seems to have taken a liking to you. Congratulations. His tone was ambiguous. Calling Prince Fu a cripple so openly was incredibly bold. Yet coming from Xie Jing Xing, it sounded less like an insult and more like utter contempt, as though Prince Fu were nothing more than a filthy toy. His arrogance truly knew no bounds. Shen Miao thought to herself, though her expression remained calm. She had no idea what that calmness conveyed to the man before her. Suddenly, Xie Jing Xing stepped forward. Standing much taller than she was, he completely enveloped her in his shadow. The young man in purple robes leaned down slightly, lowering his voice until it brushed against her ear. So, you already knew. A faint scent of cold bamboo drifted from him. His deliberately lowered voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an almost intimate warmth. The gesture itself was undeniably intimate. Shen Miao raised her eyes and found his handsome face close at hand. The corners of his lips curved into a knowing smile, one that was both charming and faintly wicked. But she was no innocent young girl. Lowering her gaze, she replied calmly, "Whether I knew or not, what difference does it make?" Seeing her complete indifference, Xie Jing Xing dropped his frivolous act. Without the slightest hint of gentleness, he pushed her back before producing a letter. Smiling teasingly, he said, "You know about your own affairs, yet instead of worrying about yourself, you're concerned with the second young master of the Capital Records Office?" Shen Miao's gaze sharpened at once. Staring at him, she asked coldly, "Does Lord Xie have nothing better to do than meddle in other people's business? It's only a single piece of paper, yet you're this nervous?" Xie Jing Xing returned to his usual carefree manner. "What exactly is your relationship with the second son of the Capital Records Office that you'd help him like this?" Or, he smiled. "Shen girl, what are you really plotting?" Shen Miao's expression remained as tranquil as still water as she looked at the sheet of paper in his hand. It was only a thin piece of paper. Yet to her, it felt unimaginably heavy. It was the conduct and law strategy that she had painstakingly memorized. In her previous life, Pei Lang had relied on this very treatise to attract Fu Xiu Yi's attention. He had become Fu Xiu Yi's trusted advisor and strategist, helping him seize the throne. Now, before Pei Lang could even reveal his talents, Shen Miao intended to eliminate that possibility entirely. Better yet, it would be safest if Pei Lang never entered the service of the imperial family. As for Gao Yan, the second son of the Jingdianshi family, he belonged to the newly rising nobility of the fixed capital rather than the old aristocratic clans. The Mingqi imperial family had always sought to suppress the ancient noble houses while promoting the newer families. Among them, the Jingdianshi family was the most prominent. The eldest son, Gao Jin, was genuinely talented. After Fu Xiu Yi ascended the throne, Gao Jin received immense favor, allowing the Jingdianshi family to bask in imperial grace and become increasingly overbearing. As for Gao Yan, he had once coveted her Wanyu. Had Shen Miao not still been the mistress of the 6 palaces at the time, and had Fu Xiu Yi not yet begun targeting the Shen family, Wanyu might have met a tragic fate. Unlike his elder brother, Gao Yan possessed little talent. He was vain, forever eager to claim his brother's achievements as his own. Petty, vindictive, and narrow-minded, he was nothing more than a troublesome fool. In her previous life, Gao Yan had never entered officialdom. Now, with the Jingdianshi family still far from its peak and Gao Jin only beginning his career, Shen Miao saw no reason not to give Gao Yan a push into the dangerous waters of politics. She had given Gao Yan Pei Lang's conduct and law strategy because she knew that during the annual verification, Gao Yan would have his servants purchase examination papers. Today, she had instructed Guyu to arrange for those papers to be replaced. Given Fu Xiu Yi's so-called appreciation for talent, he would undoubtedly make every effort to recruit Gao Yan. And Gao Yan, vain as he was, would never admit the work wasn't his own. Once such a fool entered Ming Qi's official court. She wanted to see how those two would tear each other apart like fighting dogs. By removing one of Fu Xiu Yi's capable allies and replacing him with an empty-headed troublemaker, Shen Miao believed she had devised a perfect plan. Who could have imagined that Xie Jing Xing would suddenly appear and nearly ruin everything? A flicker passed through her eyes, as though countless thoughts had been compressed into those clear, bright pupils. At last, Xie Jing Xing smiled lazily. "Don't look at me with such hostility. The letter I'm holding is only a copy made by my people. The original is still with that Gao boy." Shen Miao froze. She had never expected such an outcome. After a long moment, she looked at Xie Jing Xing and said quietly, "The young marquis is truly magnanimous." Magnanimous. The warmth vanished from Xie Jing Xing's eyes. "No, I've always been praised for one thing." He paused. "I dislike meddling in other people's affairs." Just as Shen Miao was about to respond, he continued, "Now you can tell me why you wrote to the Jingdianshi family." Shen Miao sighed inwardly. She had always intended to bind the Shen and Xie families together, but now was not the right time. The hostility between the two households ran too deep to be resolved overnight. It would require careful planning. Yet Xie Jing Xing had unexpectedly inserted himself into the matter, throwing all her arrangements into disarray. She trusted no one. She had her own road to walk. Xie Jing Xing and the Xie family were merely pieces on the board of her greater scheme. No player ever explained her strategy to the pieces. "I originally thought the only reason you'd help him so much was because you were secretly involved with him, helping your lover gain fame." Xie Jing Xing looked Shen Miao up and down with a teasing smile. "But then I thought again. Although that second son of the Gao family is useless, his taste in women isn't bad." His gaze was keen, and his exceptionally handsome features were as sharp and biting as the desert winds of the northwest. "There's one more thing. Helping Gao Yan means helping the chief historian's family gain greater prestige. Yet you deliberately chose the worthless Gao Yan instead of Gao Jin." His smile remained playful, but every word struck at the heart of the matter. "That seems rather malicious, doesn't it?" He looked directly into Shen Miao's eyes. "Girl of the Shen family, do you have a grudge against the chief historian?" Chapter 38. Mission of the Shen family. Does the capital archivist bear some grudge against you? Shen Miao quietly looked at the young man before her. His handsome features carried an imposing presence. Although his expression was carefree and teasing, there was an unshakable steadiness about him that seemed far beyond his years. It wasn't something visible on the surface, but rather the feeling that, with him at your side, you could face anything, as though, if the heavens themselves collapsed, he would be the one to hold them up. Even in her previous life, whether in Qin's state or within the imperial harem, she had never met anyone so frighteningly perceptive. With a single sentence, he could cut straight to the heart of the matter. Such an extraordinary talent, yet destined to die young. Heaven truly envied the gifted. A trace of regret flickered across her eyes before she answered calmly yes. You've laid out quite a complicated chessboard, Xie Jing Xing remarked, studying her carefully. Going to so much trouble just to push Gao Yan into officialdom. Are you planning to stir up the Mingqi court? Even with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Shen Miao could not help feeling slightly shaken. Before, Xie Jing Xing had merely seemed exceptionally intelligent, someone who could immediately grasp her intentions. Now, however, he seemed almost terrifying. Ordinary people planned 1 move ahead. Clever people planned 10. Yet from one seemingly casual question, Xie Jing Xing appeared capable of seeing 1,000 moves into the future. His bluntness, completely devoid of hesitation, left her momentarily unsure how to answer. After a brief pause, she replied, "And what concern is that of the young marquis? This marquis has little interest in the affairs of the Mingqi court, but Marquis Linen is not someone you should touch." His tone carried an unmistakable warning. If you intend to make Marquis Linen Manor your target, don't blame me for being impolite. Shen Miao looked at him thoughtfully. Xie Jing Xing had always seemed to despise Marquis Linen Manor, taking every opportunity to oppose his father. Yet now it appeared his feelings were not entirely hostile. He must still care about the family to some extent. Otherwise, in her previous life, he would never have met such a tragic end, pierced by countless arrows simply to preserve the honor of Marquis Linen Manor. It was only natural that Xie Jing Xing suspected her of plotting against the Xie family. The Shen and Xie families had always been rivals, and her recent actions would naturally seem suspicious to outsiders. To them, it probably looked as though the Shen family was setting a trap for the Xies. Young Marquis Xie need not worry, she said calmly, as though discussing the weather. The Shen and Xie families have always minded their own affairs, and they will continue to do so. What you fear will not happen. Life lasts only a few short decades, and fortunes change like the wind. Although the Xie family now regards the Shen family as its enemy, who can say that one day we won't stand together against a common foe? Are you offering me an olive branch? Xie Jing Xing raised an eyebrow. Yes, Shen Miao answered evenly. Xie Jing Xing quietly examined the girl before him. He had encountered countless women in his life. When he was young, they tried to curry favor with his father. Later, their attention shifted to him. Among them were delicate beauties with honeyed words, breathtaking women of extraordinary grace, skilled archers and sword women, and even those gifted in strategy. He had met no shortage of intelligent people, but none had ever surprised him quite like the girl standing before him. Perhaps it was the instinct he had developed on the battlefield, but Xie Jing Xing could smell blood on her. She was like a still pool concealing a monstrous feast beneath its calm surface, patiently waiting for the day it would erupt into a storm of destruction. It sounded almost absurd. What kind of storm could a sheltered young lady possibly create? Yet Xie Jing Xing had never doubted his instincts. Wrapped in a lotus blue brocade cloak, her delicate face as cold as frost, she stood amid the flourishing plum blossoms as though she were standing within a magnificent palace. Noble, solitary, resolute, unfathomable. I never expected the Shen family to produce someone with a brain, he said mockingly, though his expression had turned serious. Very well. Do as you please. Consider today's events a performance. Just don't disappoint me. He straightened, preparing to leave. Young Marquis Xie, Shen Miao called. What is it now? He stopped, but did not turn around. Your two younger half-brothers will also be participating in today's verification, Shen Miao said calmly. Does the young marquis intend to simply let them be? The Xie family's two illegitimate sons, Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongqiao, born to concubine Feng Shi, were both second-year students in the Hall of Extensive Learning. In truth, Xie Jing Xing himself was a third-year student there as well. However, because of his free-spirited nature, the academy had long since given up trying to manage him. Otherwise, he would have been taking part in today's verification alongside his half-brothers. In her previous life, Xie Jing Xing had not participated, allowing his half-brothers to steal the spotlight. To be fair, Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongqiao were genuinely talented, ranking among the best in martial arts. Their outstanding performance caught the emperor's attention, and later, Fu Xiu Yi deliberately promoted them and kept them close at his side. Shen Miao had often wondered how both Marquis Linen and his son, who were clearly so intelligent, could have met such a tragic end in her previous life. Although the imperial family had publicly mourned them afterward, it was Feng Shi and her sons who ultimately benefited. The more she thought about it, the more unanswered questions there seemed to be. Just as the downfall of the Shen family had involved the schemes of its second and third branches, perhaps the Xie family's tragedy had also originated from within. You don't actually expect me to compete with them, do you? Xie Jing Xing turned around, looking surprised. The way you compete with your sister? Isn't the young marquis's situation much the same as mine? Shen Miao ignored the mockery in his voice. The deepest wounds are often inflicted by those closest to us. I understand that someone of your status would not stoop to quarreling with illegitimate siblings. But even the strongest dam can collapse because of termites. What appears insignificant may one day become a venomous snake waiting to strike. Her voice was calm but firm, while her eyes remained as clear and innocent as a child's. Cut them down before they grow. Make sure they never have the chance to grow at all. Instead of watching them bask in glory under the protection of powerful patrons while pretending to be loving brothers forever, wouldn't it be far more satisfying to crush them one by one? Humiliate them before everyone, so they won't even be able to keep pretending once they return home. Something stirred within Xie Jing Xing. His mother had been the noble Princess Yu Qing. He had never wanted to lower himself to the level of his half-brothers. Doing so would only make him appear petty, while giving others another excuse to slander his mother, claiming that her jealousy had driven her to her death. He cared little for his own reputation, but he would always protect Princess Yu Qing's name. Although he treated Feng Shi and her sons with cold indifference in Marquis Linen manner, and although his father favored him, outsiders continued to gossip. Meanwhile, the three of them happily played the roles of a devoted and harmonious family, a sight that disgusted him. He had always watched their performance with detached indifference. But Shen Miao's words had struck a hidden nerve. Wouldn't it be far more satisfying to shatter all their hopes? To rip away their masks so they could never again pretend to be loving brothers? Shen Miao's voice carried an almost hypnotic quality. It's been too long. Don't hold back. Don't hold back. He lowered his gaze to the girl standing before him, close enough to catch her faint fragrance. Like her, it seemed pure on the surface, yet carried an unmistakable chill and distance beneath. Although he knew she had her own reasons for saying those words, he found himself unable to refuse. With a faint smirk, he flicked his sleeve. The begonia blossom tucked into his dark hair fell into his palm. In the next instant, the flower had become a small jade begonia. Rolling it lightly between his fingers, he said with an amused smile, "You're quite interesting. This flower is for you. Your suggestion was excellent. My thanks." Chapter 39. When Shen Miao emerged from the plum grove, Guyu and Jingzhe, who had been waiting anxiously, both let out sighs of relief. Jingzhe glanced into the grove, but seeing no one there, asked in confusion, "Why isn't anyone there?" Shen Miao turned to look as well. The plum grove was dense with branches and leaves swaying gently in the breeze, but there was no sign of anyone. Xie Jing Xing was skilled in martial arts and had likely disappeared over the rooftops and walls. "Let's go," she said. When they returned to the banquet, Feng Anning hurried over and complained, "I told you to wait for me, but you disappeared in the blink of an eye. I couldn't find you anywhere when I came back. Where did you go?" "I saw the chrysanthemums in bloom and went for a walk," Shen Miao replied, glancing toward the stage. "Has it already started? You were gone for so long." "The men's drawing round is already over," Feng Anning pouted. Now they're in the men's selection round. The young men on stage were competing. The first round, drawing, had already concluded, but Shen Miao paid no attention to the results. The second round was selection, where participants chose the category in which they wished to demonstrate their expertise. Her gaze settled on the young man in late green robes seated at the far left among the opposite seats. He was dark-skinned and heavily built. His features might have been considered handsome if not for his overly robust physique, which made him appear coarse and intimidating. The green robes only made his complexion look darker. Worse still, he wore his hair in a high topknot secured with a jade-inlaid bamboo hairpin, clearly trying to imitate the refined elegance of ancient scholars. Yet his unwillingness to give up flashy ornaments made the entire outfit look absurdly mismatched. In short, although he desperately wanted to appear lofty and refined, his awkward imitation only made his vulgarity stand out all the more. This was Gao Yan, the son of the capital censor's family. At only 16 years old, his influence had yet to grow. Later, after Fu Xiu Yi ascended the throne, Gao Yan's status rose with Gao Jin's influence. He became notorious throughout the fixed capital for bullying men and harassing women, even daring to covet Wan Yu. His audacity knew no limits. Just thinking about Wan Yu enduring Gao Yan's filthy remarks in the palace filled Shen Miao with rage. She stared at him from afar as though watching prey wander willingly into a trap. Completely unaware, Gao Yan was smiling broadly as he chatted with Gao Jin. Naturally, he was pleased. He had obtained an exceptionally remarkable essay on statecraft. During the drawing round, he had drawn classical interpretation and performed only moderately well. But in the upcoming selection round, presenting that essay would surely amaze everyone. Shen Miao sneered inwardly. "Go ahead. Present that essay and stand beside Fu Xiu Yi." By entering officialdom before Gao Jin's promotion, someone with Gao Yan's character and methods would surely destroy the entire capital censor's family with his own hands. This was the grand gift she had prepared for them. As for Pei Lang, her gaze shifted to the man in blue robes seated not far from Fu Xiu Yi. "Starting in this life, you will slowly repay every debt from the past." Shen Miao, after the men's rounds, it'll be the women's selection. "Will you participate?" "No," Shen Miao answered. During the verification, the drawing round was mandatory for every student, while the selection round was entirely voluntary. Anyone who chose not to participate could simply abstain. As such, the selection was less a required part of the verification and more an opportunity for students to display their strengths. Those with a particular talent naturally chose to showcase it. Compared to the drawing round, everyone was far more enthusiastic about the selection. After all, the selection allowed each participant to present what they were most confident in. But for someone like the former Shen Miao, who possessed no noteworthy talents, it was far better to skip the selection altogether. Participating would only invite ridicule. "Why?" Feng Anning looked genuinely disappointed. "You paint so well now, and you must have other talents too. Why not take the opportunity to show everyone?" "There's no need," Shen Miao replied without looking up as she casually arranged the chess pieces on the board before her. "What difference does it make whether I stand out or not? It means nothing to me. Besides, I've never been skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Earlier was just a stroke of luck." "You," Feng Anning was speechless. Who talks about themselves like that? Fifth sister. A voice interrupted their conversation. Shen Miao had approached without anyone noticing. Concern was written across her face as she asked, Fifth sister, are you really not participating in the next selection? Does second sister want me to participate? Shen Miao asked in return. Shen Miao was momentarily at a loss for words. Recently, Shen Miao had seemed determined to distance herself from her, and Shen Miao couldn't understand why. Was it because she still resented the second and third branches over the drowning incident? Though confused, Shen Miao had become increasingly irritated by Shen Miao's growing defiance. Biting her lip, she put on a hurt expression and said softly, Of course, I want you to participate. Your painting earlier was excellent. Since you're so talented, why not choose painting again in the next round? That way, people will stop gossiping behind your back. If you perform well again, all those rumors will disappear. Her voice was loud enough for the surrounding young ladies and noblewomen to hear every word. Although her words sounded harmless, they openly voiced the doubts lingering in everyone's minds. Shen Miao's white chrysanthemum painting had earned a first-class evaluation, but after years of being known as the incompetent, it wasn't so easy to change people's opinions. Many suspected she hadn't painted it herself and believed someone had secretly helped her. Shen Miao thought exactly the same. She believed that if Shen Miao painted again in the second round without anyone assisting her, her lack of ability would immediately be exposed, leaving her utterly humiliated. Feng Anning saw through the scheme at once and sneered. Second mission makes it sound easy. Painting requires inspiration. Even you couldn't produce 2 masterpieces in a row, could you? Shen Miao is only a student, not some famous master. I only asked because fifth sister has improved so much, Shen Miao replied with a sweet smile. If she painted so beautifully earlier, why can't she do it again? Shen Miao never looked up. She simply placed a chess piece in the center of the board. I'm not interested. Don't trouble me. Shen Miao hadn't expected Shen Miao to answer so indifferently in front of everyone. For a moment, her expression stiffened with embarrassment. Perhaps the most infuriating thing in the world was carefully laying a perfect trap, only for the other person to refuse to step into it. Even with everyone harboring doubts, Shen Miao refused to respond to her provocation. Instead, it only strengthened Shen Miao's belief that the meaning behind that painting had never been Shen Miao's own. Her desire to humiliate Shen Miao grew even stronger. After a brief pause, she smiled once more. Since fifth sister insists, then I won't say anything else. With that, she turned and returned to her seat. Among the male guests, Kai Lin had been secretly watching Shen Miao. Just then, he noticed her looking toward him from afar, seemingly giving him a gentle smile. Kai Lin froze. A moment later, excitement welled up inside him, only to see Shen Miao lower her head again, looking as though she were troubled by something. His heart tightened abruptly. Chapter 40. On the stage, the selection for the male group was still underway. The classics and contemporary essays sections were the conventional choices, attracting many challengers. As long as one had an excellent memory or had studied diligently, it was generally easy to stand out. By contrast, very few selected the strategy and discourse section. Strategy and discourse required participants to present arguments on current affairs, making it highly practical. This section was also the closest to actual governance. Most of the young scholars present were still unfamiliar with court politics, apart from a handful who had begun receiving private instruction from their families. Few could offer truly sound strategic proposals, making it the most difficult category. Yet anyone who excelled in it would already have one foot in the door of officialdom. Shen Miao gazed at the chessboard before her. Back then, Pei Ling's conduct and law strategy had appeared during the third round of the challenge. In that round, men could challenge women, women could challenge men, and students could even challenge their teachers. A male student had challenged Pei Lang, who was serving as a teacher. Pei Lang, a man of extraordinary talent, had composed a discourse in just a few moves on the stage. It was eloquent, logically structured, and rich with classical references without ever becoming pretentious. Every argument struck directly at the heart of the matter. It was truly breathtaking. At the time, it had attracted the attention of several princes. But Pei Lang was an eccentric. He insisted that he wished only to remain a teacher of calligraphy and arithmetic at the Hall of Extensive Learning, with no greater ambitions. His resolve was unwavering. If not for Fu Xiu Yi's repeated displays of humility, along with Shen Miao's later persuasion, Pei Lang might never have entered official service at all. The chessboard was crisscrossed with pieces, much like the tangled paths of her previous life. She lightly brushed her sleeve across the board, scattering the pieces. Shen Miao placed a single piece onto the board. A new game. How about beginning with her? Gao Yan adjusted his sleeves, smoothed his hair, and asked his attendant, "How do I look?" "Young master is handsome and distinguished, every bit the refined gentleman," the attendant replied without hesitation. Gao Yan smirked with satisfaction and was about to rise and step onto the stage when Gao Jin, seated beside him, caught his arm. "What are you doing?" Gao Jin asked. "I'm going up for the selection," Gao Yan replied. Gao Jin frowned. He knew his younger brother's abilities all too well. Gao Yan was not only mediocre but also fond of showing off. With the Gao family's influence in the capital steadily increasing, this was hardly the time to make a fool of themselves. "What exactly are you capable of?" Gao Jin asked. Those words struck Gao Yan like a slap. Though they were brothers born to the same mother, whenever people mentioned the Gao family, it was always Gao Jin who received praise. Gao Jin was elegant and handsome, while Gao Yan was coarse-featured and dark-skinned. Gao Jin had been helping their father with official affairs since childhood, whereas every time Gao Yan tried to discuss matters of state, their father merely shook his head in disappointment. There had never been any real conflict between the brothers, but the difference in how others treated them had gradually driven a wedge between them. Already sensitive about living in his elder brother's shadow, Gao Yan was now thoroughly enraged by Gao Jin's words. Any lingering concern that the policy discourse he had prepared might be too remarkable, too eye-catching, vanished in an instant. In a sharp voice, he retorted, "Elder brother, I may not be as capable as you, but I'm not completely useless. There's no need to stop me. It's not as though I'm trying to steal your glory." Gao Jin caught the implication behind Gao Yan's words and froze. Before he could respond, Gao Yan had already brushed past him and strode leisurely onto the stage. From a distance, he called out loudly, "I choose policy discourse." Policy discourse? Many people in the Hall of Extensive Learning recognized Gao Yan, and all eyes immediately turned toward him. Strangely enough, although Gao Yan himself lacked genuine talent, he had always performed well at the academy. The reason was simple: his essays and assignments had always been written by someone else. While he could hardly be considered an outstanding scholar, his results were consistently excellent. So when he stepped onto the stage, no one found it particularly surprising. After all, the selection was meant to display one's strongest prepared work. Still, policy discourse was notoriously difficult. The previously noisy hall gradually fell silent as everyone focused on the young man in green standing upon the stage. Several students had already chosen policy discourse earlier and recited their essays aloud, but none had been particularly remarkable. As Gao Yan stepped forward, Gao Jin frowned. "I didn't expect Gao Yan to dare choose policy discourse," Feng Anning remarked curiously. "If it were Gao Jin, I'd feel much more confident." Shen Miao paused her game of chess and looked toward the stage. Once everything was prepared, Gao Yan unfolded a sheet of paper and began reading in a calm, measured voice. Laws are the framework of a nation, just as the beams of a house support its rise toward the heavens. His recitation was steady and rhythmic. The amused expressions that had initially appeared on the audience's faces gradually disappeared, especially among the officials seated at the front, who now watched the young man on the stage with solemn attention. Gao Jin's younger brother is no ordinary fellow, Prince Zhou remarked, admiration flickering in his eyes. A policy discourse like this, even many ministers at court might not possess such penetrating insight. Indeed, it is impressive, Jing Wang agreed with a nod. And he's still so young. Given enough time, he will surely rise far above the ordinary. Fu Xiu Yi quietly watched the figure on the stage. Although his expression remained unchanged, his fingers unconsciously rubbed together, a habit he always displayed whenever he was deep in thought or forming a new plan. Clearly, Gao Yan's performance had given him something new to consider. As for Pei Lang, he stiffened the moment Gao Yan spoke his first sentence. For some reason, the policy discourse sounded inexplicably familiar. Despite his extraordinary memory, he was certain he had never read it before. Yet the overwhelming sense of familiarity left him deeply unsettled. Ordinarily calm and composed, he found himself strangely shaken. It was as though he already knew every sentence Gao Yan was about to recite. It felt so familiar, as though it were his own work. Shen Miao smiled faintly. She withdrew her gaze from the young man on the stage and returned her attention to the chessboard. Picking up another piece, she casually placed it near the edge of the board. What kind of move is that? Feng Anning asked. You're just placing pieces at random, aren't you? Who would put one all the way out there? So far away? Shen Miao shook her head. Every chess piece has its purpose. Even a piece that appears useless or abandoned. How far away can it truly be? Though it now seemed distant from the heart of the game, one day it might become indispensable to the general's strategy. But could anyone see that now? In a distant pavilion overlooking the stage, Su Mingfeng lightly waved his folding fan. I wonder where Gao Yan found this policy discourse, he remarked. It's exceptionally well written. I'd very much like to meet the person who composed it. So, what if we did? The young man in the purple robe replied lazily. He sat by the pavilion window, leaning casually against the frame, with nearly half his body hanging outside. He must be a learned and exceptionally knowledgeable gentleman, Su Mingfeng said. If we could become friends with someone like that, it would surely be greatly beneficial. Xie Jing Xing let out a soft scoff and glanced toward the stage. A crabapple blossom appeared in his hand. The flower had not yet withered. It looked as fresh and delicate as though it had just been picked. A faint fragrance seemed to linger around it. Yet somehow it also carried an unmistakable chill. Not necessarily. Chapter 41. On the stage, Gao Yan finally finished reciting the conduct and law strategy. At first, the surroundings fell silent. Then quiet discussions broke out among the crowd. The students still couldn't grasp the deeper meaning of the treatise. They only recognized its elegant references to the classics. The adults seated in the men's section, however, understood its profound implications. Though the treatise appeared casual, it precisely identified the loopholes in Mingqi's current legal system and proposed ingenious solutions. For a student to produce something like this was truly extraordinary. The examiners on the stage clearly hadn't expected Gao Yan to be so remarkably capable. But rules were rules. Once a student's results were questioned, they had to be tested. Shen Miao's painting earlier had been one example. Objectively speaking, this conduct and law strategy surpassed Shen Miao's painting in both literary merit and practical value. One examiner asked, in your treatise, you mentioned that Mingqi's legal system is vast and comprehensive. You propose dividing it into distinct categories. How exactly would you implement such a division? Gao Yan's heart filled with joy. The manuscript he had received contained not only the conduct and law strategy, but also the exact question the examiner had just asked, along with its answer. He felt deeply grateful to the person who had written it for him and resolved to reward them generously afterward. Straightening his back with confidence, he replied exactly as instructed. It should be divided into 3 layers. Commerce, governance, and civil affairs should each be handled separately. Below the stage, the capital archivist, Lord Gao, was grinning from ear to ear. His rise through officialdom had depended entirely on the emperor's favor and his extensive connections. When it came to genuine talent, however, he had none. Fortunately, he had a capable eldest son, Gao Jin, who had been helping him manage affairs since he was young. Now his second son, Gao Yan, was displaying such extraordinary ability as well. He would have to burn incense in the ancestral hall to thank his ancestors. Gao Jin, who was far more perceptive than his father, found it difficult to believe that his younger brother possessed such remarkable insight. Yet Gao Yan answered every question from the examiner with flawless confidence, making it impossible to dismiss everything as the result of bribery. Gao Jin couldn't help feeling conflicted. Pei Ling picked up his teacup and took a sip, though his hand trembled slightly. For some reason, every word Gao Yan spoke seemed to carve itself into his memory. The overwhelming sense of familiarity felt almost absurd, and the turmoil in his heart refused to subside. Su Minling had just woken from a nap. Seeing the admiring looks directed at Gao Yan on the stage, he tugged on Master Su's sleeve and asked, "Father, is he really that impressive?" "A young prodigy," Master Su replied simply. Su Minling pouted, clearly unconvinced. After looking around and failing to spot Su Mingfeng, he asked, "Why hasn't brother come back yet?" Master Su gave a light cough. "Your elder brother is still recovering. It was already difficult for him to come today. Let him rest a little longer." Fu Xiu Yi overheard the exchange and glanced at Master Su. Noticing the lingering sadness that crossed his face whenever Su Mingfeng was mentioned, he thoughtfully withdrew his gaze. Regardless, Gao Yan had fought a flawless battle today. His effortless answers to every question completely erased any remaining doubts. As expected, he was awarded first class. The ranking itself was secondary. What truly mattered was that, from this day forward, when people spoke of the capital archivist, they would no longer mention only Gao Jin. They would also remember his brilliant second son. Gao Yan stepped down from the stage in triumph. This round of the selection came to an end, and the women's selection began. Feng Anning did not go on stage. She excelled in the qin, and since she had already been assigned to that category during the earlier drawing, there was no need for her to compete elsewhere. Xin Qing chose chess. She was skilled at calculation, and chess relied heavily on that ability, giving her a natural advantage. As expected, Shen Yu selected the qin. She had always preferred activities that showcased her elegant, ethereal temperament. Qin Ruoqiu had been an accomplished qin player, skilled not only in performance, but also in composing melodies and lyrics. Shen Yu had inherited those talents perfectly. Every year she earned first class, and this annual event was always her time to shine. Among the young women, once Shen Yu entered the qin category, everyone else usually avoided it to spare themselves the embarrassment of comparison. Xin Qing worked hard and ultimately secured first class in chess. When it was finally time for the qin competition, the crowd once again buzzed with anticipation. Shen Yu gracefully stepped onto the stage. After burning incense and washing her hands, she took her seat before the instrument. Dressed in soft rose-colored robes, with a gentle expression and a faint smile on her lips, she looked every bit like a celestial maiden. She began to play Ode to the Moon. It was an exceptionally difficult composition, expressing a wanderer's longing for home and loved ones. It opened with quiet melancholy before swelling into passionate sorrow, then concluded with a lingering lament. Its shifting emotions demanded exceptional technique, while its emotional depth could move anyone who heard it. In her previous life, Shen Miao had stunned everyone with this very performance, earning endless praise. Beside her, Shen Miao had been completely overshadowed. Looking back now, Shen Yu's every moment of glory seemed to have been built upon Shen Miao's humiliation. Shen Miao quietly watched the young woman on the stage. Shen Yu had already begun to play. Her fingers glided across the strings as though they possessed a life of their own, weaving a melody so ethereal that it seemed to drift into every listener's ears. Her hands fluttered like butterflies dancing among blossoms, every transition smooth and effortless. Feng Anning bit her lip. No matter how much she disliked Shen Yu, she had to admit that her qin skills were extraordinary. Compared to this performance, her own first class earlier seemed crude and unsophisticated. The piece expressed longing for one's homeland and family. Yet all it did was cause Shen Miao's fists to clench even tighter. Even after being reborn, the dead could never return. Wan Yu and Fu Ming would never appear again. To Shen Miao, Shen Yu's melody was not a song of comfort, but a funeral dirge accompanying her vengeance. She heard no solace in it, only blood-soaked hatred. Kai Lin quietly slipped from his seat and edged closer to the stage, eager to appreciate every detail of his beloved's performance. Completely absorbed in the music, he was suddenly drawn back to reality by a hushed conversation nearby. Second young lady is so unfortunate. She's never failed to win first place before, yet fifth young lady used underhanded tricks to steal her first class, said a slender maid. Kai Lin recognized her immediately as Xu Xiang, Shen Yu's personal maid, and instinctively paused to listen. Exactly. Fifth young lady didn't even participate in the selection. She's obviously targeting second young lady, another maid agreed. Our second young lady is just too kind. Who knows how much she's suffered in private because of fifth young lady. Fifth young lady only dares to behave this way because the Grand Lord favors her. Poor second young lady. She prepared so hard, only to have someone else steal her glory. If only someone would stand up for second young lady. Maybe challenge fifth young lady during the challenge round. Don't talk nonsense, Xu Xiang interrupted. Everyone knows fifth young lady is hopeless at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Challenging her would only lower a young lady's own status. I doubt any of them would bother. But if one of the young masters challenged her, that would truly teach her a lesson. Their voices gradually faded into the distance. Kai Lin's eyes flickered as he looked toward Shen Yu on the stage, and a plan slowly began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 42. As Shen Yu's melody came to an end, the audience was completely captivated. A woman with extraordinary musical talent would naturally be admired wherever she went, especially when she was also beautiful. At the very least, among the male attendees throughout the hall, excluding the overly young first-year students, many of the second- and third-year youths had their eyes fixed on her. Although Qin Qing surpassed her in beauty within the hall of extensive learning, Qin Qing's cold, arrogant temperament could never compare to Shen Yu's gentle charm. Your sister plays quite well, Feng Anning admitted reluctantly. I wonder where she found such a skilled Qin master. I'll have to ask my mother to find me a famous teacher as well. This was an age when competitiveness ran high. Back when Shen Miao had first become empress, she had been indifferent to almost everything except protecting Fu Xiu Yi's affection. The slightest sign that he favored another woman would drive her into a frenzy. In the harem, where schemes and betrayals were commonplace, she had always retaliated immediately whenever she suffered a slight, earning herself countless enemies. Now, although her temperament had not changed, she no longer resorted to such self-destructive methods. Speaking of which, the second miss of the Shen family is truly a rare combination of beauty and talent, Prince Zhou remarked, admiration filling his voice. What a pity. What exactly was so regrettable? Others might not understand, but the princes certainly did. Shen Yu was delicate, charming, and exceptionally talented. Having such a flower by one's side would be a delight, if not for the fact that she was neither Lady Shen's daughter nor a member of the main branch of the family. Instead, she belonged to the third branch. Meanwhile, Shen Xian, who commanded tremendous military power, had only one daughter, Shen Miao, a complete incompetent. Even if she seemed somewhat different today, people's opinions could not change overnight. They believed her current composure had simply been drilled into her beforehand, and that beneath the surface she was still the same clueless fool. After Gao Yan left the stage, Pei Lang gradually calmed down. It was the first time in his life he had encountered such a strange situation. Though still puzzled, he tried to reassure himself. Hearing Prince Zhou's comment, he glanced once more toward the girl in purple seated among the female attendees. She held a chess piece between her fingers, her head slightly tilted as she contemplated the board. Although he was too far away to see her eyes clearly, he could almost imagine the sharpness and depth within them, just as when Shen Miao had looked at him. How could someone like that possibly be an incompetent? Yet people did not change overnight. Had Shen Miao's previous foolishness been nothing more than an act? And if it had been, why? Even someone as perceptive as he was could not solve that mystery. The women's selection concluded with Shen Yu's Ode to the Moon. Naturally, she received first-class honors, but today she felt no joy, only humiliation. She glanced toward Shen Miao, who remained absorbed in her chess game without sparing her a single glance. Shen Yu knew perfectly well that Shen Miao had no talent whatsoever in qin, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Her apparent concentration on the game was nothing more than a deliberate snub. Seeing the look on her face, Qin Ruoqiu quietly reminded her, "You're losing your composure." Qin Ruoqiu had always insisted that her daughter remain graceful under any circumstances, whether the elegance was genuine or carefully cultivated. A woman's refinement lay in her composure. Panic and agitation were unbecoming of a young lady from an aristocratic family. Objectively speaking, Qin Ruoqiu's teachings were sound, and she herself embodied them perfectly. Unfortunately, Shen Yu was still too young. She had rarely experienced failure and had not yet learned how to restrain herself. At her mother's reminder, Shen Yu suppressed the resentment in her heart. Her maid, Xu Xiang, stepped forward with a cup of tea. "Miss, have some tea to soothe your throat." Shen Yu accepted the cup, meeting Xu Xiang's eyes. The maid smiled knowingly, and Shen Yu's expression finally softened into something sincere. "It's rather warm," she said. "I'm quite looking forward to the challenge later." Shen Qing, who had earned first-class honors in chess earlier, was in much better spirits and added, "This year they're not separating the competition by gender or by year. The contest is bound to be much fiercer." After all, the challenge was the most anticipated event of the three. The drawing did not necessarily pit the strongest competitors against one another, while the selection simply allowed everyone to display their own strengths. Only the challenge consistently brought the most outstanding participants face to face. Among the women, these contests were relatively mild. Young ladies preferred to maintain harmony and pretend not to care about the results. The men, however, relished competition, eager to prove themselves during this stage of youthful rivalry. As a result, the challenge was always the most intense event. This year, participants of both genders and all years would compete together, allowing anyone to challenge anyone else. Even so, cross-gender challenges were generally considered unlikely. As expected, no one stepped forward for the literary contests, leaving the martial competitions as the main attraction. That effectively excluded most of the female participants. Although some daughters of military families were skilled in martial arts, women were naturally at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength, making victory unlikely. Then Kailin strode onto the stage from the men's section. The examiner asked what event he wished to challenge. Mounted archery, Kai Lin declared, pointing toward the mounted archery lot. The audience immediately understood. Kai Lin, the little tyrant, was hopeless at literary pursuits, but excelled in martial skills, especially archery. His arrows never missed their mark, and he had won first-class honors in mounted archery the previous year. But whom would he challenge? Looking around the hall, no one seemed capable of surpassing him in that discipline. Kai Lin raised his chin and suddenly pointed toward the women's section. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience when they realized he was not pointing at one of the men. When they saw exactly whom he had chosen, everyone fell silent, their jaws dropping in disbelief. In a loud voice, he declared, "I challenge her, Shen Miao." The girl in purple, who had been quietly studying her chessboard, slowly raised her head. Her clear eyes met his directly. Her expression remained unreadable, and her movements were perfectly composed, as though his earth-shattering declaration were nothing more than a casual greeting that hardly deserved her attention. Shen Miao frowned. She had spent years teaching Shen Yu how to appear graceful, yet Shen Miao seemed to possess that effortless poise naturally. From a distant pavilion, a handsome young man who had been sipping tea nearly spat it out. His usual carefree expression cracked with disbelief. Has that Kai boy lost his mind? Shen Miao rose to her feet. On the chessboard before her, a black piece had crossed the river and advanced into her territory. The first pawn had made its move. She picked up a white piece and, with a swift flick of her hand, captured the black piece, tossing it neatly into the basket. "I accept," she said. Chapter 43. The autumn breeze was as crisp and graceful as ever, yet at this moment, the tension in the air seemed to deepen even the fragrance of the flowers. Shen Yu covered her mouth in surprise. This fifth sister is a woman. How could someone challenge her to something like this? Indeed, Shen Miao said with concern. Fifth young lady, you mustn't force yourself. Although your father is a military general, you've never been skilled in such things. Shen Miao's words were tactful, implying that while Shen Xian was a renowned military general, his daughter Shen Miao had never learned mounted archery. It was perfectly understandable for a young lady not to excel in martial arts, but lacking talent in both martial and literary pursuits was rather unfortunate. Everyone knew that Shen Miao was unskilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If it became known that she was equally inept at martial arts, it would only further disgrace her and, by extension, Shen Xian's entire household. But the rules of the challenge can't be changed, Shen Qing said anxiously, though her tone was filled with barely concealed delight. Once you're chosen as an opponent, no matter the category, you have to accept the challenge. Normally, though, people only challenge those who excel in a particular field. Fifth sister, have you been hiding your abilities all this time? Otherwise, why would Kai Lin choose you? Her words were unmistakably cutting. Oddly enough, Renwanen didn't rebuke her. Instead, she smiled and said, "Eldest sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Fifth young lady has never practiced martial arts. Fifth young lady, if you don't wish to take the stage, your second aunt will personally speak to the verification officer. Considering your age and your father's reputation, they won't make things difficult for you." On the surface, Renwanen sounded kind and protective, but anyone who thought about it carefully would realize otherwise. No one had ever been exempted from the verification in all these years. If Shen Miao became the first, the news would spread throughout Fixed Capital by the next day. Worse still, invoking Shen Xian's name could lead people to accuse him of using his military achievements to gain special privileges. Reputation was a double-edged sword. It brought honor, but it also invited scrutiny. And Shen Miao would never allow anyone to tarnish Shen Xian's name. Thank you, second aunt, but there's no need. She rose from the women's seating area and slowly walked toward the stage. The arena gradually fell silent, leaving only the young girl's clear voice echoing through the air, sending ripples across the crowd. I accept this challenge. Kai Lin's eyes flickered. He had acted solely to avenge Shen Yu. A man challenging a woman to a martial contest was unprecedented, but he had always been known for his recklessness. At worst, he would earn a scolding from his parents. The thought of avenging Shen Yu had delighted him. If Shen Miao had refused, he had every intention of mocking her mercilessly. To his surprise, however, Shen Miao accepted without the slightest hesitation. Watching the girl in purple robes calmly approach the stage, Kai Lin felt an inexplicable sense of unease. It was as though she wasn't afraid at all. But how could that be? He knew better than anyone that Shen Miao had never practiced martial arts. She probably didn't even know how to hold a bow properly. Facing something she had no experience with, how could anyone remain so composed? Had she really become so skilled at hiding her fear? Lost in thought, Kai Lin suddenly sensed someone watching him. Turning around, he met Shen Yu's gaze from the women's seating area. The moment she realized he had noticed her, she blushed and lowered her head. Kai Lin's heart skipped a beat. Every young man dreamed of becoming the hero who rescued a beauty in distress. In Kai Lin's eyes, he was the righteous hero standing up for Shen Yu, while Shen Miao was the cruel and arrogant villain. Whether she accepted the challenge or not, he would make sure Shen Miao was utterly humiliated before everyone present. He would make her regret ever daring to bully Shen Yu again. Normally, the challenger determined the rules, while the challenged had no choice but to accept them. Since no one knew what rules would be proposed, this round was always the most eagerly anticipated. Shen Miao stepped onto the stage. The presiding verification officer felt a headache coming on. Shen Miao was, after all, a delicate young lady. A woman competing against a man in literary arts was one thing, but martial arts were another matter entirely. It was obvious that Kai Lin intended to humiliate her. What an entertaining sight, Prince Zhou said, clapping with amusement. The Shen family's eldest branch is about to suffer another blow to its reputation. Prince Jing sighed and shook his head. General Shen has won such glory on the battlefield, yet his daughter is utterly disappointing. He thought to himself that she wasn't merely disappointing, she was downright foolish. Today, whether she accepted or rejected the challenge, her humiliation was inevitable. Her current display of confidence would only make her eventual disgrace even more laughable. Kai Lin smiled smugly. I've come up with a much more interesting rule this year. Ordinary mounted archery is too boring. We'll take turns shooting at each other. You'll place the herb fruit on your head, and I'll shoot it. Then I'll do the same, and you'll shoot at me. What do you think? The crowd erupted in shock. Even the verification officer was alarmed. This was no joke, it was a matter of life and death. Shen Miao was Shen Xian's daughter. If anything happened to her, who could possibly bear General Shen's wrath when he returned at the end of the year? Student Kai, the officer began hurriedly. Kai Lin waved him off. Professor, the Hall of Extensive Learning has never made exceptions for anyone. The challenger has always set the rules. What? Is the great general's daughter also a coward? Shen Yu lowered her head, concealing the smile at the corners of her lips. Feng Anning frowned, uncertain what to do. Well said. The hoarse voice belonged to Prince Yu, who had been sitting with his eyes closed. His grotesque face twisted into a strange smile. Rules shouldn't be bent for anyone. Otherwise, on the battlefield, if the enemy is too strong, would General Shen simply turn and run? That would certainly explain a great deal. He burst into loud laughter at his own joke. Shen Miao's gaze turned icy. These people were using her to mock Shen Xian, treating her as the greatest weakness of the Shen family. She looked at Kai Lin's smug expression, then swept her eyes across the malicious smiles filling the crowd. The anger she had suppressed for so long finally erupted. The reborn Shen Miao could endure many things. But Empress Shen, the ruler of the imperial harem, had always been a woman who repaid every grievance. She spoke coldly. My father sheds blood on distant battlefields to defend our homeland, so that all of you may sit here today, enjoying the chrysanthemum banquet and displaying your talents in this verification. Her voice was filled with undisguised contempt. Winning here proves nothing. True ability is tested on the battlefield, where lives hang in the balance. As for your rules, why would I be afraid? The crowd fell silent. Why would I be afraid? Your archery is superb, so you'll certainly hit the herb fruit. My archery is poor. If my arrow misses. She smiled faintly. Though her voice was calm, it crashed into everyone's ears like thunder. Then it will be your life that's in danger. She paused before continuing. In that case, let's sign a life and death contract. Whether we're injured or killed, each of us will bear our own fate. Her eyes locked onto Kailin. Do you dare, Kailin? Chapter 44. The vast Yembe hall was now eerily silent. The young girl sat with her back as straight as a ramrod. Though petite, she seemed to contain boundless strength within her, and every movement carried an unyielding determination, as if she could trample every obstacle beneath her feet. Kailin was momentarily speechless. Shen Miao was right. In this mutual archery challenge, he would be the one in the greatest danger. After all, what did Shen Miao know about archery? If her arrow strayed even slightly, it might pierce his skull. But Kailin had never thought that far ahead. His reasoning had been simple. If he shot first, then given Shen Miao's temperament, she would surely be terrified. Her legs would give out beneath her, and she would beg for mercy with tears and snot streaming down her face. Then he could toy with her as much as he pleased, thoroughly humiliating her and avenging Shen Yu's grievances. As for what would happen afterward, Kailin hadn't even considered it. In his mind, Shen Miao would be so frightened after his shot that she wouldn't even have the strength to fire back. Besides, a girl who had never drawn a bow might not even be able to pull the string. She would simply become a laughingstock. That had been Kailin's plan, but he had completely misjudged Shen Miao's reaction. She merely looked at him calmly. Her composure far exceeded what anyone would expect from someone her age, and it filled Kailin with shame and anger. The way Shen Miao looked at him was as though she were watching a child throw a tantrum, pitiful and ridiculous. At an age when impulsiveness came easily, Kailin didn't hesitate. Why wouldn't I dare? A life and death contract it is, he declared. Kai Darren, seated among the male guests, let out a frustrated sigh. He wished he could rush over and give his unfilial son a thorough beating. He had thought Kailin was merely mischievous, but he had never expected him to challenge Shen Miao. As for the life and death contract, Kai Darren wasn't worried about his son's safety. What he feared was that Kailin might truly humiliate Shen Miao, or worse, accidentally injure her. Not everyone could withstand the fury of a rough-and-tumble man like Shen Xian. Shen Yu anxiously said, "How can fifth sister agree to a life and death contract? This is only a verification match. Why take it this far? This absolutely won't do." Indeed, fifth sister is being far too reckless, Renwanan said with a frown. How could she say something like that on impulse? What if something goes wrong? She conveniently ignored the fact that Kailin had forced Shen Miao into making this choice, instead placing all the blame on Shen Miao's impulsiveness. Shen Ruoqiu shook her head with a soft sigh. She's simply too competitive. While the women politely expressed concern for Shen Miao and worried about her safety, the male guests were naturally fascinated by the spectacle. Prince Fu stared fixedly at the girl in purple on the platform. His murky eyes gleamed with interest, like a beast eyeing its prey, making his gaze utterly repulsive. This young lady of the Shen family has courage but no brains, Prince Zhou remarked. She actually signed a life and death contract. Doesn't she realize that if anything happens, even Shen Xin won't be able to object? Perhaps she's trying to uphold the Shen family's reputation, Fu Xiu Yi said as he watched Shen Miao on the platform. After all, no one wants to hear their family spoken of so poorly. Unfortunately, that won't change the facts. Jing Wang shook his head. She's far too impulsive. No wonder people call her ignorant and foolish. Pei Ling took a sip of tea. He also felt Shen Miao had acted far too rashly. Although Prince Yu's earlier words had been harsh, if Shen Miao truly cared about the Shen family, she should have found a graceful way to withdraw. She might have faced some criticism for a while, but that would have been better than being publicly humiliated. Bother, she'll definitely win, Su Minlang declared, clenching his little fists. Master Su glanced at his youngest son. For some reason, Su Minlang seemed unusually concerned about Shen Miao. He assumed it was merely a child's passing admiration. Ever since Su Minlang's timely warning had allowed the Su family to avoid disaster, Master Su had become much warmer toward his youngest son. Unwilling to dampen the boy's enthusiasm, he simply nodded. Yes, she'll surely win. Su Mifeng knew nothing of his father and younger brother's opinions. Had he known, he would certainly have scoffed. At that moment, he sat in the pavilion, staring toward the verification platform as he muttered, "The young lady of the Shen family really is bold. She even signed a life-and-death contract. Does she think this is a military contest just because General Shen often tells her stories from the battlefield? How naive." Su Mingfeng had never held back his opinions around his friends, but today he noticed that his sharpest-tongued companion had remained strangely silent. Curious, he turned to look. The young man in purple was deep in thought, idly twirling a begonia blossom between his fingers. Sunlight bathed his flawless features, while the breeze gently stirred the tassel hanging from his dagger. His handsome face carried a naturally heroic air, and his thoughtful expression only made him seem even more incomparable. "Xie-san, what are you thinking about?" Su Mifeng couldn't help asking. Xie Jing Xing tucked the begonia into his sleeve before suddenly rising to his feet. A playful smile curved his lips. "This is interesting. How about we make a bet?" "What kind of bet?" "Let's bet." Xie Jing Xing pointed toward the platform, his smile full of roguish charm. "Who will win?" "Obviously Kailin." Su Mingfeng frowned. "Surely you don't think there's anyone else?" "I bet on Shen Miao," Xie Jing Xing said. Preparations on the platform were already complete. Today's mounted archery challenge had everyone holding their breath. This was no ordinary verification match. It was a wager with their lives. The Hall of Extensive Learning had indeed prepared a life-and-death contract. Crimson characters stood out sharply against the snow-white silk. Shen Miao picked up the brush and signed her name with effortless grace, as though this solemn document carried no weight at all. Of course, she had written her name countless times before. When drafting letters of surrender to the Xiongnu on Fu Xiu Yi's behalf. When volunteering to become a hostage in the state of Qin. When Wanyu was married away. When the crown prince was deposed. The name Shen Miao had long been soaked in blood and tears, a suffering no one else could possibly understand. In contrast, Kailin was nowhere near as composed. Though boys his age were fiercely competitive, this was the first time he had ever signed a life-and-death contract. He was, after all, just a pampered child, lacking even the most basic maturity. Shen Miao's calm demeanor only made his fear grow stronger. The brush in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Every stroke trembled and wavered, standing in stark contrast to Shen Miao's elegant handwriting. When he finally finished, he couldn't help asking, "Shen Miao, aren't you afraid I'll deliberately miss my first shot? If I'm worried you'll shoot me in the second round, I can just wound you in the first." Shen Miao had been about to pick up the herb fruit when she turned to look at him. "Is that what you think?" she asked. "I disagree." She continued, "Everyone knows Kai Gongzi excels at mounted archery. If you miss, no one will believe it was an accident. They'll think you deliberately tried to kill me. But I'm different. Everyone knows I know nothing about archery. If I miss, that's only to be expected. Kai Lin froze. Then he stared at her blankly as a deep sense of helplessness washed over him. She was right. If he missed, everyone would assume it was intentional. If she missed, everyone would think it was only natural. He couldn't even pretend it had been an accident because no one would believe him. He had cornered Shen Miao, yet she had effortlessly turned the situation back on him. No matter what he did now, he would be the one in the wrong. Kai Gongzi, Shen Miao said, if you're worried about being shot by me in the second round, then gather all your courage and kill me outright with your first shot. The life and death contract has already been signed. If you kill me, it will simply be the outcome of the match. Other than earning the world's scorn, you won't bear even the slightest responsibility. She looked directly at him. I'm standing right here. Do you dare? Chapter 45. I'm right here. Do you dare to kill me? Kai Lin stared at the girl before him as though seeing her for the first time. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Accustomed to bullying his way through the hall of extensive learning and spoiled since childhood, he had always walked through life with swagger. As far as he was concerned, today's challenge had only been meant to teach Shen Miao a lesson. Who could have imagined that not only would she show no fear, but she would stand up to him? Now she had even uttered those words, making it seem as though he was the one at a disadvantage. Did Kai Lin dare? Leaving aside whether he had the courage, even if he did, could he actually go through with it? The young master of the Kai family might act on impulse, but what about the Kai family itself? If Shen Miao were truly killed by his hand today, Shen Xian would likely wipe out the entire Kai household before surrendering himself to answer for the bloodshed. More importantly, Kai Lin simply didn't dare. He was all bark and no bite. He had never set foot on a battlefield or taken a human life. His mounted archery was excellent, but his targets had always been herb fruits and wild beasts, never living people. But how could he retreat now? If even Shen Miao, a mere young lady, showed no fear, then how could he, a proud young master, back down without becoming the laughingstock of the capital? With that thought, Kai Lin forced himself to stand taller and sneered. Say whatever you like. Real skill is proven on the archery field. Keep acting tough now. Later, you'll probably be pissing yourself in terror. His deliberately vulgar words seemed meant to hide his own unease. The calmer Shen Miao appeared, the more unsettled he became. Somehow, he felt that only by seeing her panic could he ease the guilt rising in his own heart. He hoped his insults would finally shake her composure. An ordinary young lady, mocked so mercilessly by a man, would have blushed with shame, lowered her head, or even burst into tears. Shen Miao merely glanced at him. Her expression remained as calm as ever. Instead, Kai Lin felt like the fool. He hesitated, wondering if he had lost his senses today. Why should he feel guilty toward Shen Miao of all people, that famously incompetent girl? Meanwhile, Shen Miao accepted the herb fruit from the verification official. It was about the size of a grown man's fist, square at the bottom and rounded at the top. She walked to the easternmost end of the platform and calmly placed it atop her head. The crowd gradually grew louder. She must be forcing herself to stay calm. Deep down, she's probably terrified, Yi Peilon said with a laugh. I can't wait to see her bawling her eyes out. Ever since Mingqi established these verifications, no woman has ever been challenged by a man in martial skills, Jiang Shaoxian remarked, tilting her head and absent-mindedly curling her little finger. Shen Miao is truly the first. To be humiliated before everyone, how dreadful. Oh dear, what is fifth sister still doing up there? Ren Wan fretted. What if young Master Kai misses? Her heart was filled with anxiety. If anything really happened to Shen Miao, then no matter how kindly Shen Xian had always treated the Shen family, He would never forgive her. Why worry so much, second sister-in-law? Chen Ruoqiu said lightly. It's only children making a fuss. Young Master Kai isn't some reckless child. As long as fifth niece swallows her pride and begs for mercy, he won't press the matter. Let's just hope she isn't stubborn enough to cling to her pride. She dismissed such a life-or-death situation as nothing more than children's play. After all, Ren Wanun was the one managing the household. If anything went wrong, she would be the one held responsible. Still, Chen Ruoqiu's words struck a chord with her. This was all Shen Miao's fault for refusing to back down. If she had simply begged Kailin for mercy, none of this would have happened. Relax, Chen Ruoqiu continued. I suspect young Master Kai only wants to frighten fifth niece. Besides, this is a verification ground. Everyone cares about appearances. It's too late to stop now. Mother, there's no need to worry, Shen Qing added. Kai Lin's mounted archery is excellent. There's no way he'll miss. Shen Qing still resented Shen Miao for blocking her path to becoming a princess consort. Now she couldn't wait to see Shen Miao humiliated before everyone. She had heard that when people were frightened beyond their limits, they could lose control of their bowels. She wondered what Shen Miao would do. And if Kailin happened to miss, well, ruining Shen Miao's face wouldn't be so bad either. Shen Yi wasn't thinking as far ahead as Shen Qing. She simply wanted to see Shen Miao kneel and beg for mercy, as though that alone would restore her own wounded pride. She glanced toward Kailin from a distance. He never looked back at her. Kailin gripped his longbow as he faced Shen Miao from 3 zhang away. Cold sweat beaded across his forehead. Shen Miao stood perfectly still. The breeze lifted the hem of her wide purple robes, making them flutter gently in the wind. Her delicate face remained calm, yet the quiet authority surrounding her, the composure of someone who had weathered countless storms, gave her an almost dazzling presence. Slowly, Kailin drew the bowstring. He thought if only Shen Miao would beg. If only she would shed a single tear or plead for mercy. Then he could seize the opportunity to humiliate her properly and escape this impossible predicament. Unfortunately for him, his wish never came true. Shen Miao's expression never changed. It was as though he wasn't even worthy of her attention. Shen Yi frowned. Why hadn't Shen Miao burst into tears and begged for mercy as everyone had expected? Why did she seem even calmer than Kailin himself? Many people had already begun to notice. Their impression of the once incompetent young lady was quietly changing. Not every maiden could stand unmoving before an armed opponent. If this was the fearless composure she had inherited from Shen Xian, the courage to face powerful enemies without even blinking, then truly, a tiger's daughter could never be a coward. Kailin's hands began to tremble. The herb fruit 3 zhang away, once an effortless target, now seemed impossibly distant. And Shen Miao's words echoed endlessly in his ears. I'm right here. Do you dare to kill me? Did he dare? Did he dare? Did he dare? Whoosh! An arrow flew from the bow. Halfway through the air, it wobbled before dropping harmlessly to the ground. It didn't even brush the hem of Shen Miao's robes, let alone strike the herb fruit. The crowd burst into laughter. Someone even called out teasingly, Kailin, what's wrong with you? You used to hit targets 10 zhang away. Now you can't even manage 3. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he hurriedly nocked another arrow. The second shot landed at Shen Miao's feet. The third arrow skimmed past her hairpin, knocking the herb fruit from her head. At the same time, it loosened her carefully coiled hair, sending her long black tresses cascading over her shoulders. Even though the arrow had nearly grazed her cheek, her expression never changed. Black hair, purple robes. Her snow-white skin and delicate features stood unmoving beneath the wind. Kailin's hands went limp. His bow slipped from his grasp, and the arrows scattered across the ground. Silence descended over the field. Even a fool could see the truth now. The one who was afraid Wasn't Shen Miao. It was Kailin. I'm right here. Do you dare to kill me? No, I don't dare. Yes, I do. A faint smile curved Shen Miao's lips. Within her bright, almost childlike eyes flickered a trace of cruelty, lending an eerie beauty to her still youthful face. Now, she said softly, it's my turn. Chapter 46. My turn. The 3 words Shen Miao spoke were light, yet they carried an inexplicable chill, as though they had fallen from the heavens and landed heavily before Kailin. Cold sweat trickled down Kailin's forehead as he stared blankly at Shen Miao. Shen Miao took a few steps forward, bent down, and picked up the longbow from the ground. Every movement she made was followed by the crowd's gaze. No one could bear to look away. This was truly beyond everyone's expectations. They had thought Shen Miao would faint from fright or lose her composure. Instead, she remained completely calm, while Kailin was the one drenched in cold sweat, failing to hit the target with any of his 3 arrows. After a brief silence, murmurs spread through the spectators. Just as expected, a tiger father does not beget a dog of a daughter. The Shen family's young lady truly has remarkable courage, said one official who had always been on good terms with Shen Xian. He had never fully believed the rumors that Shen Miao was a foolish incompetent. Now that he had seen her with his own eyes, he was convinced those rumors had been nothing more than slander. With such courage and composure, how could she possibly be incompetent? Someone had clearly been trying to ruin the young lady's reputation. Indeed, she didn't even blink earlier. If that arrow had been just slightly off, it could have grazed her face. This girl truly has the bearing of a great general. Even we might have flinched in her place. Have you forgotten whose daughter she is? How could General Shen's daughter be anything but exceptional? It seems all those rumors were nonsense. No wonder people tried to smear her. The taller the tree, the stronger the wind. At such a young age, she's already this outstanding. Naturally, she'd invite jealousy. Most of the officials thought highly of Shen Xian because their interests aligned. Unlike the women of the inner quarters, they spent their days dealing with state affairs and viewed matters from a different perspective. Shen Miao had merely been young before, but now that she was growing older, her true talents were naturally beginning to show. Prince Zhou and Jing Wang exchanged glances. Jing Wang shook his head with a sigh. It seems we were both mistaken. She truly is a bold young woman. Prince Zhou chuckled as he looked toward Fu Xiu Yi. Does the 9th prince regret it now? Such an extraordinary woman. How could you have rejected her before? People don't change overnight, Jing Wang said. Either 5th Miss Shen met a remarkable master who transformed her, or she was pretending to be foolish all along. Either way, 9th brother, you've missed your chance. Fu Xiu Yi smiled faintly. A graceful lady, but not one who captures my heart. Did he regret it? Not really. Still, Shen Miao's calm and composed demeanor irritated him for some reason. He also found it difficult to believe that someone could change so completely overnight. Had she truly been pretending to be foolish all this time? But why? Was it simply to make him look down on her? Pei Lang set down his teacup. For some reason, his heart had tightened with worry for Shen Miao earlier. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, she had remained perfectly steady. Not only that, she had even frightened Kailin badly enough to ruin his normally reliable archery. Was Shen Miao really this formidable? What a marvelous woman, Prince Yu said with satisfaction, his eyes lingering on Shen Miao's figure. I wonder what she tastes like. Pei Lang frowned. Prince Yu's words were clearly filled with vulgar and shameful intent. Unfortunately, as a man of little influence, there was nothing he could do. You lost. Inside the pavilion, Xie Jing Xing leaned lazily against the window as he spoke with effortless ease. What an ending! Su Mingfeng's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he looked back and forth between Xie Jing Xing and the distant platform. Did you already know this would happen? A bet is a bet. Xie Jing Xing stood up and casually brushed the dust from his clothes. Fine. I admit defeat. What's the punishment? Su Mingfeng asked without hesitation. After this match, treat me to some 20-year-old daughter red wine. You're truly black-hearted, Su Mingfeng grumbled. Then something occurred to him, and he asked suspiciously, but what exactly are we celebrating? Is there anything worth celebrating? Not yet, Xie Jing Xing replied, raising an eyebrow. But there will be soon. Something very much worth celebrating. On the platform, Shen Miao handed the herb fruit back to Kailin. His hand trembled slightly as he accepted it. Shen Miao, have you ever practiced mounted archery before? Never. Shen Miao smiled. This is the first time I've ever held a bow. But since I have 3 arrows, even if the first misses, there's still the second and the third. I'll figure it out eventually. Kailin shuddered as he stared at her. You're joking, aren't you? Earlier, Shen Miao had appeared so calm and composed that he assumed she was experienced. After all, Shen Xian was the Grand General of Might. It wasn't impossible that he had personally taught his daughter archery. But now Shen Miao was saying this was the very first time she had ever held a bow. How could she dare? You don't know anything about archery. How can you attempt mounted archery? You won't hit the herb fruit, and I'll lose my life for nothing, he shouted. Young Master Kai, that's a rather amusing thing to say. Shen Miao's voice was calm, neither loud nor soft, yet every word carried clearly across the entire venue. Everyone watched as the young woman in the purple robe lowered her eyes slightly. Even so, her presence remained overwhelmingly commanding. When you challenged me earlier, you never asked whether I knew mounted archery. When you aimed your arrows at me, you never asked whether I might die. So why are you asking now whether I know how to do it? Kailin was speechless. He had deliberately chosen mounted archery because he believed Shen Miao had never learned it. He had only wanted to vent Shen Yu's anger. Now he had only himself to blame. Miss Shen, Kai Darren finally said after repeated urging from his wife, my son has always been unruly. As an official, I apologize on his behalf. Please don't take it to heart. However, it remains true that you have never practiced mounted archery. An accident would be unavoidable, and it would be difficult to hold you responsible. His face burned with humiliation as he spoke, but he had no other choice. Losing face was far preferable to watching his youngest son lose his life. He had even referred to himself as this official in an attempt to pressure Shen Miao. Bullying a young girl was hardly honorable, yet Kai Darren couldn't help resenting her unwillingness to yield, and an unmistakable note of authority crept into his voice. But when had Shen Miao ever been intimidated by an official? She had dealt with the Xiongnu, the imperial family of Qin, and even the emperor of Ming-Chi himself. A mere court official was beneath her notice. Everyone watched as Shen Miao lifted her chin ever so slightly. Kai Darren stood below the platform, and from a distance, it almost looked as though he were bowing before her. Then Shen Miao spoke, leaving the entire crowd stunned. Kai Darren, just now I wagered my own life. Now it's Kailin's turn to wager his. The life and death contract has already been signed, written clearly in black and white. Even if I were to shoot him dead today, it would be entirely fair. A wager always comes with a price. Before Kai Darren could respond, she continued, a man without integrity cannot stand. These were the rules Kailin proposed himself. Now he wants to go back on his own word. Does Kai Darren conduct himself the same way in officialdom, changing the rules whenever the situation turns against him? Chapter 47. A man without integrity cannot stand. That rule was proposed by Kailin himself, and now he's going back on his own word. Does Lord Kai conduct himself the same way in official circles, changing the rules the moment the tide turns against him? Earlier, Kailin had declared, the Hall of Extensive Learning has never made exceptions for anyone. The challenger sets the rules. What, is the great general's daughter such a coward? Those words still lingered in the air, and now Shen Miao hurled them right back at him, delivering a resounding slap to Lord Kai's face and leaving Kai Lin speechless. You made the rules, and now you refuse to follow them. With a single twist of your tongue, you can say whatever you like? Is this how the officials of Ming-Chi conduct themselves? Her words were sharp and merciless, instantly escalating the situation. Cold sweat broke out across Lord Kai's forehead. Among officials, there were allies and rivals alike. If Shen Miao's words reached the wrong ears, they could easily be twisted into something far more serious. With members of the royal family present, even the slightest misstep could invite the emperor's suspicion. If that happened, not only Kai Lin but the entire Kai family would suffer. Miss Shen speaks wisely, Prince Fu said with a peculiar smile. Lord Kai, since your son made the rules, he must abide by them. Prince Fu is not known for stepping in to mediate disputes. The moment he spoke, everyone's attention shifted toward Shen Miao. Their gazes carried understanding, disdain, curiosity, and countless other emotions. Prince Zhou exchanged a glance with Jing Wang. Jing Wang sighed. Even uncle has spoken. Perhaps we'll soon have a young aunt, Prince Zhou joked, shaking his head as though amused by his own words. With Prince Yu's words, Lord Kai no longer dared to object, no matter how unwilling he was. Swallowing his anger, he forced himself to say, yes, I have been thoughtless. He shot Kai Lin a glare filled with both pity for his son's predicament and fury at his incompetence before turning and walking away. Watching his father leave, Kai Lin's anxiety only grew. He had assumed Shen Miao was all bark and no bite, but the moment he met her clear, piercing gaze, a chill crept down his spine. She was like a silent predator. On the surface, she was merely a young girl, yet the aura she gave off was terrifying. Lowering his voice, he threatened, if you hurt me, the Kai family will never let you go. It was nothing more than a desperate attempt to intimidate her. Kai Lin was trapped now. If Shen Miao's arrow strayed even slightly, he would lose his life. He had seen arrows go astray during hunts, piercing prey through the eye or the hindquarters instead of delivering a clean kill. The sight of those animals struggling before they died had been horrifying. Was he about to become that helpless prey? His threat was really just a plea for mercy, hoping she would simply go through the motions of drawing the bow. He whispered again, if you cooperate this time, I won't make trouble for you at the Hall of Extensive Learning anymore. Shen Miao raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes fixed on him. Kai Lin tensed, afraid she would refuse. But she had seen countless men like him in her previous life, bullies who swaggered until they encountered someone stronger, then immediately cowered. If she spared him today, he would only nurse his wounded pride and return to seek revenge another day. He was like a young badger fresh from its den, convinced it ruled the forest until it encountered a wolf. Yet given the chance, that badger would always return, eager to challenge again. But Shen Miao was no wolf. She was a tiger. And the only way to ensure this badger never dared provoke her again was to sink her fangs into its neck, making it understand forever the price of defiance. She smiled faintly. Earlier, I asked you, I'm standing right here. Do you dare kill me? Your archery already answered that question. Now it's my turn to ask. Would you like to hear my answer? Her face was as smooth as jade, still carrying the softness of youth, like a tender spring shoot, delicate and fragile. Yet the words she spoke were ice cold. I dare. With that, she turned and walked toward the shooting platform. Kai Lin stood frozen until the examiner called his name, jolting him back to his senses. Only then did he realize that everyone was watching him, their eyes shining with anticipation. His gaze drifted toward the girl in pink among the young ladies. Shen Yu was chatting with someone else, not even sparing the platform a glance. A stab of disappointment pierced his heart, making his current predicament feel even more humiliating. He had started this himself. How could he retreat now? If he lost to a mere girl, the Kai family would become the laughingstock of the capital. Worse still, Shen Yu is here. If he disgraced himself in front of her, how could he ever face her again? She was only a young girl. Could she really bring herself to kill someone? Even with a life-and-death agreement in place, taking another person's life was no small matter. Reassuring himself, Kai Lin finally gathered his courage. He walked calmly behind the white line, 3 zhang away, and placed the herb fruit on top of his head. The crowd watched Shen Miao and Kai Lin in silence, an unusual tension hanging over the entire hall. In the distance, Xie Jing Xing asked, "What do you think? Will she hit the mark?" "Of course not," Su Mingfeng replied. "Never mind whether she has the nerve to shoot Kai Lin. Does she even know how to shoot?" Noble ladies rarely practice martial arts, and Shen Miao least of all. "You know as well as I do that she's never learned any of it." Xie Jing Xing chuckled softly. "Not necessarily. Are you proposing another wager?" "There's no need. I already know the outcome." Long accustomed to his friend's cryptic remarks, Su Mingfeng asked, "And what outcome is that?" Leaning back lazily, Xie Jing Xing answered, "You lose." Shen Yu watched Shen Miao standing on the platform, her heart inexplicably tightening. She whispered, "Mother, will fifth sister hurt Kai Lin?" "Of course not," Chen Ruoqiu replied, sighing inwardly at her daughter's obvious concern. Youth truly made people impatient. Hitting a target isn't so easy. Your uncle once said that drawing a bow requires considerable strength. When has your fifth sister ever practiced archery at the manor? Just pulling the bowstring would wear her out. Don't overthink it. She's only putting on a show. Was Shen Miao merely putting on a show? Of course not. She raised the bow, knocked the arrow, and drew the string. Every movement flowed naturally, as though she had repeated them thousands of times before. There was no hesitation, no strain. Her posture was flawless, leaving no doubt that she was a skilled archer. The next instant, the arrow flew from the string, streaking toward Kai Lin with deadly force. The entire hall fell silent. In that absolute stillness, the arrow struck the ground with a sharp clatter. Its tip was stained with a tiny speck of red. Chapter 48. On and off the stage, everyone was frozen in place. The one who shattered the silence was Kai Lin. He reached up to touch his left cheek, where the arrow had just grazed him, leaving a faint streak of crimson blood. Everyone was stunned. Shen Miao had actually dared to shoot. She hadn't stopped the arrow midway, nor had she deliberately aimed wide. The distance between her and the herb fruit was neither too close nor too far, yet the arrow had skimmed past Kai Lin's cheek with perfect precision. Kai Lin shouted furiously, "Shen Miao, what are you doing?" Before his words had even faded, a second arrow whistled through the air, grazing his right cheek with unerring accuracy. A searing pain immediately flared across his face. When he touched it, his fingers came away stained with blood. He was nearly driven mad. Staring at Shen Miao in disbelief, Kai Darren also wanted to intervene, but with Prince Fu seated at the front, he didn't dare make a move. Renwanan abruptly stood up. Has fifth sister gone mad? How dare she actually hurt the young master of the Kai family? Your fifth young lady is truly remarkable, Madame Yi said with feigned astonishment. Ordinary girls wouldn't have the courage to do such a thing. If the young master of the Kai family is injured, won't your two masters gain a few more unfriendly colleagues at court? Those words struck a nerve with both Ran Wanun and Chen Ruoqiu. They had originally thought this would simply be an opportunity for Shen Miao to make a fool of herself. Who could have imagined that not only had she avoided embarrassing herself, but she had even injured Kai Lin? If the Kai family held a grudge against the Shen mansion over this, then, given the Kai family's close ties with the civil officials, how could Shen Gui and Shen Wan escape unscathed? The mere thought made Ren Wanan frantic with anxiety. She wished she could drag Shen Miao straight to the Kai family and force her to apologize. Just as she was about to call out for Shen Miao to stop, Chen Ruoqiu caught her by the hand. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Ren Wan'an asked irritably. "Are we really going to stand here and watch fifth sister cause trouble? When the master asks about this later, who's going to take responsibility?" Chen Ruoqiu could barely suppress her exasperation toward her sister-in-law. She came from a more distinguished family than Ren Wan'an and took pride in her scholarly aristocratic background. She looked down on crude displays and naturally had little regard for Ren Wan'an's simplistic way of thinking. "Second sister-in-law, your concern is understandable," she said, "but didn't you hear Prince Yu speak earlier? Otherwise, why do you think Kai Darren hasn't said a single word and is simply watching his son get injured? Even if you speak up now, do you have the authority to change anything? It's better to wait and see. If anyone asks later, we can simply say it was a childish game. Are we really just supposed to watch?" Ren Wan'an knew Chen Ruoqiu's reasoning made sense, but she couldn't stop worrying. What if fifth sister doesn't know where to stop and causes a real disaster? A life and death agreement is one thing, but the rumors throughout the capital are another. "What are you afraid of? Didn't you see fifth sister's earlier shot?" Chen Ruoqiu chuckled. "She clearly knows how to use a bow. She's simply humiliating that Kai boy on purpose. This is her way of getting revenge. But she also understands the consequences. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been nothing more than scratches on his cheeks." She sighed. "In any case, the offense has already been committed. Since that's the case, we might as well let things take their course. If fifth sister truly goes too far, she'll only earn herself a reputation for being cruel." The sisters-in-law's conversation reached the ears of Xin Qing and Shen Yu without missing a word. Still young and ignorant of the intricacies of officialdom, they only caught the last sentence. Shen Yu watched Shen Miao standing on the stage, her purple sleeves fluttering gently. She was calm, poised, and had completely stolen the spotlight today. The sight infuriated her. If only Shen Miao had actually shot Kailin dead, then she would have a life on her conscience. Who would dare marry such a cruel woman? Who would dare go near her? A mere graze like this only made her look impressive, not vicious. The more Shen Yu thought about it, the brighter her eyes became. Kailin, who had gone out of his way to challenge Shen Miao for her sake, had already been completely forgotten. She even wished he would sacrifice his life so Shen Miao's reputation for cruelty would be forever sealed. Although the crowd below buzzed with endless whispers, no one dared speak openly with Prince Yu present. Even Kailin's parents, frantic with worry, could only watch helplessly as their son stood on the stage like a living target. "Shen Miao, what do you want?" Kailin shouted. His cheeks burned from the 2 arrows that had grazed him. Beneath his anger, fear had begun to creep into his heart. He suddenly realized there was nothing Shen Miao wouldn't dare to do. She was a madwoman. Nothing restrained her. From a distance, Shen Miao's voice was soft, inaudible to the crowd but perfectly clear to Kailin. It drifted toward him like a whisper carried on the clouds, impossible to ignore. "I'm teaching you a lesson." Then she raised her voice. "One last arrow." Every eye in the audience locked onto the arrow. Kailin's legs trembled so violently that he had to pinch himself to keep from collapsing, because he saw that Shen Miao was now aiming directly at his head. Terror overwhelmed him. It was the terror everyone felt toward the Shen family's fearlessness. It swallowed every coherent thought in his mind. He wanted nothing more than to leap off the verification stage and run for his life, but Shen Miao's arrow followed every movement, as though it would pursue him to the ends of the earth. "The Shen family's young lady is far too aggressive," some of the men in the audience muttered. Although they admired her composure, they couldn't help lamenting her behavior. A woman who was too strong-willed was hardly considered virtuous. Her relentless pursuit of Kailin was clearly revenge for his earlier challenge. Yet Kailin hadn't truly harmed her. She, on the other hand, had already scarred his face. Although boys weren't as delicate as girls, a scar across the face was still unsightly. Now that's General Shen's daughter, others cheered. If she simply endured insults without fighting back, the general would be furious. But look, she's aiming at Kylin's head now. She intends to kill him. That's far too cruel. Kylin's legs shook uncontrollably as he stared at the girl in the purple robe as though she were a demon. Her face was gentle and beautiful. Her eyes were clear, almost innocent. Yet there wasn't the slightest trace of hesitation in her hands or her movements. Shen Miao whispered, "The third one." Her fingers released the bowstring. The arrow shot forward with deadly precision, its murderous intent aimed straight at Kylin's forehead. "Help me!" With a terrified scream, Kylin collapsed to his knees. "Linner!" Madame Kai and Kai Darren cried out in unison. Everyone in the hall rose to their feet, craning their necks to see what had happened on the stage. Kylin had inexplicably collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the round herb fruit lying on the floor had been pierced clean through by the black arrow. Chapter 49. Amid the tense silence, the herb fruit stood as a colossal irony, reflecting Kylin's scratched face and terrified tears, while Shen Miao remained calm and composed. She retrieved her bow, bent down to pick up the herb fruit from the ground, glanced at Kylin, and suddenly smiled brightly. "You lost." Her youthful appearance had been overshadowed by her unsettling composure throughout the day, making people forget how young she really was. But now, with that gentle, radiant smile, a trace of youthful innocence finally showed through. The crowd looked at her more closely and realized they had been mistaken. She was far from dull. With bright eyes and pearly white teeth, she carried herself with quiet grace and natural elegance. Kylin couldn't say a word. His face was still smeared with the blood from the scratches he had yet to wash away. As tears streamed down his cheeks, they mixed with the blood, leaving red streaks across his face and making him look utterly pathetic. At that moment, pride meant nothing to him. His eyes were filled with pure terror as he stared at Shen Miao. Shen Miao raised an eyebrow. "So, he's finally learned what fear feels like. Good. Let this serve as a warning to everyone else. The snakes, rats, and insects surrounding me had better behave from now on." The servants hurried onto the field and helped the trembling Kylin away. The verification officer walked over to Shen Miao, examining the herb fruit now riddled with arrows. He asked in astonishment, "Miss Shen, have you practiced mounted archery before?" Not only was her accuracy flawless, but the strength behind every shot was astonishing. For such a delicate young girl to draw a bow with such steady power was already remarkable. As for that final arrow, everyone had seen it clearly. Even though Kylin had collapsed in terror and flailed wildly, Shen Miao had still managed to strike the herb fruit. It was nothing short of incredible. Practiced? Shen Miao tilted her head slightly, lost in thought. It had been during her first year as a hostage in Qin. The princes and princesses of the Qin royal family had delighted in tormenting her. Watching the Empress of Mingqi suffer seemed to entertain them greatly, yet she couldn't fight back. Qin was lending troops to Mingqi, and she had no choice but to endure. They had invented a game almost identical to the one Kylin had proposed today, taking turns holding the herb fruit while others used it as a target. Whenever it was Shen Miao's turn, the Qin royals would deliberately shoot to tangle her hair, tear her clothes, or accidentally graze her arms and neck with their arrows. All she could do was grit her teeth and endure. Back then, every night, she would set up a target in her room and practice tirelessly. She imagined those targets were the people who had humiliated her, drawing her bow again and again with unwavering focus until she could hit every mark without fail. Yet when daylight came and it was her turn to shoot, she deliberately missed or pretended she lacked the strength to draw the bow. She had no choice. When living under another's roof, One had to bow one's head. She had to survive. She had to return to Mingqi. She had to see Wan Yu and Fu Ming again. That miserable life had lasted an entire year. Today, Kai Lin's actions had dragged those humiliating memories back to the surface. But in this life, she had no weakness for others to exploit. Now she could kill if she wished. She could shoot as she pleased. To live without shackles. Whoever dared cross her would face her wrath. If the Kai family dared use Shen Xian as leverage against her, she would make them keep their mouths shut forever through fear alone. This was how she should live. She smiled faintly. I once watched my elder brother practice in the courtyard. After seeing it so many times, I simply copied what he did. I never expected sheer luck would let me succeed today. Her words instantly enraged the Kai couple below the stage. Their son, once ranked first class in mounted archery, had failed to hit even a single target today and had been thoroughly humiliated in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Shen Miao calmly claimed it was her first time drawing a bow and that she had succeeded through luck. Who would believe such nonsense? Clap, clap, clap. A crisp round of applause echoed across the field. Everyone turned to see Prince Yu applauding with a smile. Truly impressive. Shen Miao glanced at him but said nothing. The verification officer announced loudly, "Does anyone else wish to challenge Shen Miao in mounted archery?" This round naturally belonged to Shen Miao. Anyone could still step forward to challenge her. If no one accepted, she would officially earn the first-class ranking. The moment those words fell, Shen Yu's expression darkened. In the first verification, she had been completely overshadowed by Shen Miao. From a distance, she saw Fu Xiu Yi chatting with Prince Zhou and Prince Jing. Her hands clenched and unclenched repeatedly as she silently cursed the useless Kai Lin to the depths of hell. Then, suddenly, a voice rang out across the field. I wish to challenge Shen Miao. A young man rose from the men's seating area. He looked no older than 16 or 17. His appearance was fairly handsome, but his eyes revealed unmistakable cunning and pretension. Even his polite manner of speaking carried an air of calculated insincerity. With a single glance, Shen Miao recognized him immediately. She almost laughed. It was Xie Chongwu, the second young master of the Xie family, Xie Jing Xing's younger half-brother, and merely the illegitimate son of Marquis Xie of Linen. This man possessed no real talent, yet he excelled at flattery and political scheming. After the Xie family eventually fell, he, his elder brother Xie Changchao, and their mother Fengshe survived by relying on the new emperor's sympathy for the ruined household. The two brothers even secured official positions. Back then, Shen Miao had despised them. They had sided with Mei Foran, allied themselves with Fu Xing, and frequently helped suppress Fu Ming. Her warning to Xie Jing Xing to eliminate his half-brothers had come from the resentment she still carried from her previous life. Those two were enemies. Leaving them alive would only invite future trouble. Her revenge had not yet reached them. Yet now, one of them had delivered himself straight to her. But why? Her gaze drifted toward Kai Daren's seat. His expression was as dark as a thunderstorm, while Xie Changchao appeared to be comforting him. Of course. Recently, the Xie brothers had been trying to secure positions under Kai Daren's patronage, so naturally they had been making every effort to ingratiate themselves with Kai Lin. Unfortunately, Kai Lin had only ever wanted to befriend Xie Jing Xing and had paid the brothers no attention whatsoever. But wasn't this the perfect opportunity? In her previous life, by the end of this year, around the time she successfully forced her marriage to Fu Xiu Yi, both Xie Chongwu and Xie Changchao had entered Kai Daren's service. Then, 2 years later, the Kai family became entangled in an embezzlement scandal and was completely destroyed. Many things had changed. Yet many things remained exactly the same. The path might differ, but the destination seemed unchanged. The Xie brothers wanted to use this opportunity to win favor with the Kai family, at her expense. Just as Shen Miao was about to answer, a lazy voice interrupted from the side, dripping with mockery. So, you never practiced with your elder brother at home, but now you've decided to challenge a little girl? Xie Changwu, you've really fallen low. Xie Jing Xing stepped onto the stage with his arms folded, smirking at his stunned half-brothers below. How about I challenge both of you instead? Let me teach my younger brothers a lesson. Don't act like cowards by picking fights with a girl and making fools of yourselves in public. Then he glanced at Shen Miao. You can step down. Chapter 50. Shen Miao stared at him without moving. She had warned Xie Jing Xing before, so she had naturally expected him to become involved at some point. What she hadn't expected was for things to unfold like this. It almost looked as though he had stepped in to help her, though she knew that wasn't the case. Xie Changwu hadn't expected Xie Jing Xing to appear so suddenly either. His only goal today had been to curry favor with the Kai family. Since Shen Miao had already offended them, he had planned to humiliate her and teach her a lesson on their behalf, believing that the Kai family would then look upon him favorably. Although Shen Miao's mounted archery appeared impressive, the difference in physical strength between a man and a woman was undeniable. Besides, Kai Lin's defeat had come from underestimating her. Xie Changwu, however, never underestimated an opponent. If necessary, he had even planned to resort to subtle tricks with his arrows. Shen Miao wasn't someone who regularly practiced martial arts, so she would never notice. Everything had been carefully planned. Yet he had never imagined that his elder brother would step in halfway through. Not only were the two Xie brothers stunned, but everyone below the stage was equally shocked. Had Marquis Linen been present today, even he would have been astonished. Year after year, Xie Jing Xing had never participated in the verification. Even so, everyone knew of his excellence in both literary and martial pursuits, especially the latter. Although he rarely competed, his occasional exploits on the battlefield had left an unforgettable impression. If not for the danger of attracting the imperial family's suspicion by shining too brightly, Xie Jing Xing's military reputation might already have rivaled that of veteran generals. However, his refusal to participate in the annual verification wasn't out of consideration for the imperial family's concerns. It was simply because he was an utterly unrestrained man. He seemed to have been born with a rebellious streak, or perhaps he simply enjoyed opposing his father. In any case, he had always disdained the performances at the verification. Precisely because he never participated, the public's attention naturally shifted to the two illegitimate sons of Marquis Linen Manor. Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao had worked diligently and frequently earned first-class rankings during the annual verification. But this year was different. The famously unconventional young marquis of the Xie family was about to compete against his two accomplished illegitimate brothers. Who would come out on top? Although Xie Jing Xing's reputation was well known, people were more inclined to believe what they could see with their own eyes. Within the capital, Xie Jing Xing had never publicly displayed his abilities. The women only heard fragments of praise from their husbands, but hearsay always left room for doubt. The young men, meanwhile, envied Xie Jing Xing's carefree lifestyle while secretly harboring jealousy toward him. Now that they finally had a chance to see his arrogance humbled, many of them were quietly delighted. Besides, the Xie brothers were skilled at building relationships and had accumulated many friends over the years. Naturally, most of the young men supported Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao. As for the young women, their cheeks had already turned pink the moment they saw Xie Jing Xing. His striking appearance and extraordinary bearing were unlike the pampered young masters of the capital. There was a martial spirit about him, cold as blood-stained ice, yet always softened by a lazy, roguish smile that made him even more irresistible. Without hesitation, the girls all rooted for Xie Jing Xing. Shen Miao quietly observed everyone's reactions. Most of them probably believed Xie Jing Xing had challenged his two younger brothers on nothing more than a whim, another example of the unpredictable temperament of a noble young master. But Shen Miao smiled faintly. Xie Jing Xing was never someone to underestimate. Since he had already stepped onto the verification grounds, there was no chance he intended to let his two illegitimate brothers leave unharmed. The difference between Xie Jing Xing and herself was simple. She often appeared reckless, but beneath the surface she carefully planned every step, knowing that patience was essential for achieving her goals. Xie Jing Xing, on the other hand, seemed utterly fearless, relying on the support of Marquis Linen Manor. Yet, was Marquis Linen Manor truly his only backing? As she considered this, Xie Changwu finally spoke from below the stage. Elder brother, this might not be appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Xie Jingxing glanced first at Shen Miao, then at Xie Changwu, before suddenly laughing. Or do you think Shen Miao is a tougher opponent than I am? Laughter immediately swept through the crowd. Xie Jingxing continued looking Shen Miao over with exaggerated scrutiny. No internal energy. No martial arts. Yet you're challenging her to mounted archery. You're a martial artist challenging a defenseless young lady. Even I can't understand that. Then he smiled lazily, his deep voice carrying effortlessly across the field. Although, the little girl is rather pretty. If you're challenging her because of her looks, then I suppose it's understandable. This time, the young men who had been suppressing their laughter burst into open amusement. Some even cast teasing looks toward Shen Miao. Now that Shen Miao had shed her former image as a foolish young lady, her beauty had become impossible to ignore. She had always possessed delicate, attractive features. Her innocent appearance contrasted sharply with the calm composure she carried, creating a unique charm. However, her old reputation had been so deeply rooted that few people had ever noticed. Xie Jingxing's casual remark seemed to tear away that old impression in an instant. The young men readily admitted that Shen Miao was indeed an unusually beautiful young woman. The young ladies, however, were anything but pleased. Xie Jingxing had openly praised Shen Miao's appearance. Shen Yu and Shen Qing both stiffened. Although Fu Xiu Yi remained the man they admired most, there were many outstanding men in the world. A young man like Xie Jingxing was unique, not only in the capital but perhaps in all of Mingqi. For someone like him to compliment that foolish girl made both Shen Yu and Shen Qing burn with jealousy. Yi Peilon frowned. Has young Marquis Xie gone blind? How can he think Shen Miao is pretty? She must have bewitched him somehow, Bai Wei said through gritted teeth, glaring at the young man on the stage. Shen Miao is truly shameless. First she clung to Prince Ding, and now she's trying to attach herself to young Marquis Xie. Shen Miao knew nothing of their whispered gossip. Even if she had heard it, she would only have smiled. Because she understood that Xie Jingxing's words were neither meant to flirt with her nor to rescue her from an awkward situation. He was simply cornering the Xie brothers until they had no choice but to step onto the stage. In truth, neither of the brothers wanted to face Xie Jingxing. No matter how the match ended, Xie Ding had always favored his legitimate son. If his illegitimate sons openly challenged their legitimate elder brother during the verification, what would Xie Ding think? He would see only brothers turning against one another. And with his obvious favoritism, he would undoubtedly blame the two younger brothers. Naturally, Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao wanted to refuse. But Xie Jingxing was far too clever. He didn't force them. He simply provoked them. After all, it looked rather strange that Xie Changwu refused to challenge Xie Jingxing, but eagerly chose to challenge Shen Miao, a young woman who could scarcely be considered a martial artist. His ulterior motives had practically been exposed before everyone present. If he wanted to dispel everyone's suspicions and prove he wasn't merely trying to curry favor with the Kai family, he had no choice but to accept Xie Jingxing's challenge. It was a reluctant decision. The moment he stepped onto the stage, however, his plan to use Shen Miao to win the Kai family's approval had already fallen apart. In other words, he had already lost. Grinding his teeth, Xie Jing stood. Since elder brother insists, how could I refuse? Xie Jing Xing gave him no chance to hide his resentment. On the battlefield, whenever he wanted someone to lose, he made sure they lost in the most humiliating way possible. One person isn't enough. He raised an eyebrow. Third brother, you're joining us too. Chapter 51. Third brother, you're joining us too. The moment Xie Jing Xing spoke, Xie Changchao, standing below the stage, froze. At first, he had assumed Xie Jing Xing had appeared only to help Shen Miao out of an awkward situation. After all, this eldest brother of his had never behaved in ways ordinary people could predict. But those words left him completely stunned. Only Xie Jing had stepped forward to issue a challenge. What did that have to do with him? With Xie Ding absent as well, Xie Changchao could only turn to Xie Jing and ask in a low voice, "Second brother, what's going on?" Normally the more perceptive of the two, Xie Jing was already seething the instant he heard Xie Jing Xing's words. Xie Jing Xing wanted to challenge them, yet claimed one opponent wasn't enough and insisted on including Xie Changchao as well. What was the point of that? It was nothing but open humiliation, implying that even the two of them together were no match for him. His arrogance was simply outrageous. Provoked beyond endurance, Xie Jing lost his usual composure. His face darkened as he said through gritted teeth, "Eldest brother certainly sounds confident, as though you don't consider us worthy opponents at all." On the stage, Xie Jing Xing casually twirled the herb fruit he had taken from the verification officer. His beautiful eyes narrowed lazily. "That's right," he said. "I don't. You've both practiced martial arts since you were children, yet you've never sparred with me. I've heard you're quite talented, so why not let your eldest brother see for himself today?" The audience quickly sensed the tension between the Xie brothers. The affairs of Marquis Linen Manor were practically public knowledge throughout Mingqi. People had long speculated about the brothers' relationship, but Xie Jing Xing had always remained distant from the manor, refusing even to exchange a few words with his two younger half-brothers. That indifference had never caused much discussion until now. This was the first time Xie Jing Xing had publicly humiliated his two half-brothers before such a large crowd. The spectators immediately burst into excited whispers, some eager to watch the family drama unfold, others curious to see how it would end. Shen Miao watched the handsome young man standing there so casually. Xie Jing Xing truly was an enigma. He appeared reckless and uninhibited, yet everything he did seemed guided by an invisible thread of clarity. Even now, the two Xie brothers were dancing to his tune without realizing it. By the time this contest ended, they would have lost face completely. Xie Jing suddenly gave a cold laugh. "A spar," he said, emphasizing every word as his calculating eyes locked onto Xie Jing Xing. "Why not? Since eldest brother insists, third brother, and I will gladly accompany you. Just don't complain afterward that we ganged up on you." His words were carefully chosen. If Xie Jing Xing lost to the two of them, it would be entirely his own fault for provoking them. No one else could be blamed for his humiliation. Xie Changchao hesitated for a moment, but after catching the meaningful look in Xie Changwu's eyes, he quickly replied, "Will gladly accompany you." The challenge round of the verification imposed almost no restrictions. Participants were free to choose the event, the number of contestants, and even whether men and women competed together. Xie Jing Xing's request violated none of the rules. A faint smile curved his lips, drawing countless admiring glances from the young women in the audience. "Should we sign a life and death contract too?" Xie Jing and Xie Changchao both stiffened, their expressions instantly darkening. Xie Jing Xing chuckled lazily. "I'm joking. A friendly spar between brothers doesn't need to be a fight to the death." The corners of Shen Miao's lips lifted slightly. Xie Jing Xing's tongue was truly venomous. Now that the Xie brothers had taken the stage, there was nothing more for her to do. She smoothed her skirts and stepped down. When she returned to the women's seating area, Shen Yu and Shen Qing instinctively kept their distance. Feng Anning, however, hurried over excitedly. Your mounted archery was incredible. Are you planning to follow in your father's footsteps? Shen Miao's heart stirred. The imperial family had long coveted the Shen family's military power. Even her eldest brother's future was filled with danger. In her previous life, his entire life had been destroyed because of a single woman. Now the Shen family was still whole. She would protect it at any cost, just as she had done on the stage earlier. Anyone who dared insult or harm the Shen family would repay it 100-fold. But which of those three do you think will win? Feng Anning suddenly changed the subject and continued excitedly. Young Marquis Xie is famous, but no one's ever really seen him fight. Maybe the rumors are exaggerated. Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao both earned first class last year. It's 2 against 1. Doesn't that put the young Marquis at a disadvantage? Xie Jing Xing at a disadvantage? Shen Miao almost laughed aloud, but she merely shook her head. Meanwhile, on the stage, Xie Changwu spoke. 2 against 1 would make judging difficult. Let's compete with horse spears instead. This time, Shen Miao really did laugh. Xie Jing Xing raised an eyebrow. Horse spears? Fine with me. The verification officers quickly led out 3 magnificent horses. The stage was large enough for the horses to gallop freely if ridden skillfully. 3 exquisitely crafted spears were then tossed to the 3 contestants. Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao can use dual spears. Feng Anning exclaimed. The 2 brothers fought in perfect harmony, combining their spear techniques into a seamless whole. Their coordination had earned them first class in mounted spear combat year after year. By choosing this event, Xie Changwu was clearly hoping to crush Xie Jing Xing completely. But the truth was, Shen Miao lowered her eyes. Others might not know, but she did. Among the reports submitted to the Mingqi court was one describing the Xie family's battlefield formations. Xie Jing Xing was extraordinary because he alone could form a complete battle array. The single serpent formation. 1 spear. 1 horse. 1 man. Only those 3 elements, yet they were enough to break through enemy lines. This formation had been created specifically to slay opposing commanders in single combat. And Xie Jing Xing had never once been defeated. How could the Xie brothers possibly compete with a true battlefield commander? Today, they would only make fools of themselves. The drummer struck the great drum with a thunderous boom. As its echoes rolled across the arena, the contest began. Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao exchanged a glance. Their horses surged forward side by side, every stride perfectly synchronized through years of relentless practice. Their spear techniques mirrored one another so precisely that, from a distance, it looked as though a single warrior had split into 2. The sight was terrifying. The young man in purple robes lazily lifted his spear. His black stallion suddenly reared before charging straight in the opposite direction. A wave of astonished gasps swept through the crowd. He leveled his spear as violet robes fluttered around him like flashes of purple lightning. A murderous aura burst forth without restraint. With his breathtakingly handsome face, he looked like a jade-faced Shura descended upon the battlefield. Chapter 52. Normally, beauty and ferocity could not be mentioned in the same breath. As the elders often said, flashy techniques that looked impressive were never truly powerful, while genuinely powerful techniques were always fierce and brutal. Yet Xie Jing Xing was an exception. Blessed with striking good looks and an air of effortless charm, he crouched low over his horse with his spear at the ready, looking like a valiant god of war. The iron-blooded aura forged on countless battlefields made it impossible to look away. Strength and beauty, elegance, and ruthlessness. He was like a magnificent wolf, radiating a noble yet terrifying presence that stirred the heart. His purple robe streamed behind him like a bolt of lightning as his steed thundered across the field. Under his influence, the entire crowd seemed to surge with excitement, their blood boiling in time with the pounding of the horse's hooves. He possessed a strange charisma, one that made people feel as though they could soar with exhilaration. Xie Changchao and Xie Changwu kept their eyes fixed on the youth in purple. They split apart to flank Xie Jing Xing from both sides, attempting to surround and overwhelm him. It was a shameless tactic, 2 against 1. Gasps rose from the spectators. Fu Xiu Yi remarked, "Xie Jing Xing is truly a promising talent of the Xie family." "Where's the mystery you keep talking about?" Prince Zhou chuckled. "He's so unruly that even Xie Ding can't control him. He's probably nothing more than a troublemaker." Fu Xiu Yi smiled without replying. Although Xie Jing Xing appeared reckless, he was certainly no ordinary opponent. In the face of absolute strength, schemes and tricks were meaningless. The reason he carried himself with such carefree confidence was because he feared nothing. And what gave him that fearlessness? Confidence, most likely. Unlike Prince Zhou's arrogance or Jing Wang's caution, Fu Xiu Yi judged people from every angle. His advisors came from every walk of life: great scholars, seemingly insignificant commoners, disgraced high-ranking officials, and even notorious criminals. He valued talent above all else. Character and demeanor meant very little to him. Someone as exceptional as Xie Jing Xing. How he wished he could recruit him. But unfortunately, he belonged to Marquis Linen Manor and the Linen Ho residence. It would not remain standing within Mingqi's borders for much longer. Pushing aside his regret, Fu Xiu Yi turned his attention back to the young man on the field. Xie Jing Xing slipped effortlessly through the Xie brothers' pincer attack, swift and agile as a serpent. No matter how tightly Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao tried to trap him, he escaped with ease. Their once flawless dual spear techniques now looked full of openings under Xie Jing Xing's effortless movements, almost laughable. Only through direct competition could superiority truly be proven. And in this battle, the difference in skill was glaringly obvious. The Xie brothers were no match for Xie Jing Xing. "My heavens," Bai Wei gasped, covering her mouth. Young Marquis Xie is clearly playing with the Xie brothers. "Indeed," Yi Peilon said in amazement. Compared to him, their horse spear techniques look like nothing but empty posturing. If even the women could see it, how could the men fail to notice? Xie Jing Xing could have ended the match with a single strike, yet he deliberately dragged it out, wearing down Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao little by little. Like a lion amusing itself with trapped prey, he leisurely toyed with them. "Young Marquis Xie is truly remarkable," Feng Anning said. The Xie brothers took such pride in their horse spear techniques, but compared to him, the difference is like heaven and earth. They're going to suffer a humiliating defeat today. Shen Miao lowered her eyes to the chessboard before her. No. This could not yet be called a crushing defeat. This was only the beginning. She slowly placed a white stone. In an instant, it captured 2 black stones, leaving a small empty space on the board. On the field, Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao finally lost all restraint. After being toyed with for so long, their anger and humiliation finally exploded. Xie Jing Xing had deliberately humiliated them today, forcing them to recognize just how inferior they were. A surge of murderous intent welled up in Xie Changwu's heart as he glared viciously at the youth dressed in purple. The young man on horseback was breathtakingly handsome, his faint smile dazzling to behold. Ever since birth, he had been the favored son of Marquis Linen Manor. Yet he disdained even that privilege, caring neither for the title of heir apparent nor for Xie Ding's favor. He was like the king of beasts, a tiger standing in everyone's path. How could they not hate him? Driven to desperation, Xie Chongwu's carefully maintained composure finally shattered. With a furious roar, he gripped his spear and charged straight at Xie Jing Xing. As they crossed paths, he viciously thrust his spear into the flank of Xie Jing Xing's horse. The crowd gasped in horror. In a horse spear competition, no one ever attacked an opponent's mount. Horses were precious steeds. Such an attack could easily leave the rider seriously injured. Falling from horseback might result in a month of recovery, broken limbs, or even death. After all, the verification was only an assessment for the students. There was no need for such cruelty. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Xie Chongwu's actions were utterly despicable. Xie Chongchao froze for a brief moment after seeing his brother's move, but he quickly understood. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse towards Xie Jing Xing's falling figure, intending to trample him to death. Had these two brothers gone mad? The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. Never mind whether this violated the laws of Mingqi. If anything happened to Xie Jing Xing, how could the Xie brothers possibly escape the wrath of Marquis Linen? The women screamed. The men gasped. The faint-hearted covered their eyes. Even the usually composed Feng Anning cried out in terror. Shen Miao paused, the hand holding her chess piece suspended in midair, before lifting her gaze toward the young man on the field. The Xie brothers truly were unworthy opponents. This move was unbelievably foolish. And Xie Jing Xing. He would never waste an opportunity like this. The black steed let out a long, agonized whinny. It reared onto its hind legs before crashing heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Before anyone could react, Xie Jing Xing leaped gracefully into the air. His movements were ethereal, like an immortal descending from the heavens. With a flick of his spear, he sent Xie Chongwu crashing to the ground. In the same fluid motion, he picked up a pebble and flicked it with perfect precision, striking Xie Chongchao's horse in the knee. Unable to avoid it, Xie Chongchao tumbled to the ground as well. In the blink of an eye, both brothers had been thrown from their horses. Xie Jing Xing lazily rested one foot on Xie Chongchao's shoulder while pointing his spear at Xie Chongwu's head, the smile on his lips growing even wider. Daring to ambush your own elder brother. You really do overestimate yourselves. Chapter 53. The young man on the stage carried himself with effortless grace, dispatching his opponents in the blink of an eye. Though he had not yet come of age, his bearing was no less commanding than that of men much older than himself. If anyone had the right to be arrogant, it was certainly him. The gap in their abilities was obvious for all to see. The young ladies below the stage were already captivated. Confined to the inner chambers most of the year, they rarely had the chance to witness such a thrilling spectacle. Only the annual verification offered anything remotely comparable, yet even the events of previous years paled beside the brilliance Xie Jing Xing displayed today. Young women naturally admired heroes, and with his striking appearance and extraordinary presence, he effortlessly won over countless hearts. Among the young men, some looked on with envy, while most were simply awestruck. Watching from a distant pavilion, Su Mingfeng shook his head with a smile. So this is the something worth celebrating, he mentioned. That fellow is still as arrogant as ever. Even so, Su Mingfeng knew that what Xie Jing Xing had revealed today was only the tip of the iceberg. Xie Jing Xing was a man of unfathomable depth. Was this display a response to the movements of those above? His expression gradually turned serious as he found his friend's intentions increasingly impossible to read. That young marquis of the Xie family is truly extraordinary, Feng Anning murmured, her face glowing with admiration. I doubt there's anyone in fixed capital, no, in all of Mingqi among the younger generation who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Shen Miao shook her head. Xie Jing Xing's true talent did not lie in competitions like these. His greatest strength was warfare. In truth, If the Mingqi imperial family had not betrayed him in her previous life, then with the Xie family's military power and Xie Jing Xing's prestige within the army, he could have shared the empire itself with the imperial house. Yet, the Xie family's downfall remained a mystery. Shen Miao sighed inwardly. In her previous life, she had devoted herself entirely to helping Fu Xiu Yi and knew almost nothing about the affairs of the Xie family. Now, she found herself completely at a loss. Xie Changchao and Xie Changwu were nearly driven mad by Xie Jing Xing's words. Although his attacks had seemed effortless, only the two brothers knew how severe their injuries truly were. Yet no one pitied them. After all, Xie Changchao and Xie Changwu had resorted to underhanded tactics by ambushing their opponent. On the verification grounds, fairness and integrity were held above all else. Not only had the brothers earned the spectators' contempt, but they had also drawn the disdain of the officials overseeing the event. After today, whatever reputation they had painstakingly built would disappear like smoke. What a calculated move, Shen Miao murmured as she watched the purple-robed youth standing on the stage with his arms folded. Today, Xie Jing Xing had led the brothers by the nose, provoking them into abandoning their usual restraint and resorting to disgraceful tactics. By the time they realized their mistake, it was already too late. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the difference between the legitimate heir and the illegitimate sons of Marquis Linen Manor had never been more obvious. Xie Jing Xing lazily looked at the two of them. The outcome has already been decided. Who else wants to challenge me? Silence fell over the arena. Everyone had witnessed how he dealt with Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao. He had practically defeated both of them with a single thrust of his spear, and those two were considered among the finest of the younger generation. For a long moment, no one spoke. Xie Jing Xing casually tossed aside the horse spear in his hand. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. With a flick of his sleeve, he disappeared without another word, naturally drawing another chorus of astonished gasps. That fellow's martial arts are truly impressive, Prince Zhou remarked. But no matter how capable he is, he's still a difficult man to deal with. Pei Lang sighed inwardly. The Mingqi imperial family believed themselves wise, yet their judgment of people was painfully short-sighted. This young man had deliberately concealed his true strength, and everything he had done on the stage today had clearly been intentional. Although Pei Lang could not determine his exact purpose, if it wasn't to establish his authority, then it must somehow be connected to the imperial family. His gaze briefly swept over Prince Zhou and Prince Jing. If the imperial family ever became enemies with Xie Jing Xing, they would likely end up in a miserable state. Because he was a lion. Just like Shen Miao earlier. Though the verification officer was helpless to stop Xie Jing Xing's abrupt departure, he still announced his first-class ranking according to protocol. The servants of the Xie brothers hurriedly helped their masters away. Too ashamed to even offer their farewells, they climbed into their carriage and fled the scene. Compared to Xie Jing Xing's dazzling performance, the matches that followed seemed dull and lifeless. They lacked even a fraction of the excitement from before, leaving many spectators yawning in boredom. Shen Yu and Shen Qing occasionally glanced toward Shen Miao. Among the Shen family today, only Shen Miao had truly stood out. Both Shen Qing and Shen Yu had been completely overshadowed. Because of her feelings for Fu Xiu Yi, Shen Qing had long harbored resentment toward Shen Miao, convinced that Shen Miao had stolen what should have been hers. As for Shen Yu, she could not accept being outshone by Shen Miao. Her heart burned with bitterness and unwillingness. Shen Miao either failed to notice their thoughts or simply could not be bothered to care. She beckoned Guyu over and quietly whispered a few instructions. Guyu's expression immediately turned serious. She nodded and quietly slipped away without attracting anyone's attention. At the same time, Prince Yu, seated in the men's section, beckoned with a finger. A guard immediately appeared at his side. After respectfully receiving Prince Yu's instructions, the guard disappeared like a shadow. In a distant pavilion, Xie Jing Xing finally returned to Su Mingfeng's side. Su Mingfeng clapped a few times and shot him a sidelong glance. You certainly made quite a name for yourself in fixed capital today. A trivial matter, Xie Jing Xing replied dismissively. So you're finally planning to deal with your two younger brothers? Su Mingfeng asked. Making a move so suddenly doesn't seem like your style. I received some advice, Xie Jing Xing said, raising an eyebrow. Some things are better dealt with sooner rather than later. I've already waited long enough. Su Mingfeng frowned. He sensed there was more to those words, but wisely chose not to ask. Although they had been friends since childhood, he had never pried into Xie Jing Xing's mysterious background. His eyes suddenly shifted below. By the way, the young lady you rescued earlier seems to have run into some trouble. Xie Jing Xing looked down. In the women's seating area, a guard was handing something that looked like an invitation to Renwanen, the Shen family's second wife, while subtly directing his gaze toward the girl in the purple robe. Renwanen accepted the invitation, her face filled with excitement. His Highness the Prince has shown this humble wife such honor. Fifth sister, why don't you come and thank His Highness for this invitation? Shen Miao's gaze sharpened as she looked at Renwanen. A cold smile slowly curved across her lips. So they were using the same old trick again? Under the gloating gazes of Xin Yu and Xin Qing, she lazily stretched. A dark glint flashed through her clear eyes. Very well, she said with a faint smile. I'll make sure to thank him properly. A trace of amusement flickered through Xie Jing Xing's eyes. This should be interesting. Chapter 54. On the carriage ride back to the Shen mansion, Shen Miao was once again seated alone in her own carriage. Beside her, Guyu and Jingzhe were both deeply worried. Prince Yu's notorious reputation was well known throughout Mingqi, yet he had sent Shen Miao an invitation. Not only was it highly inappropriate for a young lady like her to attend, but anyone with eyes could see the ulterior motives behind Prince Yu's actions. If Shen Xian had been present, he would have risked everything to refuse. But now that Shen Xian was away, the two sisters-in-law of the Shen family each harbored their own schemes. When Shen Miao had been younger, it hadn't mattered much. Now that she was of marriageable age, however, they naturally turned their attention to her. Jingzhe struggled to hold back, but finally couldn't resist speaking. Miss, that Prince Yu. What should we do about today's matter? Should we send a letter to the master? If he knew about this, he would surely rush back. Yes, Guyu agreed anxiously. That man has ill intentions, and now the inner courtyard is. Moreover, you stood out today, so I'm afraid there'll be even more trouble in the mansion. She sighed. When Shen Miao was younger, she hadn't noticed much, but Guyu and Jingzhe, the maids personally chosen for her by Madame Shen, had seen everything clearly. The second and third branches of the family were openly jealous of the first branch's reputation, which was why they constantly set obstacles in Shen Miao's path, both openly and in secret. Given their narrow-mindedness, now that Shen Miao had shown so brilliantly today, she would undoubtedly become their target once again. Those troubles were manageable, but if Prince Yu became involved, if he truly had wicked intentions, Shen Miao would find it difficult to deal with him. After all, most of the servants in the first branch had already been replaced by people from the other two branches. Shen Miao replied calmly, "What is there to fear? Whatever schemes he has, he'll still need the ability to carry them out." Her composure never wavered, and her words carried a quiet authority, along with a faint trace of ruthlessness. Guyu and Jingzhe exchanged glances. Somehow, their earlier panic melted away, and they gradually calmed down. Upon returning to the Shen mansion, Shen Miao claimed she was tired and wished to rest, saying she would return to the west courtyard first. Renwanen and Shen Ruoqiu smiled as they exchanged a few polite words with her, urging her to rest well. Perhaps because they believed Shen Miao would inevitably suffer if Prince Fu had truly taken a liking to her, their smiles couldn't conceal their schadenfreude. Ren Wanun even patted Shen Miao's head affectionately. "Look at our fifth girl," she said. "You've already grown so beautiful. It won't be long before you're married." "Indeed," Chen Ruoqiu added meaningfully. "A girl like our fifth sister can only be matched with someone of truly noble status. Ordinary families could never hope to marry her." A flicker of delight crossed Shen Yu's face, while Shen Qing couldn't help adding, "Of course. Fifth sister will surely find herself a very distinguished husband." She covered her mouth with a giggle, casting Shen Miao a knowing look. Yet despite those meaningful glances, Shen Miao's expression remained perfectly calm. Shen Qing's smile stiffened. The more indifferent Shen Miao appeared, the more irritated she became. Everyone knew exactly what Prince Yu's invitation implied. He had taken a fancy to Shen Miao. But since Shen Miao showed no reaction, she probably didn't even understand the seriousness of her situation. A mocking glint flashed through Shen Qing's eyes. "What a fool. My aunties and sisters flatter me," Shen Miao said mildly. "In terms of age, eldest sister and second sister are both older than I am. When it comes to finding husbands, naturally it isn't my turn yet." The others' expressions froze. Ren Wanun forced a laugh. "Silly child. It's simply because your father is rarely in the capital, so your aunties care a little more about you. As for your elder sisters, your third aunt and I are here in the fixed capital. There's no need to worry about them." "Is that so?" Shen Miao asked softly. Her clear eyes seemed devoid of emotion, yet they made one's heart tremble, as though they could see through every pretense. She smiled faintly. "Since my aunties are so concerned for me, I'll certainly repay your kindness in the future." Her tone was light, yet for some reason, Ren Wanun and Chen Ruoqiu both felt an inexplicable chill. The feeling quickly passed. Though Shen Miao had become somewhat cleverer, she was still only a 14-year-old girl. How much trouble could she really cause? Besides, at the thought of Prince Fu, both women felt a surge of satisfaction. "Fifth sister, there's no need for such formalities. We're family," Ren Wanun said cheerfully. "Since you're tired, go and get some rest. Your second aunt and I still have matters to attend to. Guyu Jingzhe, take good care of 5th Mississippi." Guyu and Jingzhe acknowledged the order before following Shen Miao out. Once they had left, Ren Wanun and Chen Ruoqiu exchanged glances, each seeing the calculation in the other's eyes. Half an incense stick later, in the Hall of Glory and Scenery, old Madame Shen frowned. "You're saying Prince Fu has taken a liking to fifth girl?" Shen Yu and Shen Qing had already been sent into the inner hall, as such matters were unsuitable for young ladies to hear. Nevertheless, the two secretly hid behind a screen, ignoring Zhang Mama's attempts to stop them as they eavesdropped on the conversation. Indeed, Ren Wanun replied with a smile, every word dripping with false sincerity. "Fifth girl performed exceptionally well at the verification ground today, earning Prince Fu's admiration. Since he personally sent her an invitation, it's obvious he intends to take her. This humble daughter-in-law believes our Shen family may soon produce a royal consort." Chen Ruoqiu's lips twitched. Ren Wanun's words sounded grand, but Prince Fu's interest in Shen Miao didn't necessarily mean he intended to marry her formally. Even if he did take her into his manor, given Shen Miao's likely fate, who knew how long she would survive? She might never live long enough to enjoy the title of royal consort. After all, Prince Fu's infamous reputation was common knowledge throughout the fixed capital. Old Madame Shen's face darkened. Deep down, she had never wished for the first branch to prosper. Why should the son of that long-dead woman outshine her own descendants? During his lifetime, the old general had always favored the first branch, and now they might even produce a royal consort. The very thought displeased her. She said coldly, "Fifth girl's temperament is hardly suitable for becoming a royal consort. Eldest girl or second girl would be far more appropriate." Old Madame Shen spent her days secluded within the inner quarters, indulging in comfort and remaining ignorant of affairs beyond the household. The moment those words left her mouth, both Chen Ruoqiu and Ren Wanyun's expressions changed. Behind the screen, Shen Yu and Xin Qing were equally alarmed. They knew what old Madame Shen did not. Entering Prince Yu's manor was no blessing. It was the same as stepping into a living hell, where only a miserable and tortured death awaited. Ren Wanan hurriedly explained, "Mother, that's not the case. Of course, we all want what's best for fifth girl. Although Prince Yu is a widower, much older, and his reputation is less than admirable, his family background is beyond reproach." A calculating smile curled across her lips. When seventh young master grows up, having Prince Yu's support will only benefit him. And if anything should happen to fifth sister, the prince, out of guilt, would surely take even better care of seventh young master. She was trading Shen Miao's life for Shen Yuanbai's future. Chen Ruoqiu shot her sister-in-law a sidelong glance. What a cunning scheme. Chapter 55. Since Ren Wanan had spoken so plainly, old Madame Shen was hardly foolish enough to miss the implication behind her words. From Ren Wanyun's tone, Prince Yu was clearly a devil in human form. If Shen Miao fell into his hands, her status might improve in name, but the true beneficiaries would still be the Shen family. As for Shen Yuanbai, he was old Madame Shen's precious darling. Using Shen Miao to pave the way for him suited her wishes perfectly. If that's the case, and both of you agree, then Prince Yu truly is an excellent match for the fifth girl, old Madame Shen declared shamelessly. She sat upright with a dignified expression as she spoke, earning a flicker of disdain from Chen Ruoqiu. Mother thinks so as well, Ren Wanan replied smoothly. When choosing a husband for our fifth girl, we naturally can't settle for someone of low status. Marrying into a prince's household, that is truly an ascent in rank. Old Madame Shen nodded in satisfaction before suddenly asking, "Has Prince Yu's household sent anyone with a marriage proposal yet?" Ren Wanyun's expression stiffened for an instant. Even she hadn't expected the old woman to be so impatient, eager to settle Shen Miao's marriage as quickly as possible. Of course, the sooner the better. If Shen Xian returned, the situation would become much more troublesome. Even if everything had already been arranged, Shen Xian would never willingly allow Shen Miao to marry into Prince Yu's household. Some unconventional methods would have to be used. Fortunately, Prince Yu's manor never intended to pursue a proper, respectable marriage. Prince Yu had his own peculiar tastes, and his methods were unconventional. Naturally, everything would have to remain hidden. "Mother, it's still too early," Ren Wanan said with a smile. "The fifth girl is still young. There's no need to rush. If we settle it now, people may gossip. Let them spend some time together first. Once mutual affection develops and the fifth girl is willing herself, then we can discuss the marriage. That way, no one can accuse us of forcing her. Even if Shen Miao were a fool, she would never develop feelings for Prince Yu." Ren Wanan was simply wrapping sinister intentions in pleasant words. As for what might happen in the meantime, no one could say. Chen Ruoqiu merely smiled without speaking. Although she also wanted to see Shen Miao suffer, she was cautious by nature. Let Ren Wanan handle such dangerous schemes. If Shen Xian investigated afterward, the blame would never reach her. Watching the tigers fight while remaining safely on the sidelines was Chen Ruoqiu's specialty. Behind the screen, Shen Yu and Xin Qing both felt a chill run through them. They hadn't expected Shen Miao's entire future to be decided in just a few casual sentences. For a young woman, her husband determined the happiness of the rest of her life, and Shen Miao was clearly doomed. Yet neither Shen Yu nor Xin Qing felt the slightest sympathy. In official circles, Shen Xian overshadowed their father. In status, Shen Miao surpassed them both. Coupled with old Madame Shen's favoritism, the eldest branch had long been a thorn in their sides. Seeing Shen Miao headed toward disaster filled them only with satisfaction. Although old Madame Shen was utterly incompetent at managing a household, she excelled at the schemes and intrigues of the inner quarters, especially when it came to underhanded tactics. Her rise from a mere songstress to the matriarch of the general's household had never depended on beauty alone. Her methods were every bit as ruthless. The moment she heard Ren Wanyun's explanation, she immediately understood the hidden meaning behind it. Smiling broadly, she said, "Very well. Then let the fifth girl spend more time with Prince Yu. If we force her into it, eldest brother may become angry afterward, and that wouldn't be good." Her naturally sharp features twisted into a false, kindly smile, making her look like a weasel pretending to be benevolent. The sight was deeply unsettling. Shen Yu and Shen Qing both shivered and hurried away from the screen. In the west courtyard, beneath the dim glow of an oil lamp, Shen Miao sat quietly. A sheet of spotless paper lay before her, with brush and ink already prepared, as though she intended to write something. Yet after sitting silently for a long while, she merely sighed and set the paper aside. Planning ahead was important, but at present she was still only a sheltered young lady confined to the inner quarters. The only advantage she possessed was the wealth of information stored in her mind. Unfortunately, in her current circumstances, she couldn't make full use of it. Some roads simply had to be walked one step at a time. Seeing her sigh, Guyu and Jingzhe assumed she was troubled by Prince Yu's matter. Guyu stepped forward and comforted her. "Young lady, please don't worry. If they truly harbor evil intentions, we servants will protect you even if it costs us our lives. If nothing else, there are families in the capital who are on good terms with Master. At worst." Shen Miao shook her head. "Prince Yu holds great power and enjoys the support of the imperial family. No matter how close father's friends are, no one would risk offending the imperial family just to shelter me. Besides, the imperial family had long been watching the Shen family with covetous eyes. Any reckless move would only make the already suspicious Ming-Chi court believe Shen Xian was secretly forming alliances. No emperor welcomed officials growing too close to one another." "Then perhaps write a letter to Master," Jingzhe suggested. "Although Master is occupied with military affairs, the young Master is only serving with the army and hasn't received an official appointment yet. Returning to the capital wouldn't bring punishment from the court. If the young Master came back, he could at least protect you. My eldest brother would need over a month to return from the northwest, even if he hurried without rest." Shen Miao's voice remained calm. "Do you think they'll wait that long? The greater Shen Xian's deterrent, the more eager they would be to act. They would simply finish everything before he returned, believing that once the deed was done, a few threats would force her into obedient submission. The Shen Miao of the past might have yielded. But Empress Shen, who had survived years of bloodshed and betrayal within the imperial palace, never would. Then, what should we do?" Guyu and Jingzhe both turned pale. They knew the situation was dangerous, but they hadn't realized it was this desperate. Prince Yu's reputation throughout the capital was infamous. Any young woman he set his sights on, even one from a powerful family, would ultimately be ruined. At most, the imperial family would offer a few perfunctory words of comfort, but nothing more. His methods were cruelly calculated, leaving no evidence behind, while the victims were always the young women. "What should we do?" Shen Miao looked quietly at the flickering flame. "Relying on others is useless. We can only rely on ourselves." "But, miss," Guy said anxiously, "how could Shen Miao possibly protect herself? Against ordinary enemies, perhaps the family could still provide some protection. But the second and third branches might already have joined forces with Prince Yu. I have my own methods." Shen Miao lightly turned the paperweight in her hand. Prince Yu's manor existed only because of the emperor's favor, because the imperial family was willing to shield it. But what if the imperial family no longer wished to protect him? What if enemies began knocking at his door? Without the imperial family's protection, a prince's manor was nothing more than a crumbling pile of mud. A prince was still a prince. After all, he shared the imperial bloodline. She would begin with him. Then, glancing toward the window, she noticed a shadow moving outside. The plump silhouette was unmistakable. Who else could it be but Granny Goe? Since the opportunity had presented itself, she might as well sweep all the filth out of the west courtyard in one stroke. Chapter 56. After this year's Golden Chrysanthemum banquet, the name at the center of gossip throughout the streets and alleys of the fixed capital finally changed. The first was young Marquis Xie of Marquis Linen Manor. With overwhelming dominance, he had crushed the arrogance of his two half-brothers. Though his actions had been reckless and audacious, the brilliance he displayed in such a short time proved that his reputation as the jade-faced Shura on the battlefield was no exaggeration. The second was none other than the incompetent Shen Miao. It was as though she had been reborn, or the fierce blood of the Shen family had finally awakened within her. She had cast off her former foolishness and timidity. During the mounted archery contest against Kailin, she remained calm and composed from beginning to end. Her fierce, aggressive manner revealed a ruthless temperament that left everyone her age wary. Because of this, even in the Hall of Extensive Learning, those who had once mocked her now restrained themselves. When Kailin returned to the Hall of Extensive Learning, he glared at Shen Miao with obvious hostility. Surprisingly, however, he made no attempt to provoke her. It seemed that what had happened that day had left a lingering fear in his heart. Watching Kailin's reaction, Feng Anning laughed. Who would have thought that little tyrant would actually be afraid of you now? Shen Miao glanced at Kailin. The moment he noticed her looking, he immediately turned his head away, clearly intimidated. She found it rather amusing. In her eyes, Kailin was nothing more than a spoiled and unruly young master, hardly worth her attention. Besides, the Kai family's downfall was not far away. Before long, this pampered young lord would learn what hardship truly meant. I heard the Xie brothers were badly injured, Feng Anning said with a sigh. But Marquis Linen didn't punish young Marquis Xie. He only summoned physicians to treat their wounds. Even so, it seems he's practically under house arrest. Looks like the rumors that the Marquis favors his legitimate son are true. Shen Miao asked, "Where did you hear that?" "I overheard my parents talking," Feng Anning replied proudly. "But honestly, anyone would favor young Marquis Xie. Not only is he outstanding, he's also the son of Princess Yu Qing, who carried royal blood." Shen Miao raised an eyebrow. To be honest, she had always found Princess Yu Qing's death suspicious. Judging by how Marquis Linen was treating the Xie brothers now, there was no reason he would have allowed Fengshe to remain unharmed after learning of the princess's death. As she was thinking, Pei Lang entered the room. With his usual gentle smile, Pei Lang happened to glance toward Shen Miao. When their eyes met, he froze for a brief moment. After Shen Miao's performance at the Golden Chrysanthemum banquet, Pei Lang had finally abandoned his previous opinion of her. He had begun to notice how unusual she was. At the same time, he had an uncomfortable feeling that she was secretly observing him. He could not understand why, but it left him with a strange sensation of constantly being watched. In the end, however, he reminded himself that Shen Miao was only a young girl and dismissed it as his imagination. "Why do you keep looking at him?" Feng Anning asked. Then she gasped. "Don't tell me you've taken a liking to him now?" Shen Miao had long since stopped mentioning Fu Xiu Yi, behaving as though she had forgotten him entirely. As a result, many people assumed she had finally realized she was unworthy of marrying into the imperial family and had given up. After all, she had not chased after Fu Xiu Yi at the banquet. Although Pei Lang's status was much lower, he was refined, elegant, and scholarly. Naturally, he attracted the admiration of many young girls. Shen Miao rubbed her temples and looked away. Of course not. She was simply thinking that, since Pei Lang had not presented the conduct and law strategy during the banquet, Fu Xiu Yi had never taken notice of him. Even so, Pei Lang remained a potential threat. If he ever became Fu Xiu Yi's ally in the future, Shen Miao's expression darkened. The consequences would be disastrous. Unfortunately, she had no way to eliminate Pei Lang without attracting suspicion. She would have to think of another solution. At the 100 Fragrance Pavilion in the fixed capital, revelry filled the air. Even in broad daylight, layers of gauzy curtains and brilliant night luminescent pearls bathed the entire building in shimmering light. The sounds of strings and flutes drifted through the halls, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Even wealthy people hesitated before stepping inside. This place was a true money pit. Even a single pot of tea cost a small fortune. Seated beside a window was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. His clothes were of the finest quality, but his face was gaunt and sinister. Beneath his robes, his left leg was gone. It was Prince Yu. "Has everything been arranged with the Shen family?" he asked after a long silence, his voice dark. "Your Highness, everything has been settled with the Shen family's second madam. In 3 days, the women of the Shen family will visit Crouching Dragon Temple to burn incense. At that time, 3 days." Prince Yu frowned, displeasure flashing across his face. He waved his hand impatiently. "Make all the preparations. It's been a long time since I've come across someone so interesting." Over the years, his cruel and depraved desires had claimed the lives of countless women. Yet no matter how fiercely they resisted, none of them had ever truly excited him. Throughout Mingqi, he had long heard of Shen Xian's fearsome reputation. What would the daughter of such a formidable general be like? Shen Miao's display of ferocity during the Golden Chrysanthemum banquet had only increased his interest. A wildcat that knew how to fight back. Surely she would be far more entertaining than those lifeless dolls. He slowly licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with lust. In a room directly opposite his, 2 men sat across from each other at a crystal-clear table. The man in white appeared to be around 20 years old. Exceptionally handsome, he carried a gentle and refined air. After listening for a while, he smiled faintly at the person opposite him. "It seems the young lady you saved is in trouble again." Across from him, a young man dressed in purple lounged lazily in his chair, completely unconcerned. The Shen family's prominence makes them an obvious target. This is all because of Shen Xian. For now, they're only testing the waters. One day, no one will be able to protect them. The man in white hesitated before speaking seriously. "Xia-san, why were you so impulsive before? You injured your half-brothers during the verification. Are you advancing your plans?" The young man opposite him was none other than Xie Jing Xing. He smiled faintly. "What if I am? What if I'm not? If you act now, do they know?" Gao Yang asked cautiously. "Gao Yang, there's still one thing you don't understand." Xie Jing Xing's voice remained calm. "Here, I call the shots. The longer I wait, the worse it becomes for me. If the mountain won't come to me, then I'll go to the mountain." His eyes darkened, no longer resembling those of a youth in his teens. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment before letting out a helpless sigh. "Fine. I'm only here to keep an eye on you. Honestly, though, I don't think I could stop you even if I tried." He changed the subject with a teasing grin. "Still, in 3 days, you're going to Crouching Dragon Temple to investigate, aren't you? Maybe you'll get another chance to play the hero. Your judgment is as poor as ever, Gao Yang." Xie Jing Xing raised an eyebrow. That Shen girl isn't someone to be trifled with. Chapter 57. After school, Shen Yu walked over to Shen Miao with a smile. Today, Miss E invited elder sister and me to her residence, so we won't be returning with you. Fifth sister, you can head back first. Ipalon and Shen Yu had always been close, and it wasn't unusual for Shen Miao to be left out of such invitations. Hearing this, Shen Miao showed little reaction and simply acknowledged her with a brief response. Recently, the Shen family had been treating Shen Miao with unusual warmth, which only made it more obvious that they were planning something. Shen Miao couldn't be bothered with their schemes. She had more important matters to attend to. On the way home, the carriage passed through the busiest street in the fixed capital. Guyu said, "Up ahead is Osmanthus Lane." "Miss, didn't you always love the pastries there? Shall I buy some for you?" "Go ahead," Shen Miao replied with a faint smile. After Guyu got out of the carriage, Jingzhe lifted the curtain to look outside and suddenly let out a surprised gasp. Following her gaze, Shen Miao saw that the carriage had stopped beside Osmanthus Lane, next to a pawnshop where a large crowd had gathered around what appeared to be an argument. The pawnshop clerk's impatient voice rang out clearly enough for Shen Miao to hear. "I already said 10 taels of silver. Take it or leave it. It's only a sword, young master. Don't make things difficult for us." "It looks like they couldn't agree on a price," Jingzhe remarked. Shen Miao understood immediately. Pawnshops always offered the lowest possible price. The seller clearly wasn't satisfied with the offer, yet he couldn't bring himself to leave, so the two sides had reached a stalemate. "Nothing worth watching," Shen Miao said as she looked away. Jingzhe lowered the curtain. A moment later, Guyu returned carrying 2 large paper parcels. As Jingzhe lifted the curtain to let her in, Shen Miao happened to catch sight of the young man who had been arguing with the pawnshop clerk. He turned away from the crowd, still holding his sword, his expression dejected. It seemed the deal had fallen through. Just as Guyu was about to lower the curtain again, Shen Miao stopped her. Her eyes remained fixed on the sword-bearing young man. He was plainly dressed, with an ordinary appearance that wouldn't draw attention in a crowd. Seeing their young mistress staring so intently at a strange man, both Guyu and Jingzhe were utterly baffled. Shen Miao frowned. Why did this person seem so familiar? The young man sighed, looked at his sword for a long moment, then gritted his teeth and turned back toward the pawnshop, apparently resigning himself to accepting the unfair price. "Guyu," Shen Miao suddenly called out the moment he turned around. "Go stop him. Tell him I want that sword." "Miss." Both Jingzhe and Guyu stared at her in shock, completely unable to understand what she was doing. "Now," Shen Miao ordered coldly. Seeing the stern look on her face, Guyu didn't dare ask any questions. She immediately jumped down from the carriage and hurried after the plainly dressed young man. The young man had barely taken a few steps when he heard someone call from behind him. "Young master, please wait." Turning around, he saw a maid smiling at him. "Are you planning to pawn that sword?" He hesitated briefly before answering honestly. "Yes." The maid smiled. "My mistress happens to be interested in your sword. Would you be willing to sell it to her instead?" The young man looked at her carefully. Seeing no trace of deception on her face, he still shook his head. "This sword isn't particularly decorative. It's meant for practical use. If your mistress wants a sword, she'd be better off having one specially made by a weaponsmith." He found the whole situation rather strange. What noble young lady would be interested in buying a sword? She was probably acting on a whim. Besides, his sword was exceptionally sharp. If she handled it carelessly, she could easily injure herself. Guyu's expression softened slightly. Despite desperately needing money, the young man was still concerned about the buyer's safety. That spoke well of his character. Her earlier doubts about Shen Miao's sudden interest in the sword eased somewhat. At least its owner didn't seem like a bad person. Thinking this, Guyu spoke more gently. "My mistress sincerely wishes to make this purchase. Would you mind coming with me to discuss it?" The young man seemed surprised by her persistence. After glancing once at the pawnshop, he reluctantly nodded. Very well. The two of them walked into a quiet alley where a carriage was waiting. Fu approached it and said softly, "Miss, he's here." The young man hesitated for a moment before the carriage, then cupped his hands in greeting. "Miss, this sword truly isn't suitable for a lady. It's heavy and extremely sharp. You could easily hurt yourself, so. What's your name?" A voice from inside the carriage interrupted him. It sounded young, yet it carried an indescribable sense of authority, as though its owner had weathered countless storms while standing at the height of power. It was impossible to judge her true age from her voice alone. "Mo Qing," the young man replied after a brief pause, cupping his hands once more. Silence followed. Just as both Mo Qing and Guyu began wondering what was happening, the voice spoke again. "I have no interest in your sword. A mere piece of scrap metal means nothing to me." Mo Qing's face darkened. "Miss, are you making fun of me? This sword may not be extraordinary, but it was forged by a famous smith and has been with me for many years. If you called me here simply to insult me, then I'll take my leave." He turned to leave. Before he could take more than a step, however, a soft sigh drifted from inside the carriage. It was light, yet filled with unspoken emotion, tugging inexplicably at his heart. "Mo Qing, you're in desperate need of money, aren't you?" Mo Qing stopped in his tracks. For some reason, the way she spoke his name stirred an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he couldn't remember where he might have heard it before. At her words, his feet seemed rooted to the ground. He simply couldn't bring himself to walk away. "Your sword means nothing to me, but your swordsmanship is worth 100, no, 1,000 pieces of gold." Mo Qing was stunned. "You flatter me, Mississippi. I'm just an ordinary man." He was thoroughly confused. How could she possibly know about his martial skill? Even a hero can be defeated by poverty, forced to sell the sword that has accompanied him for years. Such a fate does no justice to your talent. The carriage curtain was suddenly lifted. A young girl in a purple robe appeared. Her features were youthful and delicate, yet her bearing radiated an uncommon nobility and quiet authority. "Mo Qing, would you be willing to sell your martial skills to the Shen family, a house of generals?" She smiled as she spoke, her eyes filled with quiet delight, as though she were greeting an old friend. Mo Qing, the captain of her personal guards in her previous life. It had been so very long. Chapter 58. This young lady. Mo Qing was slightly taken aback, frowning as he looked at the girl before him. He knew that some wealthy families treated human lives no differently than livestock. Buying a servant was no different from buying cattle. The girl's words seemed to place him in the same category as those lowly servants, naturally stirring a trace of displeasure in his heart. Yet the moment he met her gaze, that displeasure vanished like morning mist. There was no haughty contempt in her eyes, only a faint sense of relief and respect. It left him instinctively puzzled. Before he could stop himself, he blurted out, "Have we met somewhere before, miss?" Shen Miao sighed softly. "No." "Then why? Your features are upright, and your bearing is extraordinary. You are clearly someone destined for great things. Yet now you're selling the sword that has accompanied you for years. You must truly be at the end of your rope. You urgently need silver, but even if I gave you some today, it wouldn't solve your problems forever. I am the legitimate daughter of the Grand General of Might. When my father returns to the capital at the end of the year, I can recommend you to him. With your martial skills, it would be a shame to let your talent go to waste." "General Shen?" Mo Qing was stunned. He had never expected the girl before him to be Shen Xian's daughter. Shen Xian's reputation was known throughout Mingqi. He was the pillar that kept the battlefield steady. For a man who wished to earn glory through military service, serving under such a commander, Mo Qing felt as though the blood in his veins had suddenly begun to boil. However, according to the rumors in the fixed capital, Shen Miao was nothing more than an incompetent fool. Although she had redeemed herself somewhat during the recent Golden Chrysanthemum banquet, very few people had witnessed it firsthand. Now that he had seen her in person, the rumors clearly couldn't be trusted. If the young lady is truly willing to recommend me, I naturally won't refuse. If I am ever given the chance in the future, I will repay this kindness with my life. Mo Qing had always been straightforward. Faced with such an opportunity, he accepted without hesitation. Shen Miao smiled faintly. She took a silver ingot from her sleeve and tossed it to him. I don't need you to repay me with your life. Consider this payment for your martial skills. My father won't return until the new year. Until then, you will come with me to the Shen Mansion. Officially, you'll serve as one of my guards, but in reality, you'll be protecting me in secret. Her words struck Mo Qing as unusual. He had heard that behind the splendid facade of noble families lay endless intrigue and hidden schemes. Hearing Shen Miao speak so openly about her own safety, he realized that life for the general's daughter in the Shen Mansion was probably far less comfortable than it appeared. He found it somewhat surprising. Since Shen Miao was Shen Xian's daughter, why was her situation so difficult? Still, he was steady by nature and kept those thoughts to himself. As you command, miss. Take this silver and deal with your urgent matters first, Shen Miao said. Once you've settled everything, come to the Shen Mansion within 3 days. I'll arrange a position for you. Mo Qing clasped his fists in salute once more. His demeanor carried the unmistakable air of the martial world, causing both Guyu and Jingzhe to frown slightly after he left. Jingzhe said, Miss, we know nothing about this man's background. If he harbors ill intentions, bringing him into the mansion. Shen Miao walked toward the carriage. What is there to fear? Someone like him is far cleaner than the people living in our courtyard now. At present, the west courtyard was filled with spies planted by the second and third branches of the family. Very few people there were truly loyal to her. Besides, Mo Qing was no stranger. After sitting down inside the carriage, Shen Miao sighed inwardly. Having been reborn, she had never expected to meet Mo Qing under such circumstances. In her previous life, Mo Qing had become the commander of the Imperial Guards after Shen Xian recommended him for his outstanding martial skills. During the year Shen Miao had been held hostage in Qin State, Mo Qing had served as her personal guard. Without his protection, surviving the dangerous years in Qin and returning safely to Mingqi would have been nearly impossible. Mo Qing was utterly loyal to Shen Xian and, because of that, equally loyal to Shen Miao. Unfortunately, after her return to Mingqi, Mei Foren plotted against Shen Miao and framed Mo Qing for molesting palace women. Fu Xiu Yi had long wanted to eliminate Shen Xian's followers. Despite Shen Miao's desperate attempts to save him, she could only watch helplessly as Mo Qing was executed under false charges. Now that she had met him again, she finally understood that he had once fallen into such desperate circumstances. It was precisely because he had been cornered that he could now be won over so easily. Shen Miao knew Mo Qing's character well. He was fiercely loyal and unwaveringly upright. With him by her side, the upcoming trip to Crouching Dragon Temple would be far easier than she had originally anticipated. When she returned to the Shen Mansion, she learned that Shen Yu and Shen Qing had gone to the Yi family as guests, leaving her alone. The moment she stepped into the west courtyard, Granny Gue hurried over with an ingratiating smile. You've returned, miss. This old servant had the kitchen prepare some sweet soup. Would you like a bowl? Very well, Shen Miao replied. Seeing that Shen Miao, who had been so cold toward her these past few days, was suddenly being agreeable, Granny Gue was overjoyed. This old servant will bring it immediately. By the time Granny Gue returned with the sweet soup, Shen Miao had already rested in her room for a while. Granny Gue carefully placed the bowl on the table and said with a smile, Miss, everything has been prepared for the trip to Crouching Dragon Temple in 3 days. Is there anything else you require? Old Madam Shen had already arranged the temple visit 3 days from now to pray for the Shen family's peace and prosperity. Renwanan would accompany the 3 young ladies, and no one else would be going with them. Granny Gui had been busy making preparations over the past several days. Shen Miao glanced at her. "You seem particularly enthusiastic about this trip, Granny." Granny Gui stiffened for a moment before forcing a smile. "It's rare for the young miss to leave the mansion, so naturally everything must be prepared thoroughly. With Granny accompanying me, I'm sure everything will be arranged perfectly." Shen Miao suddenly smiled. For some reason, that smile sent a chill through Granny Gui. "Second Madam has arranged everything meticulously." "Nothing will go wrong," Granny Gui said. "Then please thank Second Anne on my behalf." Shen Miao nodded. "You may go." Only then did Granny Gui finally relax. She hurriedly excused herself. For some reason, Shen Miao had become increasingly intimidating lately. Simply standing near her caused Granny Gui's usual arrogance to melt away. But the moment she stepped outside, she straightened her back and cast a contemptuous glance toward the room. "Just wait another 3 days," she muttered under her breath. "Let's see if you still dare to act so arrogantly in front of me." Inside the room, Shen Miao picked up the bowl of sweet soup and walked to the window. With a flick of her wrist, she poured half of it into the soil beneath the bougainvillea. "Miss, are you really going to Crouching Dragon Temple?" Bailu asked hesitantly. "I am." In her previous life, it had been around this time that she overheard the maids in the Hall of Glory and Scenery talking. Old Madam Shen intended to marry her off to Prince Yu. The night before the temple visit, Shen Miao had fled to Prince Ding's residence and offered herself as his consort. Although that decision had ultimately been another mistake, it had inadvertently spared her from an even greater disaster. This time, she would neither run nor hide. She would go to Crouching Dragon Temple exactly as planned. Whoever wished to witness her downfall would instead become the leading figure in the most pitiful farce of all. Chapter 59. Earlier than Shen Miao had anticipated, Mo Qing arrived at the gatehouse of the Shen mansion the very next day to serve as a guard. Shen Miao had already instructed Shuangjiang to bribe the gatekeepers, claiming that Mo Qing was a distant relative of hers. Since guards were divided into different ranks and Mo Qing had been assigned to the outermost post, he was accepted without much scrutiny. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, Renwanan had everything prepared and sent her maid, Xiang Lan, to inform Shen Miao of the arrangements. Before setting out, everyone first gathered in the Hall of Glory and Scenery. Old Madam Shen spoke solemnly, reminding everyone to conduct themselves properly. Under normal circumstances, they would not visit the Crouching Dragon Temple to offer prayers because it was quite remote. Although the temple was famous, its incense offerings were nowhere near as prosperous as those of the temples closer to the city. No one knew why they were making an exception to travel such a long distance this time. Shen Qing, however, appeared especially cheerful. She loudly declared that she would pray to the Buddha on behalf of old Madam Shen and Shen Yuanbai as well. Naturally, the old lady was delighted and treated Shen Qing with even greater warmth. For the journey, several personal guards were assigned to ensure the safety of the Shen family's young ladies. Shen Miao stood beside the carriage but made no move to climb aboard. Noticing this, Renwanan frowned. "Why aren't you getting in, 5th Miss?" "I just feel there are too few guards." "To prevent any mishaps, Second Aunt, perhaps you could assign a few more to accompany us," Shen Miao replied. Renwanan's brows drew together. She had not expected Shen Miao to raise such an issue at the last moment. However, everything had already been arranged. Smiling gently, she said, "5th Miss, we've already brought enough people. We can't possibly take all the Shen Mansion's guards with us. Too many would only make things inconvenient. Let's just proceed as planned." Shen Miao merely shook her head and refused to budge. Shen Yu remained silent, but Shen Qing, clearly displeased, spoke up. Our Shen family isn't royalty. What kind of grand procession are you expecting, fifth sister? Even uncle doesn't make such demands when he travels. She had dragged Shen Xian into the conversation, but the moment the words left her mouth, Shen Miao glanced at her. The look lasted only an instant, yet it sent a chill straight down Shen Qing's spine. Just two more, then, Shen Miao said, pointing toward two guards standing by the gatehouse. Those two will do. Relieved that Shen Miao wanted only two additional guards, Renwanen had no desire to waste any more time. Two extra men would not interfere with her plans. Wearing a reluctant smile, she sighed. Fifth miss, you really are. Fine. When have I ever refused you? Have it your way. She turned to Xiang Lan. Go tell those two to accompany us out of the city. Thank you, second aunt, Shen Miao replied with a faint smile. Seeing Renwanen ultimately give in, Shen Yu looked at Shen Miao with quiet curiosity, while Shen Qing stamped her foot in frustration, shot Shen Miao a furious glare, and stormed away. Once inside the carriage, Shen Qing deliberately ignored Shen Miao. Although Shen Yu tried to make conversation, her words carried subtle hints of probing. Shen Miao had no interest in indulging her and answered only half-heartedly. Renwanen, on the other hand, remained in excellent spirits throughout the journey. She reminisced about childhood memories with Shen Miao, behaving with extraordinary warmth and affection. In the past, Shen Miao might have genuinely admired her seemingly kind aunt. But now, every gesture the woman made reeked of hypocrisy. To someone who had witnessed every variety of human nature within the imperial harem, Renwanen's performance was almost laughably transparent. They departed at dawn and did not arrive at Yangjing Peak until dusk. The crouching dragon temple stood halfway up the mountain, surrounded by towering peaks and deep valleys. In spring, the area would be alive with birdsong and blooming flowers, creating a breathtaking retreat. But now, in early autumn, the withered leaves gave the landscape a bleak and desolate appearance. Because Yangjing Peak lay so far from the fixed capital and the road leading to the temple was rough, very few pilgrims came except the most devout ladies. When the Shen family's carriage arrived at the temple gates, only a lone young monk sweeping the courtyard came forward to greet them, making the temple seem even more secluded. How peaceful it is here, Shen Yu remarked with a soft laugh. Shen Qing wrinkled her nose as though she wanted to complain, but after a moment's thought, she held her tongue. Renwanen said, Don't mistake its quietness for insignificance. They say the Buddha here is especially responsive. When we offer incense, we must do so with complete sincerity. The young monk welcomed them inside while the servants unloaded the carriages. As they ventured deeper into the temple, its emptiness became increasingly obvious. Only a handful of monks wandered through the spacious halls, and the complete absence of worshippers made the place feel strangely hollow. Spending the night here would have unsettled almost anyone. When they met the abbot, he assigned them their quarters. Each of the young ladies received a separate room near the others. However, when it came to Shen Miao, a middle-aged monk standing beside the abbot said apologetically, I'm afraid the southern pavilion is already full. If the young lady doesn't mind, perhaps she could stay in the northern pavilion instead. Everyone turned to Shen Miao. She smiled. I'm afraid I mind very much. Fifth miss, Renwanen gently chided, this is sacred ground. You shouldn't be so willful here. I'm simply curious, Shen Miao replied calmly. The temple doesn't seem to have many visitors. How could the pavilions possibly be full? The middle-aged monk frowned. He was likely unaccustomed to a young lady questioning the temple's arrangements so directly. Yet Shen Miao was not making a childish scene. Her tone was perfectly reasonable, making it difficult to dismiss her outright. Young benefactor, the abbot said with a gentle smile, although we receive few pilgrims, our monastic community is quite large. but I'd be frightened staying there by myself. What should I do? Shen Miao asked. Well, Renwanan said soothingly, Fifth Miss, just endure this one night. If you do, the Buddha will surely see your sincerity and grant your wishes when you pray tomorrow. In the past, those words would have persuaded Shen Miao. She had always been easier to convince with gentle persuasion than with force, especially when it concerned her hopes of marrying Fu Xiu Yi. For that dream, she would have endured such a small inconvenience without complaint. But now, things were different. Renwanan was beginning to grow irritated. Shen Miao had become increasingly difficult to handle, whereas before she had been so easy to coax. Her repeated defiance today was troubling. If Shen Miao was not dealt with soon, she might become an even greater problem for the Shen family in the future. How about this? Shen Miao suggested sweetly. Aunt, why don't you stay with me in the northern pavilion? If someone stayed with me, I'd feel much safer. Chapter 60. This. Renwanan hesitated. If she stayed with Shen Miao, then if anything happened to Shen Miao, it would be difficult for her to escape responsibility. Before she could think of a better solution, Shen Miao continued. If second aunt is unwilling, then eldest sister or second sister could share a room with me. Shen Yu's eyes flickered, but she remained silent. Although Shen Qing didn't fully understand her mother's plan, she vaguely sensed that this trip was aimed at Shen Miao. Combined with the resentment she already felt toward her, she couldn't even pretend to be cordial. I'm used to sleeping alone, she said coldly. In that case, Shen Miao said thoughtfully. Then I'll accompany fifth sister to the north pavilion. Renwanan interrupted before Shen Miao could finish. She was afraid Shen Miao might change her mind again. Staying together while remaining farther away seemed like the safest option. At least then, if something happened, the blame couldn't easily fall on her. With Shen Xian absent and unable to interfere, whatever she claimed tomorrow would become the truth. Shen Miao smiled faintly. Then I must thank second aunt for keeping me company. Her words were courteous, yet Renwanan couldn't suppress the twitch of her brow before quickly forcing a warm smile. We're family after all. Once the lodging arrangements were settled, everyone returned to unpack. Since Shen Qing and Shen Yu both claimed to be tired, they decided not to join the others for the vegetarian dinner, instead having the servants deliver the meal to their rooms. Upon arriving at the North Pavilion, before Renwanan could say anything, Shen Miao spoke first. I'm feeling rather tired as well, so I won't be joining second aunt for dinner. I'll retire to my room. Renwanan was momentarily surprised, but quickly smiled. As you wish. If you're tired, get some rest. Shen Miao nodded in acknowledgement. The young monk led Shen Miao and her two maids to their room. Even Shen Miao couldn't help sighing inwardly. Indeed, among the simple and tranquil surroundings of Crouching Dragon Temple, this room was exceptionally elegant. It stood beside a small grove of trees, making it especially secluded. Though the furnishings were plain, every detail reflected refined taste, instantly lifting one's spirits. The scenery here is truly beautiful, Gu said in admiration. Honored guest, the young monk said with a respectful bow, this room is reserved for distinguished visitors. The lady of your household instructed us to prepare our finest quarters for you. Please convey my thanks to second aunt for her thoughtfulness, Shen Miao replied calmly as her eyes swept across the room. This was the innermost room of the North Pavilion. Though the scenery was peaceful and picturesque, it also meant the room was almost completely isolated. Even if someone cried out for help, no one would hear them. They had even cut off every possible escape route. As for the elegant furnishings, they had probably been prepared solely for the convenience of that person. What kind of incense is this? Jingja asked as she picked up a few sticks from the small table and sniffed them. It smells a bit like orchids, but even more fragrant. Her eyes landed on the orchid-shaped incense burner. This burner is quite unusual. Gu noticed it as well and smiled. It seems the temple asked about young Miss's preferences beforehand. Young Miss always burns incense before going to bed. Tonight, when you're ready to sleep, lighting some should help you rest peacefully. Now I think Crouching Dragon Temple isn't so bad after all, Jingja joked. No wonder Second Madam insisted on coming all the way into the mountains to pray. Shen Miao frowned slightly. She walked over to the table, took the incense from Jingja's hand, and smelled it herself. Her expression immediately darkened. The two maids looked at each other. "Young Miss," Gu asked cautiously, "is there something wrong with the incense?" Where there was something unusual, there was usually deception. From the moment Shen Miao entered the temple, she had not relaxed her vigilance for even an instant. The more flawless everything appeared, the more convinced she became that danger was hidden beneath the surface. It was true that she had always liked burning incense before bed, and young ladies naturally adored delicate ornaments. The charming orchid-shaped incense burner was exactly the sort of thing that would tempt any girl to light incense and enjoy the peaceful atmosphere. But Shen Miao was different. The women who survived within the imperial harem had used every imaginable scheme to climb higher. Having served as empress for years in her previous life, Shen Miao had long since become familiar with such tricks. She had seen countless underhanded methods, especially the use of incense mixed with aphrodisiacs, a tactic the imperial concubines had employed so often that it was practically worn out. Had she truly been an innocent young lady raised in seclusion, she would never have recognized it. "It's nothing good," she said, letting the incense fall back onto the table. Guyu and Jingja exchanged startled glances. After a moment, Jingja asked, "Should I throw it away?" "No." Shen Miao's gaze rested on the incense. Ren Wanyan and that person had gone to such great lengths to prepare this gift. It would be a pity to let all that effort go to waste. A cold smile appeared on her lips. "Keep it. It'll be useful." In another room not far from Shen Miao's, Ren Wanyan sat on a couch facing a bent old woman. It was none other than Granny Gui. "You know what is supposed to happen tonight," Ren Wanyan said. "If everything succeeds, you'll be richly rewarded. But if it fails..." She gave a cold snort. I don't need to explain the consequences. There was nothing of her usual gentle demeanor in her voice. The icy look in her eyes alone was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Granny Gui smiled ingratiatingly. "Please rest assured, madam. This old servant will take care of everything. Nothing will go wrong tonight." Ren Wanyan's expression softened. "Of course I trust you. After all, you're the person closest to Fifth Sister. Everything we're doing is for the good of the Shen family. Once Fifth Sister grows up and understands the bigger picture, she'll realize you acted in her best interest. She certainly won't treat you badly." Granny Gui nodded obediently. Inwardly, however, she sneered. Once Shen Miao discovered the truth, she would hate her to the bone. How could she possibly believe it had been done for her own good? Thinking about what would happen that night made Granny Gui's heart pound. She had never expected the always smiling second madam of the Shen family to devise such a vicious scheme. For any unmarried young woman, what awaited Shen Miao would be a fate worse than death. At that moment, Ren Wanyan shot Kaiju a meaningful glance. Kaiju stepped forward with a smile and handed Granny Gui a small pouch. "We'll be relying on Granny Gui tonight." Granny Gui discreetly weighed the pouch in her hand. It was surprisingly heavy. Her smile immediately widened. "This old servant guarantees madam's complete satisfaction." After exchanging a few more polite words, Granny Gui took her leave. "Will madam truly stay here tonight?" Xiang Lan asked. "This room is very close to Fifth Young Missus. It's fine." Ren Wanyan waved her hand dismissively. "By tomorrow morning, whatever I say will become the truth. Who knows whether she'll even still be alive by the time elder brother returns. There's nothing to worry about." A vicious smile spread across her face. "Elder brother. Sister-in-law, you have only yourselves to blame for standing in the way of my Qinger." Chapter 61. In the mountains surrounding Crouching Dragon Temple, dusk settled as the sky gradually darkened. A light drizzle began to fall, carrying with it a biting chill. Gu closed the window and turned to Shen Miao. "Miss, be careful not to catch a cold." Jingja draped a cloak over Shen Miao's shoulders and said with concern, "The mountain paths are already difficult to walk. If it keeps raining all night, I wonder whether we'll be able to leave tomorrow morning after offering incense. The roads will be muddy, and we may have to stay here another day." "Another day wouldn't be so bad," Gu said with a laugh. "The scenery here is beautiful, and it's so peaceful, certainly better than." She swallowed the rest of her sentence, but everyone knew she meant it was better than the hypocrisy of the people in Shen Mansion. Shen Miao sat at the table, arranging a chessboard. Lately, she had become increasingly fond of chess. Unfortunately, none of her maids knew how to play, so she could only play against herself. From time to time, Gu and Jingja found it rather unsettling. Whenever their mistress played alone, strange expressions would occasionally appear on her face, sending chills down their spines. The door creaked open, and Granny Gui entered with a warm smile, carrying a tray of food. "Miss, this is the temple's vegetarian meal." Though the dishes are simple, Crouching Dragon Temple is famous for its vegetarian cuisine. I even asked them to prepare a bowl of crystal osmanthus soup especially for you. The eldest and second young ladies have already eaten and couldn't stop praising it. "Oh, just leave it there," Shen Miao replied indifferently. "Miss, it's best enjoyed while it's hot. It won't taste nearly as good once it cools," Granny Gui urged kindly as she lifted the bowl toward Shen Miao. "No need to hurry, Granny." Jingja smiled as she smoothly accepted the porcelain bowl from Granny Gui's hands. "Miss said to leave it there. She wasn't feeling well earlier and will eat in a little while." A flicker of annoyance crossed Granny Gui's face. She noticed that Shen Miao neither agreed nor disagreed with Jingma's words, and she secretly gritted her teeth. In the past, Shen Miao had always trusted Granny Gui above everyone else. Whenever Granny Gui and the maids disagreed, it was always the maids who were scolded. Yet somehow, Jingja and Gu had gradually won Shen Miao's favor. While Granny Gui was lost in thought, Shen Miao suddenly spoke. "Granny, you've been by my side for 14 years now, haven't you?" Granny Gui's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Shen Miao. Shen Miao met her gaze with the same clear, innocent eyes as always. For a brief moment, Granny Gui found herself reminiscing. Without her realizing it, the crying infant had grown into a delicate little girl, and now into the graceful young lady before her. Granny Gui sighed inwardly. Back then, Shen Xian and his wife had been away fighting wars year after year, leaving Shen Miao in her care. 14 years had passed in the blink of an eye. "You've always been good to me," Shen Miao said softly. "I still remember the night I had a fever. It was raining just like tonight. The physician from the mansion took far too long to arrive, so you rushed out to find another one yourself. You slipped on the road and struck your head, but you still insisted on bringing a physician back." Granny Gui froze, her expression softening. "You still remember that, Mississippi?" "Of course I do. You've been with me for more than a decade, longer than even my parents. I've always regarded you as family." "You praise this old servant too highly, Mississippi." Granny Gui sighed inwardly. She had not expected Shen Miao, who had been so distant toward her recently, to suddenly treat her with such warmth today. A trace of reluctance stirred in her heart. People were not born heartless. When Shen Xian and his wife had first entrusted Shen Miao to her care, her own son had not yet married, and she had no grandchildren. Back then, she had truly treated Shen Miao as though she were her own granddaughter. There had once been genuine affection between them. But every man for himself. Shen Miao was not truly her granddaughter, after all. Besides, the eldest branch had promised that if everything went smoothly, her son's entire family would enjoy wealth and prosperity. Great wealth always came with great risk. Shen Miao simply had nothing she could offer. The emotions in Granny Gui's eyes shifted several times before she finally smiled. Miss, the nights in the mountains are cold. You should eat early and get some rest. Before sleeping, light some scented incense so you'll sleep well. Tomorrow morning, offer incense and pray for blessings for your parents. That would be for the best. Thank you for your concern, Granny. Shen Miao smiled as well, though there was something unreadable hidden within her smile. You may go now, Granny. I'll eat by myself. Granny Gui wanted to remain a while longer, but seeing Shen Miao's firm intention to dismiss her, she could only leave awkwardly. After stepping outside, she did not go far. Instead, she quietly stood beneath the window, carefully listening to the sounds inside. A short while later, Guy's voice drifted out. Miss, the food is getting cold. Set the table. The clatter of bowls and chopsticks followed, sounding as though someone had begun eating. Then Jingja asked, Miss, how is the osmanthus soup? It's good, Shen Miao replied. It suits my taste. Then have another bowl, Guy said with a laugh. After listening for some time, it sounded as though Shen Miao had finished eating. The dishes were cleared away, and Guy carried the food basket outside. Only Jingja's voice remained. Miss, will you read for a while longer? I'm a little tired. I'll read for another quarter of an hour. Go light the scented incense. Shen Miao's voice sounded weary. Granny Gui finally straightened and let out a long sigh of relief. She glanced once more toward the window before quietly leaving the courtyard. Once she was outside, she could not help muttering to herself. Miss, don't blame this old servant for being heartless. The eldest madam wants your life, and no one can stop her. After Granny Gui disappeared into the rain, she failed to notice a man emerging silently behind her. Watching her hurried departure, his expression darkened with fury. Inside the room, Jingja looked at Shen Miao anxiously. Miss, Gu is already gone. I still don't understand. What exactly are you planning? For some reason, Jingja felt deeply uneasy, as though something terrible was about to happen within the quiet mountains. Miss, you were only pretending to deceive Granny Gui, weren't you? Is she planning something? Shen Miao's earlier warmth toward Granny Gui had made Jingja nervous. She had feared Shen Miao might once again trust Granny Gui blindly, just as she had in the past. Shen Miao gazed at the flickering flame of the oil lamp. Tiny sparks crackled softly, standing in sharp contrast to the steady drizzle outside. Pretending to eat. Pretending to light the scented incense. It was all merely a temporary deception. As for why she had spoken so gently to Granny Gui, it was certainly not because her heart had softened. Once one stepped onto the path of revenge, there was no turning back. Past kindness could never erase future betrayal. The wicked deserved no mercy. Such words were like those spoken by the victor to the defeated within the imperial harem, the final sentence before the execution. She slowly closed her eyes. Miss, what should we do now? When Shen Miao did not answer, Jingja could only ask again. Wait. Wait for what? The young woman's lashes trembled slightly, and the corners of her lips curved into a faint smile. Wait for the moon to disappear and the wind to howl. It is the perfect night for murder and plunder. Chapter 62. The sky gradually darkened. In the temple, the monk responsible for ringing the bell struck the final chime of the day. The heavy night spread like spilled ink, while the pattering rain beat against the trees, releasing the rich scent of damp earth. Denise sat at the table. She set down the book in her hands and rubbed her eyes, looking slightly drowsy. The maid beside her asked, Miss, would you like to rest now? Shen Yu remained silent. She walked over and opened the window. The room next door belonged to Shen Qing. Their quarters were close together, and the light in Shen Qing's room was still burning. Does second miss wish to sleep with eldest miss? The maid asked hesitantly. No, Shen Yu replied. a trace of disgust crossing her face as she turned away. Go and close the courtyard gate. Meanwhile, in Xie Jing's room, she idly played with a small trinket in her hand and let out a lazy yawn as she glanced outside. It's already so late. She rose to her feet. I should get some rest. As she passed the table, she noticed an exquisitely crafted incense burner with a stick of incense beside it. Xie Jing picked it up and sniffed it. The fragrance was pleasantly soothing. Light this incense as well, she instructed. A short while later, the light in her room was extinguished as well. Silence settled over everything. Deep within the ancient temple, the late night echoed only with the cries of birds and insects and the crisp sound of raindrops striking the roof tiles before trickling from the eaves onto the stone pavement. Amid that profound stillness, the light in the innermost room of the North Pavilion quietly went out as well. In the darkness, the faint sound of footsteps seemed to drift by. Had anyone passed that way at that moment, they would have seen a young woman in a purple robe seated by the window. Her expression was cold and detached, and even in the darkness, her clear, sharp eyes resembled those of a beast patiently stalking its prey. A faint rustling came from the roof above. Gu and Jingzhe, standing behind Shen Miao, immediately looked up. Their expressions tightened as they instinctively moved to shield the young woman seated at the table. A moment later, a soft meow drifted in from outside the window. The two maids let out quiet sighs of relief. Before they could fully relax, however, another set of hurried footsteps reached their ears. Though light, the sound was unmistakable to the three people who remained fully awake. Then the window was pushed open, and a figure leaped inside. "Young miss, it's me." Mo Qing, the newcomer whispered. Only then did Guyu and Jingzhe truly relax. Jingzhe lit a slender candle, taking care that its light would not spill outside. But the moment she looked up, she froze in shock. Mo Qing was carrying someone on his back. It was Xie Jing. Xie Jing's eyes were tightly shut, as though she had fallen into a deep sleep. Jingzhe and Guyu were both stunned and alarmed, but Shen Miao merely glanced at Xie Jing and said calmly, "You've done well." Mo Qing looked rather awkward. It was the first time he had ever done something like this. He had no idea what Shen Miao was really planning. He assumed she was simply dissatisfied with her room and was throwing a childish fit by switching rooms in the middle of the night. Still, the method was far too reckless. If anyone discovered him, he could easily be mistaken for a lecherous intruder with no way to clear his name. Fortunately, only 2 guards had been stationed outside Xie Jing's and Shen Yu's rooms, an unusually small number for the daughters of a military family. Since that was the case, however, the task had not been difficult. Carrying a young girl was effortless for him, and before setting out, he had followed Guyu's instructions and mixed something into Xie Jing's incense so that she would sleep soundly. "Put her on the bed," Shen Miao instructed. Mo Qing obeyed, then thoughtfully pulled the quilt over Xie Jing. Even now, he still could not understand what Shen Miao intended to do. "Young miss, what do we do now?" Guyu asked cautiously. Among everyone present, only Shen Miao likely knew the true plan. Mo Qing believed this was merely a childish quarrel, but Guyu and Jingzhe sensed otherwise. Shen Miao was no longer someone who would throw tantrums over trivial matters. Going so far as to abduct someone in the middle of the night for such a reason would be absurd. "Let's go," Shen Miao said, glancing at the figure lying on the bed. "Go." Guyu was stunned. "Where?" "Naturally, to my dear sister's room." Mo Qing sighed inwardly. So it really was the behavior of a child. He could not help feeling slightly disappointed in Shen Miao. Who would have imagined that beneath her calm and aloof appearance lay such a competitive temperament? To risk her cousin's reputation over something so insignificant. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his expression changed abruptly. "Who's there?" he whispered. Immediately, Guyu and Jingzhe tensed. "Did anyone see you when you came here?" Shen Miao's expression darkened. If it were the people she was expecting, they should not have arrived so quickly. Given Ren Wanyun's meticulous nature, she would certainly have delayed them a little longer. So why had someone appeared the moment Mo Qing brought Shen Qing over? Unless... Her thoughts raced. If the worst happened, she might have no choice but to resort to her last remaining option. "I'll check first," Mo Qing said in a low voice, drawing the sword at his waist. But the moment he reached the door, a shadow flashed past the window. Not daring to make too much noise, he hissed, "Who goes there?" and slashed toward the intruder. The figure in black effortlessly evaded the attack. Using an unknown footwork technique, he stepped onto the windowsill and slipped into the room like a swallow, moving with the ease of a fish through water. The instant he entered, he spun around. Before Mo Qing could react, the man sidestepped, deftly seized Mo Qing's sword, and in the blink of an eye pressed the blade against Mo Qing's throat. The sudden reversal left everyone stunned. Even Shen Miao was caught off guard. Mo Qing's martial skills were by no means ordinary. After all, he had once served as the captain of the guards. In her previous life, his abilities had protected Shen Miao safely throughout her years in Qin. Yet now, this black-clad stranger had disarmed him in fewer than 5 moves. Mo Qing himself looked both ashamed and alarmed. More than his own humiliation, he worried about Shen Miao's safety. "I bear you no grudge, sir," he said. "Why resort to such violence?" His words were reasonable. Aside from the monks, the only people staying in the temple tonight were members of the Shen household. Yet none of their guards possessed such extraordinary martial skill. Could there be someone else hiding within Crouching Dragon Temple? The intruder showed no intention of letting him go. Then a faint scraping sound broke the silence. Shen Miao had taken out a fire striker and relit the candle that had nearly gone out. Caught off guard by the sudden light, the man in black had no chance to conceal himself. A murderous gleam flashed instinctively through his eyes. He clearly intended to silence everyone present. But beneath the dim candlelight, everything in the room became visible. Shen Miao's cool gaze met the strikingly handsome face of the intruder. A hint of surprise flickered across his features before it settled into a frown. "A girl from the Shen family?" he said coldly. "Would you release my guard?" Shen Miao's voice was even colder than the autumn rain outside. Young Marquis Xie. Chapter 63. The person standing opposite her was none other than Xie Jing Xing. In the dim glow of the fire tinder, his handsome features looked like a painting. Yet his brows were tightly furrowed, and an icy aura radiated from him, completely different from the carefree young man he appeared to be during the day. It was as though he had become an entirely different person. Jingzhe and Guyu had seen Xie Jing Xing several times before and naturally recognized him. Startled, they instinctively stepped in front of Shen Miao. Mo Qing, however, was meeting Xie Jing Xing for the first time. Although he didn't know who the young man was, he could tell from Shen Miao's reaction that they were acquainted. Xie Jing Xing stared at Shen Miao for a moment before suddenly smiling. He loosened his grip and, in the blink of an eye, tossed the sword back to Mo Qing. He lazily leaned against the doorway, crossed his arms, and said, "Young Miss Shen, meeting you here. Should I call this fate or destiny?" Shen Miao ignored him and simply instructed Mo Qing and her 2 maids leave. Now, Jingzhe and Guyu glanced uneasily at Xie Jing Xing and nodded. They were about to leave when Shen Miao added, "You 2 go first. I'll follow in a moment." In the pitch-black room, only the faint glow of the fire tinder remained. "Do you called anxiously, miss? Go," Shen Miao ordered sharply. Her tone left no room for argument. Guyu shivered, while Mo Qing shook his head before grabbing both maids and leaping out the window. The 3 of them vanished into the darkness. Xie Jing Xing remained leaning against the doorframe, watching everything with an amused expression. Shen Miao felt her way toward the table and finally located the incense burner by the weak firelight. She picked up the prepared incense, lit it with the ember, placed it into the burner, and turned to leave. Just then, Xie Jing Xing frowned slightly and flicked his finger. With a soft puff, the tiny flame went out. The room plunged into darkness. Before Shen Miao could react, a figure swept toward her. An arm wrapped effortlessly around her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. The next instant, the two of them rolled beneath the bed. You. She was both shocked and furious. Shoo. Xie Jing Xing's voice whispered beside her ear. Someone's coming. Footsteps echoed inside the room. Shen Miao stiffened. She hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Fortunately, the newcomer didn't light a lamp, just as she had anticipated. Given Prince Yu's depraved tastes, he would naturally prefer the darkness. A voice sounded from outside. Your Highness, everything is ready. Another slightly hoarse voice replied, Stand guard outside. Don't disturb my fun. Shen Miao's eyes narrowed. It really was Prince Yu. Shen Xian. Oh, Shen Xian. Prince Yu muttered with twisted delight. I wonder whether your daughter tastes any different from all the other women. His footsteps drew closer to the bed. Shen Miao silently clenched her fists. Xie Jing Xing lowered his head slightly. Because of the cramped space beneath the bed, his chin rested lightly on top of Shen Miao's head. He could smell the faint fragrance of her hair. Although he couldn't see her expression in the darkness, her rigid body made it obvious how tense she was. The sound of fabric tearing came from above. Prince Yu's lewd muttering mixed with the weak sounds of resistance from Xin Qing, who had only just regained a trace of consciousness. Her struggles were so feeble that they sounded more like helpless moans than genuine resistance. A strange fragrance gradually spread through the room. It carried the delicate scent of orchids, yet beneath it lurked something capable of stirring desire. Shen Miao suddenly realized something was wrong. Her heart skipped a beat. Before leaving, she had deliberately lit incense mixed with an aphrodisiac. Now she was suffering the consequences herself. She had never imagined ending up trapped in this situation. She couldn't help blaming the uninvited Xie Jing Xing. If he hadn't appeared and ruined her plans, she would already have escaped. Unable to vent her frustration, she glared fiercely at him. Unfortunately, there was no light. She couldn't even see his face. Not daring to move for fear of alerting Prince Yu, she could only cover her nose and mouth with Xie Jing Xing's robe. She had anticipated the incense would be dangerous and planned to avoid inhaling it. What she hadn't considered was that Xie Jing Xing was a man. By the time Xie Jing Xing realized something was wrong with the incense, he had already inhaled far too much. To make matters worse, he was holding a young girl in his arms. Although Shen Miao was still young and her figure had yet to fully mature, her body was warm and soft. His muscles involuntarily tensed. At that very moment, Shen Miao pressed even closer, burying half her face against his chest. Xie Jing Xing silently took a deep breath. From the day he was born until now, he had never found himself in such an awkward predicament. Above them, the large bed creaked continuously. The mingled sounds of a man and woman filled the room, making even Xie Jing Xing's heartbeat quicken. The noise became so intense that it seemed as though the bed might collapse at any moment. He gritted his teeth and endured. Nearly half an hour later, the sounds finally quieted. The pair on the bed appeared to have exhausted themselves. Shen Miao remained rigid with tension. Suddenly, Xie Jing Xing rolled with her in his arms before swiftly slipping out through the unlatched window. Despite the darkness, he moved as though he could see perfectly. Fortunately, they escaped without alerting Prince Yu. Not far away, Guyu and the others were anxiously waiting. The moment they saw Shen Miao emerge, Jingjin nearly cried out in relief before quickly lowering her voice. Miss, we were so worried. Someone went into the room earlier. Were you discovered? She stopped abruptly. Only then did she notice Shen Miao's position. She was still being carried in Xie Jing Xing's arms. Given his height, Carrying her looked completely effortless. Jingja immediately shouted in anger, "Put my lady down." Xie Jing Xing raised an eyebrow. Then he let go. Thud. Shen Miao landed squarely on the ground. "You." Gu was both furious and indignant. She had never expected him to simply drop Shen Miao. She hurried over to help Shen Miao up. "Miss, are you all right?" Mo Qing stared at Xie Jing Xing, his heart filled with shock. This young nobleman possessed astonishing martial skill. Earlier, Mo Qing hadn't been able to resist him at all. Such strength was extraordinary. Yet appearing here in the middle of the night made him even more suspicious. After escaping with Gu Yu and Jingja, Mo Qing had hidden outside and witnessed someone entering Shen Miao's room, followed shortly afterward by numerous highly skilled guards. Had he hidden a moment later, he would have been discovered. He couldn't help looking at Shen Miao again. Had she known all along that Prince Yu's people would arrive tonight? If so, what had been the point of switching rooms with Shen Qing? Shen Miao calmly brushed the dust from her clothes before looking at Xie Jing Xing. "The night is late, and the dew is heavy. We won't disturb the young marquis any longer. We'll take our leave." Her tone was distant. A light drizzle continued to fall, dampening her clothes. Under the faint lantern light, Xie Jing Xing studied her quietly. Then he smiled. "If you leave this way, you'll have to pass through the outer courtyard. There are plenty of guards waiting there. If you want to throw yourselves into a wolf's den, this marquis won't stop you." His words were infuriating. His handsome face wore an infuriatingly amused smile. Shen Miao glanced toward Mo Qing. Looking embarrassed, he shook his head. This subordinate alone can't guarantee everyone's safety. Prince Yu himself might have been useless, but his guards certainly were not. "Young Marquis, you seem quite confident," Shen Miao remarked after a pause. Xie Jing Xing smirked and turned to leave, clearly having no intention of getting involved. "Could you help us?" she asked. He stopped and looked back. After a moment of consideration, he nodded. "It's not impossible. But if you beg me, I'll take you out." Gu Yu and Jing's expressions immediately darkened. Xie Jing Xing's temperament was utterly infuriating. His tone was frivolous and teasing, yet paired with that devastatingly handsome face, most women would have blushed and lost their composure. If they weren't so worried about Shen Miao's safety, the two maids might not have been able to suppress their anger. Mo Qing frowned. Shen Miao was Shen Xian's beloved daughter. She had likely grown up pampered and proud. Xie Jing Xing's deliberate provocation would surely enrage her. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Shen Miao answered without hesitation. "Fine. I beg you. Please take us out." Her reply came so quickly that Xie Jing Xing was momentarily stunned. He studied the young girl before him. Although she was pleading, her gaze remained unwavering and her posture perfectly composed. There wasn't the slightest hint of humiliation or submission. It felt less like a plea, and more like an order. Before Xie Jing Xing could respond, Shen Miao added, "Does the young marquis intend to break his word? You truly think like a petty person." Xie Jing Xing chuckled softly before calling, "Come out." In an instant, more than a dozen black-clad figures emerged silently from every direction. Their numbers were roughly equal to Prince Yu's men. Jingja and Gu stared in shock. Even Mo Qing was stunned. His martial arts were by no means weak, yet he hadn't sensed a single one of them hiding nearby. Their cultivation was clearly far above his own. The ease with which this young nobleman commanded so many experts only made his identity more mysterious. Xie Jing Xing said calmly, "Be quick and clean. Don't alert anyone." The black-clad men bowed silently before disappearing into the darkness as swiftly as they had appeared. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. Even the elite guards of Ming Qi rarely displayed such discipline. While Shen Miao was still lost in thought, Xie Jing Xing spoke again. "This will take a while. Let's go another way." Without waiting for a reply, he headed in the opposite direction, moving through the temple as though he knew every path by heart. Follow him, Shen Miao instructed. For reasons unknown, Xie Jing Xing's men had already cleared the route. Not a single guard appeared along the way. Even after reaching the southern pavilion, where Shen Qing and Shen Yu had been staying, the surroundings remained completely deserted. Once they arrived safely, Shen Miao turned to Mo Qing. You should return now. The guards had their assigned quarters. Mo Qing had already sneaked out once tonight. If anyone discovered his absence, it would create unnecessary trouble. Guyu and Jingzhe accompanied Shen Miao inside. Xie Jing Xing, however, made no move to leave. Jingzhe immediately stepped in front of the entrance to the inner room and looked at him warily. Young master, please stop here. Xie Jing Xing halted, but his eyes remained fixed on Shen Miao's retreating figure. He laughed softly. Shen Miao, you've wasted an entire night of my time, and now you won't even give me an explanation? Shen Miao paused. She sighed inwardly. Xie Jing Xing possessed frighteningly keen instincts. His observations bordered on the uncanny. Trying to deceive him was almost impossible. She glanced toward Jingzhe and Guyu. You two wait in the outer room. Then she turned toward him. Marquis Xie, come in. Young miss. Guyu protested anxiously. This is completely improper. If anyone discovered that Shen Miao had spent the night alone with an unrelated man, her reputation would be utterly destroyed. Her previous attachment to Fu Xiu Yi could still be dismissed as youthful infatuation. Nothing had actually happened between them. But this, there would be no explaining it away. No one will know. Shen Miao ignored their objections. So there's nothing improper about it. She looked at Xie Jing Xing. Come in. He merely shrugged before following her inside. Under the worried gazes of the two maids, Shen Miao calmly closed the door. She lit an oil lamp. Then she shut the window, muffling the sound of rain outside, before quietly sitting at the table. Leaning lazily against the wall, Xie Jing Xing watched her pour tea. Aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be? A young lady alone in a room with a strange man. He smiled roguishly. Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? The warm lamplight only made his handsome face even more dazzling. Shen Miao replied evenly. We've already hidden together beneath a bed while listening to someone else's intimate affair. Isn't it a little late to start worrying about propriety now, Marquis Xie? Xie Jing Xing froze. Disbelief spread across his face. He had seen far more of the world than most people his age. Whether in the capital or throughout Mingqi, few things surprised him anymore. Yet this was the first time a young woman had spoken so casually about such matters in front of him. Earlier, the darkness had concealed her expression. But now, remembering how calm she had remained throughout the entire ordeal, he couldn't help wondering whether the girl beside him was some kind of monster. He folded his arms. Are you even a woman? Any ordinary young lady would have wished the earth would swallow her whole. She would never dare mention such a thing again. Yet Shen Miao showed neither embarrassment nor shame. She remained perfectly composed. Even for the daughter of the mighty general, this was far too strange. Shen Miao said nothing. Xie Jing Xing nodded thoughtfully. I almost forgot. You're not really a woman yet. You're just a little girl. Although Shen Miao carried herself with remarkable maturity, her appearance remained youthful. Her fair skin and lingering baby fat made her look especially delicate whenever she wasn't speaking. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. She was simply too young to understand such matters. That had to be why she appeared so unconcerned. He stepped closer. We still haven't settled the matter of that incense. It nearly caused trouble for me. Without warning, he reached out and pinched both of her cheeks. Hard. Twice. So, what do you have to say for yourself? Shen Miao froze. She hadn't expected him to behave so childishly. He seemed to find her reaction amusing and pinched her cheeks again. This time, even harder. He showed no mercy whatsoever, treating her exactly like an unruly child. Insolent. The reprimand escaped before she could stop herself. Both of them fell silent. Beneath the lamplight, Xie Jing Xing's expression stiffened ever so slightly. Something complicated flickered across his dark eyes. A moment later, he withdrew his hand and laughed quietly. This is the first time anyone has dared call me insolent. Shen Miao inwardly cursed herself. Xie Jing Xing always acted unpredictably. In her moment of irritation, she had instinctively spoken with the commanding authority she had possessed as Empress in her previous life. Xie Jing Xing was too perceptive. She absolutely couldn't allow him to suspect anything. Unsure how to explain herself, she remained silent. Breaking the awkwardness, Xie Jing Xing sat down opposite her. He poured himself a cup of tea. Then he seemed to remember something. Reaching into his sleeve, he produced a small paper package. Inside was an assortment of exquisitely crafted pastries. They looked even finer than those sold at Guangfuzi in the capital. He began eating them in large bites while washing them down with tea. I rushed here without even eating dinner. He clicked his tongue. This tea is awful. He looked every bit the spoiled young noble. Shen Miao glanced at him. So Marquis came all this way just to drink tea and eat pastries? Of course not. He suddenly grinned. Before Shen Miao could react, he picked up a pastry and stuffed it directly into her mouth. His movements were unbelievably fast. The sweet flavor instantly spread across her tongue. Resting his chin on one hand, he watched her leisurely. You've eaten my food. Now answer my question. The pastry melted in her mouth. It carried a delicate sweetness with a faint fruity fragrance that lingered pleasantly. Even Shen Miao, who rarely enjoyed sweets, had to admit it tasted exceptionally good. Xie Jing Xing looked at her. What's your relationship with Prince Yu? Shen Miao met his gaze. You might as well ask why I did what I did tonight. If you're willing to tell me, I'll gladly listen. Those who humiliate others deserve to be humiliated in return. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Countless emotions flickered through Xie Jing Xing's eyes. Finally, he smiled. You're ruthless. You actually handed your own sister over to that old dog, Prince Yu. Calling Prince Yu an old dog. Only someone as fearless as Xie Jing Xing would dare speak that way. When they abandoned me, they never treated me as their sister. Shen Miao's voice turned icy. She made no effort to hide her disgust. Her face remained expressionless. Yet a fierce fire burned deep within her eyes. What an audacious little girl. Xie Jing Xing stretched lazily. Prince, you won't let this go. That depends on whether he's capable. She remained completely unmoved. You've told me quite a lot tonight. He suddenly leaned forward. His face stopped mere inches from hers. The sudden closeness would have flustered almost anyone. Shen Miao didn't move. The young man's peach blossom eyes were dazzling. His lips curled into a mischievous smile as he whispered near her ear. Aren't you afraid I'll tell someone? The young marquis may do as he pleases. Shen Miao smiled faintly. After all, I'm rather curious myself. What business could bring the heir of Marquis Linen Manor to Crouching Dragon Temple in the middle of the night? His appearance tonight had clearly not been a coincidence. He had arrived with a group of highly trained experts. He certainly hadn't come here for her. Their encounter had merely been an accident while he was carrying out some other mission. His beautiful peach blossom eyes could be incredibly charming whenever he smiled. Yet when they turned cold, they became frighteningly dangerous. For the first time in a long while, Shen Miao felt genuine pressure. She had faced countless powerful figures before. The imperial family of Mingqi, the royal house of Qin, even the arrogant Xiongnu chieftains. Yet none of them had given her quite the same feeling as the young man standing before her. You're quite bold. He smiled faintly. Likewise. Xie Jing Xing stood. After giving Shen Miao one last glance, he said coolly, I have no interest in that old dog's affairs. But if you dare reveal anything that happened tonight. He smiled. Little Shen, remember, I don't merely threaten people when I say I'll silence them. With that, he opened the window and disappeared into the rainy night. Cold raindrops drifted through the open window, landing lightly against Shen Miao's face. The chill cleared her thoughts. She slowly let out a breath. Dealing with Xie Jing Xing felt like walking across a razor's edge. Despite his youth, he was unfathomable. Every seemingly casual remark concealed layers of hidden intent. That sense of danger unsettled even her. Although Marquis Linen Manor wasn't an enemy of the Shen family, the two households stood on completely different sides. Naturally, Xie Jing Xing remained wary of her. Tonight had revealed an entirely different side of him. He was nothing like the carefree, playful young marquis who wandered the capital causing trouble. She had always known he was capable. Now she realized. Marquis Linen Manor hid far more secrets than she had imagined. Her eyes drifted toward the half-finished pastries he had left on the table. Without them, the entire encounter might have felt like nothing more than a dream. But now wasn't the time to think about Xie Jing Xing. Tomorrow. Everything could wait until tomorrow. On the mountainside, steady rain drenched the forest. Beneath a tree stood a group of figures. At their head was a tall, slender young man. His clothes and hair were soaked by the rain, yet he stood perfectly still, gazing toward the foot of the mountain. After a moment, a tiny firework bloomed below. It was little more than a brief flash of light before disappearing again. The young man turned around. It's done. His voice was calm and unreadable. The young master is injured. The middle-aged man beside him frowned. The young man lowered his eyes to the fresh knife wound on his arm. The incense from earlier had been specially prepared for men. Anyone who inhaled it would gradually lose control of themselves, eventually descending into madness under its influence. It affected women far less severely, which was why that girl had escaped with little consequence. No matter how strong his self-control was, he wasn't a saint. To avoid losing himself, he had been forced to wound himself and use the pain to remain conscious. We'll discuss it after we return. The middle-aged man hesitated. Young master. That young lady from the Shen family saw. Tai. The young man's beautiful peach blossom eyes flashed coldly. She's only a little girl. I have no need to deal with her. The burly man still looked uneasy. But what if the Shen family finds out? The Shen family knows nothing. His tone remained icy. The Shen family is full of fools. It's rare for one clever person to appear among them. He seemed to think of something and smiled faintly. What a pity. Tai opened his mouth to speak again. In the end, he said nothing. Let's go. Meanwhile, inside the North Pavilion. In the room beside the innermost chamber, Renwanen sat silently at a table. Only a single oil lamp illuminated the room. Its flickering flame reflected the turmoil in her heart. Xiang Lan stepped forward. Madam, it's already the third watch. You should rest. Renwanen shook her head. I can't sleep. For some reason, she felt deeply uneasy. She couldn't explain why. Granny Gui had assured her that everything had gone according to plan. Earlier, when she had stepped into the courtyard, she had even heard faint sounds coming from the innermost room. Though muffled by the rain, she had clearly recognized the cries and struggles of a woman. The details had been indistinct, but the pain and the misery had been unmistakable. Her heart had pounded with both excitement and fear. Everyone in the capital knew Prince Fu's methods with women were cruel beyond measure. Tonight had confirmed the rumors. Shen Miao was undoubtedly suffering unbearable torment. Although Renwanen felt a trace of fear, beneath it lay a twisted satisfaction. Among the three branches of the Shen family, Shen Miao always overshadowed everyone else because of Shen Xian. Shen Yu was celebrated throughout the capital as a gifted beauty. Shen Qing was merely average. But Renwanen had a son. Shen Qiu followed Shen Xian and would one day compete with Shen Yuanbai for the Shen family's future. Now, wasn't Shen Miao completely ruined? When Luo Xueyan learned that her precious daughter had lost her purity, would she continue protecting Shen Miao? Or would she quietly hand her a length of white silk? Thinking of that scene eased Renwanen's anxiety. She glanced toward the sky. I'll sleep for a while. Xianglan and Kaiju immediately helped her lie down. Madam, please rest. You'll need your strength tomorrow. Yes, Renwanen murmured. I'll need my strength tomorrow. After all, tomorrow's grand spectacle required her personal attention. The rain continued throughout the entire night. By dawn, it had finally stopped. The mountain forest was wrapped in the damp chill of autumn. The scent of wet earth filled the air. Then, the temple bell rang. Its solemn toll awakened the sleeping guests. Renwanen slowly opened her eyes. She had spent the entire night plagued by nightmares. Only shortly before dawn had she finally fallen asleep. Even now, her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Madam is awake. Xianglan stepped forward. Would you like to freshen up? After washing and dressing, Renwanen looked outside. The world had regained its peaceful appearance. Birds chirped cheerfully as though nothing unusual had happened. She smiled. Bring me something bright to wear today. And fetch my ruby and emerald hairpin. Having reached middle age, Renwanen normally preferred darker colors. Her sudden desire for bright clothing surprised even her maids. Kaiju laughed. Madam must be in an especially good mood today. Those bright colors make you look years younger. Renwanen admired herself in the mirror. She smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, she was in an exceptionally good mood. One might even call it jubilant. Once everything was ready, she stood. Come. It's time to wake my tired niece for breakfast. The innermost courtyard of the North Pavilion was deathly silent. Not a single maid could be seen. Renwanen nodded in satisfaction. Prince Yu had handled everything thoroughly. Even the servants had been dismissed. Had she not feared unforeseen complications, she would have loved to announce Shen Miao's disgrace to the entire temple immediately. But for the sake of her future plans, she restrained herself. Go knock, she instructed Xianglan. A trace of contempt crossed her face. She had always despised women who lost their chastity, completely forgetting that she herself had orchestrated Shen Miao's supposed downfall. Xianglan stepped forward and knocked. Fifth Young Mississippi. The first madam is here. No answer. The room seemed completely empty. She knocked again. Fifth Young Mississippi. The first madam is here. Still. Silence. Renwanen sighed dramatically. This fifth child truly is spoiled. The sun is already high, and she's still sleeping. We can't delay our temple visit. I'll wake her myself. She walked to the door and knocked gently. Fifth child. It's time to get up. We mustn't be late for our prayers. No more being stubborn. Silence answered her once again. Renwanen shook her head helplessly. It seems we'll have to go inside. Those maids of hers are utterly irresponsible. They abandoned their mistress. They'll be punished when we return. With that, she reached for the door. Aunt. A soft voice suddenly interrupted her. Renwanen froze. She instinctively assumed the voice had come from inside the room. Then she heard Xianglan and Kaiju bow respectfully. Fifth Young Mississippi. Second Young Mississippi. Renwanen turned around in astonishment. Shen Yu and Shen Miao were standing together behind her. Today, Shen Miao wore a plain white silk dress beneath a moon-white cloak embroidered with peonies. At first glance, she almost resembled someone in mourning. Yet, white only enhanced her beauty. She had always worn gaudy reds and greens that made her appear crude. Now, dressed so simply, she looked graceful and ethereal. Combined with her cool expression, she was unexpectedly stunning. Jealousy flashed across Shen Yu's eyes. When had this useless cousin become so beautiful? She had never realized. Shen Miao had never actually been unattractive. Her beauty had simply been buried beneath dreadful clothing and hairstyles. Now that those distractions were gone, her natural elegance had finally emerged. Even Ren Wan'an was briefly stunned. Recovering herself, she frowned. Why are you dressed like this? All this white. It looks as though someone in our family has died. Shen Miao smiled faintly. Second aunt is dressed unusually brightly today. Ren Wan'an looked down at herself. Suddenly remembering something, she carefully examined Shen Miao. She couldn't understand how Shen Miao had returned looking so calm. Others might have been fooled. She wouldn't. Stepping closer, she warmly took Shen Miao's arm. Fifth sister. Did you sleep well last night? Shen Miao smiled politely. Thank you for your concern, second aunt. I slept very well. Ren Wan'an carefully studied her expression. It didn't appear forced. Doubt slowly crept into her heart. When had Shen Miao become so good at hiding her emotions? Any ordinary girl would have broken down crying after such an ordeal. How could she remain so composed? Was she pretending? Yet, those agonized cries she'd heard during the night had been absolutely real. Meeting Shen Miao's calm gaze, Ren Wan'an suddenly felt a deep sense of unease. She leaned closer. I'm relieved to hear that. But then, she noticed Shen Miao's neck. Her fair skin was flawless. Not a single bruise. Not a single mark. Impossible. Prince Yu is infamous for his brutality. How could Shen Miao emerge completely untouched? Shen Yu glanced between Shen Miao and Ren Wan'an. She sensed something was terribly wrong, but couldn't understand what. Ren Wan'an's uneasiness deepened. Holding Shen Miao's hand, she smiled. The weather is rather cold today. Aren't you chilly dressed so lightly? As she spoke, she suddenly pulled back Shen Miao's sleeve. A section of her wrist was revealed. It was smooth. Perfect. Like flawless white jade. There wasn't the slightest trace of injury. Ren Wan'an froze. Shen Miao calmly withdrew her hand. It seems second aunt was looking for something. And no. Ren Wan'an forced a smile. My hand slipped. Inside, however, she was in complete turmoil. How could there be no marks whatsoever? Even an ordinary man would leave traces behind. Prince Fu certainly would. Had the rumors about him been exaggerated? Yet Shen Miao didn't look traumatized either. If she continued behaving like this, how could the truth ever come to light? Her eyes wandered. She noticed Huang Ying and Qingwan beside Shen Yu. But Jingzhe and Guyi were nowhere to be seen. She smiled again. Where are your two mates? I haven't seen them all morning. I sent them to fetch porridge. My throat was a little sore when I woke up. Ren Wan'an nodded. The kitchen is rather far. You could have simply asked someone. But isn't the kitchen located in the South Pavilion? That's right. Shen Miao looked directly at her. I came from the South Pavilion. Ren Wan'an laughed. What nonsense. Didn't you spend last night here in the North Pavilion? Before she finished speaking, Shen Miao smiled. Since surviving the drowning incident, Shen Miao rarely smiled sincerely. Her smiles were usually faint and distant. But this smile was radiant, beautiful, and chilling. Ren Wan'an's heart instantly sank. Just then, panicked cries echoed through the courtyard. Madam, it's terrible. The young lady is missing. Two frightened maids rushed over. Yan Mei and Shui Bai, Xin Qing's personal maids. What did you say? Ren Wan'an shrieked. Shen Yu was stunned. Xin Qing had disappeared? She instinctively glanced at Shen Miao. Shen Miao remained perfectly calm, as though she had merely heard someone discussing the weather. How could Qing'er disappear? Ren Wan'an grabbed Yan Mei by the collar. Her eyes resembled those of a crazed beast protecting its young. Oh, Shen Miao spoke softly. I know where she is. Everyone turned toward her. She gave a quiet laugh. I came from the South Pavilion. Why? Because I slept there last night. I couldn't sleep. So I asked eldest sister to switch rooms with me. She kindly agreed. Perhaps she thought staying beside second aunt would make her feel safer. This morning I happened to meet second sister. So we came here together. I had originally intended to thank eldest sister for switching rooms with me. Every word struck Renwanin like a hammer. Her face grew paler and paler. By the end, hatred twisted her features. Her eyes turned bloodshot. She looked like a beast driven to madness. Seeing her like this, Shen Yu finally realized something terrible had happened, although she didn't know the details. Watching the main branch fall into disaster secretly delighted her. She quickly added, That's right. I saw fifth sister leaving the neighboring room this morning. We came together to invite eldest sister to breakfast. Shen Miao's gentle voice landed like a fatal blow. The one who stayed here last night wasn't me. It was eldest sister. Renwanin clutched her chest. She staggered backward. She nearly collapsed. The person who had spent the night here wasn't Shen Miao. It had been Shen Qing. That meant the woman Prince Fu had ravaged was her own daughter. Those heart-rending screams she'd heard during the night had belonged to Qinger, separated by nothing more than a wall. She had listened as her own daughter suffered. Without realizing it, how could she possibly accept such a reality? No. Impossible. It had to be false. It couldn't be true. Her heart felt as though it were being ripped apart alive. She stared at the tightly closed door. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to open it. What nightmare waited inside? She didn't dare imagine it. She didn't dare see it. Even in her dazed state, she remembered one thing. Shen Yu and Shen Miao absolutely could not witness what was inside. If word spread, everything would be over. She forced a smile uglier than tears. You two should return first. I just spoke with Qinger. She's still asleep. We won't disturb her. Shen Miao smiled. Second aunt certainly likes to joke. A moment ago, you didn't even know eldest sister was inside. And now you've somehow already spoken with her. Could it be she's hiding some secret? No. Renwanin denied it immediately. Her reaction only made Shen Yu grow even more suspicious. Shen Miao looked toward another approaching figure. Granny Gui. Could you help second aunt open the door? Granny Gui hurried over. She had also arrived early according to Renwanin's instructions. Completely unaware of the situation, she assumed everything had gone according to plan. Feeling guilty, she didn't even look at Renwanin's expression. Otherwise, she would have seen her face turn deathly pale. Standing closest to the entrance, Granny Gui pushed open the door before Renwanin could stop her. Creak. The door slowly swung open. Everything fell silent. Then, a familiar scent drifted unmistakably out of the room. Chapter 64. The door slowly opened, yet no one stepped forward to look. The guest rooms at Crouching Dragon Temple were naturally sparse, far less luxurious than one's own residence. Moreover, this room had been deliberately chosen. It was spacious, with a large bed placed right in the middle and not even a folding screen to obscure the view. As a result, everything inside was laid bare before everyone's eyes. Shen Yu was the first to scream. Scattered across the floor were torn fragments of clothing, ripped completely to shreds. The blanket on the bed had been carelessly thrown aside. Books from the table had been swept onto the floor, and the teapot lay shattered, as though a disaster had struck the room. Yet none of that was the most shocking sight. A woman lay on the bed, her jade-like body sprawled across it. She was barely covered by the quilt, half leaning over the edge of the bed. Her back was covered with scattered red marks, bloody streaks, and bruises, a horrifying sight that made everyone recoil. Beneath the bed lay a blood-stained whip that had been broken cleanly in two. Judging by the wounds on the woman's body, it seemed the whip had snapped from the sheer force used against her. Heavens! Shen Yu covered her mouth and stumbled back in horror. Who is that? Could it be eldest sister? She abruptly turned to Renwanen. Since Shen Miao had claimed that she had switched rooms with Shen Qing, the person who should have been in this room ought to have been Renwanen. Yet everything before them made it painfully clear that the one who had suffered was Shen Qing. Even as an unmarried girl, Shen Yu immediately recognized what she was looking at. It was unmistakably the aftermath of a woman being violated. Granny Gui had never expected anyone to still be inside the room. After hearing Shen Miao's earlier words, she had assumed Shen Miao had already settled matters with Renwanen and was merely coming inside to discuss what to do next. But the moment she opened the door and saw a woman lying there, she froze. Could it be that Prince Yu had spent the night with another woman instead? If so, then her task had failed completely. Yet Shen Yu's words nearly frightened the soul out of her. Shen Qing? The woman inside was Shen Qing? Yan Mei and Shui Bai felt their hearts turn cold the instant they recognized Shen Qing. If their young miss had suffered such a fate, there was no way the two of them would survive. They exchanged a single glance, seeing only despair in each other's eyes, before immediately dropping to their knees and kowtowing frantically toward Renwanen. Renwanen stood rooted to the spot. Second aunt, don't you want to take a closer look? Shen Miao asked softly. Her voice was calm, as though she hadn't witnessed the horrific scene before her. Renwanen slowly turned her head. The young girl was quietly looking at her. A storm of emotions surged within Renwanen's chest, but she forced herself to suppress them. Her face turned deathly pale as she hurried into the room and approached the woman lying half-sprawled across the bed. The woman's hair was in complete disarray. Large clumps had been ripped out and scattered across the floor, clearly torn away by force. Trembling, Renwanen reached out and gently turned her over. A deafening clap of thunder suddenly exploded overhead, echoing the chaos inside her heart. Rain, which had stopped earlier, began pouring down once again. Lightning flashed through the dark clouds, startling everyone present. Renwanen closed her eyes in agony. The woman in her arms was indeed Shen Qing. The closer she looked, the more horrifying it became. Shen Qing's face was swollen beyond recognition, showing clear signs of brutal abuse. Not a single patch of skin on her body remained uninjured. One of her arms hung limply at an unnatural angle, as though it had been broken. Prince Yu was simply too cruel. But the person Renwanen hated most was Shen Miao. Everything that had happened to Shen Qing should have happened to Shen Miao instead. Now it was Qinger who had suffered. Reduced to such a miserable state, Shen Qing's future was ruined. At that moment, Renwanen wished she could tear open Shen Miao's throat, drink her blood, and devour her flesh. Even so, as the woman who managed the Shen household, Renwanen somehow managed to keep herself from collapsing. Though her entire body trembled, she forced herself to speak. Xianglan, she ordered hoarsely, prepare a carriage. We are leaving the mountain immediately. But Xianglan glanced at her nervously. Madam, the rain outside is far too heavy. The roads are impossible to travel. The mountain paths of Yongjing Peak were already steep and dangerous. After the downpour, they had become muddy and nearly impassable. Trying to descend now could easily result in an accident. Traveling in this weather simply wasn't possible. Then what about Qinger? Renwanen finally lost control. She slapped Xianglan hard across the face and screamed. What about my Qinger? Outside, beneath the eaves, Shen Miao watched everything in silence. Rain formed a curtain before her eyes, as though concealing all the filth hidden beneath it. Originally, she should have been the one lying in that room. Yet now, Shen Qing had become the victim instead. Renwanen had personally heard that her daughter had been violated throughout the night. She had been able to save her. Yet she had chosen to do nothing. Every time Renwanan remembered that choice in the future, would the pain pierce her heart as deeply as when she learned of Wan Yu's death? Now she desperately wanted to take Shen Qing back to the city for treatment, yet the relentless rain trapped her on the mountain with no way forward and no way back. Would the once proud Renwanan finally understand what despair felt like? Find a doctor. Renwanan screamed. No matter what it takes, find a doctor. If you can't, then you might as well die here. Having served Renwanan for so many years, Xianglan had never once been scolded like this. Grieving and terrified, she covered her swollen cheek, nodded repeatedly, and hurried out. As she ran past Shen Miao, she couldn't help glancing at her. Everything had been carefully arranged. Last night, Shen Miao should have been sleeping in that room. How had everything gone so terribly wrong? Shen Qing would never willingly give up her room. Something had happened. Something was wrong. Looking at the plainly dressed young girl standing quietly beneath the eaves, Xianglan suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. The girl's delicate face somehow radiated an invisible menace. Kaiju, Renwanan said through clenched teeth, bring a few people and close the door. The door shut, separating the world inside from the world outside. Shen Yu was still in shock. She turned toward Shen Miao. Fifth sister, was eldest sister, violated by some villain? Shen Miao neither admitted nor denied it. Prince Fu had indeed only intended to amuse himself before leaving before dawn. He knew perfectly well that, for a noble young lady, having her chastity destroyed by an unknown man was a fate worse than death. Of course, Prince Fu wasn't stupid. Sooner or later, he would discover the truth. After all, the room switch had been carried out in an almost laughably crude manner. Lost in thought, Shen Miao didn't notice the expression on Shen Yu's face. A shiver ran down Shen Yu's spine. Fifth sister. She stammered. Could you have done this to eldest sister? Last night, Shen Qing had clearly stayed in the South Pavilion while Shen Miao stayed in the North Pavilion. Yet somehow, they had exchanged places. If they hadn't switched rooms, the one lying there now would have been Shen Miao. And Shen Yu knew Shen Qing well enough to know that she would never willingly give up her room. Could everything have been planned by Shen Miao? The more Shen Yu thought about it, the more terrifying Shen Miao seemed. Then Shen Miao laughed softly. Second sister, people may eat carelessly, but they mustn't speak carelessly. How could I possibly possess the ability to harm eldest sister? You give me far too much credit. But Shen Yu still couldn't shake her suspicions. For some reason, Shen Miao no longer felt like the Shen Miao she knew. Whatever had happened last night, she was certain Shen Miao had something to do with it. Instead of worrying about such things, Shen Miao said lightly, perhaps you should worry about yourself. Me? Shen Yu stiffened. What about me? Do you really think the two maids beside you can survive after witnessing eldest sister's secret? What? It seems second sister still doesn't understand how cruel this world truly is. Shen Miao smiled faintly. Servants who learn their master's darkest secrets, especially something as shameful as this, how long do you think they're allowed to live? Huang Ying and Qing Wan instantly turned pale. They knew the answer. Within noble households, unspeakable secrets were everywhere. Once servants witnessed something that should remain hidden, death was often the only way to keep the secret. Shen Qing had been violated. They had seen everything. There was no chance they would be spared. Shen Yu was horrified. In her shock, she had completely overlooked that fact. It wasn't that she was especially compassionate, but training trusted personal maids took years of effort. Losing both of them over this, she couldn't accept it. And not just them. Shen Miao's smile deepened slightly. Her gaze swept across Yan Mei, Shui Bai, and Granny Gui before lingering meaningfully upon them. None of them will escape either. Granny Gui and the two maids nearly fainted. There was an old saying. When one person rose to power, even their chickens and dogs ascended to heaven. Likewise, when the master fell, none of the servants could escape. In her previous life, when the Shen family was destroyed, these same servants, who had once bullied others under their master's protection, had betrayed them without hesitation. People ultimately reaped what they sowed. Those who chose such masters had already accepted their fate. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too wasteful to strike down only one person at a time? Shen Miao turned and walked away. Where are you going? Shen Yu called after her. Didn't we come to Crouching Dragon Temple to pray? Shen Miao replied calmly. I also have many questions. So naturally, I should offer incense and ask Buddha for answers. Otherwise, this trip would have been pointless. Wearing plain robes, she walked away without hesitation. Her cold figure never once looked back, as though nothing extraordinary had happened today. Everything had unfolded exactly according to plan. Spend one night, then offer incense, then pray for peace. Wait! Shen Yu suddenly cried out. Where are her two mates? Granny Gui was also startled. Earlier that morning, Shen Miao had said that Jingzhe and Guyu had gone to the kitchen to fetch food. Even now, neither of them had returned. Conveniently, neither had witnessed Shen Qing's disgrace. Looking back now, it was far too much of a coincidence. Shen Qing's mates had seen everything. Shen Yu's mates had seen everything. All of them would likely die. Yet Shen Miao's mates had happened to be absent. She had deliberately sent them away. She had known all along. She had known what would happen today. She had known Shen Qing would meet disaster. Everything that had happened to Shen Qing had been orchestrated by Shen Miao. Shen Yu turned to look again, but Shen Miao's figure had already disappeared beneath the long corridor. Even so, those calm yet piercing eyes seemed to linger before her, sending another chill down her spine. By noon, the rain had finally stopped. Xianglan searched the entire mountain, but couldn't find a single physician. Normally, the place saw few visitors apart from the occasional pilgrim. Whenever the monks fell ill, they simply prepared herbal remedies themselves. Left with no other choice, Xianglan asked the monks for calming herbs and medicine to treat Shen Qing's external wounds. The room was filled with the pungent scent of herbs and an indescribable odor that lingered even after it had been cleaned. Shen Qing lay motionless on the bed with her eyes tightly shut, while Renwanen sat silently by the window. In only a few short hours, she seemed to have aged 10 years. None of the maids dared breathe too loudly. After such a catastrophe, there was no telling when their mistress might vent her fury on them. As Renwanen stared blankly at the bed curtains, Shen Qing suddenly stirred. Renwanen hurried over. Qing'er? Shen Qing slowly opened her eyes. The instant she saw Renwanen, terror flooded her face. She clawed wildly at Renwanen, screaming, Let me go. Stay away from me. Help. Somebody help. Qing'er, it's me. Your mother. I'm your mother. Don't be afraid. Mother is here. Renwanen's heart felt as though it were being carved apart. But Shen Qing heard nothing. She struggled violently, staring blankly at the ceiling as she screamed hysterically. Xianglan and Kaiju rushed over to restrain her. Shen Qing had completely lost her senses. She no longer recognized her own mother. As she struggled, the freshly applied medicine was rubbed away, exposing the bloody wounds beneath. Renwanen cried out in anguish. Madam. Xianglan and Kaiju exchanged frightened looks. Renwanen had always been calm and composed. No matter what crisis arose, she handled it with remarkable poise. Over the years, she had weathered countless storms without losing control. Yet today, she had been driven to this state. Even the two maids who had served her faithfully for years couldn't help but be stunned. Where's Shen Miao? Renwanen's voice was icy. Fifth Miss is in the Buddha Hall, Kaiju answered cautiously. Take good care of Qing'er. If anything happens to her, neither of you will live to see another day. Without another word, Renwanen turned and left. Inside the Buddha Hall, the towering golden statue gazed down benevolently upon those kneeling before it. Shen Miao knelt on a prayer cushion with incense clasped between her hands. Yet her thoughts were clearly elsewhere. She had remained there since morning. Hours had already passed. "Miss, you should get up and rest," Jingzhe urged gently. "If you keep kneeling like this, you'll ruin your health. The Buddha has surely seen your sincerity by now. Whatever you're praying for will certainly come true." "Will every wish truly come true?" A bitter smile touched Shen Miao's lips. What she wished for could never be fulfilled. Although heaven had granted her another chance in this lifetime, nothing could erase the mistakes of her previous one. The dead would never return. Her Wan Yu, her Fu Ming, had they ever been given a chance to begin again? They had probably long since faded into tiny specks within the endless mortal world, leaving nothing behind. Besides, she had never believed in Buddha. Shen Miao raised her eyes toward the enormous golden statue. It was nothing more than a cold, lifeless sculpture. It could never truly save all living beings. If heaven truly had eyes, why were good people doomed to tragedy while the wicked prospered? She wasn't kneeling here to worship Buddha. She was paying tribute to those who had died because of her in her previous life. Since her rebirth, she had never found the opportunity or the reason to mourn them properly. Even the children she had never been able to protect. Now that she stood before the Buddha, she borrowed this incense to honor the dead. "Shen Miao." An angry voice shattered the silence. Shen Miao smiled faintly. People in this world were always so impatient. Rubbing her aching knees, she slowly rose and turned around. "Aunt." Her smile was gentle and sweet. Seeing that smile only fueled Renwanyun's rage. She strode forward and swung her hand toward Shen Miao's face. Jingzhe and Guyu both rushed forward. But they were too late. The expected crack of a slap never came. Shen Miao had calmly caught Renwanyun's wrist. Her palm stopped only inches from Shen Miao's face. "And," Shen Miao said evenly, "you're being rather impulsive. I wonder what has angered you so much. Although you may discipline me on behalf of my parents, striking someone without cause is improper, even by ordinary standards." Renwanun had never imagined Shen Miao would stop her. The girl's frame was slender, yet her grip was astonishingly strong. The timid, foolish niece she had once manipulated at will had somehow grown up. She could no longer treat Shen Miao like the ignorant child she once was. If she wasn't careful, this seemingly harmless girl might outmaneuver her completely. Suppressing her anger, Renwanun lowered her hand. "Shen Miao," she said through gritted teeth, "stop pretending. What happened to Qinger was your doing, wasn't it?" Shen Qing was in no condition to explain what had happened. But Renwanun refused to believe Shen Miao was uninvolved. Whatever trick Shen Miao had used, she would make her pay for it. "I truly regret that eldest sister was harmed by villains," Shen Miao replied with a faint smile. "But why would you suspect me? If I hadn't switched rooms with her, I would have been the one lying there today. Such a dangerous scheme is far beyond someone like me. I would have been the one lying there today." Those words only made Renwanyun's fury explode. Her fists clenched tightly. Her eyes filled with murderous hatred. "That should have been your fate. You made Qinger suffer in your place." Jingzhe and Guyu were both shocked and furious. They had never imagined that the elegant and kind second madam would completely abandon her mask and reveal such viciousness. Had Shen Miao not sensed something was wrong the previous night, all three of them, mistress and maids alike, would have been ruined today. Yet Renwanun still dared shift the blame onto Shen Miao. It truly was the guilty party accusing the innocent. "Second aunt," Shen Miao said with a soft laugh, "you should be careful what you say, especially in the presence of Buddha. Everything under heaven follows its destined course. The one who met disaster last night was eldest sister, not me. Perhaps that itself was fate. Instead of blaming the villains or questioning destiny, you choose to blame me. What kind of reasoning is that?" Renwanun nearly choked with rage. "You've become quite sharp-tongued. I truly underestimated you." So that's how second aunt used to see me. Shen Miao smiled calmly. Renwanen carefully studied the young girl before her. Dressed in plain robes, Shen Miao looked gentle and refined. The childish innocence that once lingered on her features had completely disappeared. The foolish, useless Shen Miao of the past was gone. Not a trace remained. After scheming in the inner courtyard for so many years, this was the first time Renwanen had ever been defeated by a mere young girl. And the price she had paid was devastating. The calmer Shen Miao appeared. The more Renwanen thought of Qing'er lying battered and broken in bed. Shen Miao. Renwanen suddenly smiled coldly. If you're determined to play dumb, then let me speak plainly. Do you really think this ends here? The old madam won't spare you. Your second uncle won't spare you. And that person certainly won't spare you either. Your fate will be 10,000 times worse than Qing'er's. You'll become nothing more than a filthy prostitute, passed from one man to another, forever disgraced, unfit to stand among decent people. Madam, Jingzhe and Guyu shouted together. Renwanen was the dignified wife of Shen Gui, an official of the Shen family. She usually appeared gentle and refined. Yet now she was spewing curses more vulgar than those of the common rabble. Shen Miao was still only a young girl. How could she utter such filthy words before her? Only then did Renwanen seem to notice the two maids. She sneered. So you've gone to great lengths to protect them. We'll see how much longer you can. She cast Shen Miao one final venomous glance before turning and storming away. Once she was gone, Jingzhe and Guyu both looked anxiously at Shen Miao. Miss, Guyu said worriedly, was it really wise to confront her so openly? It was inevitable, Shen Miao replied. Even if we continued pretending, she would never show us mercy. So why waste the effort? In the battles of the inner courtyard, if an enemy stood openly before you, keep them there. If they hid in the shadows, drag them into the light. She had no interest in maintaining false appearances with Renwanen. This game had begun with a storm. Now that Renwanen had completely lost control, the retaliation that followed would only become more vicious. But once we return to the manor, Jingzhe lowered her voice. Old Madam Shen will definitely side with them. Everyone knew old Madam Shen favored the second branch, not only because Shen Gui was her own son, but because Renwanen had given birth to two grandsons. Shen Yuanbai was one. The eldest son of the second branch, currently serving elsewhere, would also return to the capital before the end of the year. With two grandsons, old Madam Shen naturally doted on them. Besides, Renwanen's silver tongue had completely won the old lady over. Whatever she said, old Madam Shen would believe. Who would ever listen to Shen Miao? Let her favor them. Shen Miao smiled faintly. I never expected any of them to stand on my side. Guyu suddenly felt tears sting her eyes. If that's really the case, then this servant will use today's events against them. If anything happens to you, miss, even if it costs me my life, I'll spread this scandal throughout the capital. Exactly. Jingzhe nodded firmly. Even if it means losing 10,000 of our own to destroy 3,000 enemies, we won't let them get away with it. Shen Miao froze for a moment. She hadn't expected such determination from the two girls. Then she smiled. In her previous life, Guyu had accepted the blame for stealing imperial jade artifacts in order to protect her. She was executed by the Crown Prince of Qin. Jingzhe had willingly used her beauty to seduce powerful officials for Shen Miao's sake. She became a concubine, only to be beaten to death by the officials' wives. From beginning to end, these two had always been loyal to her. The only regret was that, in her previous life, she had never been able to repay them. But this lifetime would be different. She would protect them. Some mistakes only needed to be made once. No, I never intended for this matter to become public. And second aunt won't allow it either. But paper can't wrap up fire forever, Guyu said in confusion. Once eldest miss gets married, people will discover the truth. So, they'll find a way to deceive the world. And as for dealing with me, they'll undoubtedly seek help from that person. That person? Jingjia asked. Who? The scoundrel who violated eldest sister. Shen Miao smiled faintly. Did you really think last night was merely an accident? Jingjia and Guyu both trembled. They had suspected something, but they hadn't wanted to believe it. Who would use such a vicious method against Shen Miao? Who would try to destroy her from the very beginning? Even knowing the second branch harbored ill intentions, neither of them had imagined they would go this far. Miss, Guyu asked quietly, was this really arranged by the first madam? If it had truly been an accident, we would simply be grateful that you escaped unharmed. But if it was deliberate, then the second branch deserves everything they've suffered. Jingjia frowned. But why would the first madam seek that person's help now? If he was only hired to ruin your innocence, wouldn't she want to silence him after everything went wrong? Why seek him out again? Because. Shen Miao smiled. That person is Prince Yu. Jingjia and Guyu gasped. Everything suddenly made sense. Prince Yu had always shown unusual interest in Shen Miao. If Renwanin had secretly struck a bargain with him, helping him violate Shen Miao was entirely possible. But now everything had gone wrong. If Renwanin revealed the truth to Prince Yu, given his unpredictable temperament and the fact that he had been deceived, he would never let Shen Miao go. Miss. Guyu looked panicked. Should we write to Master immediately? Prince Yu is someone they simply couldn't fight. Not only because of his authority, but because the imperial family stood behind him. No. Shen Miao's eyes gleamed strangely. Shen Qing is only the beginning. The person I've wanted to deal with from the very start has always been Prince Yu. She looked toward the curling incense smoke rising before the Buddha. Wan Yu, your life was so bitter. You died in the flower of your youth. Though you bore the title of princess, you lived worse than weeds. Back then, your mother could do nothing for you. But in this lifetime, everyone who wronged you, your mother will make them pay, one by one. In a pavilion outside the capital, a young man dressed in white idly spun a porcelain cup between his fingers. So, the Shen family's young lady bears a grudge against Prince Yu, using her own cousin to slowly drag Prince Yu into the abyss. That's rather clever. But for such a young lady, she's remarkably ruthless. He sighed regretfully. Prince Yu. The young man dressed in purple opposite him smiled faintly. His handsome features were as sharp as a blade. I don't think Prince Yu is her true target. Not Prince Yu. The young man in white blinked. Then who? You mean? The purple-robed youth replied lazily. Prince Yu is merely the opening move. Her true target is the Mingqi imperial family. Every autumn rain brought cooler weather. After one night's downpour, not a trace of summer's warmth remained. Even the sunlight felt bleak. The eastern courtyard of the Shen mansion was bustling as usual. Old Madame Shen's birthday would arrive before the end of the year. Since she loved extravagance, preparations began months in advance. Naturally, the expenses were enormous. Although Renwanin managed the household accounts and undoubtedly skimmed a generous amount for herself, the celebrations were always lavish. Writing invitations and sending greeting cards to the noble ladies of every household fell to the third madam, Qin Ruoqiu. Though she was already middle-aged, Qin Ruoqiu still possessed the figure of a young maiden. Combined with her scholarly elegance, she appeared even more graceful than the voluptuous Renwanin. Her beauty, gentle temperament, and literary talent had completely captivated Shenwan. Despite many years of marriage, and although Qin Ruoqiu had given birth to only one daughter, Shenyu, Shenwan had accepted only the 2 bedchamber maids bestowed by old Madame Shen. He had never taken another concubine. Among the Shen family's 3 brothers, each had a very different temperament. Shen Xian was upright and loyal, but rough and overly rigid. Shen Gui excelled at flattery. He navigated officialdom with ease, yet he was greedy and lustful. Besides Renwanen, he kept several concubines, though Renwanun's ruthless methods ensured only one illegitimate daughter survived, posing no threat to her own children. Shenwan, however, was genuinely talented. Among the three brothers, Shen Xian followed the path of a military official, while Shen Gui and Shen Wan pursued civil office. In terms of true ability, Shen Wan far surpassed Shen Gui. But he wasn't without flaws. He wasn't driven by lust. Instead, he was consumed by ambition. To climb higher, he would even step over his own superiors without hesitation. At that moment, Qin Ruoqiu was carefully writing invitation cards. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing her in a soft glow that made her seem almost youthful. Adjusting his robes, Shenwan looked over and smiled. He walked behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. Qin Ruoqiu pouted playfully. Master, look what you've done. You've ruined this invitation. What a waste. Let me see. Shenwan picked up the invitation and examined it theatrically. The handwriting is elegant, just like its owner. How could this possibly be ruined? Qin Ruoqiu blushed. Seeing her shy expression, Shenwan's heart stirred. Even after all these years, his wife still enchanted him. This was Qin Ruoqiu's greatest strength. Among all the daughters of the Qin family, she alone had completely won her husband's heart. The secret wasn't beauty. It was patience. Whatever kind of woman Shenwan admired, she became exactly that woman. She adjusted her temperament. She changed her clothing. She molded herself to suit his every preference. Eventually, Shenwan could see no one else. Second sister-in-law should return today. Leaning gently against him, Qin Ruoqiu smiled. I wonder whether Wei managed to eat the temple food. I wonder if the mountain road was too rough. I hope she wasn't jostled too much. Shenwan laughed. Second sister-in-law won't let Wei suffer. You still treat her like a child. In a few more years, she'll be ready for marriage. What will you do then? When Wei marries, I'll naturally find her the perfect husband. He must come from a good family and possess impeccable character. Not like Wu Yang. She abruptly stopped speaking. That night, old Madame Shen had privately discussed handing Shen Miao over to Prince Yu with Ren Wanun and Qin Ruoqiu. Afterward, Qin Ruoqiu had told Shenwan everything. Naturally, he had agreed. His entire life revolved around climbing the ranks. Yet no matter how high he rose, his reputation never matched Shen Xian's. He had long envied the first branch. If sacrificing Shen Miao pleased Prince Yu, and Prince Yu rewarded him with promotions, it would be more than worthwhile. As for Shen Miao's future, he couldn't have cared less. I wonder whether second sister-in-law succeeded. Shenwan looked thoughtful. Qin Ruoqiu quietly sighed. She understood her husband too well. Power always came first. Although she also cared little for the first branch. As a woman, she couldn't help feeling a trace of pity. When Renwanen suddenly suggested visiting Crouching Dragon Temple, those who understood the situation knew there was another purpose behind it. By the time they returned, they would likely hear tragic news about Shen Miao. Don't worry. Qin Ruoqiu smiled gently. Second sister-in-law never leaves loose ends. This matter should have gone perfectly. I hope so. Just then, Shurqing hurried inside, looking flustered. Madam. Second madam has returned. With the three young misses. Seeing Shurqing's expression, Qin Ruoqiu relaxed. She assumed the plan had succeeded. Exchanging a knowing glance with Shenwan, she asked, Are the girls all right? Were they exhausted by the journey? And no. Shurqing stammered. Eldest miss. Has gone mad. Qin Ruoqiu's smile instantly froze. Everything felt like a dream. In the span of a single day, the orderly Shen mansion descended into complete chaos. Shurqing had gone mad. Renwanen, who had always carried herself with the dignity of the household's mistress, appeared before the servants looking utterly exhausted and disheveled for the very first time. Without the maid supporting her, she might have looked insane herself. As for the girl in her arms, she was undoubtedly mad. She screamed. She struggled wildly. The commotion even reached old Madame Shen. Although no one knew the exact reason, everyone knew one thing. The Shen family's eldest young miss had lost her mind. The Shen family tried desperately to suppress the matter. Every servant who had witnessed Xie Jing's condition was sold off. Or perhaps, they were simply buried somewhere in silence. No one knew. Xie Jing's two maids, Shen Yu's two maids, even Granny Gui, all were imprisoned. Only one person escaped untouched. Shen Miao. Inside the Hall of Glory and Scenery, old Madame Shen sat stiffly in the seat of honor. Her cold gaze rested upon Shen Miao. Her eyes were as venomous as a snake's. 3 girls had gone out together. The one who was supposed to suffer had returned unharmed. The one who should have been safe had instead met disaster. The person who should have borne everything now stood calmly before her. Xie Jing had taken her place. The thought alone made old Madame Shen's chest tighten with fury. Shen Ruoqiu and Shen Wan stood quietly to one side. Shen Yu stood beside her mother with a wronged expression. Her 2 trusted maids had been imprisoned for no reason. Earlier, Shen Miao had already warned her they wouldn't survive. On the opposite side, Renwanen knelt before old Madame Shen with tears streaming down her face. Shen Gui had not yet returned from court. The servant sent to summon him hadn't come back. He still knew nothing about his daughter's fate. Old Madame, Renwanen sobbed. You must seek justice for Qinger. Even Shenwan couldn't hide his surprise. This composed and calculating second sister-in-law had become utterly disheveled. Shen Ruoqiu, however, secretly felt a trace of satisfaction. Renwanen had always looked down upon the third branch. Now, she could only kneel and beg. 5th sister, I treated you like my own daughter. Qinger always gave way to you. You're both family. How could you be so heartless? Do you realize you've ruined Qinger's entire life? Shen Yu had already told Shen Ruoqiu and Shen Wan everything that had happened. The servants had all been dismissed. No one outside would overhear. Just as Shen Miao was about to reply, a furious roar echoed from behind. You wretched girl! You harmed your own sister. Your heart is more venomous than a serpent's. You deserve imprisonment. You deserve death. Shen Miao smiled coldly. Turning around, she looked directly at the man striding toward her. Her second uncle, Xie Jing's father, Shen Gui. Chapter 65. Shen Gui strode into the hall still wearing his official robes, clearly having rushed over the moment he heard what had happened to Xie Jing. The instant Renwanen saw him, she burst into even louder sobs. Husband. Qinger she. The affection between Renwanen and Shen Gui had never been especially deep. Otherwise, Shen Gui would never have continued bringing concubines into the household one after another. Even so, they had always maintained a respectful and harmonious relationship. The reason was simple. Renwanen managed the Shen mansion flawlessly and maintained excellent relationships with the wives of Shen Gui's colleagues. As a capable and virtuous wife, she satisfied Shen Gui completely, and he always gave her the respect she deserved. Shen Miao. Shen Gui's furious gaze landed on the young girl standing in the hall. He already knew why Renwanen had taken the 3 legitimate daughters to Crouching Dragon Temple. Bringing all 3 together had been meant to prevent gossip. But who could have imagined that the one to suffer disaster would be his own daughter, Xie Jing? The servant who had delivered the news had secretly told him that Shen Miao was behind everything. Although it sounded unbelievable, someone had to take the blame. Since the second branch could not be blamed, all responsibility naturally fell upon the first branch. You used such vicious methods against your own sister. Since your father isn't here today, I'll discipline you in his place, he thundered. Bring out the family punishment. The family punishment? Qin Ruoqiu and Shen Yu exchanged glances. Ever since Qin Ruoqiu had married into the Shen family, she had never witnessed the Shen family's disciplinary methods. According to Shen Gui, those punishments were usually reserved for disobedient concubines. None of the Shen descendants had ever been subjected to them. The Shen family was an aristocratic military household, however, and their punishments were anything but ordinary. A servant soon carried in a long wooden case. Shen Yu watched curiously at first, but when the lid was opened, she couldn't help gasping. Inside lay a long horsewhip. Its surface was black and glossy, polished from years of soaking in some unknown substance. It was nearly as thick as half a grown man's wrist. Anyone could tell at a glance how terrifying its power was. A single lash could cripple a person. If someone truly meant to kill, one whip would be enough. Good. Old Madame Shen sat even straighter after seeing her son return. She genuinely cared for Shenqing to some extent, and this incident had enraged her. Since Shen Gui had spoken first, she naturally seized the opportunity to press the matter further. Since fifth girl has made such a mistake, then as her uncle, you should discipline her properly in your elder brother's stead. The Shen family has always enforced strict rules. Anyone who commits an offense must be punished. Fifth girl, you should be grateful that your second uncle is kind-hearted and still cares about you. Otherwise, this wouldn't merely be family punishment. If we convene the ancestral hall and summon the clan elders, you could be expelled from the Shen family altogether. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, if Shen Miao were expelled from the Shen family, wouldn't all their troubles disappear? Noticing old Madame Shen's expression, Qin Ruoqiu inwardly cursed the old woman for being an idiot. If Shen Miao were expelled, Shen Xian would undoubtedly leave with the entire first branch. Although they resented the first branch's influence, they still relied on it for many things. This foolish old woman truly thought like the singing girl she had once been. She simply didn't understand how the world worked. Ren Wanan was equally startled. She could roughly guess what old Madame Shen was thinking. She had no desire to see Shen Miao expelled, not because she pitied her, but because such an outcome would be letting her off far too easily. She wanted Shen Miao to remain in the Shen mansion, where she could slowly devise countless ways to make her suffer. Expulsion was far too merciful. While everyone harbored their own thoughts, Shen Miao suddenly let out a soft sigh and turned to look at Shen Gui. Shen Gui frowned. His imposing aura, cultivated through years in officialdom, was enough to intimidate most people. Yet Shen Miao showed no fear whatsoever. Her expression remained calm. Her gaze remained steady. For one absurd moment, Shen Gui even felt as though she were looking down upon him, while he stood beneath her like a subordinate awaiting judgment. The illusion shattered when Shen Miao spoke. Second uncle is truly kind-hearted. Eldest sister is lying gravely injured, yet instead of hurrying to see her, you've rushed here to discipline me on father's behalf. It seems second uncle cares far more about me than he does about eldest sister. Silence filled the hall. Qin Ruoqiu's eyes flashed with amusement. Shen Wan frowned. Old Madame Shen's face darkened. Shen Yu opened her mouth but remained silent. Ren Wanan lowered her head and quietly clenched her fists. Among the three brothers, Shen Xian, despite often neglecting Shen Miao, genuinely loved his daughter. Shen Wan treasured Qin Ruoqiu and doted on Shen Yu as though she were a priceless jewel. Only Shen Gui was different. He was greedy and lustful, completely lacking any sense of paternal responsibility. He treated his two sons somewhat better, but he paid little attention to Shenqing. To him, the best fate for Shenqing was marrying into a powerful family and strengthening his political influence. His anger over Shenqing's tragedy likely had little to do with fatherly concern. He was angry because his plans had been ruined. Because he feared Prince Yu's wrath. because he had lost a daughter who could have served as a useful political tool. At the heart of it all was nothing but self-interest. A father who truly loved his daughter would have rushed to her bedside the moment he heard the news. He would never have hurried back simply to punish the supposed culprit. Seen in that light, Xie Jing Xing was truly pitiful. A trace of embarrassment crossed Shen Gui's face. He glanced toward Renwanin, only to find that she had already turned away, refusing to look at him. His heart skipped a beat. He looked back at Shen Miao with newfound caution. With a single sentence, she had driven a wedge between husband and wife. Precise. Merciless. Xie Jing Xing was Renwanin's entire world. To Shen Gui, she was merely a useful tool. By exposing that difference so openly, Shen Miao had accomplished something worthy of a seasoned court official. The young girl standing before him had delicate features and an obedient appearance. Yet an invisible authority radiated from her, making it strangely difficult to meet her eyes. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Shen Gui angrily declared, "Shen Miao, you still refuse to reflect on your mistakes. If I don't teach you a proper lesson today, I would be unworthy as a son and ashamed to face your father." He reached for the horsewhip. Shen Yu stared intently at him, both excited and nervous. Would he really strike? No matter how bold Shen Miao had become, faced with something like this, surely she would have no choice but to bow her head and admit defeat. "How does second uncle intend to teach me a lesson?" Shen Miao suddenly asked. "Will you beat me to death with that whip to silence me? Or will you leave me half dead and send me off to the manor?" Shen Gui froze. Shen Wan was equally stunned. None of them had expected Shen Miao's hostility to be this direct. Recently, she had changed considerably, but everyone assumed she was merely pretending to be strong. Now, standing before the entire Shen family, she cast aside every pretense and openly declared her opposition. "You wicked girl!" Old Madame Shen roared. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you saying your second uncle intends to murder you? How dare you slander your elders like this?" "Indeed, fifth sister," Chen Ruoqiu added smoothly, fanning the flames. "How can you speak such outrageous words? You harmed Qinger, yet now you're trying to reverse black and white. Where did you learn such behavior?" Privately, Chen Ruoqiu couldn't have been happier. If Shen Miao and the second branch destroyed one another, then Shen Yu would become the greatest beneficiary. After all, the third branch lacked both the influence of the eldest branch and the heirs of the second. Without resorting to schemes, the enormous Shen mansion would never belong to them. Renwanin knelt before old Madame Shen, weeping bitterly. "You all see it yourselves. This is how deeply fifth sister hates us. She harmed Qinger without the slightest remorse, and now she's even tarnishing my husband's reputation. She's become so arrogant because she relies on eldest uncle's power to bully us." Could she have learned all this from eldest uncle as well? A young girl couldn't possibly think of such things on her own. Someone must be teaching her behind the scenes. Our family has always supported eldest uncle's family. How could they treat us like this? Renwanin cried dramatically, making herself appear utterly wronged. Because she was usually so domineering, her display of weakness seemed all the more convincing. Unfortunately for her, she had dragged Shen Xian into it. A dragon has its reverse scales. And now, Shen Xian had become Shen Miao's. Her gaze swept slowly across everyone gathered inside the Hall of Glory and Scenery. Each of them watched her like hungry wolves eyeing fresh meat. They were family. A family capable of turning black into white, of making the living seem dead and the dead seem alive. Surrounded by them, she resembled nothing more than a tender morsel hanging before starving beasts. But so what? What use were sharp tongues? Within the imperial harem, how many eloquent women had survived until the end? How many had merely become fertilizer beneath the flourishing flowers of the imperial gardens? "Second aunt insists that I harmed eldest sister," Shen Miao said calmly. "Very well. Allow me to ask you a few questions. Perhaps you can enlighten me. Ran Wanan was taken aback. Meeting Shen Miao's clear, unwavering gaze, she felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. But when she looked around and saw everyone standing on her side, she quickly steadied herself. What could Shen Miao possibly do to turn the situation around? Go ahead, she said, wiping away her tears. Very well. Shen Miao smiled faintly. Then let me ask you this. That day, second aunt was staying in the room right next to eldest sisters. If something had happened, how could you possibly have heard nothing? Ran Wanan froze. If eldest sister resisted, she would certainly have cried out. Her body was covered in bruises afterward, so she must have struggled and called for help. Since you were staying so close, why didn't you hear anything? Or perhaps, you did hear, but you were simply too tired to come out and look? Ran Wanan opened her mouth to refute her, but cold sweat had already formed on her palms. Of course, Shen Miao continued calmly, there's another possibility. Perhaps you truly didn't hear any cries for help. And why would that be? Naturally, because eldest sister never cried out at all. But why wouldn't she call for help? Could it be that she already knew the man? That's nonsense. Ran Wanan finally lost her composure and interrupted sharply. Shen Gui and Shen Wan, being men, paid little attention to the subtleties of household affairs. But Chen Ruoqiu and Ran Wanan understood immediately. Chen Ruoqiu looked at Shen Miao with astonishment. Ran Wanan looked at her with fear. Shen Miao's words were terrifying. Indeed, Ran Wanyan's room had been right beside Shen Qing's. If Shen Qing had cried for help, how could Ran Wanan possibly have failed to hear her? And if she had heard, why hadn't she gone to investigate? Could it have been intentional? Naturally, no one would believe Ran Wanan would deliberately harm her own daughter. But the one originally meant to stay in that room had been Shen Miao. Ran Wanan had every reason to plot against her niece. With just a few simple questions, Shen Miao had stripped away all of Ran Wanyan's carefully hidden schemes. Even worse, what if Shen Qing truly hadn't cried for help? What would that imply? To suffer such humiliation without making a sound. Could it have been voluntary? At best, people would believe she had been assaulted by someone she knew. At worst, rumors would spread that Shen Qing had willingly engaged in an illicit affair. The world was already cruel enough to women. Once such rumors spread, they could never truly be erased. Shen Miao smiled faintly. Second aunt, I believe there are quite a few suspicious details surrounding this matter. Since second uncle is so fair and impartial, why not hand me over to the magistrate? I'll tell him everything I know and let him judge the matter fairly. Who knows? We might even discover who the real culprit is. No, Ran Wanan and Shen Gui shouted in unison. Ran Wanan objected because she feared exactly this outcome. If Shen Miao repeated those same questions before the authorities, anyone with half a brain would notice the contradictions. The capital was full of influential families. If the matter remained hidden, it could still be controlled. But once it became public, it wouldn't be difficult for people to conclude that Ran Wanan had plotted against her own niece. Even worse, what would happen to Shen Qing's reputation? If those rumors spread, Shen Qing might very well end up hanging herself. Shen Gui, however, had an entirely different concern. He feared involving Prince Yu. Prince Yu had only recently begun showing interest because of Shen Miao. Now everything had gone terribly wrong. Shen Qing had become the victim instead. Once Prince Yu learned the truth, he would undoubtedly be furious. If the matter escalated into an official investigation and caused Prince Yu further trouble, Shen Gui feared for his own political future. Thus, the husband and wife who had been so aggressive only moments earlier now rejected Shen Miao's proposal with perfect unity. Shen Miao's eyes drifted toward the thick horsewhip in Shen Gui's hand. Then what does second uncle intend to do? Will you still carry out the family punishment? Silence settled over the hall. Shen Yu stared at Shen Miao in disbelief. Even she could tell. Shen Miao was threatening them. As though confirming everyone's thoughts, Shen Miao chuckled softly. If second uncle insists on enforcing the family punishment, I have no choice but to accept it. But I've always been stubborn. If someone insists on forcing a crime upon me that I didn't commit, then once father returns, I'll certainly report everything to the authorities. Her meaning couldn't have been clearer. If Shen Gui dared whip her today, then after Shen Xian returned, she would certainly seek justice. As for exactly whom she would accuse, that remained anyone's guess. Second uncle, Shen Miao asked pleasantly, "Are you going to enforce the family punishment or not? If you are, please hurry. After all, with so many people surrounding me, I have nowhere to run." She had practically described everyone in the Hall of Glory and Scenery as a gang of bandits preparing to hold her down while she was beaten. Shen Gui had never expected such a situation. In officialdom, he was famous for his silver tongue. He prided himself on being able to flatter anyone and deceive anyone. Yet today, he was being threatened by his own 14-year-old niece. It wasn't that he lacked a response. Rather, Shen Miao had controlled the conversation from beginning to end. Every sentence struck harder than the last. She left him no room whatsoever to recover. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Wan's face as well. His second brother was an old fox of the imperial court. Even his political enemies had rarely cornered him so thoroughly. Yet today, the one who had reduced him to this state was merely a 14-year-old girl. The eldest branch. Was it really so difficult to shake? Shen Wan's eyes darkened. You. Shen Gui's face turned crimson. Earlier, he had acted entirely on impulse. In his mind, Shen Miao was still the timid, gullible girl she had always been. Even if she were beaten today, he had assumed that a few threats and a few comforting words afterward would keep her silent. Who could have imagined? She had become such a thorn in his side? Not only had she refused to submit, she had completely reversed the situation. If not for Shen Xian's influence, Shen Gui would have wanted nothing more than to kill Shen Miao on the spot. Old Madame Shen had remained silent throughout. Watching her own son cornered so completely, anger flashed across her face. Still, she forced herself to remain calm. Enough. The hall immediately fell silent. Shen Gui secretly let out a sigh of relief. Everyone turned toward old Madame Shen. Though she knew nothing of court politics, old Madame Shen had spent her youth navigating the endless struggles of the inner household. Even she had been impressed by how neatly Shen Miao had dealt with Shen Gui and Ren Wanen. But the more capable Shen Miao appeared, the more old Madame Shen resented her. Unfortunately, Shen Miao now held Shen Qing's reputation in her hands. She could even use it to threaten Shen Gui. For the time being, old Madame Shen could not afford to act recklessly. She said coldly, "Fifth girl, your second uncle's intentions were understandable. We'll waive the family punishment because you're still young. However, since this matter arose because of you, and eldest girl suffered in your place, you will kneel in the ancestral hall and repent before your elder sister. Beginning today, you are confined there. You will kneel every day while copying Buddhist scriptures. You may not leave until eldest girl has fully recovered." It was, in effect, an indefinite imprisonment. Shen Yu couldn't hide her disappointment. She had hoped to see Shen Miao whipped until she couldn't get out of bed. Or better yet, expelled from the Shen family altogether. Instead, she was merely confined to the ancestral hall. Once Shen Xian returned in a few months, the punishment would naturally end. Everything would return to normal. Ren Wanun was equally dissatisfied. But Shen Miao's earlier words had shaken her badly enough that she no longer dared act rashly. Her thoughts were in complete disarray. Though she disliked old Madame Shen's decision, she knew it was only a temporary solution. She swallowed her resentment. "Oh." Shen Miao's voice carried an oddly meaningful calm. "I understand. I'll certainly atone for my elder sister properly before the Buddha. For some reason, every sentence Shen Miao uttered now seemed to carry hidden meanings. Renwanin felt a chill run down her spine. Unable to respond, she simply covered her face and resumed crying. Enough. Old Madame Shen barked impatiently. She already felt as though a stone were pressing against her chest after failing to suppress Shen Miao. Renwanin's endless sobbing only made her more irritated. Second son, take your wife away. This is the Hall of Glory and Scenery, not a funeral hall. All of you leave. Fifth girl, go to the ancestral hall immediately and kneel. You'll receive no meals today. Everyone gradually withdrew. Without another word, Shen Miao left the hall and walked toward the western courtyard. None of them realized that every pair of eyes remained fixed on her retreating figure. Shenwan said darkly, "Fifth sister has truly grown up." Chinru Achio curled her lips. Indeed. She certainly opened our eyes today. Mother, Shinyu whispered. Fifth sister is frightening. The expression Shen Miao had worn at Crouching Dragon Temple. The way she had maneuvered Xin Qing into disaster while escaping completely unharmed. Even Shinyu felt genuine fear. When had that foolish, obedient cousin become capable of such things? What is there to fear? Shenwan asked, gently patting Shinyu's head. His expression was affectionate. His words, however, were cold. She's only a little girl who doesn't know her place. Sooner or later, she'll pay the price. Following old Madame Shen's orders, Shen Miao entered the Shen family's ancestral hall. The Shen family had risen through generations of military service. The ancestral tablets honored forefathers who had fought on horseback to build the family's glory. Unfortunately, by this generation, although the family still appeared united, its members had long since become divided at heart. Its decline had already begun. Old General Shen's generation had once been much larger. During one great war, however, all of his brothers died in battle, leaving only him alive. He had 3 sons. Yet only one followed the military path. Though the Shen mansion still enjoyed its former prestige, aside from Grand General of Might Shen Xian, it had effectively become a family of civil officials. A rather ironic outcome. Miss, have your legs gone numb yet? Guyu asked. Jingzhe and Guyu followed Shen Miao into the ancestral hall. Shen Miao had deliberately sent them away at Crouching Dragon Temple so they wouldn't be silenced along with her. But now that they had returned to the Shen mansion, she preferred to keep them nearby. Renwanin had a long reach. Yet she wouldn't dare act openly with witnesses present. Even if they aren't numb, Jingzhe complained while glancing toward the small window. This place is terribly damp. It's been raining for days. The ground is soaked. If you keep kneeling like this, you'll end up with aching joints for life. And they're completely unreasonable. What does any of this have to do with you, miss? They were the ones who started everything, and now they're pretending to be the victims. Just wait until Master comes back. I'd like to see whether they still dare act like this. Lower your voice, Guyu warned. If someone hears you, Miss will only suffer more. Shen Miao merely smiled. She didn't seem bothered at all. But today really was unbelievable, Jingzhe continued. So many people were waiting for you inside the Hall of Glory and Scenery. You went in all alone, and still came back unharmed. Sure, kneeling here is unpleasant. But compared to what I feared, this is much better. Since Shen Miao had entered the hall alone, neither Jingzhe nor Guyu knew what had actually happened inside. You must have talked them all into submission by yourself, Guyu said admiringly. You weren't afraid of anyone. Miss, you're becoming more and more like the master. So many people? Shen Miao laughed inwardly. This tiny Shen mansion was filled with nothing but insignificant schemers. Back when Fu Xiu Yi had attempted to replace the crown prince, every court official had sided with Mei Foren and Fu Sheng. Her own son, Fu Ming, had nearly been placed under house arrest. Wearing the robes of the Empress, she had stood alone in the Golden Wan Hall, arguing against every minister present. Every word she spoke had been stained with blood. How much strength could one person truly possess? She had once been the most honored woman beneath heaven. She had married the most powerful man in the empire. Yet she still couldn't protect what rightfully belonged to her own son. Not a single person had stood beside her. Even so, she couldn't retreat, because there were still people she had to protect. It was precisely because she had failed them once that she would now become even more ruthless. Cruel? Heartless? Hypocritical? Deceitful? None of it mattered. As long as the blade pointed toward her enemies, as long as they were the ones who bled, what did it matter how cruel the process became? She alone would bear every sin. Closing her eyes, she faced the ancestral tablets. Silently, she prayed. Ancestors who once rode into battle, if your spirits still remain, grant me the sharpest arrows, grant me the swiftest horse, and bless me with the strength to kill my enemies with my own hands. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Jingja smiling as she pulled a small packet of pastries from her sleeve. You've gone hungry for so long, miss. You should eat something. I still had these snacks left. Have a little to fill your stomach. Shen Miao had never intended to starve herself simply because old Madame Shen had ordered it. She accepted the packet. The moment she unwrapped it, she froze. These are. I found them in your room at Crouching Dragon Temple, Jingja said sheepishly, scratching her head. You gave them to me. I tried one and they were so delicious that I couldn't bear to finish the rest. After we returned to the mansion, I came straight here with you. I didn't have time to get any other food. This is all I have. Shen Miao stared quietly at the exquisite pastries. They had been left behind on the night Xie Jing Xing had visited her. That rainy evening immediately came back to her. His strikingly handsome face. His mysterious identity. Xie Jing Xing, just what kind of person are you? In the colorful cloud courtyard, the physician had just departed. After taking a sedative, Xin Qing had finally fallen asleep. Every time Renwanen looked at the wounds covering Xin Qing's body, her heart twisted with unbearable pain. The physician was one of their own, so he would never reveal anything. Still, he had spoken frankly to Renwanen. Xin Qing's injuries were severe, and her mind was no longer clear. She would need a long time to recover. As for why she had lost her senses, it was simply because the terror had been too great. What had Xin Qing suffered that night? Renwanen didn't dare imagine it. She had been staying in the room beside Xin Qing's and had even heard her daughter's cries for help. But she had mistaken them for Shen Miao's. She had hesitated. And by the time she realized the truth, her own daughter had already been violated. The memory alone filled her with overwhelming regret. Shen Gui glanced at Xin Qing lying unconscious on the bed. Looking thoroughly irritated, he turned to leave. Stop. Renwanen called after him. Qinger is in this condition, and you're still planning to spend the night with those little vixens? Shen Gui was notoriously lustful. He kept numerous concubines, each beautiful and obedient. Renwanen had long since brought them all under control. Moreover, although Shen Gui loved women, he also understood that only Renwanen could advance his political career. Because of that, he never crossed certain boundaries. Normally, Renwanen couldn't be bothered policing him. Men were all the same. Concubines were nothing more than toys. Why should she demean herself by competing with mere playthings? But today, she was behaving completely out of character. Must you be so unreasonable? Shen Gui snapped impatiently. Earlier, he had already been left speechless by his own niece. He still had no idea whether Prince Yu would blame him for today's fiasco. That alone was enough to give him a splitting headache. Seeing Xin Qing only made his mood worse. What good will staying here do? He demanded. Leave me alone so I can think about what to do next. Think. Renwanen suddenly shrieked, abandoning all her usual composure. That's all you ever do. What is Qinger to you? She's become like this, and her own father can't even spare her a glance. In your heart, she probably isn't your daughter at all. How can a father be so heartless? Even Xianglan and Kaiju stood frozen in shock. They had never seen their mistress like this. Renwanen had always been calm and composed. Even after Xinqing's tragedy at Crouching Dragon Temple, she had remained collected for the sake of the bigger picture. She had never once spoken so harshly to Xingui. For someone as rational and calculating as Renwanen to quarrel like a common shrew, it was almost unbelievable. Even Renwanen herself couldn't understand why she was acting this way. As she looked at Xingui's indifferent face, Shen Miao's words in the Hall of Glory and scenery echoed endlessly in her ears. When Xingui heard what had happened to Xinqing, his first thought hadn't been to see whether his daughter was injured. It had been to punish Shen Miao. That wasn't what a father would do. Xingui simply didn't care whether Xinqing lived or died. To him, she was merely something valuable, a useful political asset. Now that she had been ruined, he could barely bring himself to look at her. Shen Miao's provocation had seemed ineffective at the time, but the seed she planted had already taken root. Now, it had finally sprouted. You shrew. Xingui had spent years in officialdom, surrounded by flattering words. Never before had anyone dared scold him like this. Although furious, he knew he couldn't afford to completely fall out with Renwanen. He sneered. You call me an unfit father? Then have you ever been a proper mother? You were the one who brought Qinger to Crouching Dragon Temple. You were responsible for looking after her. You stayed in the room right beside hers. Yet something happened under your very nose. Weren't you next door that night? If you truly cared about your daughter, how could you have failed to realize that it was Qinger crying for help? His words stabbed directly into Renwanen's heart. Her greatest regret, her deepest source of hatred, was that night in the North Pavilion. She had heard the cries. She could have saved her daughter. Yet, because of one cruel misunderstanding, she had done nothing. Now Xingui was tearing open that wound all over again. She stood there in stunned silence. Seeing that she had nothing to say, Xingui snorted coldly and stormed away, no doubt heading toward one of his concubines' courtyards. Renwanen remained standing for a long while. Finally, her legs gave out beneath her. She collapsed onto the floor, covering her face as quiet sobs escaped her. Xianglan and Kaiju looked at one another in alarm. Neither had ever seen their mistress reduced to such a state. The Renwanen before them seemed to have crumbled overnight. She no longer resembled the proud, calculating woman she had always been. The two maids could only comfort her in silence. After an unknown amount of time, Renwanen slowly wiped away her tears and rose to her feet. Prepare paper and ink. I'm writing a letter to you, Honor. Shen Yuan was the eldest son of the second branch and Renwanen's firstborn. He was currently serving in Liuzhou. Once his term ended, he would return to the capital for an official appointment. If Xinyu was the pride of the third branch, then Shen Yuan was unquestionably the second branch's greatest treasure. Shen Yuanbai was still only a child. Xinqing had never possessed any exceptional talents. But Shen Yuan was truly outstanding. He had earned scholarly honors while still young and had performed brilliantly in office. Even Xingui treated him with uncommon warmth. If your father won't help you. Renwanen glanced toward the sleeping Xinqing. Your brother will. Yuan'er has always loved you the most. That little wretch Shen Miao. This time, I'll make sure she regrets everything she's done for the rest of her life. Xianglan hurried off to prepare the writing materials. Taking a deep breath, Renwanen turned toward Kaiju. Are those servants still being held? The four maids and Granny Gui are all locked inside the firewood room. Does Madame wish to silence them with poison? Or The servants she referred to were those who had witnessed Xin Qing's disgrace. Yan Mei and Shui Bai, Xin Qing's personal maids. Qing Wan and Huang Ying, Xin Yu's maids. And Granny Gui. Dispose of Xin Yu's 2 maids and send them back to the Autumn Water Court. Qin Ruoqiu can deal with them however she wishes. As for Qinger's 2 maids, her voice became icy. Sell them to a 9th-rate brothel. Death would be far too merciful. They failed to protect their mistress. That crime deserves no forgiveness. Kaiju shivered involuntarily. Brothels were entirely different from pleasure houses. In pleasure houses, women could choose whether to sell their talents or their bodies. But in brothels, no one had a choice. A 9th-rate brothel was the very lowest kind. Its customers were crude, violent men. The women there served clients from dawn until night without rest. Every coin they earned belonged to the madam. If they became ill, they received no treatment. Most eventually died on the streets, frozen, starved, or even torn apart by wild dogs. Only servants guilty of unforgivable crimes, or those who had gravely offended their masters, were ever sold to such places. Yan Mei and Shui Bai had served Xin Qing since childhood. After years of loyal service, who could have imagined they would end this way? This servant understands. Kaiju hesitated before asking. And what about Granny Gui? Granny Gui had long ago pledged herself to Ren Wanyun's side. She was considered one of their own. Granny Gui. Ren Wanyun smiled coldly. I still don't know exactly what happened that night. It seems I'll have to have a proper talk with her. After all, she's the only one who knows the whole story. The abandoned firewood room was filled with the stench of decay. Days of rain had covered the damp ground with green moss. Under ordinary circumstances, the place might have seemed quiet. But in the darkness, it felt terrifying. Countless people had once been imprisoned there. Masters, servants, anyone who had committed some offense within the Shen mansion. None of them had met a good end. After spending some time inside, they simply disappeared, as though they had never existed. Now, strange sounds echoed from within. Someone struggling, feet kicking wildly, muffled cries. A lone lantern sat carelessly in one corner, casting a dim, flickering glow that made the room seem even more sinister. 2 burly matrons forced something down the throats of 2 young maids. They gripped their necks tightly to keep them from spitting it back out. The girls struggled desperately, but they were no match for the matron's strength. After what seemed like an eternity, their resistance finally ceased. Clutching their throats, they collapsed in agony. Take them away, one of the matrons ordered. 2 servants entered and dragged the pair outside. And these 2. The matron pointed toward the remaining girls. Take them as well. But Madam gave special instructions. Take your time with them. They're headed for that sort of place anyway. So enjoy yourselves first. The servants' eyes gleamed with naked lust as they stared at the 2 maids. Their faces had already become completely numb with despair. Satisfied, the matrons prepared to leave. W8. A figure suddenly crawled out of the darkness and grabbed one matron by the leg. What about me? What will happen to me? It was Granny Gui. The matron shook her off with a mocking smile. Don't worry, Granny. Madam values you greatly. I'm sure she has something special planned for you. Just wait. With that, she walked away without another glance. Darkness swallowed the room once more. Granny Gui curled herself into a corner, trembling uncontrollably. No one wanted to die. She wanted to live.